In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. O you who have believed, fulfill all contracts. Lawful for you are the animals of grazing livestock, except for that which is recited to you in this Quran, hunting not being permitted while you are in a state of ihram. Indeed, Allah ordains what He intends.
Background of revelation and a summary of subjects. This is the initial verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah. As agreed upon, Surah Al-Ma'idah is a Madanite surah, and also the last among all Madani chapters, surah, so much so that some revered elders have identified this as the last surah of the Quran itself. On the authority of narrations from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar and Sayyida Asma bint Yazid, may Allah be pleased with him, it appears in the Musnad of Al-Ma'idah that Surah Al-Ma'idah was revealed to the Holy Prophet while in travel riding the camel named Ibba. As explained in the introduction to this tafsir in Volume 1, there used to be a sense of being under some heavy weight, extraordinary and unexplained, at a time the Wahi revelation came to the Holy Prophet. So, this is what happened as customary. When the camel could bear the phenomenon of unusual weight no more, he dismounted from her back. This journey is obviously the journey he made to perform his last Hajj, as supported by some relevant reports. The last Hajj took place in the 10th year of Hijrah. After his return from there, his blessed life in the mortal world lasted for about 80 more days. In Al-Bar al-Muhit, commentator Ibn Hayyan has said that some portions of Surah Al-Ma'idah were revealed during the journey of Hudaybiyah, some others during the journey of the conquest of Makkah, and still others during the journey of the last Hajj. This tells us that Surah Al-Ma'idah has been revealed during the final stages of the revelation of the Quran, though it may not be the very last surah. Ra'al-Mani, on the authority of Abu Ubaid, cites a narration of Ibn Habib and Atiyah ibn Qais, may Allah be pleased with him, in which the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, Surah Al-Ma'idah is from what has been revealed towards the last stage of the revelation of the Quran. So, take what has been made lawful there as lawful forever, and take what has been made unlawful there as unlawful forever. Referring to Mustadrak al-Hakim, Ibn Kathir cites a similar narration from Sayyidina Jubair ibn Nufair, in which he has been reported to have called upon Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, soon after Hajj. She asked him, "Do you read Surah Al-Ma'idah, O Jubair?" He submitted, "I do." Sayyida Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, then said, "This is the last surah of Holy Quran. The injunctions about things lawful and unlawful in it are muhkam, of established meaning. The probability of any abrogation, naskh, does not exist there. So be specially particular about them." Like Surah Al-Nisa, Surah Al-Ma'idah too carries many subsidiary injunctions relating to dealings and contracts. Accordingly, Ra'al-Ma'ani notices subject homogeneity in Surah Al-Baqarah and Al-Imran, because both of them mostly feature injunctions relating to principles, doctrines, unicity, prophethood, doomsday, and similar other basic concerns of importance. As for subsidiary injunctions, they appear there as corollaries. Regarding Surah Al-Nisa and Surah Al-Ma'idah, it can be said that they are homogeneous subject-wise because both of them describe subsidiary injunctions. Any description of basic principles appears there by implication. In Surah Al-Nisa, emphasis has been laid on mutual dealings, particularly on rights servants of Allah have on each other. Huquq al-Ibad, then in it, there are details of the rights of the husband and the wife, the rights of orphans, and the rights of the parents and other relatives. In the very first verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah, there appears the instruction to stand by all dealings made and pledges given. The words of the verse, "Those who believe, fulfill the contracts," command that all such commitments must be met. Therefore, Surah Al-Ma'idah is also referred to as Surah Al-Yuqud, Al-Bar al-Muhit. This surah, especially its opening verse, has a special bearing on matters relating to mutual dealings and contractual agreements. Therefore, when the Holy Prophet sent Sayyidina Amr ibn Hazm, may Allah be pleased with him, as the Amal governor of Yemen, he gave him a written decree of appointment, at the head of which he had this verse written, Al-Bar al-Muhit, commentary. The first sentence of the first verse of this surah is so comprehensive that its proper discussion would deservedly go beyond thousands of pages. In fact, Muslim scholars and jurists have done exactly that. The verse says, "O those who believe, fulfill the contracts." Here, the very form of address, "O those who believe," helps to divert attention to the very crucial nature of the subject, for the command being given here is essentially required by one's faith. Then comes the command, "Fulfill the contracts." The word al-Yuqud, used in the Quran, is the plural form of al-Aqd, the literal meaning of which is to tie. A contract which ties two individuals or groups to each other is also known as act. Thus, al-Yuqud takes the meaning of al-Yuhud or contracts. Commentator Ibn Jarir has reported the consensus of revered exegetes among the Sahaba and Tabi'in on this approach. Imam al-Jassas explains that act, contract, or ad, pledge, or muahada, pact, are all applied to a transaction in which two parties have placed the responsibility of doing or not doing something on each other, and to which both of them agree and are bound by. According to a recognized practice, this is what a contractual agreement is. Therefore, the essential meaning of the sentence is take the fulfilling of mutual contracts to be binding and necessary. Now, we have to determine the nature of contracts meant here. The interpretations of commentators appear to be different, though outwardly only. Some say that it refers to the covenant of Allah under which His created beings are bound to believe in and obey Him, or they refer to pledges Allah has taken from His created beings regarding His revealed injunctions of things lawful and unlawful. This is what has been reported from Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him. Others say that here it means the contracts people enter into with each other, such as the contract of marriage and the contract of buying and selling. Commentators Ibn Zayd and Zayd ibn Aslam have taken this very line of interpretation. Still others take contracts to mean sworn alliances and pacts which the tribes of Jahiliyyah enter into with each other for mutual assistance when needed. This is also the position taken by commentators such as Mujahid, Rabbi, and Qatada. But the truth is that there is no contradiction or difference in what they have said. Instead, all these varied contracts come under the Quranic word al-Yuqud, appearing in this verse, and the instruction to fulfill all of them comes from the Quran itself. Therefore, Imam Raghib al-Bahani has said that all kinds of contracts and binding agreements are included under the imperative of this word. He further divides these into three kinds as given below: the covenant which human beings have with their Creator who is Lord of all the worlds, such as a pledge to believe in Him, to obey Him, or to observe the restrictions imposed by Him on matters and things lawful and unlawful. The vow or promise or commitment one enters into with one's own self, such as to commit to fulfill a vow nadr for something, or to bind oneself on oath that something will be done. Contract that one human being enters with another, which includes all contracts which bind two persons or two groups or parties or governments. So, in the light of this verse, strict adherence to all permissible provisions and conditions which have been mutually agreed upon is mandatory, and all parties must observe and fulfill these. This covers all international pacts and treaties between governments, bilateral agreements, all commitments, alliances, charters between groups and parties, also all sorts of contracts and deals between two human beings ranging from marriage, business, partnership, leasing, gift deed to many other bipartite human dealings. Please note that the restriction of permissible imposed a little earlier has a reason, for entering into a contract against the dictates of the Sharia, or accepting it, is not permissible for anyone. The logic of the lawful. After the initial declaration of the general rule in the first sentence of the verse, its particular details appear in the second sentence, where it has been said, "The cattle have been made lawful for you." The word bahima, used here, is applied to animals usually considered to be devoid of understanding, because people usually do not understand their speech, which thus remains obscure. Imam al-Sha'rani says, the name bahima is not given to an animal just because it has no sense, and everything sensible remains obscure for it, as people commonly think. But the truth is that no animal or beast, not even trees and rocks, can be taken to be devoid of sense as such, of course, subject to the difference in its degrees. They do not have the same measure of sense as human beings do. This is the reason why human beings have been obligated to observe the precepts and injunctions revealed for them. Animals have not been so obligated. Otherwise, Allah has given to every animal sense and awareness within the limits of its needs, even to all trees and rocks, for that matter. This is why everything glorifies Allah in its own way. That is, there is nothing which does not but glorify Him with His praise. Surah Al-Isra, Ayah 44. How then, without sense, would it have ever recognized its Creator and Master, and how would it have thus been able to engage in the act of glorifying Allah? The word al-an'am, used in the text, is the plural form of nam, grazing livestock. 8 kinds of domestic animals or cattle, such as the camel, the cow, the buffalo, the goat, which have been described in Surah Al-An'am, are called the an'am. Since the word bahima, animal, was general, the word al-an'am, the cattle, has made it particular. So, the meaning of the verse comes to be that 8 kinds of domestic animals have been made lawful for you. Under the discussion about the word al-Yuqud, You have already read a little earlier that it includes all kinds of contracts. One of these is the pledge Allah Almighty has taken from His created beings that they would observe the restrictions of the lawful and the unlawful. The present sentence is referring to this particular pledge when it says that Allah has made the cattle lawful for you, and they can be eaten after having been slaughtered in accordance with the Islamic manner. Thus believers have been exhorted to obey this injunction by staying within its limits. They should not take it upon themselves, as do the fire worshippers and the idolaters, to declare the very slaughter of these animals as absolutely unlawful, for this is raising an objection against the wisdom of the Creator and certainly an open ingratitude for His blessing. Nor should they become like some other meat-eating people who would, totally unfettered, go about eating all sorts of animals. Rather than do something like that, believers must eat from animals Allah Almighty has made lawful to eat under the law given by Him. Similarly, they should abstain from animals which have been declared unlawful to eat. The reason is that Allah Almighty is the Creator of the universe. He knows the nature and the properties of all animals, and He is also aware of the effects they bring about when in the human body. He, in His grace, makes what is good and pure openly lawful for human consumption, things which leave no ill effects on physical health and moral strength. Similarly, He forbids unclean and impure animals which are either harmful for human health or contribute metabolically into the generation of evil morals. Therefore, there are few things exempted from this general rule. These are as follows. The first exemption is contained. It means except animals which have been declared unlawful in the Quran, that is, dead animal or the swine. The other exemption appears in quadruped animals are lawful for you and wild game too. But in the state when you have entered into the garments of ihram with the intention of doing Hajj or Umrah, hunting becomes a crime and sin. Stay away from it, living under the authority and wisdom of the Creator. Towards the end of the verse it was said, which means that Allah Almighty ordains what He wills. Nobody has the right to ask questions or take exception in obeying it. This statement is perhaps indicative of an element of wisdom, that the permission given to human beings to slaughter and eat some animals is no act of injustice. The Creator and Master, who has made all these life forms, is also the one who has formulated, in His perfect wisdom and insight, the law that the lower form shall be the sustenance of the higher. The soil of the earth is food for trees, and trees are food for animals, and animals are food for human beings. There is no higher form of creation in this world, therefore, human beings cannot become food for anyone.
O you who have believed, do not violate the rights of Allah or the sanctity of the sacred month, or neglect the marking of the sacred animals and garlanding them, or violate the safety of those coming to the sacred house seeking bounty from their Lord and His approval. But when you come out of ihram, then you may hunt. And do not let the hatred of a people for having obstructed you from al-Masjid al-Haram lead you to transgress. And cooperate in righteousness and piety, but do not cooperate in sin and aggression. And fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is severe in penalty.
Linkage of verses. The first verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah emphasized the fulfillment of contracts. Included among these contracts is the contract or pledge to abide by the restrictions of the lawful and the unlawful as ordained by Allah Almighty. The second verse cited here describes two important articles of this contract. The first relates to the sanctity of the signs, symbols or hallmarks of Allah, with a specific instruction to stay away from desecrating them. The second article recommends an even-handed dispensation of justice to everyone, your own or not your own, friend or foe, which has been combined with a corresponding prohibition of any counter-injustice inflicted in return for some injustice done. Background. There are some events which form the background of the revelation of these verses. Let us go to them first so that the subject of the verse becomes fully clear to us. One of these is the event of Hudaybiyah, the details of which have been taken up by the Holy Quran elsewhere. This relates to the 6th year of Hijrah, when the Holy Prophet G and his noble companions decided to perform Umrah. The Holy Prophet entered into the ihram of Umrah with more than 1,000 of his companions and left for Makkah al-Mu'azzamah. After having reached Hudaybiyah close to Makkah al-Mu'azzamah, he sent a message to the Makkans that he was coming in with his group to perform Umrah and not for any aggressive designs. He requested that they be allowed to perform Umrah. The disbelievers of Makkah, not only that they refused it, they put forward many hard conditions and challenged them to agree to a treaty which stipulated that all Muslims will undo their ihram they were in at that time and go back. When they come next year to perform their Umrah, They would be required to come without any arms, stay for 3 days only, perform Umrah and leave. Besides these conditions, there were many others agreeing to which was obviously very much against the self-respect of Muslims. But, obeying the orders of the Holy Prophet, everyone returned in peace. After that, it was in the month of Dhul al-Qa'dah of the Hijri year 7, that this missed Umrah was performed again with full observance of the conditions imposed under the treaty. However, the events at Hudaybiyah and the insulting conditions imposed there had planted seeds of discord in the hearts of the companions against the disbelievers of Makkah. Then there came up the other incident when Haytham ibn Hind, one of the disbelievers of Makkah, came to Madinah al-Tayyibah with his trading goods. After having sold his goods, he left his baggage and his attendant outside Madinah, and came to visit the Holy Prophet and expressed his desire to enter the fold of Islam in all hypocrisy, so that Muslims are satisfied. But the Holy Prophet had, well before he came to him, told his companions on the strength of revelation that a man was coming to them who would talk in the words of the Satan. And when he went away, he said that the man came with disbelief and returned with deception and treason. Leaving the company of the Holy Prophet, this man went straight out of Madinah, where the livestock of the people of Madinah were grazing. He drove them away with him. The noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, came to know about this somewhat late. When they went out after him, he was gone out of their reach. Then it was in the 7th year of Hijra, when they were going with the Holy Prophet to perform the Qada of Umrah they had missed at Hudaybiyah. They heard someone reciting Talbiyah at some distance. When they looked, they discovered that the same Haytham ibn Hind, who had decamped with the animals belonging to the people of Madinah, was right there going for Umrah with the same animals going with him as sacrificial animals. At that time, the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, thought of attacking him and taking their animals back, but killing him off right there. The third event came to pass in the 8th year of Hijra, when Makkah al-Mukarramah was conquered in Ramadan al-Mubarak, and the entire Arabian Peninsula came under Islamic rule. The disbelievers of Makkah were set free by the Holy Prophet without any revenge. They went about doing everything they used to do with complete freedom, to the extent that they even kept observing their pagan customs of Hajj and Umrah too. At that time some noble companions thought of taking their revenge for what had happened at Hudaybiyah. These people had stopped them from doing Umrah, to which they were entitled on all counts, as permissible and justified. Why, they thought, should they now allow their Hajj and Umrah on any count, which were all impermissible and unjustified? Why not attack them, take their animals, and finish them off? These events have been narrated by Ibn Jarir on the authority of Ikrimah and Al-Sadi. It was on the basis of some of these events that the present verse was revealed. Through it, Muslims were told that holding the signs of Allah in esteem was their own bounden duty. Malice and hostility against an enemy was no reason to disturb this standing rule. This was absolutely impermissible. Even fighting during the sacred months was not permissible. Also not permissible was stopping sacrificial animals from reaching the haram or taking them away forcibly. As for the disbelievers who have donned the ihram garments and who, in their estimation, have embarked on their pilgrimage to seek the good pleasure of Allah Almighty, though because of their disbelief, this is a mistaken notion, yet the sanctity of the signs of Allah demands that they should not be confronted in any way. Then there was the case of people who had stopped their Umrah. Any effort to avenge their past hostility against Muslims in the form of Muslims stopping Muslims from performing the rites of Hajj was not permissible. This is so because this amounts to Muslims doing an injustice in return for an injustice to them, which was not permissible in Islam. We can now go to a detailed explanation of the verse. Commentary. The first sentence of the verse says, "O those who believe, do not violate the sanctity on the marks of Allah." Here the word sha'ar has been translated as marks. This is the plural form of shara, which means mark, sign or symbol. Therefore, sha'ir and shara signify things perceptible through the senses which symbolize something. As such, the marks, sha'ir, of Islam would be deeds and actions recognized as symbolic of one's being Muslim in faith. These are quite common, such as salah, itan, hajj, circumcision, and beard in accordance with the sunnah. The tafsir or explanation of the Quranic expression, sha'ir Allah, the marks of Allah, as it appears in this verse, has been reported in varying words. But the clearest of them is what has been reported from Hassan al-Basri, may Allah have mercy on him, and Ata, on whom both be the mercy of Allah. Imam al-Jassas finds their statement as a compendium of all explanations. According to this statement, Shar'ullah means all obligations, the limits of which have been set forth by the Shari'ah of Islam. In this verse, The essence of the meaning is that one should not violate the sanctity of the marks of Allah. One form of such violation could be a total dismissal of what one has been obligated with. Under the second form, one may act in accordance with these obligations by electing to obey some injunctions and leave out others, ending up with a compliance which remains incomplete. A third form could be that one starts transgressing the appointed limits and keeps going farther beyond. The Quranic statement, "Do not violate the sanctity on the marks of Allah," forbids all these three forms. The Holy Quran gives the same instruction elsewhere in a different mode as follows, "And whoever exalts the marks of Allah, then this is from the fear of Allah in hearts." Surah Al-Hajj, Ayah 32. The part of the sentence which follows in the verse under study gives details of a particular kind of the marks of Allah, that is, the marks that concern the rites of Hajj. The text says it means, "Do not violate its sanctity by fighting and killing during the months in which it is prohibited." This refers to the 4 months during which mutual fighting was legally prohibited. They are Dhul Qa'dah, Dhul Hijjah, Haram, and Rajab. Later on, this injunction was abrogated as agreed under the overwhelming consensus of ulama. In addition to this, command was given that there should be no violation of the sanctity of sacrificial animals within the harem of Makkah, especially of the band round their necks placed there as a symbol of sacrifice. One form of violating the sanctity of these animals could be that they are stopped from reaching the harem or are snatched away. The second form could be that of using the animals for a purpose other than sacrifice, such as using them to ride or milk. The verse has declared all these forms as impermissible. The text then prohibits the violation of the sanctity of those who have left their homes to embark on a journey to Al-Masjid al-Haram with the intention of performing Hajj, for their purpose on this journey is to seek the blessing and pleasure of their Lord. Not violating the sanctity of such people means that they should neither be stopped during their journey, nor should any pain be caused to them. After that it was said, it means, "And when you get released from the Ihram, you may hunt." In other words, the limit of the prohibition of hunting during the state of Ihram appearing in the first verse has been declared by saying that your release from the Ihram neutralizes the in-Ihram prohibition of hunting, which has now become permissible. Being delineated in the verse under reference is a particular part of the contract which is operative between every human being and the Lord of all the worlds. Some of it has already been identified up to this point. The first out of these is the instruction to uphold the inviolable dignity of the marks of Allah as sacrosanct and to guard against any chances of their being desecrated. Then come some details concerning the marks of Allah which belong to Hajj. Here, the instruction given is that nothing should be done to stop them, and the effort should be made to stay away from any action which desecrates them. The statement which follows after that takes up the second part of the contract in the following words. It means there were those people who had stopped you from entering Makkah and performing your Umrah, and after that event at Hudaybiyah, you were returning all sad and angered. Now that you have power in your hands, let things not turn in a way that you start taking revenge for what happened in the past by stopping them from entering the house of Allah and the sacred mosque and performing their Hajj, because this is injustice, and Islam does not favor avenging injustice by inflicting counter-injustice. Instead of that, it teaches the doing of justice in return for injustice done and upholding it under all odds. It is true that those people, under the sway of their power and position at that time, had stopped Muslims from entering the sacred mosque and performing Umrah, quite unjustly indeed. But the retaliation for this injustice can hardly be that Muslims now go about using their power to stop them from carrying out their Hajj rites. The Quran teaches that friend and foe should be treated equally on the scale of justice. It commands Muslims to do nothing but justice as a matter of obligation, no matter how deadly the enemy and no matter how serious the pain inflicted. That Islam guards the rights of enemies is certainly one of the peculiar qualities of Islam which does not answer one injustice by another. Rather, it elects to do justice in return. The Quranic principle of mutual cooperation and assistance, and help each other in righteousness and piety, and do not help each other in sin and aggression, and fear Allah. Surely Allah is severe at punishment. This is the last sentence of the second verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah. Here, the Holy Quran has given such a wise verdict on an elemental question of human life that it can be confidently taken as the moving spirit behind any reliable world order on which depends the prosperity and survival of all human beings. As such, acting in accordance with the Quranic principle of mutual cooperation and assistance is the only way to the betterment of the human beings. Every sensible person already realizes that things get done in our world through the cooperative efforts of all human beings. This is how the system keeps running. A solitary person, no matter how smart, powerful, or rich, cannot procure what he needs to sustain his life single-handedly. One lone person cannot go through all the stages of growing and processing his ready-to-eat food, nor can he cope up with the countless steps required in growing cotton, manufacturing cloth, and having a dress prepared to fit his measurements, nor can he move his things from one place to the other. Thus, it is not difficult to see that every human being needs hundreds and thousands of others to run his life. This mutual cooperation of theirs is what keeps the whole system going. Incidentally, this cooperation is not limited to the life of the world of our experience. It is also needed in the stages from death to burial, even beyond, when one remains depending upon those he left behind, and who may pray for his forgiveness, and do things the reward of which keeps reaching him after his death. Great is the majesty of Allah who, in his perfect wisdom and power, set up such a formidable system of this world, a system where every human being needs the other. The poor man needs the rich, while the richest of the rich need the poor worker to handle jobs with labor and skill. The traders need consumers, and consumers need traders. The homeowner needs a team of technicians having expertise in many areas in order to build a house, and they, in turn, need him. If this universal element of need was not there and mutual assistance remained dependent on moral superiority of persons and parties, just imagine who would have been working for whom. The whole thing would have fallen flat, for we have been seeing what has happened to common moral virtues and ethical values in this world of ours. Even if this division of labor could have been enforced as some law made by some government or international organization, the fate it would have met would have been no different than the fate of all sorts of laws proliferating in the many national and international forums of the world, where the law rests at peace and acts, while the bazaars and offices are run by shadow laws of bribery, nepotism, neglect of duty, and apathy of application. We have to salute the framework of doing things given to us by the wisest of the wise, the power of the powers, who placed in the hearts of people of different inclinations to have the ability and desire to run their lives with a particular line of work as its pivot. Had it been otherwise, and some international organization or a government chose to assign fields of work among people, making someone a carpenter, others iron mongers or janitors or managers of water and food supplies, who would have become so obedient to such commands from governments and institutions as to sacrifice all personal considerations and jump right into the line of work chosen for them. So it is Allah Almighty who has put into man's heart the inclination towards and liking for whatever work or role for which he has created him. Now he takes the service he is doing as his life work without any legal compulsion, and it is through this that he earns his living. The end product of this firmly established system is that all human needs are easily satisfied at the cost of small cash. It may be ready to eat food, or ready to wear clothes, or ready to use furniture or turn a home. One can buy all this at some affordable price. Without the benefit of this system, even a billionaire would have failed to acquire a single grain of wheat despite being ready to stake all his wealth. In order to visualize the outcome of this natural system, think of one of your stays in a hotel where you enjoy the benefit of so many things without blinking. Only if you were to analyze how this works, you will notice that the food you eat there is comprised of courses featuring eatables and seasonings from many countries, china and cutlery and furniture from many more, and managers, chefs, and stewards from still others. A tiny morsel of food which reaches your mouth is the result of the combined contribution of millions of machines, animals, and human beings, and it is only after that you have been able to pamper your palate. Take another example. You come out of the house to go to some place a few miles away. You may either cannot walk all that distance, or you do not have the time to do so. You find a taxi cab or a bus nearby without realizing that these vehicles have been assembled with components from many parts of the world and with drivers and conductors from as many. What things and what people stand there to wait on you and serve you? Just pay the fare and be on your way. No government has forced them to provide these for you. Working behind the scheme of things is a natural law ingrained into the human heart as a creational imperative by none but the great master of all hearts himself. Not far is the example of what the socialist countries did when they did away with this natural arrangement by taking over the function of telling people what they will do in their lives. In order to do this, they had to, first of all, do away with human freedom through coercion and injustice, resulting in the killing and imprisonment of thousands and thousands of people. Those who remained behind were coerced into working like the parts of a machine, as a result of which it can be conceded that production did increase at some places, But it must also be granted at the same time that this increase came at the cost of a gross demolition of the free choice of human beings. Thus, the deal did not turn out to be economical. Look at the natural arrangement in contrast. Here, everyone is free and restricted at the same time, restricted in the sense of being devoted to particular jobs and roles on the basis of natural dispensation of dispositions. Since this restriction or compulsion comes from nowhere but from natural disposition, nobody feels being coerced. People who would themselves come forward to do the toughest labor or the most menial job, people who would even make efforts to get such jobs, are found everywhere during all times. The same people would, if a government started forcing them to do these jobs, just start running away from it en masse. In a nutshell, the universal world order revolves around mutual cooperation. But let us not forget the other side of the picture, which is very much there. For example, if this mutual cooperation were to be seriously practiced to carry out activities of crime, theft, robbery, killing, and vandalization resulting in the powerful and organized associations of thieves and robbers, then this very mutual cooperation can destroy the whole system. This tells us that mutual cooperation is a two-edged sword which cannot only hurt you, but it can also knock out the universal order of things. Since the world we live in a mix of good and bad, it was not unlikely that people would start using the power of mutual cooperation to infest human society with crimes, killings, destruction, and general loss. Incidentally, this is no more a matter of likelihood. Instead, it is an open fact of life for the whole world to see. Thus, it was as a reaction to the situation that theorists of the world laid the foundation of groups and nations based on different ideologies in order to have security for themselves. The idea was to use the power of mutual cooperation in favor of a particular group or people by offering an allied defense against another group or people who attacked them. The formation of separate nations. According to Abd al-Karim al-Sharstani in Al-Mukhtasar, in the beginning, when human population was not much, 4 nations came into being in terms of east, west, north, and south. People living in each of these directions started taking themselves as one nation while taking others as other nations. And it was on this basis that they established their mutual cooperation. Later, when the population of the world became larger, the idea of nationalism and multilateralism on the basis of genealogy, family ties, and tribal affiliations became a working principle among peoples of all directions. The whole system of Arabia rested on the basis of such tribal and genealogical affinities, so much so that these were sufficient grounds to go to wars against each other. Banu Hashim was one nation, Banu Tamim was another, and Banu Quza'a still another. Among the Hindus in India, this division on the basis of the high caste and the low caste still persists unchanged. The modern period of European nations did nothing to retain their genealogical distinction, nor did they give any credence to the genealogical peculiarities of the rest of the world. When they gained ascendancy in the world, all genealogical and tribal groupings were eliminated. Separate nations were raised on the basis of regions, provinces, homelands, and languages, almost by placing a piece of humanity on each such altar. The fact is that this is the form that prevails in most parts of the world. The limit is that Muslims, too, of all the peoples, the least likely fell a victim to this modern voodoo of community organization. As if the division as Arabs, Turks, Iraqis, and Sintis were not enough, they went on dividing and subdividing themselves into Egyptians, Syrians, Hijazis, Najdis, Punjabis, Bengalis, and so many others who started identifying themselves as separate nations or nationalities or peoples. Since all affairs of their governments were run on this basis, regional or provincial prejudice went deep into their response patterns, and peoples of all regions or provinces began relating to each other on this basis that became their idea of mutual cooperation. The teaching of the Quran about nationalism and universalism. Then came the Holy Quran reminding human beings of the lesson they had forgotten. The initial verses of Surah Al-Ma'idah clearly declared that all human beings are the children of one father and mother. The noble prophet, Sayyidina Muhammad, made this all the more clear when he publicly announced during the famous address of his last Hajj that no Arab is superior to a non-Arab, nor a white to a black. Superiority depends on nothing but taqwa, on the fear of Allah and obedience to Him. It was this teaching of the Quran which gave the call of believers are brothers, Surah Al-Hijr, Ayah 10, and it was in one stroke that the jet blacks of Ethiopia were related to the Reds of Turkey and Byzantium, and the lineally less endowed non-Arabs to the Quraysh, Shi and Hashmi Arabs as brothers to each other. The concept of nation and brotherhood was established on the basis that those who believe in Allah and His Rasul are one nation, and those who do not so believe are the other. It was this foundation which cut asunder the family ties of Abu Jahl and Abu Lahab from the noble Prophet, while joining it with Sayyid ibn Abil, may Allah be pleased with him, from Ethiopia, and Sayyid ibn Suhaib, may Allah be pleased with him, from Byzantium. Finally came the proclamation of the Quran, Surah At-Takaban, Ayah 2. It means that Allah created all human beings, then they split in two groups, some became disbelievers and some others became believers. A practical demonstration of this Quranic classification was visible during the battles of Badr, Uhud, Ahzab, and Hunayn, when a blood brother, who elected to stay away from the obedience of Allah and His Rasul, found that his bond of mutual cooperation with his believing brother stood severed, and he could no longer escape the stroke of his believing brother's sword. Stated in the verse of the Quran cited above is this very principle of mutual cooperation and assistance. Being so reasonable and correct, it exhorts people to cooperate in deeds which are righteous and matters which are motivated by the fear of Allah, and forbids them from extending their cooperation to anything sinful and aggressive. Just consider that the noble Quran has not suggested here that one should cooperate with Muslim brothers and not with non-Muslims. Instead of that, it declares that righteousness and the fear of Allah are the basis on which cooperation is to be extended, for this is the real foundation on which rests any cooperation among Muslims themselves. It clearly means that no help is to be extended even to a Muslim brother if he is acting contrary to truth or is advancing towards injustice and aggression. Rather than help him in what is false and unjust, effort should be made to hold his hands against indulging in the false and the unjust, for this, in reality, is helping him at its best, so that his present life, as well as his life in the hereafter, is not ruined. According to a narration from Sayyidina Anas appearing in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari and Muslim, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, that is, help your brother, just or unjust. His companions, may Allah be pleased with him, who were soaked in the teaching of the Quran, were surprised. They asked, Ya Rasul Allah, O Messenger of Allah, as for helping the oppressed brother, that we understand. But what does helping the oppressor mean? He said, stop him from doing injustice, this is helping him. This teaching of the Quran helped establish that righteousness, and the fear of Allah, taqwa, are the real criterions on which it raised the edifice of Muslim nationalism, and to which it invited the peoples of the world as the common denominator of mutual cooperation and assistance. Contrary to this were sin and aggression, itham and adwan, which were declared to be serious crimes, and cooperation in these was prohibited. To describe the positive criterions, two separate words of and taqwa were used. According to a consensus of commentators, the word at this place means the doing of deeds which are good. This has been translated here as righteousness. The word taqwa means abstinence from what is evil. The word itham has been used here in an absolute sense, meaning sin and disobedience, whether it relates to rites or acts of worship. As for adwan, it lexically means the crossing of limits, that is, injustice and aggression. About cooperating in what is righteousness and the fear of Allah, the Holy Prophet, may Allah be pleased with him, said, which means, the reward of the person who shows someone the path of righteousness is very much the same as if it was taken personally. Ibn Kathir has reported this hadith with reference to Al-Bazar. In addition to that, it appears in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari that the Holy Prophet said that whoever invites people to true guidance and righteous conduct shall receive a reward equal to all those who would heed to the call and act right without the least cut from the reward of such people. As for the one who invites people to the path of error or sin, he or she will be earning the same amount of sin, fully equal to the sins of all those who got involved with the filth of sin because of the inviter to sin, without any decrease in the count of such sins. Citing Tabarani, reports Ibn Kathir, the Holy Prophet said that anyone who joins up with an unjust person to assist him goes out of the fold of Islam. It is on the basis of this guidance that the righteous elders of the community have strictly abstained from accepting any office or service in the courts of unjust rulers, for this amounts to assisting them in their acts of injustice. Tafsir Al-Ma'idah, while explaining the noble verse, I will never be a helper for the criminals, Surah Al-Qasas, Ayah 17, has reported a hadith in which the Holy Prophet has said that a call will go forth on the day of judgment, citing the oppressors and the unjust and their helpers, so much so that all those who have handled chores even as insignificant as setting up the pens and ink pots of the unjust and the oppressive will all be rammed into a steel coffin and thrown into the hell. This is the teaching of the Quran and Sunnah, which aimed at spreading the virtues of righteousness, justice, sympathy, and good mannerliness throughout the world by presenting every single individual of the community as a living herald and model of the truth, and conversely, In order to eradicate crimes, injustices, and oppressions, the same teaching had converted every member of the community into a kind of soldier who is bound to do his duty under all circumstances, whether watched or unwatched, because of the fear of Allah in his heart. The whole world saw the outcome of this wise teaching and grooming during the blessed period of the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, and their successors. Even in our day, when war threatens a certain country, departments of civil defense are established which impart some level of training for all its citizens. But nothing of this sort gets done when it comes to the eradication of crimes, to making people promoters of good and blockers of evil. It is obvious that an objective like this cannot be achieved by military parades or civil defense exercises. This is the ultimate art of living, which can only be learned and practiced in educational institutions which, unfortunately, seem to have become strangers to spiritual and social refinements. This is very much true about the great qualities of righteousness and the fear of Allah, which seem to be all banned in modern-day educational institutions, while the admittance of sin and high-handedness is all too open. What can the police do when a whole people throw away the concerns of the law, fall and the unlawful and the right and the wrong on their backs, and turn crime-oriented? Today we see the graph of crime rising. High theft, robbery, sexual offenses, killings and destructions are taking place everywhere. That the legal machinery can do nothing to root out these crimes is because of their failure to take advantage of the Quranic solution suggested above. That is, the governments are far removed from this Quranic system, and that they, particularly those who hold power into their hands, demur from adopting the principle of righteousness and the fear of Allah as the aim of their life, even though they have to face 1,000 other hardships as a result of such avoidance. It may be interesting if such deviationists would swallow their pride at least for once, even if this be on a trial basis. Let them then witness the spectacle of the power of Allah and how it blesses them and their people with good life filled with the best of peace and comfort. On the other side, there were the masses of people who took it for granted that the eradication of crimes is the exclusive responsibility of the government. In fact, they have become used to keeping crimes covered up. The idea of coming up with true witnesses to confirm truth and eliminate crime is no more a favored practice among them. Such people must understand that covering up the crime of the criminal and avoiding to put their witness on record is an abetment of crime which, according to the Holy Qur'an, is haram, unlawful, and a grave sin indeed. Furthermore, it is also a flagrant disobedience of the divine command, and help each other in righteousness and piety, and do not help each other in sin and aggression. Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 2.
Prohibited to you are dead animals, blood, the flesh of swine, and that which has been dedicated to other than Allah, and those animals killed by strangling, or by a violent blow, or by a headlong fall, or by the goring of horns, and those from which a wild animal has eaten, except what you are able to slaughter before its death, and those which are sacrificed on stone altars. And prohibited is that you seek decision through divining arrows. That is grave disobedience. This day those who disbelieve have despaired of defeating your religion. So fear them not, but fear me. This day I have perfected for you your religion, and completed my favor upon you, and have approved for you Islam as religion. But whoever is forced by severe hunger with no inclination to sin, then indeed Allah is forgiving and merciful.
Commentary. This is the third verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah, where a number of fundamental and subsidiary injunctions and rulings have been described. The first problem relates to lawful and unlawful animals. As for animals whose meat is harmful for human beings, whether physically, to it may pose the danger of disease in the human body, or spiritually, for it may hold the danger of spoilage in human morals or its many emotional states. These the Quran has classed as evil, declaring them to be unlawful. Then there are animals which have no physical or spiritual harmfulness. These the Quran has declared to be good, pure, and lawful. The first prohibition in this verse is that of dead animals. These refer to animals which die without having been slaughtered, either because of some sickness or because of their natural death. The meat of such dead animals is extremely harmful for human consumption, not simply medically, but spiritually as well. However, the Holy Prophet has exempted fish and locusts, as reported in a hadith narrated in the Musnad of Ahmad ibn Majah, Darqutni, and al-Bayhaqi, and elsewhere. The second thing declared unlawful in this verse is blood. By saying, or flowing blood, Surah Al-An'am, Ayah 145, in another verse of the Holy Quran, It was made clear that blood here means blood which flows. For this reason, liver and spleen, despite being blood, stand exempted from the purview of this injunction. The hadith referred to a little earlier, where fish and locust have been exempted from the purview of meta or carrion, also carries the exemption of liver and spleen from the definition of blood. The third thing declared unlawful is the flesh of swine. Lam or flesh means the whole body of the swine, which includes fat, ligaments, everything. The fourth prohibition is that of an animal which has been invoked upon with a name other than that of Allah, dedicated in this manner, or slaughtered, and at the time of slaughtering it as well, the act of invoking any name other than that of Allah will amount to flagrant shirk, which is the ascribing of partners, shares or associates in the pure divinity of Allah. This animal, thus slaughtered, shall fall under the injunction of a dead animal with the consensus of Muslim jurists. This is what was done by the disbelievers of Arabia when they slaughtered animals invoking the name of their idols, or as some ignorant people would do when they would slaughter animals in the name of some saint or savant. It is also possible that someone does invoke the name of Allah at the time of slaughtering, but actually offers it for one other than Allah, making that sacrifice for the pleasure of whatever that none Allah is. If so, this too, according to a consensus of Muslim jurists, is unlawful under the injunction of what has been invoked upon with a name other than that of Allah. The fifth category made unlawful is that of an animal which has been strangulated to death, or which has choked itself to death while struggling out of some trap. Though mankanika, dead by strangulation, and makwita, dead by blow, are included under the broad Quranic term of meta, carrion, but they have been mentioned here particularly because the people of Jahiliyyah took them to be permissible. The sixth category of animals is makwita, dead by blow. It means an animal which has been killed by some hard blow, the kind of blow that comes from being hit by a staff, rod, or rock. Should an arrow strike and kill its game in a manner that the arrow does not hit it with the sharp arrowhead, but does end up killing it just the same from the force of the blow itself, then this too will be counted as makwita and will, as such, be unlawful. Sayyidina ibn Haytham, may Allah be pleased with him, said to the Holy Prophet, "There are times when I hunt with an arrow heavy in the middle. If the game is killed with this arrow, can I eat it?" He said, "If the animal has been killed by a blow from the heavy side of the arrow, it is included under makwita, do not eat it. And if it has been hit by the sharp-edged point, and it has wounded the game, then you can eat it." Al-Jassas has reported this narration in Nakam al-Quran, citing his own chain of authorities. Here the condition is that the arrow should have been released from the bow after having said Bismillah. The game killed by gun bullet has also been ruled by Muslim jurists as included under the category of makwita, and is therefore unlawful. Imam al-Jassas reports from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, that he used to say, which means that an animal killed by gunshot is the makwita, therefore it is unlawful. Imams Abu Hanifa, Shafi, Malik, and others are all in agreement with this view. Al-Qutubi, the seventh category, is called al-Mutaradiyah, killed by a fall. It means that an animal which dies by falling from a mountain, mound, or a high building, or which dies by falling into a well or some similar depth, is also unlawful. Therefore, says a report from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, may Allah be pleased with him, if you see a game standing on top of a mountain, and you shoot your arrow at it after reciting Bismillah, and the hit of the arrow causes the game to fall down and die, then do not eat it. Because, here too, the probability exists that the animal did not die with a hit from the arrow. Maybe it died from the shock of the fall. If so, it will be counted under the category of mutaradia, dead by a fall. Similarly, if an arrow is shot at a bird, and it falls down in water, its eating has also been prohibited for the same reason that probability exists that the hunted bird had died by drowning. Al-Jass. It should also be noted that Sayyidina Adi ibn Haytham, may Allah be pleased with him too, has reported the same ruling from the Holy Prophet. Al-Jass. The eighth category is that of an adiya, dead by goring. It refers to an animal which has died in some collision, such as by bumping against a train or vehicle, or it has been gored by butting against another animal. The ninth category is of an animal which died when torn apart by some beast. After describing the unlawfulness of these 9 categories, an exception has been mentioned. It was said, it means, if you find any of these animals alive, and you slaughter it properly, then it becomes lawful, eating it is permissible. This exemption cannot be applied to the first 4 categories, because in meta, carrion, and dam, blood, the very possibility does not exist, and as for khinzir, swine, and what falls under mayuhila like garilla, what has been invoked upon with a name other than that of Allah, they are unlawful in themselves. Slaughtering or not slaughtering them is equally irrelevant. Therefore, there is a consensus of Sayyidina Ali ibn Abbas, Hassan al-Basri, Qatada, and other righteous elders on the view that this exemption applies to categories after the first four, that is, to the munkaneka, dead by strangulation, and what comes after it. So it comes to mean that, should the animal be found alive, under all these circumstances with commonly discernible signs of life, and slaughtered with the name of Allah while in the same condition, then it is lawful, whether dead by strangulation, dead by blow, dead by a fall, dead by goring, or that which a beast has eaten. Any of these slaughtered while sensing signs of life, and it shall become lawful. Under the 10th category, an animal which has been slaughtered at an altar is unlawful. The altar refers to slabs of rocks placed around the Kaaba, which the people of Jahiliyyah took as objects of worship, and they would bring animals near the altars and sacrifice them dedicated to these rock slabs. They thought it was worship. The people of Jahiliyyah used to eat all these kinds of animals which are evil. The Holy Quran declared all of them to be unlawful. The 11th practice declared unlawful in this verse is the determining of shares with arrows, al-istiqsam by al-azlam. The Arabic word al-azlam used in the Quran is the plural of zalam. This was an arrow used to determine shares during the days of Jahiliyyah. They were 7 in number. One would have yes and the other would have no, or some similar words written on them. These arrows were kept in the custody of the keeper of the Kaaba. When someone wanted his fortune told, or wished to find out whether doing something in the future will be beneficial or harmful, they would go to the keeper of the Kaaba, present money give to him in anticipation of his service, who would then take out these arrows from the quiver one by one. If the arrow so drawn turned out to be the one with the word yes on it, they thought that doing what they wanted to do was beneficial, and if the arrow drawn had a no on it, they drew the conclusion that they should not do what they wanted to do. The reason why this has been mentioned in the context of unlawful animals is that small groups of pagan Arabs used to have a joint slaughter of a camel or some other animal, but rather than divide up shares from the meat to all participants in accordance with the number of shares originally subscribed to, they would decide it by drawing these arrows. Obviously, by doing that, someone would remain totally deprived, someone else would get too much, and there would be someone getting less than what was his right. Therefore, the unlawfulness of this procedure was explained along with the unlawfulness of animals. Ulama say that all methods used to divine future happenings or to find out what is gaib, unseen, whether divination through numbers, ilm Jafar or Jafar, or palm reading, or the taking of omen, fall under the injunction of determining shares with arrows. The Arabic term for determining shares with arrows is sometimes used for kimmer or gambling as well, wherein rights are determined by the methods of lots or lottery. This too is haram, unlawful, on the authority of the Quran, which prohibits it under the name Maysir, gambling. Therefore, righteous early elders said Ibn Jubair, Mujahid, and Al-Shabai said that the way the pagan Arabs used arrows to determine shares, people of Persia and Asia Minor used chessmen and pieces of backgammon for the same purpose. They all fall under the injunction about arrows. After explaining the unlawfulness of determining shares with arrows, Al-Tafsir al-Majari has particularly pointed out that the Quranic statement, "This is sin," which follows immediately after this injunction, means that this method of divination or determining of shares is an act of sin which leads people astray. After that it was said, "Today those who disbelieve have lost hopes of damaging your faith. So do not fear them and fear me." This verse was revealed to the Holy Prophet on the day of Arafah of the last Hajj in the 10th year of Hijrah. This was a time when the conquest of Mecca and almost of all Arabia was complete. Islamic law prevailed all over the peninsula. Thereupon, reference was made to the assessment of disbelievers that Muslims were much lower in number as against them, and that they were weak too, based on which they planned to eliminate them. Now that they do not have those ambitions anymore, nor do they have the power to pose a challenge, Muslims have been asked to feel secure against them and go on to spend their energy in obeying and worshipping their Lord. Today, I have perfected your religion for you, and have completed my blessing upon you, and chosen Islam as din for you. The combination of circumstances in which this verse was revealed is special. Imagine, this is the day of Arafah, the foremost day out of the days of the entire year, and by chance this Arafah fell on a Jummah, Friday, the merits of which are well known. The place is nothing less than the plain of Arafat, close to the Mount of Mercy, Jabal ar-Rahmah, which on the day of Arafah is the chosen spot of the incessant descent of mercy from Allah Almighty. The time is after Asr, which is a blessed time even during normal days. especially so on Friday, wherein comes the hour when prayers are answered, as confirmed by many authentic reports, and this is the time for it. And this being the day of Arafah as well, it is all the more likely that prayers shall be answered particularly at this hour and time. This is the largest and the first great gathering of Muslims for their Hajj. Participating in it are some 150,000 noble Sahaba, the companions, may Allah be pleased with them all. And present with his companions is the Holy Prophet, who is the very mercy of all universes, sitting on his mount, the she-camel, and that under the legendary Mount of Mercy, busy with his wuquf in Arafat, now a great basic rite of Hajj. It is under the canopy of these blissful merits and blessings and mercies that this verse is being revealed to the Holy Prophet. What witnesses to this spectacle, the noble companions said, when this verse came in the mode of wahi, revelation to the Holy Prophet, what happened was what had transpired earlier too. The weight released by the descending revelation could be perceived as the she-camel was crouching under that weight, so much so that she was compelled to sit down. Sayyidina Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, says that this verse is almost the last verse of the Holy Qur'an. No verse dealing with ahkam, injunctions, was revealed after that. The only exception here is that of some verses of persuasive nature which have been identified as having been revealed after this verse. After the revelation of this verse, the Holy Prophet lived in this mortal world for only 81 days, for this verse was revealed on the 9th day of Dhul Hijjah in the Hijra year 10, and it was on the 12th day of the month of Rabi' al-Awwal in the 11th year of Hijra that the Holy Prophet departed from this mortal world. That this verse was revealed in such elegant setting with a very special concern has its secret in a message it conveys, which is a great news, a solemn reward, and an abiding hallmark of distinction for Islam and Muslims and for the Ummah at large. In a nutshell, the message is that the ultimate standard of true faith and divine blessing which was to be bequeathed to human beings in this world has reached its perfection on that great day. This is, so to say, the climax of the divine blessings in the shape of the true faith which began with Sayyidina Adam and continued in later times when the children of Adam in every period and every area kept receiving a part of this blessing in proportion to their prevailing conditions. Today, that faith and that blessing in its final form has been bestowed upon the last of the prophets, the Rasul of Allah, and to his Ummah. It goes without saying that this bestowal primarily highlights the excellence and distinction of the last and the foremost prophet, Sayyidina Muhammad al-Mustafa, among the community of prophets, messengers, and apostles. But it also proves that the Ummah has a distinct status among other traditional communities. This is why some Jewish scholars came to Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, and told him, "Your Quran has a verse which, if it was revealed to Jews, would have given them an occasion to celebrate its revelation through a festival." Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, asked, "Which verse is that?" They, in response, recited this very verse. Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "Yes, we know where and when this verse was revealed." The hint was that the particular day was a day of doubled rejoicing, Eid for Muslims, one for Arafah and the other for Jummah, Friday, the Islamic principle of celebrating festive occasions. This reply given by Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, also carries a hint towards a cardinal Islamic principle which, of all peoples and religions of the world, is the hallmark of Islam alone. It is common knowledge that peoples from every nation and every religious group commemorate their particular historical events conditioned by their respective self-view. Such days which return each year acquire the status of a major festival with them. Somewhere the celebration is about the birth or death anniversary of a great person. Elsewhere it would be a day of coronation, or the day of the conquest of some country or city, or some acclaimed historical event. The net outcome of all such celebrations is no more than increasing the image of particular individuals. Islam is against the cult of personality. It has bypassed the customs of the age of ignorance by eliminating the commemoration of persons and by introducing the commemoration of principles and objectives as standard practice. Sayyidina Ibrahim, the patriarch of prophets, was given the title of Friend of Allah. The Holy Quran paid tributes to him on his success against trials. The verse, "And when his Lord put Ibrahim to a test with certain words, and he fulfilled them," Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 124, means exactly this. But no anniversary of his birth or death was ever celebrated, nor that of his son, Ismail, nor that of his mother, nor any kind of memorial was established to perpetuate their memory. Of course, there were things of significance in their deeds, things related to the objectives of religion and faith. This legacy was worth the best of preservation and commemoration, and this legacy was not only preserved but made mandatory for all succeeding generations as an obligatory part of their religion and faith. Sacrifice, circumcision, running between the hills of Safa and Marwa, throwing pebbles at 3 places in Mina. All these are living, ever-reminding monuments to the deeds of the same righteous elders which they performed by sacrificing their personal desires and natural needs, aiming for nothing but the pleasure of Allah Almighty. Right there in these deeds there is a lesson for all peoples of all times that human beings should sacrifice everything, even the dearest of the dear, for the good pleasure of Allah. So this was how Islam abstained from celebrating days devoted to the birth and death of prominent men or women, no matter how great, or the days highlighting their personal lives and times. Celebrated instead were days centered around their deeds, especially those pertaining to some particular act of worship. For example, Laylatul Bara'ah, the night of deliverance from sin; Ramadan al-Mubarak, the blessed month of Ramadan; Laylatul Qadr, the night of power; Yom al-Arafah, the day of Arafah; Yom al-Ashura, the day of Ashura, etc. As for the well-known Muslim festival of rejoicing, it was limited to only 2, and that too was made purely religious in nature. The first Eid al-Fitr, was set in between at the end of the month of Ramadan al-Mubarak and at the beginning of the Hajj months, while the second Eid al-Adha, was appointed to be celebrated after the completion of the Hajj pilgrimage. To sum up, let us return to the reply given by Ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, which so succinctly declared that Eids in Islam do not follow historical events as among Jews and Christians. This was the custom of Jahiliyyah, the first age of ignorance, when the passing of some major historical event would be turned into a festival. Now, as witnesses to the modern age of ignorance, we can see how widespread this urge to celebrate has become. The limit is that Muslims themselves have started imitating other nations, indulging in practices contrary to their way. Christians started celebrating a festival commemorating the birth of Sayyidina with their example before them. Some Muslims introduced another Eid, the festival of the birth of the Holy Prophet, may peace be upon him, and the blessings of Allah, devoting a day to take out processions on streets with activities neither reasonable nor valid, and filling a night with displays of lamps and lights. They took this to be an act of worship. For this there is no basic justification in the words and deeds of the Sahaba, the noble companions, or the Tabi'in, the successors to the companions, or the large body of the righteous elders of the Muslim community. The truth of the matter is that this practice of celebrating days would pass with nations which lack individuals with superior merits and achievements. When lucky, they would find a couple or few suitable enough with a record of something special they may have done, and commemorating them would become a matter of national pride for them. If this custom of celebrating days were to be practiced in Islam, we would have to begin with more than 120,000 prophets, each of whom has a big roster of wonderful achievements to his credit. Celebrating the birthday of and commemorating the achievements of each would be very much in order. After past prophets, peace be upon them, let us move to the last of them and look at his pure and pristine life. When you do that, there would not remain even one day which could turn out to be devoid of one or the other achievement which deserves to be celebrated. From his childhood to his youth, he was an epitome of moral perfections, or a paradigm of virtues, as termed by some modern Muslim writers in the West, whereby he was considered the most trustworthy person in the whole country of Arabia. Are these embellishments not worthy enough for Muslims to celebrate? Then there is the revelation of the Holy Qur'an, the event of Hira, the battle of Badr and Uhud and Khandak and Hunain and Tabuk, and the conquest of Makkah. Add to these all other battles in which the Holy Prophet participated. Each deserves a celebration. Similarly, there are thousands of his miracles. Each one of them needs commemoration. One needs insight to look at the life of the Holy Prophet, which would bring an honest person to come to the conclusion that his good life, not just a day from it, rather every hour in it, is most worthy of being commemorated, celebrated, and rejoiced in. After the Holy Prophet, think of some 120,000 of his noble companions, each one of whom is really a living miracle of their master. Would it not be unjust to ignore them and avoid celebrating their achievements? If we pursue this practice still further on, we shall be looking at those who follow after the noble companions, righteous elders, men of Allah, scholars, masters, and guides, whose number would shoot up to millions. If commemorative days have to be celebrated, how could one leave them out? Would it not be an injustice to them, or a failure to recognize intellectual merit or spiritual excellence? And if, left with not much choice, Muslims were to decide to celebrate memorial days for everyone, they would have a calendar of activities, all full of celebrations, with no day free. In fact, they would have to celebrate several commemorations, festivals, and Eids every hour of every day. No wonder the Prophet of Islam and all his companions ignored this custom as outmoded pagan practice from the days of Jahiliyyah. Say Ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, the second Caliph of Islam, may Allah be pleased with him, alludes to this very approach in his policy statement made before the Jews. Understanding important meanings of the verse. This verse carries the good news that Allah has given to the noble Prophet and his community three rewards: perfection of faith, completion of divine blessing, and the Sharia of Islam as the chosen way for the Muslim community. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him and others with him, explained that perfection of faith refers to the perfection of all limits, obligations, injunctions, and refinements in personal and social behavior as necessary for the true faith. Now there is no need to add to it, nor there remains any probability of a shortfall, Surah Al-Ma'idah. For this reason, no new injunction from among the total corpus of injunctions was revealed after this. As already pointed out earlier, the few verses which were revealed later on carry either some subjects of persuasion or were a reiteration of injunctions already revealed. What has been said here is not contrary to the function of the most authentically qualified jurists of Islam, mujtahid imams, through which they could explicate and elaborate injunctions of the Sharia related to new and unprecedented events and circumstances, as based on their highest possible effort and judgment ijtihad. The reason is simple, because the Holy Qur'an, which has laid down the limits and obligations of religious injunctions, has also, at the same time, determined the principles of ijtihad. Pursuant to this authority, all rules and regulations deduced by ijtihad right through the last day will be considered as if they are, in a way, the very injunctions of the Qur'an itself, because they are subordinate to the principles given by the Qur'an. To sum up, we can say that perfection of faith, as explained by Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, is the perfection of all injunctions of the faith. It needs no addition, while the probability of any shortfall through abrogation just does not exist, because, soon after, the ongoing process of wahi, revelation, was to be discontinued following the passing away of the Holy Prophet from this mortal world, and no injunction of the Holy Qur'an can be abrogated without a divine revelation, wahi. As for the apparent multiplicity of sub-injunctions that generated from jurists under the principle of ijtihad was, in reality, no multiplicity as such. It was, rather, the explication and elaboration of the Quranic injunctions. Completion of blessing means the rise of Muslims and the fall of their antagonists, which was manifested through the conquest of Makkah, the eradication of the customs of Jahiliyyah, and through the absence of all disbelievers from the Ayaj that year. The words of the Qur'an used here show that ikmal, perfection, has been coupled with din, faith, while the word itmam, completion, goes with naima, blessing, though both words are obviously synonymous and are generally used interchangeably. But in fact, there is a difference in the sense they both carry. This has been explained by Imam Raghib al-Isfahan in his Mufradat al-Quran by saying that the ikmal and takam, perfection, of something means that the purpose and objective behind it has been accomplished. Perfection of something carries exactly the same sense in English, especially at a time when spoken of as al-noun today, and the verse already indicates. The other word, itmam, completion, means that nothing else is needed anymore. Thus, perfection of faith tells us that the purpose of sending divine law and the injunctions of faith into this world stands fulfilled and perfected today, and completion of blessing means that Muslims do not have to depend on anyone anymore. Allah has Himself given them supremacy, power, authority. They can use these to promulgate and implement the imperatives and injunctions of this true faith. Also noteworthy here is the arrangement in the verse where din, faith, has been attributed to Muslims, while the attribution of ni'mah, blessing, is towards Almighty Allah. This is because din, faith, is demonstrated by what the members of the community do, while the consummation of ni'mah, blessing, is directly from Almighty Allah. Ibn al-Qayyim, Tafsir, the meanings as established here also clarify that the perfection of faith today does not mean that, earlier, the faith of the blessed prophets was imperfect. Quite contrary to that, the din, faith, of every prophet and messenger was perfect and complete in terms of the relevant period of time. Tafsir al-Bar al-Muhit with reference to al-Kafil al-Marwazi. In other words, it means that the period in which a law or faith was sent by Allah to a prophet, it was in itself perfect and complete for that period, and for the people who belonged to it. But the future projection that the faith quite perfect for that period, and its people will not remain perfect for later periods and peoples, was already there in the ultimate knowledge of Almighty Allah. He knew that it would be abrogated, and another faith and law will take its place. This is contrary to the case of the Sharia of Islam, which was sent last of all, since it is perfect from all sides and angles. It is neither specified for any particular time, nor is it restricted to any particular area, country, or people. Instead of all that, Islam is a Sharia which is perfect and complete for every period and every area and every people for all times to come, right up till the last day. The third reward which has been bestowed upon the Muslim community through this verse is that Allah has, by His creational prerogative, authority and wisdom, chosen the faith of Islam for this ummah, which is perfect and complete in all its aspects and on which depends the ultimate salvation. Certainly great was the message this verse gave to the Muslim community, which was thus blessed with the finest gift they could ever dream of, the gift of the Din of Islam, the last and the most perfect faith, after which there is no faith to come, and in which there shall be no addition or deletion. When this verse was revealed, Muslims had good reason to be jubilant about Allah's mercy which descended upon them in that manner. But Sa'id ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, was found in tears. The Holy Prophet asked him the reason for his tears. He replied, "This verse seems to indicate that now your stay in this world is very short, because with the perfection of Islam, the need of a Rasul to be present also stands fulfilled." The Holy Prophet agreed with him. Tafsir ibn Kathir and Al-Bar al-Muhit time showed that the Holy Prophet departed from this mortal world only after 81 days. This event took place. Unlawfulness of animals, exception under compulsion. Towards the end of the verse, the statement, "But whoever is compelled by severe hunger with no way out," relates to animals, the unlawfulness of which has been mentioned in the earlier part of the verse. The purpose of the sentence is to exclude a particular condition from the general rule. If a person is subjected to severe hunger to a point where death becomes likely, then, under this condition, were he to eat a little from unlawful animals mentioned in the verse, there will be no sin on him. But the condition is that the purpose of such eating should not be to have one's fill or to enjoy it. Instead of doing that, one should eat just about what would remove the state of compulsion. This is exactly what the words, "having no inclination to sin," following immediately mean, that is, this act should be free from any inclination to commit a sin. Contrary to that, the purpose should only be limited to get relief from the excruciating state of compulsion. Towards the end of the verse, the statement, "To Allah is most forgiving, very merciful," makes a pointed reference to the fact that these unlawful things are still unlawful as they already were, but only such a person has been given leave because of the state of compulsion he may be in.
They ask you, O Muhammad, what has been made lawful for them. Say, lawful for you are all good foods, and game caught by what you have trained of hunting animals, which you train as Allah has taught you. So eat of what they catch for you, and mention the name of Allah upon it, and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is swift in account.
Lawful and unlawful animals were mentioned in preceding verses. An answer to a question on the same subject appears in the present verse. Some companions had asked the Holy Prophet about the rule governing hunting with the help of a trained dog and falcon. Given in this verse is an answer to that question. Commentary. To make an animal lawful when hunted through a dog or falcon, 4 conditions have been mentioned in the question and its answer appearing above. These are: the dog or falcon should be taught, trained, and disciplined. Functional principle given here is that the dog should have been groomed in a manner that it should, when released at the prey, catch it and bring it back to you, not that it starts eating it. As for a falcon, the rule set was that it should immediately return when called by you, even if it was chasing the prey. When so trained, it will prove that these beasts of prey hunt for you and not for themselves. Now the animal hunted by these beasts of prey will be considered your own. And if they act against this training once in a while, for example, the dog itself starts eating the prey, or the falcon does not return at your call, then this game is not yours anymore, therefore, eating it is not permissible. The second condition is that you should release the dog or falcon immediately at your choice and will, not that they dash after some game and hunt it on their own. In the verse under discussion, this condition has been made to come out clearly by the use of the word muqallidin. Lexically, this word is a derivation from taklib, which basically means the training of dogs. Later, it also came to be used in the sense of training beasts of prey and releasing them after the game. The author of the famous Tafsir Jalalain explains it in the sense of Ursul, sent after, which means releasing after the game. This view has been reported in Tafsir Al-Qur'an by as well. The third condition is that the beasts of prey do not themselves start eating the game instead. They should bring it to you. This condition has been explained through what they hold for you. The fourth condition is, when you release the dog or the falcon after the game, do it after saying Bismillah, with the name of Allah. When these conditions stand fulfilled, The game, if dead before it reaches you, will still be lawful with no need to slaughter. If otherwise, it will not be lawful for you unless slaughtered. With Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, there is a fifth condition as well, that this beast of prey should have also wounded the game. A hint towards this condition is embedded in the word al-jawari, birds and beasts of prey, which also means animals which wound or injure. Ruling. This injunction covers wild animals out of one's possession and control. In case a wild animal has been captured, it will not become lawful without having been properly slaughtered. Finally, at the end of the verse, there comes the instruction that hunting through a beast of prey has no doubt been made lawful by Almighty Allah, but it is not permissible to ignore salah and other necessary religious obligations for the sake of having fun chasing game.
This day all good foods have been made lawful, and the food of those who were given the scripture is lawful for you, and your food is lawful for them. And lawful in marriage are chaste women from among the believers, and chaste women from among those who were given the scripture before you, when you have given them their due compensation, desiring chastity, not unlawful sexual intercourse or taking secret lovers. And whoever denies the faith, his work has become worthless, and he in the hereafter will be among the losers.
Commentary. In the first verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah, the lawfulness of domestic animals such as the goat, cow and buffalo has been described. The third verse has a detail of 9 kinds of unlawful animals. From that detail to the opening sentence of the present verse, we come to know in summation the essentials of the lawfulness and unlawfulness of animals, as well as its operating standard and rule. The verse opens with the words, "This day, good things have been made lawful for you." Here, this day means the day on which this verse and those before it have been revealed, that is, the day of Arafah in the last Hajj of hair. The sense is that the way your faith has been made perfect, and the blessing of Allah stands completed for you on this day. Very similarly, good things from Allah, which were already lawful for you, have been allowed to stay lawful forever. The probability that the injunction could be withdrawn does not exist anymore because the ongoing process of revelation was to be discontinued. This sentence mentions the lawfulness of good things. But another verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 157, made lawful for them are good things and made unlawful for them are evil things. Here, by placing at Yabat, good things against Al-Khabith, impure things, the reality of both words has been made clear. Lexically, things good, pure, clean and delightful are called at Yabat, and in contrast, Al-Khabith is used to denote things which are evil and disgusting. Therefore, the sentence of the verse stresses that everything good, pure and beneficial has been made lawful for human beings, and everything disgusting and harmful has been made unlawful. The reason is that human beings are not like animals whose purpose of life is limited to eating, drinking, sleeping, waking, being no more than a sort of live, die cycle. Nature has made them the master of the universe for some special purpose, and that cannot be achieved without having high and pure morals. Therefore, immoral human beings would really not deserve to be counted as human beings. That is why the Holy Qur'an has said about such people, that is, they are like cattle, rather more astray. Now, if we accept that the humanity of human beings depends on the betterment of their morals, it will become necessary to concede that they must be made to totally abstain from everything which leads to the corruption of human morals. Everyone knows how environment and society affect human morals. When things outside can do that to human morals, just imagine what would be the effect of things which go inside the human body, for what becomes a part of the human body must affect its ethical behavior. Therefore, caution must necessarily be observed in all foods and drinks. And let us keep in mind that unlawful income from theft, robbery, bribery, interest, gambling, and evils like that, once it becomes part of anyone's body, will inevitably remove one farther from humanity and nearer to satanic nature. Hence, says the Holy Qur'an, O messengers, eat from good things made lawful as sustenance, and do righteous deeds. Surah Al-Mu'minun, Ayah 51. Here, the command to be righteous in deeds refers itself back to the command to eat from what is halal, lawful, because without eating halal, righteous deeds cannot be imagined. This consideration is very important, especially in the case of meat, which becomes an integral part of the human body. One has to be most cautious and guard against the possibility of non-halal meat entering his system through food and go on to spoil his morals. Similar is the case of meat, which is physically harmful for human beings as the carrier of bacteria causing disease and death. Everyone knows that abstention from such meat is necessary. As for things declared evil by the Sharia of Islam, These are definitely agents of corruption for the human body, or the soul, or both. Since they are dangerous for human life and morals, they were made unlawful. As opposed to this, good things, that contribute to the nurture and flowering of the human body, soul, and moral, so they were made lawful. In this way, this brief sentence of the Quran has given to us the philosophy and ground rules of the lawful and the unlawful, so to say, in a nutshell. Now, as to which things are pure, beneficial and desirable, and which others are impure, harmful and disgusting, the real decision of the matter lies with the desire and aversion of one's inherent good taste. This is the reason why animals declared unlawful by Islam have been considered impure and disgusting by people of good taste during every period of time, for instance, carrion and blood. Nevertheless, there come occasions when custom-based ignorance overpowers good taste, and when the fine line between good and bad fades out, or the evil in some things is concealed. In such situations, the decision of the prophets, peace be on all of them, is the guiding and binding authority for everyone. The reason is that the noble prophets are the foremost in common sense, decency, goodness, and taste among human beings. They were specially gifted by Almighty Allah with an intrinsically sound and balanced nature, and He Himself took the responsibility of their nurture and grooming. One might say that they rose to be what they were under a divine security shield manned by angels, which saw to it that their minds and hearts and morals would never be affected by any evil environment. So things they took as evil are really evil, and what they found to be good is really good. In Hajjatullah al-Balaka, Shah Waliullah says that all animals declared unlawful by the Sharia of Islam, when observed closely, will all fit compactly under two principles. 1. Animal is evil by its nature and disposition. 2. The method of slaughtering the animal is wrong, as a result of which it will be considered dead, made a carrion, not slaughtered. In the 3rd verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah, things called unlawful are 9 in number. Out of these, the swine is part of the first kind, the rest of the 8 are in the second. By saying, He allows them as lawful what is good and pure and prohibits them from what is bad and impure. Surah Al-Araf, Ayah 157 Ayah, revealed, Madinah. The Holy Quran declares the general rule that all evil animals are unlawful. For details, the Holy Quran points out to some clearly, for instance, the flesh of swine and flowing blood. The enumeration of the rest was entrusted to the Holy Prophet. One sign of an animal being evil he gave was that a people could have been punished by having been transformed into the form of an animal. This indicates that the particular animal is evil by its very nature, as divine wrath transformed it into an animal. For example, says the Holy Quran, which means that some peoples have been transformed into swines and monkeys as punishment. This proves that both these kinds of animals are evil by nature. They, even if slaughtered, would still not become lawful. Then there are animals whose very doings and likings are sufficient for people of natural disposition to sense the evil inside them. For instance, there are beasts who live by injuring, tearing, and eating other animals, a hard-hearted lifestyle indeed. Therefore, when someone asked about a wolf from the Holy Prophet, he said, "Can a human being eat it?" Similarly, there are many animals among crawlers and flyers whose very nature is to hurt or snatch away things, for instance, the snake, scorpion, house lizard, fly, or kite, and falcon, and others like them. So the Holy Prophet set the rule that animals among beasts which tear animals apart with teeth, such as the lion and the wolf and others of their kind, and animals among birds such as the falcon and the hawk and others of their kind which hunt with their claws, are all unlawful, or animals which are by nature mean and low or get themselves defiled with impurities, such as the rat, or animals which eat carrion, or the donkey and similar others, all fall under the category of animals the physical properties and harmfulness of which is readily sensed by any human being with a normal mind and temperament. To recapitulate, we can say that the animals which have been made unlawful under the Sharia of Islam are of two kinds, those intrinsically evil and those which are not evil by themselves, but they have not been slaughtered following the method of slaughtering animals ordained by Almighty Allah. This includes all other options, such as the animal was not slaughtered at all but was killed by shot or blow, or the act of slaughtering did take place, but rather than pronounce the name of Allah on it, a name other than that of Allah was recited, or just no name was pronounced by knowingly omitting the name of Allah at the time of slaughter. Such dibby or slaughter is equally untrustworthy and invalid in view of the Sharia. In fact, this is very much like having killed an animal without proper slaughter. Something worth attention here is that everything one eats and drinks comes to him as a blessing from Allah, But excepting the animals, no restriction has been imposed on cooking or eating anything from them other than that which would make it necessary for you to say Allahu Akbar or Bismillah invariably before cooking and eating, as if that food would not be lawful without it. At the most, the saying of Bismillah at the time of eating and drinking anything has been classified as desirable or recommended, mustahab, acts the neglect of which is not punished by Allah, but the performance of which is rewarded. Contrary to this is the matter of animals, for it has been made necessary wajib, that the name of Allah be invoked while slaughtering them, and if anyone were to leave out the name of Allah at the time of the slaughter, the animal was declared to be carrion and unlawful. It is the wisdom behind it. A little deliberation makes it clear that the lives of all living beings are equal in a way. Therefore, the act of one life form whereby another life form is slaughtered and exterminated should, obviously, be not permissible. Now, for those it has been made permissible, it is a major reward from Allah. That is why the realization of the presence of this divine blessing, and the expression of gratitude for it has been made necessary at the time of slaughtering the animal. This is contrary to the case of things like grains and fruits. Their very growth is for the sole purpose that human beings use them up to fulfill their needs. Therefore, the saying of Bismillah only whenever used has been placed at the level of being desirable. Mustahab, it has not been made necessary. Wajib, a duty which, if not done, brings punishment. There is yet another reason. There was a lingering custom from the days of Jahiliyyah that disbelievers used to pronounce the names of their idols while slaughtering animals. The Sharia of Islam transformed this un-Islamic custom into a wonderful act of worship by making it necessary to invoke the name of Allah instead. This was functionally the most appropriate strategy, that some correct name instead of the false one be proposed. Otherwise it would have been difficult to wean people away from ongoing customs and habits. The slaughter of the people of the book, the second sentence of the verse is, and the food of the people of the book is lawful for you, and your food is lawful for them. According to the consensus of Sahaba and Tabi'in, the companions and their successors, the word ta'am, food, at this place means properly slaughtered animals. Dabia, this is what has been reported from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, Abu ad-Darda, Ibrahim, Qatada, al-Sadi, Dahak and Mujahid. May Allah be pleased with them all, Al-Ma'ani and Al-Jassas, because in foods of all other kinds, the people of the book and the idolaters and all other disbelievers are just the same as bread, flour, lentils, beans, rice, fruits, and similar other eatables need no slaughtering. For Muslims, eating that kind of food, of course, when procured by any lawful means, is permissible, and conversely, when they procure it from Muslims, it is lawful for them. Thus, the essence of the sentence is that the dabiha, properly slaughtered animal, of the people of the book is lawful for Muslims, and the dabilqa, properly slaughtered animal, of Muslims is lawful for the people of the book. At this point, there are some issues which should be considered. First of all, who are the people of the book in the terminology of the Quran and Sunnah? What does book mean? And is it also necessary that, in order to be regarded as the people of the book, these people believe in and act according to their book, correctly and faithfully? Here it is obvious that the book cannot be taken in its literal sense, that is, any written page. It can only mean a particular book which has come from Allah. Therefore, there's a consensus of Muslim Ummah that book could only mean a particular scripture about which there exists a certitude that, confirmed by the Holy Quran, it is the book of Allah. For instance, the Torah, Evangel, Zabur, Psalms, and other scriptures of Sayyidina Musa and Ibrahim. Therefore, peoples and nations which believe in some book and claim for it the status of a divine revelation, and which does not stand proof through the certain sources of the Quran and Sunnah, shall not be included under the term of the people of the book. For example, the disbelievers of Makkah, the magicians or the Zoroastrians, the idol-worshipping Hindus, the Buddhists, Aryans, Sikhs, and many others. This tells us that the Jews and Christians, who are believers of the Torah and the Evangel, are included within the Quranic terminology of the people of the book. The Sabians, a third people, cannot be identified precisely. Those who think that they believed in the Psalms of David, Zabur, are inclined towards including them too among the people of the book. Those who were convinced that they had nothing to do with the Psalms take them to be star worshippers. They group them together with the idolaters and Magians. However, the Jews and Christians are the ones who are called the people of the book by universal agreement. Now we can return to the gist of the Quranic injunction, that is, the dabiya, slaughter, of Jews and Christians is hell for Muslims, and the dabiya of Muslims is hell for them. As for the need to first determine the basis of calling and understanding the Jews and Christians as the people of the book, one may ask, is it bound with the condition that they should genuinely believe in the original Torah and Evangel and act in accordance with these? or even those who follow the altered Torah and Evangel, and those who ascribe to Sayyidina Isa and Sayyida Maryam, may Allah bless them both, partnership in the divinity of God, shall be deemed as included among the people of the book? The answer is that it is quite evident from the many clarifications of the Quran that for a people to be from the people of the book, it is quite enough that they accept and believe in a scripture and claim to follow it irrespective of how much astray they may have gone while following it. Those to whom the Holy Quran gave the title of the people of the book were also those about whom it said at several places that these people distort their scriptures. Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 13. It also said that the Jews took Sayyidina Uzair as the son of God, and the Christians did the same to Sayyidina Masih. Surah At-Tawbah, Ayah 30. When, despite what they were and what they did, the Holy Quran insisted on calling them the people of the book, it becomes evident that unless the Jews and Christians were to abandon Judaism and Christianity totally, they shall continue to be the people of the book, no matter how involved in false beliefs of their religion and dark doings they may be. Imam al-Jassas, may Allah have mercy on him, reports in Ahkam al-Quran that during the Khilafah of Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, one of his governors wrote to him for advice. He said that there were some people in his area who recited the Torah and observed the Sabbath like the Jews, but they did not believe in Qiyamah, the last day. He wanted to know how he was supposed to deal with such people. Sayyidina Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, wrote back telling him that they will be taken as a sect of the people of the book after all. Atheist Jews and Christians are not the people of the book. These days a very large number of people in Europe and elsewhere who are listed in the census records as Jews and Christians do not really believe in the existence of God and, for that matter, do not subscribe to any institutionalized religion. They do not accept the Torah and Evangel as scriptures, nor do they have faith in Sayyidina Musa and Isa, Moses and Jesus, may peace be upon them, as prophets or messengers of Allah. It is obvious that such people cannot be counted as included under the injunction governing the people of the book simply because their names are listed as Jews and Christians in the census records. When Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, said that the slaughter of some Christians of Arabia is not halal, he gave a reason. He said that those people believe in nothing but drinking. His words, as reported by Ibn al-Jawzi, are being cited below. Do not eat from the animals slaughtered by the Christians belonging to Bani Taghlib, for they have taken nothing from the Christian faith except the drinking of wine. Narrated by al-Shafi'i with sound authority. Al-Tafsir al-Majari, p. 34v. 3. Al-Ma'idah. Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, prohibited the slaughter of the Christians of Bani Taghlib because, according to his information, they were libertines, not Christians. However, the majority of Sahaba and Tabi'in found out that these people too were like common Christians and had never rejected their faith. Therefore they ruled that the slaughter of these people was also lawful. Al-Qutabal says in his commentary, the majority of the Muslim jurists are of the opinion that the dabya of Christians is lawful, whether from Bani Taghlib or from some other tribe or group. Similarly, the dabya of every Jew is also lawful. Tafsir al-Qutubi, in short, Christians about whom there is confirmed and certain information that they do not believe in the very existence of God or do not accept Sayyidina Musa and Isa as prophets, will not be included under the injunction governing the people of the book. What does the food of the people of the book mean? Literally, ta'am means what is eaten, which, in the Arabic lexicon, includes all kinds of eatables. But the majority of the scholars of the Muslim Ummah hold that ta'am at this particular place refers to the meat of the animals slaughtered by the people of the book, because there is no distinction between the people of the book and other disbelievers in eatables other than meat. Dried eatables like wheat, chickpeas, rice and fruit are open commodities and are lawful when received from a disbeliever of any shade. Nobody differs about that. As for food which goes through human handling, the cautious practice is to avoid it, since the purity, tahara, of utensils and hands used by the disbelievers is not reliable. It is better not to use it without the urgency of need. But this is a situation in which the probability of impurity is the same among idolaters and the people of the book. To sum up, it can be said that the only possible legal difference in the food of the people of the book and other disbelievers is in the meat they slaughter. Therefore, in the present verse, it is a consensus of the Ummah that the food of the people of the book means their properly slaughtered animal. In his famous tafsir, Al-Qutabal writes, the word tam is used for whatever is eaten, included within which are slaughtered animals as well, and here it has been used for slaughtered animals particularly. According to the view of the majority of exegetes of the Quran, whatever is unlawful from the food of the people of the book is not included in this generality of address, quoted by p. 77 v. 6 later, Al-Qurtubi gives a detailed comment as follows. Dean, there is no difference of view among scholars that it is lawful to eat what requires no slaughter, such as fruit and wheat, for its being owned by a non-Muslim does not bring any damage to the eatable. However, food which requires effort has two kinds. First of these is the one in which one makes or produces something which has nothing to do with religion, such as making bread from dough or pressing oil from olives. In this case, if a Muslim were to abstain from the outcome of the effort of a disbelieving citizen of an Islamic state, that would be an abstention simply based on temperamental distaste. The second kind needs the purifying process of slaughtering an animal properly, which, in turn, requires faith and intention. In that case, the normal assumption would have required that the act of slaughter performed by a disbeliever should have not been acceptable, very much like his acts of worship and prayer. But Allah Almighty made their slaughtered animals specially lawful for the Muslim community. This situation has been accepted by the express provision of the Holy Quran from the general rule, as mentioned by Ibn Abbas quoted by Surah Al-Ma'idah, p. 77 v. 6. The gist is that the food of the people of the book, as it appears in this verse, means, with the agreement of scholars of tafsir, food the lawfulness of which depends upon religion and belief, that is, the dadiyah, the slaughter. Therefore, special treatment was meted out to the people of the book in the case of this form of food, because they too claimed to believe in books and prophets sent by Allah, though their textual alterations invalidated their claim, with the result that they got involved in disbelief and in ascribing partners to Allah. This was contrary to the position of disbelieving idolaters who did not even claim to believe in any scripture or prophet or messenger, and the books or persons they believe in are neither books sent by Allah nor prophets or messengers, as proved by any word of Allah. The wisdom behind the lawfulness of the slaughter of the people of the book. The third question about the present verse is why the slaughter of the Jews and the Christians, as well as marrying their women, is made lawful for the Muslims, while all other non-Muslims have no such privilege. According to most of the Sahaba, Tabi'in, and other exegetes of the Holy Quran, the answer to this question is very simple. Although the Jews and Christians had distorted their original religion by making many alterations therein, yet their faith regarding these two aspects matched with the Islamic injunctions. That is, they consider it necessary to invoke the name of Allah on their slaughter as an article of faith, and take an animal to be impure and unlawful as carrion without that due process. Similar is the case in marriage. The list of the women of prohibited degree, marriage with whom is not lawful, is the same in their religion as in Islam. Also, the way it is necessary in Islam that marriage be pronounced openly, and in the presence of two witnesses, so it is with them even in their present religion. The same injunctions continue. The great commentator, Ibn Kathir, has reported this very position taken by most Sahaba and Tabi'in. His words are as follows. 19.3. Ibn Abbas, Abu Amma, Mujahid, Said Ibn Jubair, Ikrimah, Hassan, Makhul, Ibrahim al-Nakiyai, Sadi, and Mugatil Ibn Han have explained the food of the people of the book as their dabai, properly slaughtered animals. These are lawful for Muslims because they consider slaughtering animals for anyone other than Allah as unlawful, and do not invoke any name other than that of Allah on animals they slaughter, even if they believe in things about Almighty Allah, from which the great Creator is free and far above. Ibn Kathir, Surah Al-Ma'idah, p. 19b. 3. This statement of Ibn Kathir tells us two things. 1. That all companions and their successors mentioned above take the food of the people of the book to mean their properly slaughtered animals, dabai, and that there is a consensus of the Ummah that they are lawful. And the second point made clear here is that the reason why the dabai of the people of the book are lawful, in the view of these revered authorities, is that the issue of dabiya with the Jews and Christians still stays valid in accordance with the Sharia of Islam, despite the many alterations in their religion, as they too take an animal slaughtered in the name of someone other than Allah as unlawful, and that they deem it necessary to invoke the name of Allah upon the animal being slaughtered. However, it is a different matter that they fell into the polytheistic belief in Trinity, whereby they started equating Allah and Mash, son of Maryam, as one and the same. The Holy Quran alludes to this in the following words. Certainly, gone infidel are those who say, God is the Masih, son of Maryam, Jesus, son of Mary. The outcome is that all verses of the Quran concerning Dadiyah, which appear in Surah Al-Baqarah and Surah Al-An'am, and in which the animal slaughtered in a name other than that of Allah, as well as the animal upon which the name of Allah was not invoked, declare both being equally unlawful. All these verses have permanent legal effect and must be acted upon for all times to come. The verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah which declares the food of the people of the book is lawful is also no different from the injunctions appearing in these verses, because the very reason of making the food of the people of the book lawful is no other than that their present religion also maintains that an animal slaughtered by invoking the name of someone other than Allah upon it, and the animal upon which the name of Allah was not invoked, are both unlawful. Even today, the current copies of the Torah and the Evangel do have injunctions of slaughter and marriage almost similar to those of the Quran and Islam, details of which will appear a little later. However, the possibility is there that some ignorant people act in a manner which goes against this injunction of their own religion, very similar to many ignorance-based customs which have found currency among uninformed sections of Muslim masses as well, but these cannot be called the religion of Islam. Noticing this behavior of the ignorant masses among the Christians of that time, the revered Tabi'in, the successors to the companions, took the position that Allah, when He made the food of the people of the book lawful, already knew what they did with their slaughtering of animals. Some would invoke the name of Masih or Uzair upon it, while others would invoke no name at all. So, we see that the verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah, which declares the food of the people of the book as lawful, acts as a particularizer or a sort of abrogator of the verses of the Surahs Surah Al-Baqarah and Al-An'am on the subject of the slaughter of animals, verses in which the slaughtering of animals in a name other than that of Allah, or slaughtering them without invoking the name of Allah, has been declared unlawful. According to the view of great ulama, the respected Tabi'in, who declared that an unnamed slaughter of an animal, or of one upon whom a name other than that of Allah was invoked, were lawful, also knew that the original religion of the people of the book was not different from what Islam enjoined, and it was only the ignorant section of their masses which made such errors. Despite this, these revered elders did not exclude the ignorant masses of the people of the book from the general rule governing the people of the book. They upheld, in matters relating to the slaughter of animals and to marriage, the same injunction which governed their forefathers and the followers of the original religion, that is, the slaughter of animals by them and the marriage with their women was permissible. In Al-Ahkam al-Quran, Ibn al-Arabi says that he asked his teacher, Abu al-Fath al-Maqdisi, about the Christians of his time who slaughtered an animal invoking a name other than that of Allah upon it. For example, they invoked the name of Masih or Uzair at the time of slaughter. How could their dabia become lawful? He wondered. The reply given by al-Maqdisi was, the injunction that governs them is like that of their forefathers. This condition of the people of the book was already within the knowledge of Almighty Allah, but He has made them subordinate to their forefathers. Al-Kam Ibn al-Arabi p. 229b. 1. In recapitulation, it can be said that in the sight of the learned elders of the Muslim community who have permitted the consumption of animals slaughtered by the people of the book, those upon which the name of Allah was not invoked, rather, invoked thereupon, was a name other than that of Allah, it was clear that these things are an integral part of the real faith of the people of the book, and are equally unlawful there. But these learned elders allowed the erring masses also to be governed by the injunction which applies to the original people of the book. It was for this reason that they allowed the animals slaughtered by the people of the book to be taken as lawful. On the other side, the majority of the Sahaba, Tabi'in, and Mujtahid Imams noticed that the animals slaughtered by the misled masses among the people of the book, whether in a name other than that of Allah, or without the name of Allah, were after all against the Islamic injunction, but in addition to that, the practice was against the current faith of the Christians themselves. Therefore, what they do should not affect the standing injunctions. So, they gave the verdict that the animals slaughtered by such people are not included under the food of the people of the book, and as such, there is no reason to support its lawfulness. Also, the act of going by the saying that their own wrongdoing had caused particularization or abrogation in the verses of the Quran is not correct in any manner whatsoever. Therefore, all leading authorities in Tafsir Ibn Jarir, Ibn Kathir, Abu Hayyan, and others are unanimous in holding that there was no abrogation, nask, in the verses of Surah Al-Baqarah and Surah Al-An'am. This is also the favored position of the majority of Sahaba and Ta.
O you who have believed, when you rise to perform prayer, wash your faces and your forearms to the elbows, and wipe over your heads, and wash your feet to the ankles. And if you are in a state of janaba, then purify yourselves. But if you are ill or on a journey, or one of you comes from the place of relieving himself, or you have contacted women and do not find water, then seek clean earth and wipe over your faces and hands with it. Allah does not intend to make difficulty for you, but He intends to purify you and complete His favor upon you, that you may be grateful.
Some injunctions of the Sharia concerning the conduct of worldly life, choices in marriage and food appeared in the previous verses. This verse mentions some injunctions relating to ibadat, acts of worship like salah, wudu, mashtayamam, ghusl and tahara.
And remember the favor of Allah upon you, and His covenant with which He bound you when you said, "We hear and we obey," and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is knowing of that within the breasts.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 6 for the Tafsir.
O you who have believed, be persistently standing firm for Allah, witnesses in justice, and do not let the hatred of a people prevent you from being just. Be just, that is nearer to righteousness, and fear Allah. Indeed, Allah is acquainted with what you do.
Commentary. The subject of the first of the three verses given above has appeared earlier in Surah Al-Nas, in almost the same words. The only difference is that the arrangement of words here Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 135 was, while here Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 8, it has been said, "Be steadfast for Allah, as witnesses for justice," a delicate reason for the alternation in words appearing earlier and later in these two verses has been given by Abu Hal, and in his Tafsir al-Bar al-Muhit, a gist of which is given below. There are usually two causes which hold people back from doing justice, and then make them do the unjust and the oppressive. The first one is taking the side of your own self, or that of your friends and relatives. Enmity with someone is the other cause. The verse in Surah Al-Nas is addressing itself to the first subject, while this verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah is oriented to the other. Therefore, the words which follow this sentence in Surah Al-Nisa, that is, even though against yourselves or the parents and the kinsfolk, after the sentence of Surah Al-Ma'idah cited above, the words which follow in this verse are, that is, and malice against a people should not bid you to not doing justice. So, the essential message of this verse of Surah Al-Nisa is, when it comes to doing justice, let nothing affect you, neither your own self, nor your parents, nor your relatives. If the demand of justice happens to be against them, stay with nothing but justice. The essence of this verse from Surah Al-Ma'idah is that hostility against an enemy should not affect your sense of justice to the limit that you start working against the demands of justice to harm your enemy. This is the reason why, by placing al-Qist, justice, first in the verse of the Surah Al-Nisa, it was said, "Be upholders of justice, witnesses for Allah," and by placing Lillah for Allah, first in the verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah, it was said, "Be steadfast for Allah as witnesses for justice," though both these modes serve the same purpose and wise. It is obvious that a person who stands for justice will stand for none but Allah, and one who stands for none but Allah will do nothing but justice. But when it comes to protecting personal interest or favoring friends and relatives, one may be tempted to justify the thought that the act of caring for relationships here is also for Allah. Therefore, by bringing in the word al-Qist, justice, first at that point, the message given was that the concession which is contrary to justice cannot be for Allah. And in Surah Al-Ma'idah, where the purpose was to enjoin justice with enemies, the word Lillah, for Allah, was brought in first, which took away the chances of sentimental attachments overpowering human nature. The point is, when you stand for Allah, the inevitable outcome should be an equal justice with enemies as well. In short, both these verses of Surah Al-Nisa and Surah Al-Ma'idah carry two elements of guidance. The first commands full adherence to justice whether dealing with friends or foes. No weakness should be shown on account of any relationship, friendly or hostile. The second instruction given in these two verses is that no one should avoid recording true evidence and stating what is the truth in honesty with Allah, so that the decision makers face no difficulty in arriving at the true, sound and just decision. The Holy Qur'an has stressed upon this subject in several verses with various angles, telling people not to drag their feet and be tardy in appearing as true witnesses. Verse Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 283 from Surah Al-Baqarah carries a very clear command, and do not conceal the testimony. And whoever conceals it, his heart is, surely, a sinner, which proves that to give a true evidence is an obligation and its concealment a grave sin. But the Holy Qur'an has also kept in sight the impediments to the fulfillment of such duty. The central obstacle is that a witness is made to appear in the courts repeatedly, where he is subjected to absurd cross-examinations aimed at breaking the witness and invalidating his testimony. The result is that anyone marked to be a witness is actually marked out for trouble. Kept away from what he does for a living, he becomes a target of all sorts of inconveniences, just for nothing. Therefore, when the Holy Quran says that the giving of true evidence is necessary, wajib, it also says, and neither scribe nor witness should be made to suffer. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 282. A carefully investigated view of the courts and cases today will reveal that spot witnesses and true witnesses are almost extinct. Any sensible person who happens to see something unusual taking place somewhere would instinctively run away from there lest he gets grabbed as a witness. The police fills out its case report with made up witnesses, the result of which could hardly be any different than what is being observed day in and day out. Not even 5 or 10% cases can be decided on the basis of truth and justice. Courts too can not do anything about it. The kind of witnesses they receive are the only basis on which they have to arrive at their conclusions and decide cases. But no one seems to notice the initial error being made in this matter. If witnesses are treated nicely and they are not harassed time and again, good people would not hesitate to come forward to register their testimony as required under the teachings of the Quran. But what is happening here is that the first investigation of a case is handled by the police, and it is, by itself, enough to drive a witness crazy by his repeated appearances at the station. Once a witness, he would never be a witness again, not even on his dead body. Then the case goes to the court, if it does. And if it does, there comes the problem of dates. One after the other, they keep coming, next and next. But a witness becomes the victim who has to undergo the punishment of a crime he never committed when he comes to record his presence on every such new date. This long-hauled rule of procedure, a sick vestige of the British colonist, has corrupted our courts and judicial departments. One naturally tends to compare it with the form of simple and speedy justice provided in modern-day Hitch, as in elsewhere, in which the number of pending cases cannot become so large, nor would they prolong so continuously, nor does it cause any harassment to witnesses while fulfilling their religious duty. To sum up, the blessings of an Islamic legal system can be seen even today by simply restructuring the law of evidence and its attending rule of procedure in accordance with the teachings of the Quran, which require the knowers of truth to testify, and which also command that they should not be put to any inconvenience and that they should be free to go within the shortest possible time after recording their testimony. Some forms of testimony. Finally, at this point, it is important to know that the sense of witness and testimony in current usage has become limited to testifying before a judge or committee hearing suits and disputes. But in the terminology of the Quran and Sunnah, the word shahada, testimony, has a much broader sense. For instance, the medical certificate given to a sick person which states that he is unable to report on duty or that he should be retired on medical grounds is also a testimony. If a statement made in it was contrary to the actual condition of the sick person, it will turn into a false evidence and become a grave sin. Similarly, checking student papers and marking them out during tests and examinations is also an act of testifying. If any increase or decrease in the marks allotted in them was done knowingly or carelessly, that too shall be a false evidence, which is unlawful and a grave sin. Certificates and testimonials awarded to successfully graduating students bear witness that the awardee has the capability of doing what his or her documents say. But should it be that the person concerned is in fact not so capable, then everyone who has signed on that certificate or testimonial stands charged with the crime of false attestation. Correspondingly, casting a vote in favor of a candidate seeking election to assemblies, councils, and public bodies is also a testimony in which the voter bears witness that, in his or her knowledge and estimation, the particular candidate is worthy of becoming a representative or spokesperson of the country and its people, both in terms of his ability and merits, and in terms of his honesty and trustworthiness as well. Now, figure out how many of our representatives are there about whom this evidence would prove to be true and correct. But there is little that can be said about our electorate, which seems to take this exercise of voting as some game where one either wins or loses. That, to them, is all there is to it. Yet, the right of vote is sold for money, or cast under pressure, or thrown away for fickle friends and shady promises. Leave others alone. Even educated and observing Muslims fail to realize while voting for undeserving people that they were inviting the curse and punishment of Allah by putting their false evidence on record. There is yet another way of looking at the casting of votes to elect representatives in accordance with the Holy Quran. This is called shafa'ah, recommendation or sifarish. It means that the voter approves of the candidate of his choice and recommends that he should be elected as a representative. The injunction of the Holy Quran relevant to this situation has appeared earlier in the words given below: whoever makes a good recommendation, there shall be for him a share from it in the hereafter, And whoever makes a bad recommendation, there shall be for him a share from it. Surah An-Nisa, Ayah 85. It means that anyone who makes a good, true and justified recommendation, then he too will get a share from the good deed of the person he has recommended. And a person who makes a bad recommendation, that is, favors someone undeserving and bad to succeed through his recommendation, then he too shall get a share from the bad deeds of the person he has recommended. Thus, when a candidate like this will, during his tenure of office, go on doing what is wrong and impermissible, it is obvious that the curse of his evil doings will fall on the voter as well. The vote has a third status in the sight of the Sharia of Islam, that of advocacy. Wakala. This is as if the voter makes the candidate his representative and agent on his or her behalf. But had this agency been connected with one of his personal rights and the gain or loss from it would have affected his person alone, then he would have been responsible for it personally. However, that situation does not prevail here because this agency concerns rights which the entire nation shares with him. Therefore, should a person contribute to the success of an undeserving candidate by voting for him as his representative, then the sin of bulldozing the rights of the entire nation rests on his shoulders. To recapitulate, our vote has a three-pronged status: shahada, evidence; shafa'a, recommendation; and wakala, advocacy or representation in common rights. Under all three conditions, voting for a good and deserving person brings great reward, the fruits of which are bound to reach the voter. Similarly, voting for someone undeserving and uncouth is false evidence, unjustified recommendation, and impermissible advocacy all in one, so the evil fruits of his thoughtless voting shall stand recorded in the voter's log of deeds. Therefore, it is the duty of every Muslim, man and woman, that he or she must fully investigate into the background of the candidate being voted for well before the vote is cast. Let them make sure that the candidate is deserving, capable, and honest, and not otherwise. Negligence, apathy, and heedlessness are poor reasons to go about committing such grave crimes. If done for no reason, it is absurdity at its worst.
Allah has promised those who believe and do righteous deeds that for them there is forgiveness and great reward.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 8, for the Tafsir.
But those who disbelieve and deny our signs, those are the companions of hellfire.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 8, for the Tafsir.
O you who have believed, remember the favor of Allah upon you when a people determined to extend their hands in aggression against you, but He withheld their hands from you, and fear Allah, and upon Allah let the believers rely.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 8, for the Tafsir.
And Allah had already taken a covenant from the children of Israel, and we delegated from among them 12 leaders. And Allah said, I am with you. If you establish prayer and give zakah, and believe in my messengers and support them, and loan Allah a goodly loan, I will surely remove from you your misdeeds, and admit you to gardens beneath which rivers flow. But whoever of you disbelieves after that has certainly strayed from the soundness of the way.
Commentary. In the 7th verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah, which appeared earlier, Allah Almighty has asked Muslims to remember the pledge taken from them to which they professed belief and obedience, and remember Allah's favor upon you and His covenant that He has taken from you when you said, We have listened and obeyed, and fear Allah. Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 7. This pledge is the pledge of obedience to Allah and His Messenger, and the pledge of practical adherence to the Sharia of Islam. This is technically known as the Kalima, or the statement of creed, and which is, La ilaha illallah, Muhammadur Rasulullah, there is no God worthy of worship but Allah. Muhammad is the messenger of Allah. Every Muslim who says this kalima is bound by this pledge. In the verse which follows, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 8, some important articles of the pledge, that is, particular religious injunctions, have been described. These enjoin equity and justice for friend and foe alike, and teach justice and tolerance, not revenge for enemies once overpowered. This pledge is in itself a great blessing of Allah, therefore it has been made to begin with, and remember Allah's favor upon you. By beginning the present verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 11, with the same sentence, and remember Allah's favor upon you, the objective is to tell Muslims that as long as they remain faithful to their pledge, Almighty Allah bless them with power and excellence in the present world and with high ranks for the hereafter, shielding them all along against their enemies, in war and in peace. This verse particularly mentions how enemies conspired to destroy Muslims and kill their prophet on so many occasions. The Almighty Allah foiled all their plans and put them to disgrace. Some people planned to lay their hands on you, and He kept their hands away from you. Speaking generally, there are innumerable events on the annals of the history of Islam when the plans made by disbelievers were seen rolling in dust by divine grace. But there are some special events as well which our learned commentators have pinpointed as the substantiation of this verse. For example, in the Musnad of Abd al-Razak, a report from Sayyidina Jabir, may Allah be pleased with him, says, in a jihad, the Holy Prophet and his companions stopped to rest at one stage. The noble companions scattered out to rest at various spots. The Holy Prophet stopped by a tree all by himself. He hung his weapons on a branch of the tree. A villager from among the enemies pounced on this occasion, dashed in and took possession of the sword of the Holy Prophet. Then taking it up from the sheath, he threatened him by saying, that is, now tell me who can save you from my hand. Undaunted, the Holy Prophet said, Allah, the Mighty, the Exalted. The villager repeated what he had said earlier, that is, now tell me who can save you from my hand. Once again, the Holy Prophet said with the same composure, Allah. After 2 or 3 exchanges in this manner, it was the awesome unseen power which forced the challenger to put the sword back in its sheath. At that point, the Holy Prophet called the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, and narrated what had transpired. The villager was still sitting by his side. He said nothing to him. Ibn Kathir, as part of an explanation of this verse, reports from some companions, may Allah be pleased with him, say that there was an occasion when Ka'b ibn Ashraf, a Jew, had invited the Holy Prophet to his house with the intention of killing him. Allah Almighty told him about this evil intention which foiled his conspiracy. Ibn Kathir also reported from Mujahid, Ikrimah and others is that the Holy Prophet once went to Yad ibn Nudair to talk about a matter of concern. He asked him to sit under a wall, engaged him in a conversation while secretly he appointed Amr ibn Josh to scale the wall from behind and throw down a rock from the top of the wall over him. Allah Almighty let his messenger, may he remain blessed and protected forever, know about their hostile intention, and he immediately rose and moved away from there. Ibn Kathir, there is no contradiction about these events. All of them can be taken to be substantiating the present verse where, after mentioning the unseen protection provided to the Holy Prophet and to Muslims in general, it was said, and fear Allah. And in Allah the believers should place their trust. First of all, what is being said here is that this blessing from Allah is not restricted to the Holy Prophet. Rather, the real cause of this divine support and protection is the quality of taqwa, the fear of Allah, and tawakkul, trust in Him. Any nation or individual who lives by these 2 virtues in any time and in any place will have the support and protection from Almighty Allah in the same manner. How well this was put in 2 lines by poet Iqbal, create the atmosphere of batter. For your help the angels could descend from the heavens, file after file, even now. It is also possible to refer the sentence back to the set of previous verses where Muslims have been commanded to treat their worst enemies with courtesy and justice. If so, the sentence would indicate that the teaching of courtesy and tolerance in the case of such avowed enemies may amount to making a political error which may put them back on their feet. Therefore, in this sentence, Muslims were warned that this tolerance and courtesy will bring absolutely no harm to them only if they continue being the kind of people who fear Allah and trust in Him. In fact, instead of giving the enemies the courage and opportunity to renew their hostility against them, this behavior of theirs will become the cause of bringing them closer to Islam into the Muslim area of influence. Besides, taqwa, or the fear of Allah, is the only factor which can compel a person to abide by a pledge both physically and spiritually. Wherever this quality of taqwa remains missing, pledges get readily broken, as commonly witnessed these days. So, the earlier verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 8, which mentions a pledge, also directed to fear Allah towards the end. The same assertion was repeated here. Finally, this whole verse gives a clear hint. The Muslim victory with divine support does not simply depend upon outward logistics and hardware. Instead of that, the secret of their real power lies in taqwa, the fear of Allah, and tawakkul, trust in Him. After the present verse has mentioned the pledge taken from Muslims and rewards it would bring when fulfilled, the second verse brings into focus another side of the issue. It clarifies that this taking of pledges is not something special to Muslims. Similar pledges were also taken earlier, from other communities as well, but they failed to fulfill them. Therefore, various punishments were sent upon them. It is said in the verse, Almighty Allah had taken a pledge from the Bani Israel, the children of Israel. The pledge was taken in a particular form. The people from Bani Israel were divided over 12 tribes. One chief from each such tribe was chosen to represent them. Every chief from each of the 12 tribes declared on his behalf and on behalf of his whole tribe that they would adhere to this divine covenant. Thus, these 12 chiefs took the responsibility on behalf of the entire people of Bani Israel, which entailed that they would themselves adhere to this pledge as well as make their tribe do so. Worth noting at this point is the cardinal principle of Islam in matters of honor, merit, office, and recognition, which, in the words of the Persian poet, Jami, is "You have become a servant in love, forget about your lineage, O Jami. For on this highway, so-and-so the son of so-and-so means nothing." The Holy Prophet had declared this in full clarity when delivering his historic address on the occasion of his last Hajj by saying that Islam does not recognize any dividing line between Arabs and non-Arabs, black or white, high caste or low caste. Whoever enters Islam becomes a brother to all Muslims. The distinctions of status, lineage, color, country, and language were the idols and icons of the days of ignorance. Islam has broken them all. But it does not mean that one should not consider family background when harnessed to establish order and efficiency in administrative matters. It is but natural that people of a tribe or family are more likely to trust a known member of their group as compared to others. Such a person is expected to understand and accommodate the feelings of his group much better, because he knows their psychological reflexes in detail. When a pledge was taken from the 12 tribes of Bani Israel, it was based on this very strategy whereby one chief from each of the tribes was made responsible for its compliance. The same consideration of administrative expediency and a peaceful resolution of possible conflict was made when the Bani Israel were highly agitated about a shortage of water. Say, Ibn Musa prayed to Allah, and as commanded by him, he struck his staff against a rock. Then Almighty Allah made 12 streams flow from this rock for each of the 12 tribes. Allah Almighty has mentioned this great favor in the Holy Quran, Surah Al-Araf, Ayah 160, in the following words, "And we divided them into 12 tribes, as separate communities, and so 12 springs gushed forth from it, one for each tribe. As for this figure of 12, it is rather unusual and lends to popular interpretations. When the Ansar of Medina came to invite the Holy Prophet to their city, he took a pledge from them in the form of bayat. In this pledge also, the 12 chiefs of the tribes of Ansar, acting on behalf of their tribes, gave their hands in the blessed hands of the Holy Prophet, giving a solemn pledge of adherence popularly known as bayat, or bayat in its pausal form. 3 of these chiefs were from the tribe of Aus and 9 from the tribe of Khazraj. Ibn Kathir, according to another narration from Sayyidina Jabir ibn Samura, appearing in Al-Bukhari and Muslim, the Holy Prophet is reported to have said that people and their needs shall stay covered until such time that 12 Khilafah, ruling authorities, will be leading them. After having reported this narration, Ibn Kathir has commented that no word from this hadith proves that these 12 imams or Khilafah would rule one after the other, continuously. On the contrary, they could also appear spaced out from each other with breaks in between. Thus, there were 4 Khilaf, say, Ibn Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, say Ibn Umar al-Faruq, may Allah be pleased with him, say Ibn Uthman al-Ghani, may Allah be pleased with him, and say Ibn Ali al-Murtad, may Allah be pleased with him, succeeding in that order. After the passage of some time in between, Sayyidina Umar ibn Abdul Aziz was accepted by the consensus of the Ummah as the 5th righteous Khalifa of Islam. Now, returning back to the pledge taken from the Bani Israel, it will be recalled that Allah had made the 12 chiefs from their 12 tribes responsible for them, and to them he said, I am with you. It means if they fulfill the pledge themselves and resolve to make others do the same, divine support shall be with them. After that, the verse enumerates some articles of this pledge, then refers to the breach of trust committed by the Bani Israel and the subsequent punishment that descended upon them. Thus, the sentence, I am with you, which appears before mentioning the articles of the pledge, is there to tell 2 things. Firstly, if they stood by the pledge, divine support will be with them, which they will witness on every step they take. Secondly, they must realize that Allah is with them everywhere, all the time. He is watching over this pledge. Nothing that they intend, think, plan, and do will remain outside the reach of His knowledge. He sees and hears what they conceal, and He is also aware of their intentions and plans. They cannot escape His grip by breaking the pledge. Then come the articles of the pledge. The first being the establishment of surah, followed by the paying of zakah properly. This tells us that the people of Sayyidina Musa were also obligated with the duties of salat and zakah much before Islam. Other Quranic hints and authentic reports prove that these duties were not peculiar to Bani Israel alone. In fact, they have been enjoined by every prophet and every Shari'ah. The third article of the pledge is that they should believe in all prophets and messengers sent by Allah and help them achieve their objective of spreading true guidance. Since many messengers were to come to the Bani Israel, they were the ones particularly charged to do this. Though the status of basic iman or faith comes ahead of actual acts such as salat and zakah, yet in this pledge, what was to be actually done was what was placed first. Prophets and messengers who were to come would be coming later. Since the matter of believing in them and helping them in their mission was to happen later, that part was placed later in the text. The fourth article of the pledge is an advance to Allah, a goodly loan. Qardan hasana, a goodly loan, means that it should be with absolute sincerity without any worldly expediency behind it. When spending in the way of Allah, one should spend what one holds dear, never trying to get away by giving out of the spare, the extra, and the worthless. Spending in the way of Allah has been expressed as the giving of loan because the return of a loan is taken as due legally, customarily, and morally. So one should spend in the way of Allah believing that it will be returned definitely. Since the obligatory zakah has already been mentioned at its place, the introduction of Qard Hasan here indicates that it is referring to sadaqat and khairat, charities other than zakah. It also tells us that Muslims are not done with all financial responsibilities by simply paying off the zakah due on them. There are other financial rights to be fulfilled, such as making a masjid where needed. When governments do not initiate or support religious education for children and adults, the responsibility of establishing and running institutions devoted to imparting religious education rests on none but Muslims themselves. The difference between the two is that zakah is fard ain, absolute obligation on every individual, while the kind of charities mentioned above are fard kifaya, an obligation of sufficiency as explained below. Fard kifaya means, should some individuals or a group from the Muslim community take care of such needs, other Muslims are released from the burden of responsibility, and should no one come forward to do so, everyone becomes a sinner. How terrible are the circumstances in which schools for religious education are operating in our time is known and braved by only those who have made it a mission of their lives to keep serving their faith through these institutions of religious learning. As for paying zakah, Muslims know that it is an obligation on them. It is strange that, despite this knowledge, there are very few who pay their zakah, and there are still fewer who take the trouble of paying the full zakah due on them after a full accounting. And even those who rarely pay out the full amount of zakah due on them think that they have done all they were supposed to do, and that there is nothing more due on them. Go to them about some urgent need of a masjid, and they will come up with zakah money. The same thing happens with religious institutions. They too hardly get any financial support other than zakah. Although these are duties other than zakah, which Muslims have to fulfill, this has been made clear in this verse of the Quran and in many other verses similar to it. Towards the end of the verse, after enumerating the articles of the pledge, it was also clarified that the fulfillment of the pledge on their part will be amply rewarded, even their past sins will be forgiven, and they will have the eternal comfort and security of paradise. But finally they were given to understand that should any of them elect to ignore such clear statements and go on to the limits of rejection and rebellion, they should know that they have left the straight path only to their self-appointed ruin.
So for their breaking of the covenant we cursed them and made their hearts hard. They distort words from their proper usages and have forgotten a portion of that of which they were reminded. And you will still observe deceit among them, except a few of them. But pardon them and overlook their misdeeds. Indeed, Allah loves the doers of good.
Commentary. The first verse is telling us that Bani Israel were heedless to clear instructions given to them. Then they broke the pledge for which they were punished. There were two kinds of punishment which visited Bani Israel because of their misdeeds and contumacy, manifest and perceptible, like the hail of stones and rocks, or the overturning of land mass, which find mention in several verses of the Quran. Intellectual and spiritual, as if their very minds and hearts were transformed in punishment for their contumacy, which made them incapable of thinking and feeling, and they went on sinking deeper in the curse of their sins. The verse opens with the words, "It means that it was because of their contravention of the solemn pledge that Allah made them far removed from His mercy, that is, from its effects, which is the reality of lana or curse hadrat thanavi, and made their hearts hardened against any penetration of truth." This removal from mercy and the hardening of hearts has been likened to ra'an, stain or rust, by the Holy Quran in Surah Al-Ma'idah. It means that the reason why they reject open verses of the Quran and all too manifest signs is that the stain of sins has settled down on their hearts. In a hadith, the Holy Prophet said when someone commits a sin for the first time, a black dot gets stamped on the heart. He feels the pinch of this evil presence all the time. It is like a black stain on a white cloth, which is a constant sore of the eye. Now if he gets chastened, repents, and resolves not to do it again, that dot is erased, and should he become carefree and start a spree of other sins, a black dot for each subsequent sin will keep adding up, so much so that the clean slate of his heart will turn jet black with these dots of stain. At that stage, the state of his heart will become very much like a pot placed upside down in which nothing goes in but to come out instantly. Therefore, nothing good settles down in his heart, for he has fallen into a state of moral inertia. To him nothing good is good and no evil is evil. Rather, the opposite becomes his more likely approach. He starts taking defect as merit, vice as virtue, and sin as reward. Thus armed with his crooked thinking, he goes on riding high in his rebellion and contumacy. This is a cash and spot punishment of his sin, which he gets right here in this mortal world. Some respected elders have said, that is, the cash reward of a good deed is that one gets the tawfiq, the ability given by Allah, of doing another good deed. Similarly, the cash reward of a sin is that one's heart starts being attracted by other sins soon after the first. Thus, obedience and disobedience both have a pull of their own. One good invites another good, and one evil attracts other evils and sins. Referring back to the breach of trust committed by the Bani Israel, it can be said that the cash punishment due against it was that they were removed from divine mercy, which is the greatest medium of salvation, and their hearts became so hardened that they stooped to the level of moving words away from their places, which means that they alter a word of God in words or meanings or recitation, all of which have been described in the Holy Qur'an and the books of Al-Hadith, some of which have been acknowledged by European Christians as well. Tafsir Uzni. The result of the intellectual and spiritual punishment mentioned above was that they forgot to take advantage of the good counsel given to them. Then this punishment stuck glued to them. That is, the Prophet of Islam would keep knowing about one or the other breaches, deceptions, and treacheries committed by them. The exception is indicated in but a few, which refers to people like Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Salam and others who were followers of the faith of the people of the book before they became true Muslims. Up to this point, the description of the misconduct of the Bani Israel was obviously demanding enough that the Holy Prophet should hold them in contempt and never allow them to come to him. Therefore, in the last sentence of this verse, the instruction given to the Holy Prophet was, "So forgive them and forego." Indeed, Allah loves the good deed. It means that, despite their peculiar condition being what it is better that the Prophet of Islam abstains from doing what is otherwise quite natural. In other words, he should not treat them with contempt or hatred, because after knowing what they are hard-hearted and cold, the chances that any good counsel would affect them are very remote. Granted. But toleration and civility of morals are wonder virtues which could probe out some sense and sensibility from out of such insensate people. Even if this effort to drive some sense into them fails, something worth doing still remains. Keeping one's own matters and morals correct is, after all, quite necessary. Allah Almighty likes what is done with good grace, and it will definitely bring Muslims closer to Him.
And from those who say, "We are Christians, we took their covenant," but they forgot a portion of that of which they were reminded. So we caused among them animosity and hatred until the day of resurrection. And Allah is going to inform them about what they used to do.
From the first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 13, which dealt with the breach of trust by Jews and their punishment for it, we now move to the next verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 14, which refers to Christians. In this verse, the punishment described for Christians is mutual dissension, being for their breach of trust. This will continue right up to the last day. Looking at the contemporary scene, one may have doubts about Christians who seem to be united. The answer is that the present statement covers genuine Christians, observing and abiding. As for those who have moved away from their own religion, turning into nonconformist, secular or atheistic individuals or groups, they are, for all practical purposes, out of the list of Christians, even though they may count them as Christians among the nationalities of the country. If among such people the religious dissension and mutual hostility does not exist, it would not be contrary to this verse, because the conflict was based on religion. Once the religion is not there, conflict too would not be there. As said earlier, this verse describes people who profess and practice the religion of Christianity, and their division is well known. Given below is a brief reference from Tafsir in the marginal notes of commentator Al-Baydawi, which reports that there were 3 sects among Christians originally: Fistria, Nestorians, who took Sayyidina Isa, Jesus, as the Son of God; Yaqubiyat, Jacobites, who believed in Sayyidina Isa, Jesus, himself as one with God; Mulkiya, Malkites, who believed in Sayyidina Isa, Jesus, as one of the Trinity. And it goes without saying that in the presence of such major divisions in matters of belief, mutual malice is inevitable.
O people of the Scripture, there has come to you our messenger, making clear to you much of what you used to conceal of the Scripture, and overlooking much. There has come to you from Allah a light and a clear book.
Commentary. Refuted here in this verse is only one saying of the Christians, which is the belief of the sect among them that say, in the Masih is God. But the argument employed in the refutation virtually covers the false beliefs of all sects against the inalienable principle of Tawhid, that is the oneness of Allah. This may be a belief in a Son of God, or a belief in one of the 3 gods. The argument refutes all of them. That Sayyidina Masih and his blessed mother have been mentioned here jointly could be because of 2 wise considerations. Firstly, it is the humility of Sayyidina Masih before Allah Ta'ala, that he could never think of saving himself against the will of Allah, or his mother, whose care and service a good son considers dearer than his own life. Secondly, by doing so, the view of the sect which takes Sayyidina Maryam as one of the 3 gods also stands refuted. Also noteworthy at this point is the mention of the death of Sayyidina Isa and Sayyidina Maryam, peace be upon both of them, as a supposition, although the death of Sayyidina Maryam was no supposition at the time of the revelation of the Qur'an. It had already occurred, in fact. The reason for this may either be the superimposition, taglib, of the desired subject, that is, since the real intent here was to describe the death of Sayyidina Isa as a supposition, the mention of his blessed mother was also made as a corollary of the same subject, even though her death had already occurred. Or it can also be said that the expression means, the way we have made death take away Sayyidina Maryam, it lies within our power to make it overtake Sayyidina Masih and the rest of the creation as well. And the statement, He creates what He wills, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 17, is there to refute this particular base which Christians use to deify Sayyidina Masih, because they reason out that his birth came to pass against all rules of nature operative in this world, without a father, and from the mother alone. Had he too been a human being, he would have been born through a mother and father both, very much in accordance with the natural law. This one sentence answers the reasoning by saying that Allah has the most perfect and the most comprehensive power to create what He wills and how He wills. The same doubt has been removed in the verse. Surely, the case of Isa, in the sight of Allah, is like the case of Adam. Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 59, where it has been established that the creation of Sayyidina Masih as separate from the habitual law of nature cannot become an argument in favor of his being taken as God. The reason lies in pondering that Allah Ta'ala did create Sayyidina Adam without a father and mother both. He has the power, all power, over everything. He is the creator and the master and the most worthy of worship. No one else can be associated with his divinity as a partner or sharer.
By which Allah guides those who pursue His pleasure to the ways of peace, and brings them out from darknesses into the light by His permission, and guides them to a straight path.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 15, for the Tafsir.
They have certainly disbelieved who say that Allah is Christ, the Son of Mary. Say, then who could prevent Allah at all if He had intended to destroy Christ, the Son of Mary, or His mother, or everyone on the earth? And to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and whatever is between them. He creates what He wills, and Allah is over all things competent.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 15, for the Tafsir.
But the Jews and the Christians say, we are the children of Allah and His beloved. Say, then why does He punish you for your sins? Rather, you are human beings from among those He has created. He forgives whom He wills, and He punishes whom He wills. And to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth, and whatever is between them, and to Him is the final destination.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 15, for the Tafsir.
O people of the Scripture, there has come to you our messenger to make clear to you the religion after a period of suspension of messengers, lest you say, There came not to us any bringer of good tidings or a warner, but there has come to you a bringer of good tidings and a warner, and Allah is over all things competent.
Commentary. The word fatra after a gap between messengers, literally means to slacken, to become dormant or to suspend or to terminate an activity. Leading authorities in Tafsir have given this very meaning of fatra in this verse. It signifies the suspension of the coming of prophets for a certain interval of time, which is the period of time in between Sayyidina Isa and the last of the prophets, Sayyidina Muhammad al-Mustafa. Verification of the gap. According to Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, there is a period of 1,700 years between Sayyidina Musa and Sayyidina Isa. During this whole period, prophets kept coming with their missions without any gap. To Bani Israel alone, 1,000 prophets were sent during this period, not included in which are prophets who appeared among peoples other than Bani Israel. Then comes the period of only 500 years between the birth of Sayyidina and the appearance of the Holy Prophet as the last prophet. During this period, the usual chain of prophets remained discontinued. Therefore, this period is known as fatra or gap. Before this, a longer period has never remained unvisited by prophets. Quote 2 by with some explanation from the author. There are other reports regarding the period of time between Sayyidina Musa and Sayyidina Isa, and that which is between Sayyidina Isa and the last prophet, Sayyidina Muhammad al-Mustafa. The period of time indicated in these reports is either more or less, but that does not affect the real purpose. Imam al-Bukhari, may Allah have mercy on him, reports on the authority of Sayyidina Salman al-Farisi, may Allah be pleased with him, that there was a period of 600 years between the time of Sayyidina Isa and the last among prophets. During this entire period, no prophet was sent, as confirmed by a hadith in Muscat, appearing there with reference to the Sa'ims of al-Bukhari and Muslim, which reports that the Holy Prophet said, that is, among people, I am the closest to Isa. He explained the meaning of his remark later in the hadith when he said, that is, no prophet was sent between the two of us. As for the three messengers mentioned in Surah Isan, they were messengers sent by Sayyidina Isa, who have been called messengers, bearers of a message, in the literal sense. About the appearance of Khalid ibn Sinan al-Arabi during this gap, as reported by some chroniclers, Tafsir al-Ma'idah says with reference to Shihab that his being a prophet is correct, but the period in which he came was earlier than Sayyidina Isa, not after him. Rulings concerning the gap. Obviously, the verse seems to indicate the fate of the group of people who were not visited by any messenger or prophet or their deputies, nor did they have the religious laws of past prophets preserved with them. Such people will be considered excusable and will deserve no punishment on the condition that such people should have not committed shirk, the grave sin of ascribing partners in the divinity of Allah. Therefore, Muslim jurists differ about rulings which apply to the people of Fatra, gap, particularly about whether or not they will be forgiven. The majority tilts towards the hope that they will be forgiven if they had kept adhering to the religion which had survived with them as originating from Sayyidina Musa or Sayyidina Isa, irrespective of its authenticity, again, subject to the condition that they had not been hostile to the principle of Tawhid, the oneness of Allah, and had nothing to do with the practice of shirk. The reason is that the principle of Tawhid needs no reported proof. Any human being who ponders over it could himself reason it out. A question and its answer. A question may arise here that the Jews and Christians, the people of the book, who are being addressed in this verse, did have the Torah and the Evangel and their sages and scholars with them, even if no messengers reached them during this gap. How then could they come up with the excuse on the Day of Judgment that they had received no guidance? The answer is that by the time of the Holy Prophet, the original Torah and the Evangel had gone extinct. There were alterations in texts and additions of false narratives. Thus, the availability of non-original scriptures were no better than its extinction. The likelihood of an original manuscript surviving at some unknown place with someone would not be contrary to the assertion made. In fact, some scholars, including Ibn Taymiyyah, have written that the original copies of the Torah and Gospel were present at some places. The unique perfection of the last among prophets. When, by addressing the people of the book in this verse, it was said that our messenger, Muhammad al-Mustafa, has come after a long gap, there emerges a subtle hint towards the need that people who have been honored with his presence among them should consider this as a matchless blessing and a supreme asset, because the line of prophets had remained suspended since a long time, and it has been opened for them once again. Yet another indication given here is towards the fact that the world has been blessed with his presence in an age and at a place which lacked the light of knowledge and faith. The creation of God had lost its link with God, only to be immersed in the worship of self, made idols. In the backdrop of a time such as this, the mission of reviving a people so lost was no easy task. This time was the notorious Jahiliyyah, commonly identified as the age of ignorance, and the people from it who were entrusted with the Prophet of Islam were spoiled, self-centered and uncompromising. Yet, such was the bliss of his company and so bracing was the light of his mission that this very set of people became, in a very short time, role models and teachers for the whole world in all departments of life and knowledge, deed, morals, dealings, social living, to name only a few. This, then, becomes a widely witnessed and authentically verified proof that he was a prophet and messenger of Allah, and that his prophetic teachings were the most effective and the most surpassing among those coming from all past prophets. Imagine the mission of a physician who treats a hopeless patient and does it at a place which lacks medical instruments, and medicines too, yet he succeeds in his effort to treat the patient to the limit that this patient, not simply that he rises from his death bed to become a healthy person, but that he goes way ahead and himself turns into an expert physician and healer as well. If so, who can doubt the perfection of the master healer? With this in view, we can see that following the long gap, when disbelief in and disobedience to God reigned supreme everywhere, his teaching and training spread out the kind of universal light which remains unparalleled by any age previous to it. In short, out of all miracles, this one miracle alone could compel human beings to have faith in him.
And mention, O Muhammad, when Moses said to his people, O my people, remember the favor of Allah upon you when he appointed among you prophets, and made you possessors, and gave you that which he had not given anyone among the worlds.
Commentary. Previous to the verses cited above, a pledge was mentioned in which the Bani Israel were bound to obey Allah and his messenger. Mentioned along with it was their customary breach of trust and its punishment. Taken up in the verses appearing above, there is a particular event which shows such a breach. That event goes back to the time when Pharaoh and his army were drowned in the sea, and Sayyidina Musa and his people, the Bani Israel, once delivered from the slavery of the Pharaoh, became the masters of Egypt. Then, to bless them with his added reward, and to let them repossess their ancestral land of Syria, Allah Ta'ala commanded them through Sayyidina Musa that they should enter the Holy Land, that is, Syria, with the intention of jihad. And along with it, they were given the good news that victory will be all theirs in this jihad, as Allah had made the Holy Land their destiny, and they were bound to have it. But the Bani Israel had their peculiar traits of character. They saw the blessings of Allah with their own eyes. They saw the spectacle of the drowning of Pharaoh and the conquest of Egypt. Yet they failed, once again, to stand by the solemn pledges they had given and elected to sit out the jihad of Syria squarely against this divine command. The punishment they received for it was in the form of a 40-year confinement to a limited area where, strangely enough, there were no walls or fences around them, nor were they in chains. Instead, they were free to move in an open area and actually traveled every day, right from the morning through the evening, with the intention of returning to Egypt, their homeland. But when came the evening, they would find themselves exactly at the spot from where they had started in the morning. During this period, Sayyidina Musa and Sayyidina Harun left this mortal world, and these people kept wandering in the wilderness of Teh. It was after that Allah Ta'ala sent other prophets for their guidance. Thus, after the passage of full 40 years, those who survived from among them resolved to take up the jihad of Syria and Baitul Maqdis under the leadership of the prophet of their time, and the promise of Allah that the Holy Land had been destined for them was thus fulfilled. This is a summary of the event referred to in the verses cited above. Let us now see its details in the words of the Quran. When Sayyidina Musa received the instruction to call his people to jihad in order to conquer Baitul Maqdis and Syria, he acted very much in accordance with his prophetic wisdom, so crucial in giving good counsel. Therefore, before announcing the divine command to his people, he reminded them of the many blessings bestowed upon them up till that time. He said, O my people, remember the blessings of Allah upon you when he made prophets from among you, made you kings, and gave you what he did not give to anyone in the worlds. Recounted here are 3 blessings. The first of these is a spiritual blessing, that is, many prophets were sent to them continuously, a spiritual honor which can hardly be matched. It has been reported in Tafsir Majari that no other community has had such a large number of prophets as compared to Bani Israel. Hadith authority Ibn Abi Hatim reports on the basis of a narration from Amash that in only one single period, the last period of the people of Bani Israel, which extends from Sayyidina Musa to Sayyidina Isa, 1,000 prophets were sent to Bani Israel. The second blessing mentioned in the verse quoted immediately above is a material blessing, that is, They were made masters and wielders of power. The hint given here is that the people of Bani Israel, who were the oppressed slaves of the Pharaoh and his people for many ages, saw how Allah Ta'ala destroyed their enemies and how they themselves were made masters and kings. Noteworthy here is the statement about prophets where it was said, "He made prophets from among you," which carries the sense that the whole people were not prophets, and this is the truth, as prophets are only a few while the large body of people follows them. But when it comes to the subject of temporal power on countries and states, said there was, and made you kings, the outward sense of which is that they all were made kings. The Arabic word muluk used in the text is the plural of malik, which means a king in common usage. Obviously, when a whole people cannot be all prophets, no people of a country can be all kings. What happens is that authority in a country rests in the hands of an individual or some individuals while the rest of the people are subordinate to them. But here the words of the Quran are attributing kingship to all of them. One reason for this is what has been stated by Maulana Ashraf Ali Than Avi, may Allah have mercy on him, with reference to some righteous elders in his Tafsir Al-Quran, that is, the sovereignty of the king of a country is customarily attributed to his entire people. For example, during the middle centuries of Islam, the government was called as that of Umayyads and Abbasids. Similarly, the rule of Ghaznavis and Ghors, then that of Mughals, and after that, the rule of the British in India was attributed to all individuals of entire people of that country. Therefore, a whole people having a ruler are known by proxy to be rulers of that country. It was according to this usage that the Quran has attributed kingship to the whole people of Bani Israel. In this, there may be a hint that an Islamic state is really run by a government of the people. It is the people who have the right to elect their amir, imam, leader or ruler, and it is once again the right of the people who can, by their collective will, remove the holder of that office. Therefore, when seen outwardly, a ruler rules as one individual, but in reality, that rule is that of the people. The second reason, as reported from some elders by Ibn Kathir, Majari and others, is that the sense of Malik is more general than that of a king. In common usage, this word is also applied to a person who is well-to-do, has a home, owns property and employs help. In the light of this sense, that was a time when every individual from the Bani Israel was like a king of his castle. That explains the attribution of kingship to the entire Bani Israel. The third blessing mentioned in this verse is a combination of both, the spiritual and the material. It was said, that is, they were given the kind of blessings which were not given to any one else in all the worlds. Included under these blessings is spiritual distinction highlighted by the station of prophethood and, along with it, the more obvious temporal power, authority, domain and wealth too. However, a question may arise here regarding the belief that the Muslim Ummah, the large body of believers and the last among prophets, is the most distinct among all communities as supported by the textual authority of the Holy Quran, such as, "You are the best Ummah raised for mankind," Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 110, and in the same way, "We made you a moderate Ummah," Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 143. Prove it, as do the many narrations from the prophets' living traditions. The answer is that the people of the world being mentioned in this verse are the people who were living in the particular period of Bani Israel, which was marked by the presence of Sayyidina Musa among them. That was the time when no one in all the worlds was as blessed as were the Bani Israel. That any other community in times to come could be blessed more than them should not be considered contrary to this.
O my people, enter the holy land which Allah has assigned to you, and do not turn back from fighting in Allah's cause, and thus become losers.
The saying of Sayyidina Musa in the first verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 20 was his introductory remark to the divine command which appears in the following verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 21 in the words, "O my people, enter the holy land which Allah has destined for you." Which land is the holy land? Apparently, commentators differ about it. Some say that it means Baitul Maqdis, Jerusalem. Some identify the city of Quds and Elir as fitting the description of the Holy Land. Still others point out to the city of Ario, which was located between the Jordan River and Baitul Maqdis and was reported to be one of the oldest cities of the world. In fact, it is still there. Unusual statements portraying its grandeur and vastness have been reported historically. Some narrations say that the city was divided over 1,000 wards or counties, and every such section had some 1,000 public gardens each. Then there are other narrations which indicate that the Holy Land means Damascus in Palestine, or Jordan, according to some others. And say, Ibn Qattada has said that the entire land of Syria is the Holy Land. Sayyidina Ka'b al-Ahbar has said that he has seen in the Book of Allah, perhaps the Torah, that the country of Syria is a special treasure of Allah on this entire earth, and there are in it Allah's very special and very dear servants. This land has been called holy because it has been home to the blessed prophets of Allah. According to some narrations, on the day when Sayyidina Ibrahim climbed the mountain in Lebanon, Allah Ta'ala said, "O Ibrahim, look from here, and as far as you will see the land, we have made the holy land." All narrations cited here have been taken from Tafsir ibn Kathir and Tafsir Majari, and the truth of the matter is that there is not much of a contradiction in these sayings. According to later narrations, the whole country of Syria is the Holy Land. It is just that some narrators have described a certain part of the country of Syria, while some others have identified the whole of it.
They said, O Moses, indeed within it is a people of tyrannical strength, and indeed we will never enter it until they leave it, but if they leave it, then we will enter.
Looking at verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayat 22, which begins with the words, they said, O Musa, it will be recalled that in the verse previous to it, Allah Ta'ala had commanded the Bani Israel through Sayyidina Musa that they should wage a jihad against the Amalekites and conquer Syria. Given along with it was the good news that the land of Syria has been destined for them, therefore their victory is certain. The present verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 22, tells us that, despite the divine command and assurance, the Bani Israel, because of their well-known contumacy and crookedness, just did not obey that command as well. Instead of doing that, they said, O Musa, there is a nation of tyrants over there, and we shall never go in there until they get out of it. If they do get out of it, then we are ready to go in. The actual event, as reported from the masters of Tafsir, exegesis, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, Ikrimah, Ibn Abi Talha, and others, may Allah be pleased with him, is that it was a time when the Amalekites ruled Syria and Beit al-Maqdis. They were an offshoot of the people of Ad, unusually big in height and size and very ferocious in looks and behavior. They were the people Sayyidina Musa and his community were asked to fight against and go on to conquer Beit al-Maqdis. To carry out the divine command, Sayyidina Musa marched towards Syria in the company of his people, the Bani Israel. Beit al-Maqdis was their first destination. After crossing the Jordan River, when they reached Ariha, the oldest city of the world, they made a stopover. We have already read about the appointment of 12 chiefs to administer the affairs of Bani Israel in the previous verses of the Holy Qur'an. The same chiefs were asked to go on an advanced fact-finding mission into enemy territory. Their duty was to gather intelligence on local conditions, the battlefront, and about the people who control Beit al-Maqdis and against whom they have to wage the jihad. When these chiefs reached Beit al-Maqdis, they were stopped by an Amalekite man right outside the gate of the city. He, all alone, put them under arrest and took them to his king, reporting to him that these people had come to fight them. The king went into consultation with his courtiers. Their decision was that all of them should either be killed or punished in some other way. Finally, they agreed upon the proposal that they should be allowed to go free so that they could return to their people and become walking eyewitnesses of the great power and grandeur of the Amalekites, against which they would never dare to think of marching. At this point in most books of Tafsir, reported there are tall tales from Israelite narrations which give the name of the person who accosted these chiefs as Ajib ibn Anak. His extraordinary height and size and his power and strength has been described there with such exaggeration that a sensible person would find it too thick even to just pass it onwards. Tafsir authority Ibn Kathir has said, tales reported in such Israelite narrations can neither be accepted by reason nor do they have any justification in Sharia. In fact, all this is a bundle of lies and imputations. The truth of the matter is no more than that there are the people called the Amalekites. Since they are the remnants of the people of Ad, whose awesome height and size has been mentioned by the Holy Qur'an itself, so their huge size and unusual strength were proverbial. One of their men proved strong enough to arrest and take away 12 men from the people of Bani Israel. However, freed by the Amalekites, the 12 chiefs of Bani Israel returned to their people at Ariha. They told Sayyidina Musa about these unusual people and how unbelievable was their power and grandeur. Whatever they said to him left his heart unmoved, because Allah Ta'ala had already given him the good news of victory over them through revelation. So, despite having heard about the power of his enemy, he stood like a rock making preparations for the jihad initiative. But he had realized the danger that, should the Bani Israel come to hear about this unusual strength of their adversary, they would cringe and back out. Therefore, he instructed those 12 chiefs not to talk about the Amalekites before their people. In fact, he asked them to keep this as a guarded secret. But what actually happened was that everyone from among them passed on the information to their respective friends privately. There were only two of them, Yusha ibn Nun and Khalid ibn Yukina, who strictly followed the instructions of Sayyidina Musa and did not disclose the secret to anyone. When 10 out of the 12 chiefs let the secret out, it was only natural that the secret became public knowledge. Hit by the news of conditions prevailing in the enemy country, they were all upset. Wailing and protesting, they said, "It would have been much better if we too had been drowned in the Nile like the people of the Pharaoh. Now those who saved us there have brought us here to be killed at the hands of those tyrants." It was under these conditions that the Bani Israel said the following words. They said, "O Musa, there is a nation of tyrants over there, and we shall never go in there until they get out of it. If they do get out of it, we are ready to go in." It appears in the next verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 23, that two persons, God-fearing and blessed by Allah, hearing the remarks made by the Bani Israel, gave them some good counsel by saying, "Why are you so scared of death much before it has come? Just take a few steps. The gate of the city of Beit al-Maqdis is not far. Take heart and make your move. Only this much of your action, we believe, will become the cause of your victory. Once you enter the gate of Beit al-Maqdis, you will overcome your enemy who would run in defeat." These two persons mentioned in this verse are, according to most commentators, the same two of the 12 chiefs who had faithfully acted upon the advice given by Sayyidina Musa and had abstained from telling the Bani Israel everything about the Amalekites, that is, Yusha ibn Nun and Khalid ibn Yukina.
Said two men from those who feared to disobey, upon whom Allah had bestowed favor, "Enter upon them through the gate, for when you have entered it you will be predominant, and upon Allah rely, if you should be believers."
At this place, the Holy Qur'an has particularly mentioned two attributes of these two elders, that is, those who fear. Not said here is as to who it is that they fear. The hint thus given is that there is only one being in this whole world who deserves to be feared, that is, Allah Jalla Shanuhu, because He is the absolute master of this entire universe. No one can, without His will and permission, bring the least benefit to anyone, nor cause any harm, and when only one being is deserving of being feared, and that is already determined, then there remains no need to redetermine it. The second attribute of these two elders pointed to by the Holy Qur'an is, that is, Allah had blessed them. The hint given here is that whoever has any excellence in him anywhere, that is nothing but the blessing and favor of Allah Ta'ala. Otherwise, these 12 chiefs were all blessed with similar outward gifts of hands, feet, eyes, and ears with reason and sense on the inside. Along with the fortunate company of Sayyidina Musa, they had all the strengths on their side, yet they all slipped except these two who stood firm on their commitment. This tells us that real guidance does not depend upon one's strength of inward and outward faculties or his effort or deed. Instead, it is a reward from Allah Ta'ala. However, to become deserving of this reward, effort and deed are, no doubt, a condition. The standard rule of conduct we learn from here is that a person whom Allah Ta'ala has blessed with reason, intelligence, and smartness should not wax proud over these personal strengths while conducting the business of his life. The best course for him is to seek good guidance in all matters of his life from Allah alone. In short, these two elders advised their people that they should not feel nervous about the apparent power of the Amalekites. If they would place their trust in Allah, just walk up to the gate of Beit al-Maqdis, victory shall be theirs. As for the decisive statement of these elders that once they reach the city gate, they will overcome and the enemy will run away defeated, it could have been based on a close assessment of the Amalekites, that they were, no doubt, unusually huge in build and strength, but were also weak at heart, as a result of which, once they hear about the surprise attack, they would be unable to stay there. And it is also possible that their total faith in the divine decree which they had heard from Sayyidina Musa as a glad tiding was the basis on which they said so.
They said, "O Moses, indeed we will not enter it ever, as long as they are within it. So go, you and your Lord, and fight. Indeed, we are remaining right here."
But the Bani Israel, who had not listened to their own prophet Sayyidina Musa, would have hardly listened to these elders. They gave them the same response, even in a manner which was more uncouth and grotesque. They said, "So go, you and your Lord, and fight. As for us, we are sitting right here." Had this remark of the Bani Israel been by way of mockery, it would have been open blasphemy, kufr. After that, the fact of Sayyidina Musa living with them and praying for them in the wilderness of Ti, which finds mention in the next verse, would have not been possible. Therefore, the sense of this statement given by leading commentators is, you go and fight them. Your Lord will help you. As for us, we cannot help you. Given this sense, their statement cannot be taken as blasphemy, though the response given by them remains grotesque and hurtful. This is why this statement of the Bani Israel became proverbial. Let us recollect a related episode from the early period of Islam. This is the Battle of Badr. An army contingent of 1,000 strong young men starts marching against Muslims, who are hungry and almost unarmed. Seeing this happen, the Holy Prophet started praying before his Lord. Then a Sahabi, Sayyidina Miqdad ibn al-Aswad, may Allah be pleased with him, stepped forward and said, Ya Rasul, we swear by Allah we shall never say what was said to Sayyidina Musa by his people, that is, so go you and your Lord and fight. As for us, we are sitting right here. Instead of that, we shall defend you from your right and left and from the front and rear. Please feel free of any concern and go ahead with your battle plan. When he heard this, the Holy Prophet, I was very pleased, and his companions, may Allah be pleased with him too, were fired with a renewed zeal for jihad. Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Mas'ud always used to say, I really envy this feat of Miqdad ibn al-Aswad. I wish I too had this good fortune. And just, the people say, Ibn Musa, by giving him a flat response at such a crucial time, broke all pledges they had made.
Moses said, My Lord, indeed I do not possess except myself and my brother, so part us from the defiantly disobedient people.
The determination of Sayyidina Musa against the treachery of his people. The prayer of Sayyidina Musa, O my Lord, I have no control except over myself, should be seen in the perspective of the events in the life of the people of Bani Israel, the favors of Allah bestowed upon them, and the conduct of their prophet, Sayyidina Musa, in their case. An impartial observer would not fail to notice that the people of Bani Israel had been suffering from all sorts of pain and disgrace as slaves and serfs of the pharaohs for centuries. It was the teaching of Sayyidina Musa and his barakah, by virtue of which Allah Ta'ala blessed them with unprecedented stations. With their own eyes, they saw so many manifestations of the most perfect power of Allah Jalla Shanuhu. Pharaoh and the people of Pharaoh were defeated on their own grounds in the court confrontation summoned by them at the hands of Sayyidina Musa and Sayyidina Harun, peace be upon both of them. The magicians they had trusted were the magicians who placed their trust in Sayyidina Musa and elected to stay by his side. Then there was the Pharaoh, the one who claimed to be God, and along with him there were so many members of his family who lived in luxury in the royal palace. And then their eyes saw how the great subduing power of Allah, the Mighty, the Exalted, made all of them vacate all palaces and mansions they lived in and leave behind all they once owned, all simultaneously, in a single sweep of time. And how he drowned the Pharaoh in the sea with Bani Israel looking on the spectacle, and how did he make the miracle of Bani Israel themselves cross the river. And finally, how was the wealth, over which the Pharaoh waxed proud by saying, Is it not that this land of Egypt is for me, and these are rivers which flow from beneath me, given out by Allah Ta'ala, the entire country and the entire wealth, without any fighting or killing, to the Bani Israel. These were great happenings. These people were direct witnesses to the manifestations of Allah's supreme power to subdue. No less was the good done to them by Sayyidina Musa, who first delivered them from heedlessness and ignorance, and then freed them from the slavery of the Pharaoh, facing unbearable hardships in that process. After all that, when these very people were commanded to mount a jihad on Syria, of course with assurances of divine help and promises of rewards, they betrayed their mean nature and said, So go, you and your Lord, and fight. As for us, we are sitting right here. Let the greatest possible reformer in the world stop for a while, cross his hand over his heart, and think what effect such low attitudes demonstrated by the people he was working for would have produced on him. But here we are talking about a highly determined Rasul of Allah, who stands there as an immovable model of steadfastness, despite all odds, and pursuing his goal relentlessly. Now that he was made helpless by repeated breaches of trust committed by his people, he turns to his Lord, and to him he says only this much, I have no control except over myself and my brother. And the problem was, how could he now carry out the jihad expedition against the Amalekites? Also worth noticing is the fact that there were at least two chiefs of the Bani Israel, Yasha ibn Nun and Khalid ibn Yukina, who had proved themselves to have been faithful followers of Sayyidina Musa and had made consistent efforts with him to give good counsel to their people and bring them to the right path. Still, at this time, he made no mention of them as well. He simply talked about himself and his brother, Sayyidina Harun. It had no other cause but the same treachery and disobedience of the people of Bani Israel. Say, Ibn Harun being a prophet was the only one divinely protected there. That he would stand firm by the truth in word and deed was certain. As for the two chiefs, they were not so protected and infallible. So, being in pain and anger, he mentioned only those he was certain would stand firm on truth. I have no control except over myself and my brother. The prayer that Sayyidina Musa made after that was, so, make a separation between us and the sinning people. The substance of this prayer, according to an explanation given by Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, was that the punishment these people deserved should be given to them, and whatever we are found to be deserving of should be awarded to us. The manner in which Allah Ta'ala answered this prayer was, this land is prohibited to them for 40 years. They shall be wandering around the earth. It means that the land of Syria was forbidden for them for 40 years. They shall not go there, even if they wanted to, and not simply that they would be unable to go to the land of Syria. They would also be unable to return back to their homeland of Egypt, if they thought of going there. Instead of that, they shall be detained in this wilderness, for punishments that come from Allah Almighty, who needs the police and their handcuffs or the high and strong walls and iron gates of prisons. When he intends to detain anyone, he needs none of these formal arrangements. He can put one under arrest even on grounds open from all sides. The reason is obvious. The whole universe is at his command. It was created by him, and from him it takes its orders. When the universe is served with divine orders to put someone under arrest, the air and the atmosphere and the earth and the space become the jailer for the condemned. So, this open land area located between Egypt and Beit al-Maqdis is comparatively small. Its measurement, according to the Tafsir of Sayyidina Muqatil, may Allah have mercy on him, is 30 farsak in length and 9 farsak in width. If 1 farsak is taken to be equal to 3 miles, it comes to be a total area of 90 miles in length and 27 miles in width. And according to some narrations, the whole area is 30 by 18 miles. Thus, Allah Ta'ala detained a whole people whose total number, according to the statement of Sayyidina Muqatil, may Allah have mercy on him, was 600,000, restricting them within this small open ground in a manner that they kept struggling for full 40 years to somehow get out of this open land area and return back to Egypt, or go forward and reach Beit al-Maqdis. But what actually happened was that by the time came evening, after a whole day's journey, they discovered that they had been as if moving in a circle, having returned to the same spot from where they had started in the morning. Authentic scholars of Tafsir say that the punishment Allah Jalla Shanu who gives to a people is in proportion to their evil deed. Since these disobedient people had uttered the words, "We are sitting right here," Allah Ta'ala had them detained right there for 40 years in punishment. Historical accounts in this matter differ. Some say that during these 40 years, the present generation which had disobeyed was totally destroyed. Their next generation survived, and it was this generation which, after having been delivered from this 40-year detention, entered Beit al-Maqdis, where there were some people from the earlier generation who were still surviving. However, there was that promise of the Holy Qur'an, that is, Allah has destined the Holy Land of Syria for the Bani Israel. That promise had to be fulfilled, that the Bani Israel should take it over and rule the land. But the people of Bani Israel present during the time elected to ignore this divine award for which they were duly punished, that is, they were deprived of victory over the Holy Land for 40 years. Then, it was at the hands of their next generation that this country was conquered, and the promise of Allah Ta'ala stood fulfilled. In this wilderness of Sayyidina Musa and Harun were with their people, for whom this wilderness was nothing but detention and punishment, while, for these two blessed souls, it was the fountainhead of divine blessings. This is why this period of 40 years during which the Bani Israel were condemned was still full of many silver linings. Such was the barakah of the presence of Sayyidina Musa and Harun. Among them, that Allah Ta'ala showered on them blessings of many kinds. When they became helpless against the scorching sun over their heads in an open field, Allah Ta'ala, answering the prayer of Sayyidina Musa, stretched out a canopy of clouds over their heads. Wherever they went, these clouds would follow them with their shade. When they complained of thirst and the shortage of water, Allah Ta'ala gave Sayyidina Musa a special stone which went with him wherever he went, and when they needed water, Sayyidina Musa would strike it with his staff and 12 streams would gush forth from it. When they were hit by hunger, the heavenly food of man and salva was sent to them. And when they complained about the darkness during nights, Allah Ta'ala provided for them a tower of light, under the light of which they did what they had to do. To sum up, this wilderness of was not full of condemned people only. In fact, there were 2 dear prophets of Allah Ta'ala, and with them 2 favored elders, Yusha ibn Nun and Kalib ibn Yukina as well. It was for their sake that, even during this period of detention and punishment, blessings kept coming to them. And since Allah Ta'ala is the most merciful of all those merciful, it is possible that these once disobedient people from the Bani Israel, after having witnessed the happenings around them, may have repented from their sins, and maybe it was in return for their act of repentance that they were being blessed with these rewards. According to authentic narrations, it was during this period of 40 years that Sayyidina Harun died. Then, after a year or 6 months, came the death of Sayyidina Musa after them. Allah Ta'ala appointed the revered elder, Yusha ibn Nun, as a prophet, and gave him the mission of guiding the Bani Israel. When the period of 40 years of detention was over, the remaining people of Bani Israel got together under the leadership of Sayyidina Yusha ibn Nun and marched towards Bayt al-Maqdis on this mission of jihad. True to the promise of Allah Ta'ala, they conquered Syria, and the wealth of the land they inherited was unimaginable. But it has been said, "So do not grieve for the sinning people," at the end of verse Surah Al-Ma'idah. Ayah 26 has a basis, for the blessed prophets, may peace be upon them all, are endowed with a natural disposition which makes it impossible for them to bear by the pain and hardship of their people. Even if they are punished, the prophets too are affected emotionally. Therefore, Sayyidina Musa has been comforted here that he should not grieve over the punishment given to those people.
Allah said, "Then indeed it is forbidden to them for 40 years, in which they will wander throughout the land. So do not grieve over the defiantly disobedient people."
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 25, for the Tafsir.
And recite to them the story of Adam's 2 sons, in truth, when they both offered a sacrifice to Allah, and it was accepted from one of them, but was not accepted from the other. Said the latter, "I will surely kill you." Said the former, "Indeed, Allah only accepts from the righteous who fear Him."
Commentary. The story of Habil, Abel, and Kabil, Cain. In these verses, Allah Ta'ala has instructed the Holy Prophet that he should relate the story of the 2 sons of Adam truthfully to the people of the book, or to the whole Ummah. People who are blessed with insight into the Holy Quran know that it is no book of folklore, fiction, or history where the purpose is to relate an event from the beginning to the end. But events of the past and accounts of earlier peoples carry many lessons and wise counsels within their fold. That is the real essence of history. Then in them, there are such conditions and circumstances as form the basis of different religious injunctions. In view of these very beneficial considerations, the Quran employs a methodology of its own throughout the text. It would, when the occasion warrants, narrate an event. Most of 10, it would not narrate the whole event in one sequence and at one place. In fact, preference is given to narrating a particular segment from it which bears some element of purpose and is relevant at the given place. This story of the 2 sons of Adam is being narrated here in the same style. It has many lessons and good counsels for the present and future generations, and under them, mention has been made of many religious injunctions. We shall proceed by explaining the words used in the text of the Quran following, which you will have an idea of the main story, and after that we shall be talking about injunctions and rulings contained therein. In the previous verses, mentioned there was the command of jihad given to the Bani Israel, and how cowardly and evasive they turned out to be in response. Set in contrast, the present story condemns unjust killing and the destruction it brings in its wake. The purpose is to bring the people to adhere to moderation and balance in this matter, for the way it is an error to cringe and back out from fighting and killing to uphold the truth and put an end to falsehood. Similarly, starting to kill and fight unjustly amounts to a stock destruction of one's material and spiritual life, both in the present world and in the hereafter. As for the expression, Ibni Adam, the 2 sons of Adam, appearing in the first verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 27, it can be said that, for that matter, every human being, man and woman, is from the progeny of Adam, and everyone can be identified as being from among the children of Adam. But according to the judgment of the majority of authentic scholars of Tafsir, the expression at this place means the 2 real sons of Sayyidina Adam, that is, Habil and Kabil. It was to relate their story that it was said, and recite to them the story of the 2 sons of Adam truthfully, while reporting historical accounts. Caution and truth are mandatory. Here, by adding the word bil, truthfully, stress has been placed on an important principle to be observed while reporting historical narratives. Great caution is mandatory in this matter. These narratives should have nothing false in them, nothing contrary to the truth, nothing dubious or deceptive, nor should there be any change, increase or decrease of any kind in the narration of the original event. Ibn Kathir, This is not the only place where the Holy Quran has identified this principle. There are other places too where similar instructions appear that it be observed. In Surah Al-Imran, it was said, "This is indeed the true narration." Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 62. In Surah Al-Kahf, it was said, "We narrate to you their story with truth." Surah Al-Kahf, Ayah 13. And in Surah Maryam, it was said, "That was Isa son of Maryam, a word of truth." Surah Maryam, Ayah 34. At all these places, by including the key word of al-haq, or the truth with historical narrations, the importance of observing truth in reporting events has been made mandatory. The large number of disorders in this world generated through reporting of events usually issue forth from lack of caution in handling it as it should be handled. A little change of word or mode could distort the reality of the event. The religious codes and laws of past communities were lost through this trapdoor of negligence and lack of caution, leaving the religious books to become collections of stories devoid of reliable authority. So, by adding a single word, truthfully, at this place in the verse, a clear signal was given towards this important objective. In addition to what has been said above, through this very word, the addressees of the Holy Quran are also being chastened and guided to the fact that their noble Prophet, on him be the peace and blessing of Allah, who is a total ummi, untaught by any human being, yet he is describing the events which took place thousands of years ago, absolutely true and correct. When so, how else could it be explained but that it was divinely revealed to a divinely ordained prophet? After this introduction, the event relating to these two sons of Adam was put in the following words by the Holy Quran, that is, both of them offered their sacrifices for Allah Ta'ala, but it was accepted from one of them and was not accepted from the other. The word Quban, in terms of Arabic lexical usage, refers to whatever is made the medium of nearness to someone, and in Islamic legal terminology, it means the dabiyah, or sacrifice, which is offered to seek nearness to Allah Ta'ala. The event of offering the sacrifice, which has been reported on the basis of sound and strong chains of authorities and which has been declared by commentator Ibn Kathir as the unanimously agreed upon position of all earlier and later ulama, is given below. When Sayyidina Adam and Hawa came to live in the world and started having children, it so happened that they had twins from every pregnancy, one of the two being a boy, while the other a girl. That was a time when, among the children of Adam, there was no one other than brothers and brothers and sisters cannot be married to one another. So Allah Jalla Shanuhu, in terms of the need of the time, had promulgated a special provision in the religious law given to Sayyidina Adam that, as for a boy and girl born out of one pregnancy, they shall be regarded as real brothers and sisters among themselves, and marriage between them shall be considered forbidden. But for a boy born in the second pregnancy, a girl born in the first one shall not be legally taken as a real sister, and marriage between them would be permissible. But what happened was that the girl born with the first boy, Kabil, was beautiful, while the girl born with the second boy, Habil, was ugly. When came the time of marriage, the ugly girl born with Habil fell to the lot of Kabil according to rules. This enraged Kabil. He turned hostile to Habil and started resisting that the girl born with him should be the one given in marriage to him. Sayyidina Adam, in view of the legal rule of procedure, did not accept the demand. However, to remove the division between Habil and Kabil, he proposed that they should both offer their respective sacrifice for Allah. Whoever has his sacrifice accepted will be the one to have that girl. The reason is that Sayyidina Adam was certain that the sacrifice to be accepted will be the sacrifice of the one who has the right to marry her, that is, the sacrifice of Habil. In those days, an open sign of a sacrifice being accepted was that a fire would come from the sky and eat up the sacrifice, and the sacrifice which was not eaten up by the fire was the sign of its remaining unacceptable. Now, the situation was that Habil was the owner of a flock of sheep and goats. He offered the sacrifice of a good spring lamb. Kabil was a farmer. He offered some grains as his sacrifice. As customary with them, a fire did come from the sky and ate up the sacrifice offered by Habil, and the sacrifice offered by Kabil remained lying where it was, untouched. Thereupon, hit by failure and disgrace, Kabil was further enraged. Unable to restrain it, he told his brother openly, "I will kill you." Habil did not respond to his angry remark with counter-anger on the spot. He rather said something which was peaceful and principled. It even had an element of sympathetic concern for him. Allah accepts only from the God-fearing, that is, if you had been God-fearing, practicing taqwa and piety, your sacrifice too would have been accepted. Since you did not do so, the sacrifice was not accepted. Why blame me for it? Also mentioned within this statement is the cure for the envy, hasad, of the envier, hasid, that is, When the envier sees that Allah Ta'ala has given someone a particular blessing which has not been given to him, then he should take his deprivation as a result of his own practical shortcomings and sins and think of repenting from them and correcting his or her behavior, not that one starts wishing and worrying about ways through which the other person could be made to lose the blessing he has, because this would not bring him any gain. In fact, it will become the cause of some loss to him. For acceptability with Allah depends on taqwa, fear of Allah. Majority acceptability of deeds depends on ikhlas, sincerity, and taqwa, fear of Allah. There appears in this dialogue between Habil and Kabil a sentence which has the status of an important principle. The acceptability of one's deeds and acts of worship depends on taqwa. The deed of a person who has no taqwa in him is not accepted. For this reason, the learned among the righteous elders, Salaf, have said that this verse is a shot in the arms of those who are devoted to acts of worship and do deeds in the hope of finding the pleasure of Allah. And this was the reason why Sayyid ibn Amir ibn Abdullah was crying at the time of his death. People around him asked, "As for you, you have been busy doing your ibadah, acts of worship, and good deeds throughout your life. Why then would you weep?" He said, "You are saying this, and ringing in my ears is the saying of Allah Ta'ala. Allah accepts only from the God-fearing. I just do not know if any ibadah of mine will be accepted or not." Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Masud, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "If I become certain that Allah Ta'ala has accepted some deed of mine, then I would not surrender this blessing even if the whole world were to turn into solid gold and pass into my possession. In fact, I would take it to be nothing as compared to that blessing." Similarly, said Sayyid ibn Abu ad-Darda, "If it stands settled that one salah of mine has found acceptance with Allah Ta'ala, then that is far more than a whole world full of blessings for me." Sayyid ibn Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, may Allah be pleased with him, gave the following good counsel to a person in a letter he wrote to him: "I tell you to hold on to taqwa, without which no deed is accepted, and mercy is not shown to anyone except those who observe taqwa, and without it there is no divine reward on anything. There are many who preach it, but there are very few who practice it." And Sayyid ibn al-Murtada, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "Even the smallest deed done with taqwa is not small, and how a deed which has been accepted can be called small." Ibn Kathir.
If you should raise your hand against me to kill me, I shall not raise my hand against you to kill you. Indeed, I fear Allah, Lord of the worlds.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 27, for the Tafsir.
Indeed, I want you to obtain thereby my sin and your sin, so you will be among the companions of the fire, and that is the recompense of wrongdoers.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 27, for the Tafsir.
And his soul permitted to him the murder of his brother, so he killed him and became among the losers.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 27, for the Tafsir.
Then Allah sent a crow searching in the ground to show him how to hide the disgrace of his brother. He said, "O woe to me! Have I failed to be like this crow and hide the body of my brother?" And he became of the regretful.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 27, for the Tafsir.
Because of that, we decreed upon the children of Israel that whoever kills a soul, unless for a soul or for corruption done in the land, it is as if he had slain mankind entirely. And whoever saves one, it is as if he had saved mankind entirely. And our messengers had certainly come to them with clear proofs. Then indeed many of them, even after that, throughout the land were transgressors.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 27, for the Tafsir.
Indeed, the penalty for those who wage war against Allah and His Messenger and strive upon earth to cause corruption is none but that they be killed or crucified, or that their hands and feet be cut off from opposite sides, or that they be exiled from the land. That is for them a disgrace in this world, and for them in the hereafter is a great punishment.
Commentary. Quranic laws are unique and revolutionary. Mentioned in the previous verses, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 27 to 32 was the event of the killing of Habil, Abel, and its gravity as a crime. In the verses cited above, and in verses which follow, there is a description of the legal punishments for killing, plundering, robbery, and theft. Prompted in between the description of the punishments for robbery and theft is the need to fear Allah and the desirability of seeking nearness to Him through acts of obedience. This approach of the Quran, acting in a very subtle manner, prepares the human mind to accept the desired revolutionary change in thinking. The reason is that the Holy Quran, unlike the penal codes of the world, does not stop at a simple codification of crime and punishment. Instead of doing that, it combines with each crime and its punishment the ultimate fear of Allah and the hereafter, making the later almost present before him, whereby it would turn the human orientation towards a state of being the very thought of which leaves a person all cleansed from every defect and sin. An impartial view of things as they are around us will prove that, without the motivating factors of the fear of Allah and the apprehension of the hereafter, no law or police or army of this world can guarantee that crimes can be eradicated from human societies. It is this wise and affectionate approach of the Holy Quran which ushered a revolution in the world when it created a society of human beings who, in their godliness, were ahead of even angels. The 3 kinds of Islamic legal punishments. Before we proceed with the details of the Islamic legal punishments for robbery and theft mentioned in the verses cited above and present are explanations of the particular verses, it seems appropriate to clarify the Islamic legal terminology concerning these punishments, a lack of familiarity with which causes even educated people to fall in doubts. Under all common laws of the world, punishments for crimes are considered penalties in an absolute sense, irrespective of the crime concerned, while books like the Indian Penal Code, Pakistan Penal Code, and some others in other countries are comprised of all sorts of crimes and their punishments. But in the Sharia of Islam, things work differently. Here, the punishments of crimes have been divided into 3 kinds. These are hudud, Islamic legal punishment delimited as divine statute, plural of had, qisas, even retaliation, and tazirat, penalties, plural of tazir. Before we move on to define these 3 kinds and explain their sense, it will be useful to bear 2 things in mind. Firstly, it is necessary to know that crimes which bring harm or loss to a human being inflict injustice not only on the created but also cause disobedience to the Creator. Therefore, in every crime of this nature, the right of Allah, Haqqullah, and the right of the servant of Allah, Haqqul Abd, are intermingled, and one becomes guilty of both crimes. But in some crimes, the status of the right of the servant of Allah is more important, while, in some others, the status of the right of Allah is more prominent. As for the modus operandi in religious injunctions, it rests on the status of predominance. Secondly, it is also necessary to know that the Sharia of Islam has not determined any yardstick for crimes other than those which are special. Instead, it has left it to the discretion of the Qadi, the judge of an Islamic court, who could award and enforce the kind and amount of punishment deemed necessary to plug out the incidents of crime, keeping in view the objective conditions prevailing in whatever time, place, and circumstance it may be. It is also possible that the Islamic State at any time and any place may, with due consideration of Islamic legal precepts, restrict the rights of the Qadis in some manner and make them abide by a particular measure of punishment for crimes, as has been the practice in the later centuries of Islam, and as it nearly is the prevailing practice in most countries. Let us now understand that crimes for which the Quran and Sunnah have not fixed any punishment, instead have left it to the discretion of the relevant authorities, are the kind of punishments which are called tazirat, penalties, in the terminology of the Sharia of Islam. As for the punishments of crimes already fixed by the Quran and Sunnah, they are divided over 2 kinds. Firstly, those in which the right of Allah has been declared to be predominant, and the punishment for which is known as had, the plural of which is hudud. Secondly, those in which the right of the servant of Allah has been accepted as predominant in accordance with the Sharia of Islam, and the punishment for which is called the qisas, even retaliation. As for the description of hudud and qisas, the Holy Quran has itself explained it in full details. The details of the remaining penal offenses have been left to the judgment of the Holy Prophet Ali and to the discretion of the relevant ruling authority of the time. In short, we can say that the punishment of crimes which the Holy Quran has promulgated after having determined it to be the right of Allah is called the hudud, and that which it has ordained as the right of the servant of Allah is known as qisas, and crimes the punishment of which has not been determined by it are called tazir. The injunctions of these 3 kinds differ in many respects. Those who take the punishment of every crime as tazir on the basis of their own customary usage, and do not keep the difference of Islamic legal terminology in sight, make frequent errors of judgment in understanding Islamic legal injunctions. As for the punishment of penal offenses, tazir, they can be made the lightest, the heaviest, or could even be pardoned, all depending on attending circumstances. Here, the powers and options of the relevant authorities are wide. But when it comes to hudud, No amir or government or ruler or head of state is permitted to make the least change, alteration, reduction or increase in it. Neither does a change in time and place affect it in any manner, nor does the amir or chief executive of the government have the right to waive or pardon it. There are only 5 hudud in the Sharia of Islam. These are the punishments for robbery, theft, adultery, false accusation of adultery. These punishments have been mentioned in the Holy Quran clearly and categorically. Mansis. The 5th had is that of drinking wine, which stands proved on the basis of a consensus, of the noble companions of the Holy Prophet. Thus, the punishments of a total of 5 crimes stand fixed here. These are called the hudud. The way no amir or ruler can reduce or pardon these punishments. Very similarly, even an act of repentance cannot bring about an amnesty for the criminal as far as the punishment due in this mortal world is concerned. Of course, the sin bound to bring punishment in the hereafter does get to be forgiven through sincere repentance, leaving at least that account in the clear. Out of these, there is only one punishment, that of robbery, in which there is an exception, that is, if the robber repents before being arrested, and his conduct and dealings proves his repentance to be satisfactory, only then this had will stand dropped. Repentance after arrest is not valid with regard to the worldly punishment. Other than this, the remaining hudud do not get to be forgiven in this world even by repentance, whether this repentance comes before the arrest or after it. In matters relating to penal offenses, tazarat recommendations could be heard as warranted by a relevant right. In the hudud of Allah, punishment under divine right, even the making of a recommendation is not permissible, and equally impermissible is its hearing too. The Holy Prophet has prohibited it strictly. The punishments under hudud are generally strict. The law of their enforcement is also strict, as nobody has been permitted to make any additions or subtractions in them under any circumstances, nor can they be waived or forgiven by anyone. Along with this strict stance maintained in punishment and law, when it comes to some moderation of matters, equally stringent conditions have been imposed regarding the completion of the crime as well as the completion of the proof of the crime. Should even a single condition out of these be found missing, the had stands drop. In fact, even the least doubt found in a proof will cause the had to be dropped. In this matter, the established law of Islam is, that is, hudud are dropped in case of doubt. At this point, let us also understand that in cases where the Islamic legal punishment had is dropped because of a doubt or absence of some condition, it is not necessary that the criminal would go scot-free only to become more daring in later crimes. Instead of that, the relevant ruler would award the penal punishment to him as due in his case. The penal punishments tazarat of the Sharia are generally physical, which, being lesson-oriented, have a complete system of blocking and eradicating crimes. Suppose only 3 witnesses were found to attest to the proof of adultery, zina, and the witnesses are upright and trustworthy, about whom the doubt that they would lie cannot be entertained. But according to the Islamic legal norm, the Islamic legal punishment will not be enforced against the offender because of the absence of the 4th witness. However, it does not mean that the offender will be allowed to walk out free of any obligation, lasso or penalty. The ruler of the time would, rather, award an appropriate penal punishment to him, which would be in the form of lashes. Or take the example of the punishment for theft. If there remains any shortfall or doubt in conditions fixed as the required proof of theft, the Islamic legal had punishment of cutting hands cannot be enforced on the accused. This does not mean that the accused goes all untouched and free. On the contrary, other penal punishments will be given to him as warranted in his case. The punishment of qisas, even retaliation, like hudud, the punishment of qisas has also been fixed in the Quran, that is, life be taken for life and wounds be retaliated by even wounds. But the difference is that hudud have been enforced as the right of Allah. It means that should the holder of the right elect to forgive the offense, it will not be forgiven, and the head will not be dropped. For example, should the person whose property has been stolen were to forgive the thief, the Islamic prescribed punishment for theft will not stand forgiven on that count. This is contrary to the case of qisas, where the Quran and Sunnah have declared the status of the right of the servant of Allah, Haqqul Abd, as predominant. This is why the accused killer, after the crime of killing has been proved legally, is handed over to the guardian, wali, of the person killed, who can, at his discretion, take qisas and have him killed, or forgive him, if he so wishes. Similar to this is the case of qisas in cases of wounds. You already know that hudud and qisas, when dropped, do not let the criminal go unscathed, the ruler of the time having the power and discretion to award the amount and kind of penal punishment, tazir, considered appropriate. Therefore, it should not be doubted that, in the event the criminal charged with homicide were to be set free after having been forgiven by the guardian of the person killed, killers would be encouraged and cases of homicide would become common. This doubt is unfounded because taking the life of the person who had killed was the right of the guardian of the person who was killed, and he surrendered it by forgiving. But providing the security of life for other people is the right of the government. It can, to protect this right, sentence the killer for life or give him some other punishments in order to offset the danger posed by such a person to the lives of other people. The explanation of ayat and details of hudud. Up till this point, we have dealt with necessary information about the terminology of Islamic legal punishments of hudud, qisas and ta'zirat. We can now move to the explanation of verses which carry injunctions about them, and which would also include a detailed discussion of hudud. The first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 33, begins by stating the punishment of those who fight against Allah and His Messenger and go about spreading disorder in the earth. For the sake of clarity, let us consider two things at this stage. What does fighting, muharaba, against Allah and His Messenger and spreading disorder in the earth mean, and to whom does this apply? The word muharaba is derived from harb and intrinsically means to wrest or snatch away. In Arabic usage, it is used against salam, which means peace and security. Thus, we can see that the sense of harb, fight, is the spreading of disorder. It is obvious that rare incidents of theft or killing and plundering do not cause public peace to be disturbed. In fact, this happens only when a powerful and organized group stands up to carry out acts of robbery, killing, and plundering. Therefore, according to Muslim jurists, the punishment contemplated in this verse is meant for a group or an individual who robs people and breaks the law of the land by the force of arms. This will not include those who indulge in common individual crimes such as thieves and pickpockets. Tafsir Majari. The second point worth noticing in this verse is that muharaba, fighting, of the criminals is said to be against Allah and His Messenger, though the confrontation or fighting waged by robbers and rebels is apparently against human beings. The reason is that a powerful group, when it elects to break the law given by Allah and His blessed Messenger with force, it is really at war with the government, even though they are obviously carrying out their aggression against common human beings. But when the government itself is Islamic, a government which subscribes to and enforces the law of Allah and His Messenger, this act of fighting, muharaba, will invariably be regarded as being against Allah and His Messenger. In short, the punishment mentioned in the first verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 33, applies to robbers and rebels who ruin public peace by attacking with armed group force and break the law of the land openly. As obvious, this could appear in many forms. So, everything from aggression against property and honor to killing and bloodshed is included within its sense. It is from here that we find out the difference between muqatala and mu'araba. Muqatala refers to a bloody fight, though with actual killing or without, and though property is also looted as an adjunct. The word mu'araba is used in the sense of spreading disorder by employing force and causing the destruction of public peace and safety. Therefore, this word is particularly used to denote high-handed and group-led intrusion into anything relating to the life, property, and honor of people, which is called highway looting, robbery, and rebellion. The punishment for this crime has been fixed by the Holy Qur'an itself when it enforced it as the right of Allah, which, in a manner of saying, was a crime against the ultimate authority. In the terminology of the Sharia, it is called the had. Let us now find out the Islamic prescribed punishment for dacoity and highway robbery. In the present verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 33, 4 punishments for highway robbery have been mentioned, that they shall be killed off or be crucified, or their hands and legs be cut apart from different sides, or they be kept away from the land they live in. In the first 3 punishments, the words used belong to a particular from a verb called bab al-taf, ill, which are emphatic and denote repetition and intensity of the respective acts. The added use of the plural form gives the hint that their being killed or crucified or amputated is not like common punishments, where punishment is given only to one individual who has provenly committed the crime. The situation here is rather different, when the whole group of robbers will be awarded the punishment by being killed or crucified or amputated, even though the actual crime was committed only by one single individual of the group. Another hint given here indicates that this killing, crucifixion, and amputation is not in the form of qisas which could stand pardoned after having been forgiven by the guardians of the person killed. Instead, this Islamic legal punishment has been enforced as the right of Allah, haqqullah, and the punishment will not be pardoned legally even if the people who have suffered were to forego and forgive. These two rulings were arrived at by the text's choice of the particular grammatical form, babat tafil, of the first three words of the verse. Tafsir Majari and others. These four punishments for highway robbery have been introduced by using the word which is also employed to give choice in a few things and for division in allotment of jobs too. Therefore, a group of Sahaba, Tabi'in and jurists of the Muslim Ummah, by taking the word in the sense of choice, has taken the position that the Imam or Amir or the ruler has been legally given the choice to award all four punishments, or any one of them as suitable in their cases, of course, after an assessment of the power and terror of the robbers and the gravity or negligibility of their crimes. This is the view held by Ibn Asad ibn al-Musayyib, Ibn Ada, Dawud, Hassan al-Basri, Dahak, Nakroman II and Mujahid, as well as that of Imam Malik from among the four Imams. On the other hand, Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and a group of Sahaba and Tabi'in have taken the word in the sense of division of work. Thus, according to them, the sense of the verse is that there are different punishments which can be applied to various conditions of highway robbers and highway robberies. This position is also supported by a hadith where, based on a narration from ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, it has been reported that the Holy Prophet had entered into a peace treaty with Abu Burda Aslami. He broke the treaty when he robbed some people going to Medina to embrace Islam. Pursuant to this episode, Sayyidina Jibril came with an injunction for punishment. The injunction stipulated that whoever killed and looted property as well should be crucified, and whoever killed but did not loot should be killed, and whoever looted but did not kill anyone should have his hand and legs cut apart from different sides, and whoever from them embraces Islam should have his crime pardoned, and whoever did not kill or plunder but restricted himself to scaring people, which caused a breach of public peace, should be exiled. If these people have killed a Muslim or non-Muslim citizen of Dar al-Islam but did not loot property, their punishment is that is, all of them should be killed, even though the act of killing was directly carried out by some of them only. And if they killed and looted both, their punishment is, that is, they should be crucified. The form it should take is that they be hanged alive, then their stomach be slit with a spear or something else. And if they have participated in looting only and have not killed anyone, their punishment is, that is, their right hands be cut apart from the wrists, and their left legs from the ankles. Here too, though this act of looting may have been performed directly only by some of them, yet the punishment will remain just the same for all of them, because whatever the doers of the act did, they did it with their trust in the cooperation and assistance of their accomplices, therefore all of them are partners in the crime. And if they had yet to commit the crime of killing or plundering while they were arrested beforehand, their punishment is, that is, they be kept away from the land they live in. The sense of keeping away or turning out from the land, according to a group of Muslim jurists, is that they should be turned out from Dar al-Islam. Some others say that they should be turned out from the place where they have committed the crime of robbery. In cases like this, Sayyidina Umar al-Farraq, may Allah be pleased with him, gave the verdict that should the criminal be turned out from one place and left to roam free in other cities, he was bound to harass the people there. Therefore, let a criminal like this be locked in a prison. This will become his keeping away or turning out from the land, for he cannot go and walk anywhere. Imam Abu Hanifa has adopted this very view. As for the question that armed attacks of this kind these days are no more restricted to looting of property or killing and bloodshed alone, for there are frequent instances of raping and kidnapping women as well. So, if the statement of the Quran and run about trying to spread disorder in the earth were to be taken as inclusive of such crimes, what punishment would they deserve? Here, apparently the Imam or Amir or the ruler will have the option of enforcing whichever of the four punishments he deems fit in their case, and in the event that he does find the necessary proof of adultery as admitted by the Sharia of Islam, he would enforce the head punishment for zina, adultery, as well. Similarly, if the position is that no one was killed, no property was looted, but some people did receive wounds at their hands, then they would be subjected to the law of qisas, even retaliation, against the inflicting of wounds. Tafsir Majari, towards the end of the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 33, it was said, that is, the Islamic legal punishment to which they have been subjected here is humiliation for them in this world, and certainly a token of punishment. As for the punishment of the hereafter, that is much harsher and more lasting. This tells us that the punishments of hudud, qisas or ta'zirat in this mortal world do not lead on to the forgiveness of punishments due in the hereafter unless the person sentenced repents and makes a genuine tawbah, following which he could hope to have the punishment of the hereafter forgiven.
except for those who return repenting before you apprehend them, and know that Allah is forgiving and merciful.
In the second verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 34, except those who repent before you overpower them, an exception has been mentioned. The exception is that should the robbers and rebels were to repent before they are surrounded and overpowered by government forces, and are in a state when their position of strength is still operative and decide on their own to abandon their practice of highway robbery, then this prescribed punishment will stand dropped in their case. This exception is different from the general law of hudud because in other crimes such as theft and adultery, if the criminal, after he has committed the crime and has been indicted by a Qadi court as guilty, were to prove that he had repented genuinely, then, though the punishment of the hereafter would stand forgiven by virtue of this repentance, yet the Islamic prescribed punishment will not be forgiven in this mortal world, as it will be explained later, after some verses, under the punishment for theft. The wisdom behind this exception is that, on the one hand, such severity has been maintained in the punishment of robbers that for the commitment of the crime, even if by one person out of a whole group, punishment is given to the whole group. Therefore, on the other hand, things have been made softer and lighter through this exception, that is, let them repent if they would, in which case the punishment of the mortal world would also be forgiven. In addition to that, there is a strategic advantage here in this provision, that is, it is not always easy to control or overpower a powerful group, therefore the door of persuasion has been left open for them so that they are induced to repent. Yet another expedient consideration in this matter is that killing a person is an extreme punishment. Here, the drift of the Islamic law is that it should happen as rarely as possible while, in a case of robbery, the killing of a whole group becomes necessary, therefore to reform them too, through persuasion, was continued simultaneously. The kind of effect it produced was that Ali Asadi, who robbed passers-by on the outskirts of Medina with the help of his group, happened to hear one of those days the following verse of the Holy Qur'an being recited by a Qari in a caravan, under attack. O my servants, who have committed excesses against their own selves, do not lose hope in the mercy of Allah. Zumar, when he looked for the Qari and found him, he asked him to recite the verse once again. When he had heard the verse the second time, he put his sword back into the sheath, repented from robbery, and reached Medina. At that time, Marwan ibn al-Hakam was the chief executive of Medina. The well-known Sahabi, say, in Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, I held Asadi by the hand and took him to the Amir of Medina. Before him he recited this verse of the Qur'an and said, you cannot give him any punishment. The government was already helpless against their robbery and the disorder generated by it. Everyone was pleased with the outcome. An event similar to this happened when Harith ibn Badr rebelled, left the city, and took to the practice of killing and plundering. But Almighty Allah gave him the tawfiq ability later on when he repented and returned to Medina. Then Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, did not subject him to the ordained legal punishment. At this point, it is worth remembering that the waiver in the Islamic legal punishment does not make it necessary that the rights of the servants of Allah the criminal has trampled upon will also be forgiven. On the contrary, the fact of the matter is that anything valuable taken from anyone which is still available must be returned back. And if someone was killed or wounded, one is bound to go through the consequences as stipulated under the law of qisas. Even retaliation, however, since qisas is the right of the servant of Allah, it could be forgiven if forgiven by the guardians of the person killed or by the person who holds that right. Other than that, if someone has hurt someone else financially, it is necessary to vacate the liability, daman, or have it forgiven by the person concerned. This is the favored position of Imam Abu Hanifa and that of the majority of the jurists of Islam. A little reflection would show that this is a fairly obvious matter, as the act of seeking deliverance from any infringement of the rights of the servants of Allah is a part of the act of tawbah, repentance, itself. Tawbah without it remains just incomplete. Therefore, a robber or dacoit will be taken as genuinely repentant only when he pays for whatever rights of the servants of Allah he has infringed upon, or has it forgiven by them.
O you who have believed, fear Allah and seek the means of nearness to Him, and strive in His cause that you may succeed.
Commentary. In verses previous to those cited above, the Islamic prescribed punishment of robbery and rebellion, as well as the details of injunctions relating to them, were mentioned, while the prescribed punishment for theft is coming up after 3 verses later. The 3 verses which appear in between talk about taqwa, the fear of Allah, obedience to and the worship of Allah, inducement to jihad, fighting or struggling in the way of Allah, as well as the ruinous effects of disbelief, rejection, obstinacy, and disobedience. A deeper look into this particular style of the Quran would reveal that its oft-recurring approach is not simply to state the letter of the law of penalty and punishment as some cold and coercive command from the lawgiver and just leave it at that. Instead, by taking the approach of an affectionate nourisher and nurturer, it also smooths out the edges of the human mind to prepare it for its ultimate abstention from crimes. And when it awakens the human minds to the awaiting realities of the fear of Allah and of the hereafter, and when it makes the everlasting blessing and bliss of paradise appear almost in sight, it goes on to change hearts, replacing their chronic taste for crime with instant distaste. This is the reason why words similar to fear Allah are repeated after stated laws of crime and punishment. Here too, 3 things have been commanded. The first one is, that is, fear Allah, for it is the fear of Allah alone which can really stop human beings from committing crimes openly and secretly. The second one is, that is, seek the nearness of Allah. The word wasila, left untranslated, is a derivation from the verbal noun waslan, which means to make effort to become close to someone. This word, whether spelled with the letter sin or sad, is used almost in the same sense. The only difference is that waslan, spelled with the letter sad, refers to becoming close in the absolute sense, while waslan, spelled with the letter sin, is used to denote seeking to gain nearness with longing and love. Related details appear in the Sihah of Jauhari and in the Mufradat of Ragib al-Isfahani. So, wasla, or wasilat, spelt with the letter sad, refer to something which brings about nearness or conjunction between 2 things, whether that nearness comes to be through longing and love, or in some other form. As for the word wasila, spelt with the letter sin, it means that which brings someone closer to someone else through liking and love. Listen al-Arab, Mufradat al-Quran, the act of seeking to gain access to Allah, that is, wasila to Allah. To be precise, is anything which brings a servant of Allah near to his or her sole object of worship with all longing and love. Therefore, the righteous elders, the Sahaba and Tabi'in, have explained the word wasila to mean obedience, nearness, faith, and righteous conduct. Sayyidina Idhafa, as reported by Hakim, said wasala means nearness and obedience, and Ibn Jarir has reported the same on the authority of Ada, Mujahid, and Hasan al-Basri. May the mercy of Allah be upon them all. Also, Ibn Jarir and others have reported from Qatada the tafsir of this verse, which is, it means seek nearness to Him by obedience to Him and by doing deeds which please Him. Therefore, the gist of the explanation of this verse is that one should seek the nearness of Allah through al-man, faith, and amal, good deeds, appearing in a musnad of Ahmad. There is a sound, sahih, hadith in which the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, wasilat is a high rank of paradise, above which there is no rank. You pray to Almighty Allah that He gives me that rank. Again, in a narration from Sahih Muslim, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, when the mud-tin muezzin calls the adhan, you keep saying what he says. Then recite durat on me and pray that I be blessed with wasila. These ahadith tell us that wasila is a special rank of Jannah, paradise, which is identified particularly with the Holy Prophet. As for the command to seek and find wasila given to every believer, it seems to be, on the surface, contrary to this particularity. But the answer is fairly clear that the way the highest station of guidance is special to the Holy Prophet who always prayed for it, but its elementary and intermediary ranks of guidance are common and open to all Muslims. Similarly, the higher rank of wasila is particular to the Holy Prophet, and all ranks after it are open and common to all believers through the linkage of their love for him. In his letters, the famous renovator of the 2nd millennium of Islam in India, Mujahid al-Thani, and Qadi Thanullah of Panipat, in his Tafsir Majari, have both warned that the sense of longing and love embedded in the word wasila clearly shows that advancement in the ranks of wasila depends on the love for Almighty Allah and His Messenger, and love comes through the following of sunnah, the words and deeds of the Holy Prophet. This is because Almighty Allah says, say, O Prophet, if you do love Allah, follow me, Allah shall love you. Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 31. Therefore, the more particular one is in following the sunnah of the Holy Prophet in acts of worship, transactions, dealings, morals, social living, practically in all departments of life. The more beloved of Allah one shall be, and the more widening becomes the gyre of this love, the closer and nearer to Allah one shall be. Now, after this lexical explanation of the word wasila, and the exegetical notes from the Sahaba and Tabi'in, we do know how everything which becomes the means of achieving the pleasure and nearness of Allah is, for a human being, the wasila of becoming close to Allah. As included in it are faith, iman, and good deeds, al-amal al-salih. So included therein are the company and the love of prophets and righteous people as well, for that too is one of the causes of the pleasure of Allah, and so praying to Allah Almighty by making them a wasila should be correct, as was done by Say in Nuyumar, may Allah be pleased with him when he, at the time of a famine, making Say, Ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, wasila, made a prayer for rains before Almighty Allah. The prayer was answered. It is reported that the Holy Prophet had himself taught a blind Sahabi to pray with the words which are as follows: O Allah, I seek from you, and I ask for your attention with the wasila of your Prophet Muhammad, the Prophet of Mercy. Manner before taking up the third command, that of jihad. In this verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 35, it will be useful to recollect the first command, that of taqwa, then the command to seek nearness to Allah through faith and good deeds, and now in the end it was said, and carry out jihad in His way. Though jihad was included under good deeds, yet it was to spell out the higher status of jihad among good deeds that jihad was mentioned separately and distinctly, as confirmed by a saying of the Holy Prophet, which is, that is, jihad is the highest peak of Islam. Moreover, there is yet another element of wisdom why jihad has been mentioned distinctly at this place. It will be recalled that the unlawfulness of spreading disorder on the earth, along with its worldly and otherworldly punishment, was mentioned in previous verses, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 32-33. Since jihad too, given a surface view of it, or as those allergic to it would love to believe, appears to be some form of disorder on the earth, al-fasad fi al-ard, therefore, it was possible that someone ignorant could just fail to understand the difference between jihad, fighting in the way of Allah, and fasad, spreading disorder. To offset this possibility, the spreading of disorder on the earth was forbidden first, and it was after that that the command of jihad was mentioned distinctly, and the difference between the two was pointed out by the addition of the words, in His way. This is because the killing and plundering of the property of people and robberies and rebellions is for the sole purpose of personal aggrandizement and other nefarious objectives, while, should it ever come to happen in a jihad, it will still be for the initial purpose of appraising the word of Allah and eliminating oppression and tyranny. There is a world of difference between the two. Moving on to the second and the third verses, one notices the manner in which the grave curse of kufr, disbelief, shirk, the associating of partners in the divinity of Allah, and sin has been pointed out. It is so poignant that even a little reflection on it could bring an instant revolution in the lives of men and women of such persuasion, compelling them to abandon all kufr and shirk and sin. To explain the curse of sinful living a little further, it can be said that sins in which one gets involved usually is because of personal desires and needs, or for the desires and needs of family and children. Since their fulfillment comes through an increase in wealth and property, one goes after amassing wealth and property without making any distinction between what is halal, lawful, and what is haram, unlawful in it. In these verses, Almighty Allah has censured the acquisition mania of such people, which will prove to be futile in the ultimate analysis, because its cure lies in realizing that things of comfort collected to satisfy a short-lived span of life by working hard day and night still remain unattained. More and more stays to be the order of every other day in life. What begins must end, and this race of gold and greed will also end when the punishment of the doomsday will appear in sight, and at that time, if these people were to offer all they had collected in the mortal world, wealth and property, things and things of comfort, taste and value, offer all of it in return for their release from the punishment, then this would not be possible anymore. Even if the wager is increased higher, suppose everything of value were to be owned by one person, nay, let us say twice as much, and if he were to offer all of it to have his release from the punishment, still then, nothing would be accepted from him, and he will not have his deliverance from the punishment of the hereafter.
Indeed, those who disbelieve, if they should have all that is in the earth, and the like of it, with it by which to ransom themselves from the punishment of the day of resurrection, it will not be accepted from them, and for them is a painful punishment.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 35, for the Tafsir.
They will wish to get out of the fire, but never are they to emerge therefrom, and for them is an enduring punishment.
That this punishment would be everlasting for disbelievers has been made clear through the third verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 37.
As for the thief, the male and the female, amputate their hands in recompense for what they committed as a deterrent punishment from Allah, and Allah is exalted in might and wise.
The fourth verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 38 reverts to the subject of the punishment of crimes where the Islamic legal punishment of theft has been described. The punishment for theft belongs to the category of hudud, which is one of the three kinds of Islamic legal punishments discussed earlier, under the Tafsir of verses Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 33 and. Since the Holy Quran has itself fixed this punishment, it has not been left at the discretion of the relevant authorities. The Holy Quran has determined it as the right of Allah Hakula, therefore it is called the had of sarika, the Islamic legal punishment of theft. The words of the verse are, as for a man or woman who commits theft, cut off the hands of both to recompense them for what they earned, a deterrent from Allah. And Allah is mighty wise. Noteworthy here is the fact that the address in Quranic injunctions is generally to men, wherein women are also understood as included consequentially. In Salah, Psalm, Hajj, Zakat, and in all injunctions of the Shari'ah. This is the general operating principle of Quran and Sunnah. But in the case of the punishment for theft and adultery, the text here does not limit itself to addressing men only, instead of which it addresses its command to both sexes, mentioning them separately. One reason for doing so is that this is a matter of hudud in which the least doubt could cause it to be dropped. Therefore, women were not left as implied under the address. They were, rather, mentioned explicitly. Understanding the Islamic law of sarika, theft. Something else we should find out at this stage is the very sense of the word sarika and its definition as determined in the Sharia of Islam. According to Al-Kamas, the Arabic lexicon, if anyone takes what belongs to someone else from a secured place without his or her permission, clandestinely, it is called sarika. And this is its Islamic legal definition too. So, in the light of this definition, in order that sarika be proved, a few ingredients must exist. Being privately owned, the property concerned must have been owned privately by an individual or group. The stealer should own nothing in it, nor should there be any doubt of such ownership, nor should there be things in it in which the rights of common people are equal, such as institutions of public welfare and their belongings. This tells us that should someone take something in which he or she has ownership rights, where there is a doubt of such ownership, or in which the rights of common people are equal, then the had of sarika, the Islamic prescribed punishment, will not be enforced against the stealer. However, the relevant authority of the time could enforce punitive punishment, ta'zir, at his discretion. Being secured, it means that the stolen property must be secured, as in a locked house or under a security guard. Property not in a secured place, if picked up by someone, would also not render that person liable to be charged with the had of sarika. However, should there be even a doubt in the property concerned being secure, even then the had of sarika will stand dropped. Considerations of sin and punitive punishment, ta'zir, are a separate matter. Being without permission, if a person who has been given the permission to take or pick up and use the property concerned chooses to take it away for good, the had of sarika will not be imposed. And should there be even a doubt about the stealer having such permission, the had will stand dropped. Taking clandestinely. This is because the looting of someone's property openly is no theft. It is robbery, the punishment for which has already been stated. The point is, if it is not by stealth, the had of sarika will not be imposed on the person concerned. After having heard the details involved in all these conditions, you would have already realized that theft as known to us carries a general and wide sense. Every single person who indulges in it is not legally liable to the had of sarika, that is, the punishment of cutting hands. Instead of that, this prescribed punishment shall be enforced against that particular form of theft in which all these ingredients have been found present. Along with it, you also know the situations in which the had for theft is dropped. It is not at all necessary that the criminal would go scot-free. In fact, the relevant authority of the time could award punitive punishment against him at his discretion, which could even be physical, as that of lashes. In the same way, let it not be surmised that, in situations where the absence of some condition of sarika restrains the enforcement of the had punishment, the act itself would become legally permissible and lawful because, as explained earlier, we are not talking about sin and the punishment of the hereafter here. The concern here is that of the temporal punishment, and that too of a particular kind of punishment. Otherwise, the property of a person taken without his pleasure and permission, no matter how, shall remain haram, unlawful, causing punishment in the hereafter as clarified in the verse. And do not eat up each other's property by false means. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 188. Also worth noting here is the fact that the words used by the Quran in the matter of theft are the same as those used about the punishment of adultery. But the difference is that, in the matter of theft, The mention of man appears first and that of woman follows, while, in the case of adultery, the arrangement has been reversed where woman has been mentioned first. Thus, in the punishment of theft, it was said, "O are a man or a woman who commits theft," while, in the punishment of adultery, it was said, "the woman and the man guilty of fornication." Surah An-Nur, Ayah 2. Commentators have indicated many elements of wisdom in this reversal of word order, but the one that appeals most is that the crime of theft when committed by man as compared to that committed by a woman is more grave because Almighty Allah has blessed him with the kind of strength to earn his living which a woman does not have. Should a man who, despite that so many doors of earning his living are open to him, stoop so low as to commit the disgraceful crime of theft, really increases the gravity of his sin. And when it comes to the matter of adultery, Allah Almighty has blessed a woman with natural modesty and secure atmosphere which leaves no reason for her to fall into the lower levels of immodesty, which would be a grave crime indeed. Therefore in theft, the mention of man precedes, while in adultery that of woman. After stating the had punishment for theft in this verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 38, 2 sentences have been added. The first sentence is, to recompense them for the evil deed they committed, and the second sentence is, a deterrent from Allah. The later is composed of the words, Naqal, the deterrent, and Min Allah, from Allah. Lexically, the Arabic word, Naqal means a punishment which is exemplary, something which teaches a lesson to others as well so that they too abandon any intentions of committing crimes. Therefore, a translation of this word in the idiom of any other language would have to have a sense of lesson and dissuasion both. The hint given here is that the stern punishment of cutting hands is based on a consideration which is special and wise. In simple words, it amounts to punishing one and chastening the rest so that this ugly crime is eradicated totally. Then by adding min Allah, from Allah, a pointed reference has been made to yet another subject of importance, that is, there are two ways of looking at the crime of theft. Firstly, a person may take the property belonging to someone else without any right to do so, which inflicts injustice on the later. Secondly, this person acted counter to the command of Allah. Keeping the first aspect in sight, this punishment is the right of the victim of injustice, which requires that the punishment, if pardoned by the holder of the right, will stand forgiven, and this is the customary practice in all cases of qisas, even retaliation. Now looking at it from the second aspect, this punishment is for having acted contrary to the command of Allah. It requires that this punishment will not be forgiven even if it were to be forgiven by the person who has been the victim of the theft, unless, of course, forgiven by Almighty Allah Himself. This is called had or hudud in the terminology of the Sharia of Islam. So, by determining the second aspect through the addition of min Allah, from Allah, the hint given is that this punishment is had not qisas, that is, in a manner of saying, the punishment has been awarded for what constitutes a crime against the state. Therefore, even if the person who is the victim of the theft were to forgive, the punishment would still not be dropped. Finally, towards the end of the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 38, by saying, "And Allah is mighty, wise," answer has been given to the doubts so widely entertained these days, that is, this punishment is very harsh. Not resting at that, there are the loud-mouthed and the uninformed among them, who would not even fight shy of saying that this punishment is savage. Refuge with Allah. These words are there to point out that the introduction of this severe punishment is not only that it is an outcome of Allah's being mighty and powerful, but that it also based on His being wise as well. The Islamic legal punishments which the modern highbrows of the West label as harsh and savage shall be taken up in details with comments on the wisdom behind them, their need and benefits, soon after we have completed the explanation of the present set of verses.
But whoever repents after his wrongdoing and reforms, indeed, Allah will turn to him in forgiveness. Indeed, Allah is forgiving and merciful.
The next verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 39 says, "And whoever repents after his transgression and corrects himself, then Allah shall relent towards him. Surely Allah is most forgiving, very merciful." It will be recalled that forgiveness was also mentioned in connection with the prescribed punishment for robbery, appearing a few verses Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 34, and forgiveness has been mentioned after the punishment for theft as well. But the statement of forgiveness at both places has a particular difference, and it is on the basis of this difference that the sense of forgiveness in both punishments has been taken differently by Muslim jurists. While ordaining the punishment for robbery, giving an exception, Almighty Allah has said, "Except those who repent before you overpower them," Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 34. the outcome of which is that the had punishment for robbery mentioned in the verse provides an exemption whereby the one who repents before robbers are overpowered and arrested by the government shall have his had punishment forgiven. As for the forgiveness mentioned after the punishment for theft, it does not have the exemption from this temporal punishment. It is rather in terms of the hereafter that this repentance shall be accepted, towards which a clear indication exists in the words, "Then Allah shall relent towards him." In other words, the relevant ruler of the time will not abandon the had punishment because of this repentance. Instead of that, Almighty Allah will, by forgiving their crime, grant deliverance to them from the punishment of the hereafter. Therefore, Muslim jurists almost unanimously agree that the had punishment for robbery shall not be enforced on robbers who repent before they are arrested. But should a thief were to forsake and repent from stealing after having committed a theft, whether before or after arrest, then the had of sarika, the Islamic legal punishment, which is a temporal punishment, will not be forgiven. That the sin is forgiven and deliverance from the punishment of the hereafter has been achieved is not contrary to this.
Do you not know that to Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth? He punishes whom He wills and forgives whom He wills, and Allah is over all things competent.
The later verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 40 says, "Do you know that to Allah alone belongs the kingdom of the heavens and the earth? He punishes whomsoever He wills, and He forgives whomsoever He wills. And Allah is powerful over everything." This verse is linked with and homogeneous to previous verses which feature stringent injunctions of the Islamic legal punishments for robbery and theft. A shallow look at these injunctions could give the false impression of their being contradictory to human dignity. It is to remove this doubt that Almighty Allah has, in this verse, initially stated that He alone is the real master of the entire universe. Then, He says that He alone is the absolute power. In between comes the statement that it is not only that He punishes, He forgives as well, and that forgiveness and punishment depend on His wisdom, for the way He is the absolute master and the absolute power, so is He absolutely wise too. There is no human power which can gauge the extent of His mastery and domain, so shall there be no human reason which can fully fathom the countless manifestations of His wisdom, and that which it would pass on to human beings by virtue of pondering through principles is sufficient enough to put their hearts at peace. What is benign and that is savage? People in the West, and those influenced by their education and culture, commonly object that Islamic punishments are harsh. And as pointed out a little earlier, there are some heedless people who do not even hesitate to say that these punishments are savage and undignified. Before we deal with this matter, it would be useful to keep what has been stated earlier in sight. We know that the Holy Qur'an has itself determined and fixed the punishments for only 4 crimes which are called had, in the terminology of the Islamic Sharia. The punishment of robbery is the cutting of the right hand and the left foot. The punishment of theft is the cutting of the right hand from the wrist. The punishment of adultery is 100 lashes in some situations, and stoning to death in some others. The punishment of making a false accusation of adultery is 80 lashes. The 5th Islamic prescribed punishment, had, is that of drinking, which is 80 lashes, is fixed under the consensus of the Sahaba of the Holy Prophet. With the sole exception of these 5 crimes, the punishment of all other crimes has been left to the discretion of the ruler of the time, so that the relevant judge may award the kind and amount of punishment with due consideration of the crime, the criminal, and the circumstances. This is a matter in which it is also possible that some particular system designed to delimit and apportion punishments is established in consultation with those fit to guide and advise, and cadis or judges are bound with it. This is what happens these days when penal laws are generally enacted through legislative assemblies, and cadis or judges award punishments within limits already identified. Although in the 5 crimes the punishment for which has been fixed by the Quran, or through a consensus ijma, and in which no individual or party or assembly has any right of alteration or substitution, but in them too, if the proof of the crime is not available through the law of evidence prescribed by the Sharia, or there be the proof of the crime, but conditions under which this punishment is enforced may not be complete, and the fact of the crime stands proved in the sight of the cadi or judge, still then, in that situation too, the had punishment will not be enforced, instead of which the punishment given will be punitive, ta'ziri, along with it. There is the standing rule of Islamic law that the benefit of doubt goes to the person accused of a crime. A doubt about anything in the proof of the crime or the conditions of the crime causes the had punishment to be dropped. But in the event that there be the necessary proof of crime available, the punishment given will be punitive, taziri. This tells us that there will be many more situations in which the had punishment will not be enforced and, in their place, punitive punishments will be awarded subject to the discretion of the ruler of the time. Since punitive punishments have not been predetermined by the Sharia, they can be changed or tailored to suit the needs of every time and every circumstance, just like the general laws of the land. Therefore, at least in this field, nobody has room for any objection. Now the debate is reduced to the punishments of 5 crimes only, and that too, in their particular situations. For example, let us take theft and see that the punishment of cutting the hand has not been imposed by the Sharia on every theft, in an absolute sense, that is, theft as we know it in our common usage. This is no sarika. Sarika, the crime which is punished by cutting the hand, has a peculiar definition of its own, details about which have appeared earlier under the subheading Understanding the Islamic Legal Punishment of Sarika, and which can be briefly defined here as the taking out of someone's property from a secured place by breaking the security arrangements unlawfully and secretly. According to this definition, many forms recognized as common thefts stand eliminated from the standard definition of the head of sarika. For instance, the condition of a secured place tells us that property stolen from commonly used public places such as masjid, mazalabid, area earmarked for the large congregational prayers on the occasion of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha, park, club, railroad station, waiting room, train, airplane, etc. Or stealing fruits hanging on trees, or stealing honey will not cause the had of sarika to be imposed against the thief. Instead of that, punitive punishment will be given to the culprit as generally done in most countries. Similarly, take the example of a person you have allowed to enter your house, whether he is your servant, or maid, or a worker on wages, or a builder on contract, or a friend or relative. Now, should he take something away from your house, then, though he is included under the definition of common theft, and is deserving of the punitive punishment for it, yet the Islamic legal punishment of cutting the hand will not be enforced on him, because he entered the house with your permission, and the arrangement of legal security is not complete as far as he is concerned. Similarly, incidents like someone picked someone else's pocket, or snatched away cash or jewelry from someone's hand, or extracted something by fraud, or went back on his word when asked to return what he had agreed to keep in trust are all unlawful and impermissible, and definitely included under customary thefts, but the punishment for all these is punitive, which depends upon the discretion of the ruler. Since these are not included under the definition of legally culpable sarika, no amputation of hand will take place. Likewise, the hand of a stealer of coffin clothes will not be cut because, first of all, it is in no secure place, then the shroud itself is not in the ownership of the deceased, though this act of the stealer is gravely unlawful. For this, he will have his punitive punishment at the discretion of the ruler. In the same manner, if someone commits a theft in what was jointly owned property in which the stealer too had some share, whether it was a joint property from inheritance or from commercial partnership, it is a situation in which, since some part of the ownership of the stealer is also included therein, the doubt about such ownership will cause the Islamic legal punishment had to be dropped and punitive punishment will be given. As for all these conditions, they relate to the actual completion of the crime, a brief outline of which you have seen above. Now what comes next is the completion of the proof. In this matter of enforcing hudud, the Sharia has also made its law of evidence unmistakable by keeping it very distinct and cautious as compared to what concerns other common matters. In the punishment of adultery imposed there's the condition of 4 witnesses in place of 2, and that too, while they give such eyewitness as would not leave any word doubtful therein. Though, in the case of theft, only 2 witnesses are sufficient, yet, even for these 2, some additional conditions, other than those commonly required in witnessing, have been imposed. For example, there are other matters in which, if needed, the cadi or judge has the option to accept the witness of a sinning person if he is satisfied that the person, despite his being a sinner practically, does not lie. But, in the case of hudud, the cadi or judge does not have the right to accept his witness. Common matters can be adjudicated based on the evidence given by 1 man and 2 women, but in hudud, the evidence of 2 men is necessary. In common cases, the Sharia does not consider tamati, being time barred, as valid excuse. A witness given by someone can be accepted irrespective of the time lag since the event occurred. But in hudud, if a testimony is not given immediately, instead of that was given after 1 month or was delayed more than that, then it will not be acceptable. This brief outline of the conditions of the enforcement of the had of Sarika appearing above has been taken from the highly authoritative book of the Hanafi fiqh, Badi al-Sanai. The outcome of all these conditions is that the had of Sharia, the Islamic prescribed punishment, will be enforced only in a situation when it is strictly in accordance with the rules of procedure determined by the inviolable Sharia of Islam, that the crime, as well as its proof, are found conclusively complete, and so complete too as would leave no aspect of it doubtful. This tells us that the Sharia has done two things simultaneously. It has, on the one hand, fixed the punishment of these crimes as required in its wisdom, being strict as they are, but on the other hand, it has also taken extreme precaution in the enforcement of the hudud of Islamic law. The law of evidence as applicable to hudud is also different from the law of evidence as applicable to common matters, and is certainly based on extreme precaution. The slightest shortfall in it renders the had of the Sharia to be changed into punitive punishment. Similarly, in the event of any shortcoming being found in determining the completion of the crime, the had of the Sharia is dropped and punitive punishment gets activated in its place. The practical outcome of this is that the far out occasion of enforcing the hudud of the Sharia would present itself only very rarely, or, as they would say in charge English, only once in a blue moon. Under normal conditions, even in crimes which fall under hudud, the punishments given are punitive. But in a case where the completion of the crime and the completion of the proof conjoin, even though in 1% cases, the punishment given is very stringent, something which would inspire awe, something mind-boggling and heart-rending, something which would cause the next to turn cold feet before even touching a crime like that. This kind of punishment, notwithstanding objections, becomes the source of eradication of crimes and the blessing of public peace forever. This stands in stark contrast against societies built around penal laws, with which hardened criminals keep playing as some sort of sport they enjoy. They sit in jails making programs to do what they have been doing all along much better next time they're out there. There are countries where the hudud of the Sharia are imposed even now. A look at conditions which prevail there would bring the reality in the open. You do not see there a lot of people with amputated hands, nor is there an event of stoning to death, rajam, for years and years together. But such is the standing awe and dread and fear of these punishments in arts that theft, robbery, and immodesty do not seem to exist there. Muslims have the first-hand and direct knowledge about conditions in Saudi Arabia, because Muslims of all classes and countries have the good fortune of being there in connection with Hajj or Umrah. 5 times every day, everyone sees that shops and stores are open. Merchandise worth millions is lying there, and their owner leaves for the sacred mosque at prayer time without closing them and comes back from there only after having made his prayers in perfect peace. He never has any scruples about anything having disappeared from where he had left it. Then, this is not a matter of one day. This is a matter of whole life and how it goes on. Do this in any civilized country of the world, you will end up with hundreds of thefts and robberies in a single day. Strange are the ways of those who claim to be the standard bearers of civilization and human rights. They are compassionate to professional criminals, but they have no mercy for the whole humanity harassed by them. In cold reality, showering mercy on one criminal amounts to being tyrannical to the whole humanity. This attitude is the greatest cause of disturbing public peace and tranquility. This is the reason why He, who is the Lord of all universes and worlds, and who provides sustenance to the virtuous and the vicious, the pious and the polytheists, the saints and the sinners, and who gives to snakes, scorpions, lions and wolves their livelihood, and whose mercy extends to all, it was He who, when He revealed the religious laws of hudud in the Qur'an, also said along with it, that is, do not show mercy to these criminals in enforcing the hudud of Allah. On the other hand, He declared qisas, the law of even retaliation, to be the life of humanity. That is, for you in qisas there is life, O people of understanding. It appears that those who oppose and obstruct the institution of Islamic hudud just do not wish that crimes be eradicated. Otherwise, as far as mercy is concerned, who else, if not Islam, can be the teacher? It is Islam which has recognized the right of even enemies and killers in the heat of the battlefield, where it demands, hold your hands before women, hold your hands before children, hold your hands before the aged, and do not kill the religiously observing not fighting against you on the battlefield, but are busy with worship in their way. What is most astonishing is the cold fact that objections against Islamic punishments are raised by, of all the people, those have their hands red with the blood of hundreds and thousands of innocent and blame-free human beings of Hiroshima even to this day, human beings who may have never dreamed of fighting and killing in a battlefield, and included among them are women and children and old people. A whole lot of human beings indeed. And these are the people whose fury has still not subsided even after the tragedy of Hiroshima, and who are still going ahead with all sorts of goals and projects and experiments to build and stock nuclear weapons of mass destruction. Other than this, there is not much we can say, except raise our hands in prayer. May Allah remove the curtains of selfishness from their eyes, and may He guide them towards the true Islamic methods of establishing peace in the world. This is the basis of the nuclear conflict among nations. The haves want to keep what they have and stop others from having it. If others have it, that will be proliferation. The power to destroy must stay with the powerful, because powerful is responsible. But was it? So, being powerful, or mutually cooperating powerful, is no guarantee that nuclear weapons will not be used. Human beings of one country sitting on their nukes and talking about world peace is hardly believable. Let's say amen to the prayer. A word about the use of the word deterrent with nuclear weapons. They are there just in case. They are supposed not to be used first. They are for retaliation. The having of nuclear weapons means that everybody should behave, or else. So they are deterrents, telling people to be careful and not mess around. So human beings can have deterrents to check the irresponsible behavior of others, the behavior of rogue states, for example. Now, if God were to enforce His own deterrent against criminals, robbers and thieves and fornicators in His wisdom, how could that become savage overnight? Or is it that what a set of human beings can do in their self-interest cannot be done by God in His wisdom? Mercy, Tr.
O Messenger, let them not grieve you who hasten into disbelief of those who say, "We believe" with their mouths, but their hearts believe not, and from among the Jews. They are avid listeners to falsehood, listening to another people who have not come to you. They distort words beyond their proper usages, saying, "If you are given this, take it, but if you are not given it, then beware." But he for whom Allah intends fitna, never will you possess power to do for him a thing against Allah. Those are the ones for whom Allah does not intend to purify their hearts. For them in this world is disgrace, and for them in the hereafter is a great punishment.
Sequence of the verses. Continued from the third section of Surah Al-Ma'idah was the subject around the people of the book. In between, some other subjects, though very few, appeared where particularly appropriate. Now, the text resumes that subject again, which goes on further ahead. The people of the book already had two groups among them. Joining them was a third group. They were really Jews who had become Muslims hypocritically. They would show their Muslim face before Muslims, but when they sat with their correligionist Jews, they mocked Islam and Muslims. The three verses appearing above concern the doings of these three groups, which show that they prefer their desires and opinions over the injunctions and instructions of Almighty Allah and keep trying to interpret and mold them to their own choices. These verses tell us about the disgrace and evil end of such people in this world as well as in the hereafter. As a corollary, there appear some guiding principles and injunctions for Muslims. The background of the revelation. Two events which are the cause of the revelation of the cited verses relate to Jewish tribes who lived in the vicinity of Medina during the blessed period of the Holy Prophet. One of these events was that of cattle and cases, killing and retaliation, and the other that of zina, fornication, and its punishment. It is not hidden from anyone who knows history, as it is, that tyranny prevailed all over before the advent of Islam. Mastery was for the powerful and slavery for the weak. The powerful and the influential had their laws different from the weak and the meek. Not too far is an extension of that approach in our own time, where some of our so-called civilized countries had separate laws for the black and the white. But across this bridge of history came the blessed benefactor of humanity, the Arab prophet, may the blessings of Allah be upon him, and peace, who alone erased these distinctions. It was he who first declared equality of rights for the progeny of Adam and taught human beings their essential lesson in humanity. Before the coming of the Holy Prophet to Medina, there lived on the outskirts of Medina two tribes of Jews, Banu Qurayza and Banu Nadir. Out of the two, Banu Nadir were more powerful and wealthy than Banu Qurayza, who constantly suffered at their hands and could do nothing about it. Matters reached to the point when Banu Nadir forced Banu Qurayza to agree to a disgraceful pact whereby if a man from Banu Nadir were to kill a man from Banu Qurayza, They would not have the right to take his life in cases retaliation instead, stipulated the pact. They will receive only 70 wasak of dates as his blood money. Wasak, Arab measure of weight approximately equivalent to kg, as for the case being the reverse of it. If a man from Banu Qurayza were to kill a man from Banu Nadir, the law will be that the killer will be killed, and on top of it, blood money will be taken, and that too twice as much as compared to what Banu Nadir were entitled to, that is, 140 wasak of dates. Attached along with these were more conditions, such as, if a woman from Banu Nadir were to be killed, a man from Banu Qurayza will be killed in retaliation, and if the person killed were to be a man, 2 men from Banu Qurayza will be killed in retaliation, and if a slave from Banu Nadir has been killed, a free man from Banu Qurayza will be killed in retaliation, and if one hand of a man from Banu Nadir has been cut by someone, 2 hands of a man from Banu Qurayza will be cut. If 1 ear has been cut, 2 ears of their man will be cut. This was law before Islam, as it prevailed between these 2 tribes, and Banu Qurayza, being weak, had no choice but to go along with it. When the Holy Prophet migrated to Medina, it became Dar al-Islam, a homeland of Muslims. These 2 tribes had not embraced Islam up to that time, nor were they bound to follow Islamic law under any treaty obligation, but they were observing the justice and common good brought in by Islamic law from a distance. During this period, it so happened that a man from Banu Qurayza killed a certain man from Banu Nadir. According to the pact mentioned above, Banu Nadir demanded the double blood money, diyat, from Banu Qurayza. As said earlier, Banu Qurayza were neither a part of the Muslim community, nor did they have any existing pact with the Holy Prophet. But there were Jews who had among them many learned people as well. They knew on the strength of the prophecies of the Torah that the Holy Prophet is the promised last prophet, the glad tidings of which was given by the Torah. But they had not declared their faith in him because of religious prejudice or temporal greed. Since they were watching that the last prophet's religion is a standard bearer of human equality and justice, they used it as a crutch to get rid of the tyranny of Banu Nadir. They refused to pay the double blood money on the plea that they belonged to the same family, same country, and same religion, that is, Judaism, and that they were not going to tolerate the unjust treatment meted out to them because of their weakness against tyranny right up till that day. This reply enraged Banu Nadir to the point of an imminent war. But later, on the advice of some elders, it was decided that this matter should be taken to the Holy Prophet for his decision. Banu Qurayza could not have it any better. They already knew that the Holy Prophet was not going to allow the injustice of Banu Nadir to continue. As for Banu Nadir, though they did agree to mutual conciliation talks under a situation of duress, but they also backed it up with a conspiracy when they sent a group of people to the Holy Prophet before their case was to be presented in his court. These people were really their co-religionists, that is, they were Jews, but kept in touch with the Holy Prophet by hypocritically assuring him of their Islam. Their objective was to somehow find out the view of the Holy Prophet before he hears and decides the case. So, the mandate and instruction given to these people was that they should accept what he said, subject to the condition that it was in favor of their demand, and in the eventuality that his judgment turned out to be contrary to this, they were told not to make any commitments about its acceptance. This event describing the cause of the revelation of these verses has been reported in detail by Al-Baydawi, while the Musnad of Ahmad and Abu Dawud have reported its summary from Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, Majari. Similar to this, there is another event, that of zina, fornication, reporting its details. Al-Baydawi says that it took place among the Jews of Khaybar. According to the punishment prescribed by the Torah, the couple involved had to be stoned to death. But both of them belonged to some influential family. The Jews, acting in accordance with their old habit, looked for a softening of the punishment for them, knowing that the religion of Islam gives leaves and concessions liberally. Based on this, they assumed that Islam would reduce this punishment as well. So the people of Khaybar sent a message to their clansmen of Banu Qurayza asking them to have this case settled by Muhammad, and along with it, they sent the 2 accused as well. Their motivation behind this action was no different, as they too instructed their clansmen to accept the verdict of the Holy Prophet if the punishment awarded by him turned out to be light, but they were to reject it if the case was otherwise. At first, Banu Qurayza were reluctant about the proposal. They did not know how the case will be decided by him, and once they were there, they would have to accept the verdict. But after further consultations, they decided that some of their chiefs should take the accused couple to the Holy Prophet and request him to decide the case. So, a deputation of Ka'b ibn Ashraf and others accompanied by the accused couple came to the Holy Prophet. They asked, if a married man and a married woman are involved in adultery, what punishment do they get? He said, "Will you accept my verdict?" They said that they would. At that moment, Sayyidina Jibril appeared with a command from Almighty Allah which announced that their punishment was stoning to death. When these people heard this verdict, they were taken aback. They refused to accept it. Sayyidina Jibril advised the Holy Prophet that he should ask these people to appoint Ibn Surya as the arbitrator before deciding whether to accept or not to accept the verdict. Then, he told him about Ibn Surya and his identity. He asked the members of the deputation if they knew the young man who was white but blind in one eye. He lived in Fidak and his name was Ibn Surya. Everyone confirmed that they did. He asked, "What do you think about him?" They said, "Of the learned people among Jews, there is no scholar greater than him on this earth." He said, "Call him in." So he came. The Holy Prophet asked him on oath, "What is the injunction of the Torah in this case?" He said, "By the being in whose name you have put me on oath, if you had not put me on oath in that manner, and I did not have the apprehension that a false statement on my part would make the Torah burn me, then I would have not revealed the reality. The reality is that the Torah too, like the injunction in Islam, does carry the command that both of them should be killed by stoning, rajam." The Holy Prophet said, "What has come upon you now that you act against the injunction of the Torah?" Ibn Surya replied, "The fact of the matter is that, religiously and legally, this is the punishment of adultery with us. But since a prince of ours got involved in this crime, we showed leniency to him and let him go. We did not stone him to death. Later, the same crime was committed by an ordinary man. People responsible decided to stone him to death. The supporters of the criminal protested, demanding that the Jewish legal punishment decided for this man should be given to the prince first. Otherwise, they threatened they would resist and block the execution of the punishment against him. When things dragged on, they sat together and compromised on just one light punishment for all, leaving the injunction of the Torah aside. So we came up with a punishment which required some beating, and the taking out of a procession with the culprits having their faces blackened with soot, a symbol of disgrace. This, then, became the usual custom with everyone. Commentary. We now know the details of the background in which the present 3 verses Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 41 to 43, and others which will follow, were revealed. Their gist is that the Jews were habitually used to issuing religious edicts as desired by the people, either for the benefit of relatives or to satisfy their greed for money, property, influence, and recognition. This had become a common custom, particularly in matters involving punishments, that they would, if the crime was committed by an influential person, change the severe punishment of the Torah into an ordinary one. It is this behavior pattern of theirs which has been described in the first verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 41, in the following words. They displaced the words after their having been placed properly. When the Holy Prophet took up residence in Medina, these people started noticing changes. The Islamic rule of law was working as a unique system. It was simple, open, and full of conveniences. Then, it had a reasonable setup to eradicate crimes through appropriate punishments. Now the people who were used to making the severe punishments of the Torah easy for their clients by changing them saw an opportunity for themselves, whereby they could take such shady matters to the Holy Prophet and make him their judge or arbitrator. The dual advantage they saw in it was that they would reap the benefits of all easy and light rules of Islamic law while, at the same time, they would not have to commit the crime of altering the Torah. But here too, they had their crookedness at work, as they would hold on to their decision of taking their case to him until such time that they succeeded in finding out beforehand through some source or ruse as to the actual verdict which would be delivered in their case when presented. Then, if they found this verdict matching their wishes, they would make him their arbitrator and have him decide the case. If it happened to be contrary to their wishes, they would leave it at that. Since the events of this nature had caused pain to the Holy Prophet, he has been comforted in the opening sentence of the verse that he should not grieve about their behavior, because it would finally turn out to be good for him. Then Allah Almighty let him know that these people were not making him a judge in their case sincerely. Their intentions were mischievous. Then, in the later verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 42, he was given the choice to either decide or avoid their case as he wished. He was also assured that they will not be able to harm him in any way, if he wished to avoid them. This is what the verse, "judge between them or turn away from them," means. Then, in the part of the verse which follows immediately, it was stated that should he elect to decide their case, the guideline given is that the decision has to be just. In other words, it meant that he was to decide the case in accordance with his Sharia, because after the coming of the Holy Prophet, all former religious codes and their laws stand abrogated, except those which have been retained in the Holy Qur'an and the Sharia of the last Prophet. It is for this reason that the act of deciding a case on the basis of another law custom or usage contrary to the divine law has been declared to be injustice, sin and disbelief in later verses. Judicial process for non-Muslims in an Islamic state. At this point, it should be borne in mind that these Jews who sent their cases to the court of the Holy Prophet did not believe in him or his Sharia, nor were they dhimmis, non-Muslim citizens, protected by Muslims. However, they did have a no-war pact with the Holy Prophet. This is why he was given the option to either turn away from them or give a decision in their case according to his Sharia, because no responsibility for them falls on the Islamic State. If they were dhimmis, protected non-Muslim citizens of a Muslim state, and approached the Islamic government, the responsible Muslim official would have been duty-bound to give a verdict in their case. Avoiding it would have not been permissible, because watching over their rights and removing injustice done to them is the duty of an Islamic government. Therefore, in a verse which will appear a little later, it has also been said, "And judge between them by what Allah has set down, and do not follow their desires." In other words, it means if these people bring their case to you, decide it in accordance with your Sharia. No choice has been given in this verse. Instead, the command is to decide as prescribed. In Ahkam al-Qur'an, Imam Abu Bakr al-Jassas, may Allah have mercy on him, has accommodated the sense of both these verses by suggesting that the first verse where choice has been given relates to non-Muslims who are not citizens or dhimmis of the Islamic State, but continue to live where they are under a pact, such as the position of the tribes of Banu Qurayza and Banu Nadir. They had nothing to do with the Islamic State except that they were bound by a no-war pact. And the second verse concerns particular non-Muslims for whom Muslims are responsible and who are citizens of the Islamic State and owe allegiance to its legal government. Worth pondering here is that in both these verses, the first verse which gives a choice and the second which gives a specified command, the instruction given to the Holy Prophet is that he should decide cases of these non-Muslims whenever he does so, in accordance with the injunctions revealed by Almighty Allah, that is, in accordance with his Sharia, and not in accordance with the wishes of these non-Muslims or the religion they follow. To explain, it can be said that this injunction is related to events which have been described under the background of the revelation of these verses. Of these, one concerned the punishment for killing and blood money, while the other was that of adultery and its punishment. In such punishments of crimes, the universal practice is to have a common law for the whole country. In this common law, no discrimination is made on the basis of classes or religions. For example, amputating the hand of the thief, which would not apply to Muslims alone, but would be the punishment for every citizen of the country. Similarly, the punishments for killing and adultery will also be common to everyone. But it does not make it necessary that personal and purely religious matters of non-Muslims should also be decided in accordance with the Islamic Sharia. Take an example from the conduct of the Holy Prophet himself. Though he did declare liquor and swine unlawful for Muslims and prescribed a punishment for it, but he left non-Muslims free of any obligations in this matter. In addition to that, he never interfered in the personal law of non-Muslims pertaining to marriages and similar other matters. In fact, he accepted their marriages as valid. With the rise of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula, the Magians of Hajar and the Jews and Christians of Najran and Wadi al-Qura became dhimmis, protected non-Muslim citizens of the Islamic State. That the Magians believed in marriage with even a mother and sister as lawful was known to the Holy Prophet. Similarly, marriage without iddah, waiting period, or witnesses was valid among Jews and Christians, but he did not interfere in their personal matters and took their marriages as valid. In short, it can be said that decisions about personal law and religious matters of non-Muslims who are citizens of a Muslim state shall be left to their own religion and thinking, and should there be the need to arrive at a judicial settlement of their cases, a judge from their own religion will be appointed to decide them. However, in the event that they turn to a Muslim judge or ruler and show that the concerned parties would agree with the decision given, then the Muslim judge or ruler will deliver his judgment, but in accordance with his Sharia, because he is now the legally appointed arbitrator as approved by the parties concerned. In the noble verse, "Judge between them by what Allah has sent down and do not follow their desires," appearing a little later, the command to decide in accordance with the Islamic Sharia given to the Holy Prophet is based either on the matter being that of common law from which no section can be exempted, or rests on the basis that such people have themselves come to the Holy Prophet, have taken him as the arbitrator, and wish that he himself should decide their case. Thus, it becomes obvious that his decision should be the one he believes in, and which is also the mandate of his Sharia. Now as we move on to other aspects of verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 41, we see that it begins with words of comfort for the Holy Prophet, after which he has been informed of the conspiracy hashed by the Jews, the description of which goes right up to its end. It reveals that the deputation coming to him was comprised of hypocrites who were secretly in league with the Jews, and it is at their behest that they were going to see him. After that, there is a description of some evil traits of character the visiting group as against which Muslims have been warned. As an adjunct, it has been pointed out that these traits of character are rejectionist in nature, therefore an effort should be made to stay safe from them. Listed below are these 4 evil traits of character.
They are avid listeners to falsehood, devourers of what is unlawful. So if they come to you, O Muhammad, judge between them or turn away from them. And if you turn away from them, never will they harm you at all. And if you judge, judge between them with justice. Indeed, Allah loves those who act justly.
First trait identified is, they are listeners of the lie. It means that they are used to listening to and going by what is false. They are the kind of blind followers of unfaithful Jews who see to it that they are called men of learning, who would go on following them despite noticing that they were openly negating the injunctions of the Torah. Worse still, they would continue being satisfied with their fictional interpretations of it. Following ulama the norm for people. The way those making alterations and adulterations in the injunctions of Allah and His messengers have been warned here. Indicted similarly are those too who take such people as their leaders in religion and get used to listening to false and fabricated presentations from them. Offered here is an important rule of guidance for Muslims that, though the only way of following the obligations of religion open to unlettered masses is to act in accordance with the ruling, fatwa, and teaching, ta'lim, of ulama, traditionally trained, morally groomed, professionally equipped men and women of learning and living and teaching in accordance with the inviolable truth of the Quran and Sunnah, this sense not carried by stray equivalents of scholars, the learned, religious leaders, divines, priests, et al. Tr. But this is a responsibility from which the masses too cannot escape. It is their duty to first find out what they are doing, before they take a fatwa or hope to act correctly in a religious matter. They must at least investigate into the antecedents of those they are going to follow. This is like a sick person looking for a good physician. He consults people who know about the best in the field, about their education, expertise, practice, professionalism, moral quality, and human dealing. After this possible assessment, if one makes a mistake and falls into the trap of a quack or charlatan, a reasonable person would not blame him. But anyone who did not take the trouble of investigating and landed into the lair of a false practitioner and messed up his life, then he alone will be responsible for his suicide. The same principle applies to the dissemination of knowledge about religious matters for common people. If one of them first did what was necessary, talked to people of knowledge, expertise, and experience available in his area, and was able to pick up an alim to consult and follow, and acted according to his fatwa, then he would be considered excusable not only in the sight of people but also in the sight of Allah. In a hadith relating to a similar matter, the Holy Prophet is reported to have said, which means, if in a situation like that, should the alim or mufti make a mistake, and a Muslim acts in accordance with this incorrect fatwa, then the sin for having acted in that manner does not fall on him, but it does on that alim or mufti, and that too would apply in a situation when that alim or mufti had made such a mistake knowingly, or had fallen short in deliberating on the problem to the best of his ability, or, may be, he was no alim or mufti to begin with, and had taken that responsible office through fraud or favor. But if a person takes someone as an alim, a source of correct religious guidance which is worth following on his own, without investigating, and does what he says, and the alim so chosen is really not deserving of being followed, then its curse will fall not only on that mufti or alim alone, but this person who chose him will also share its consequences equally, because he gave the reins of his iman, faith, into the hands of such a person without any investigation. These are the kind of people the Holy Quran calls the listeners of the lie. People who keep tagged behind their ill-chosen religious leaders without taking the trouble of finding out the truth about their knowledge and integrity, conduct and deeds, trustworthiness and honesty. Unfortunately, they have got themselves into the habit of listening, accepting, and being satisfied with fabricated and false narratives from them. The Holy Quran is talking about the condition of Jews here, but the message behind it is actually beamed at Muslims so that they can stay safe against something like that. Unfortunately, this is one of the reasons of the downfall of Muslims in the contemporary world. They are quite smart in their mundane matters. When sick, they find the best physician. When stuck with a case, they will search out the best lawyer. When they make a house, they can dig up the top architect and engineer. But when it comes to the matter of religion, they become so careless that they would take any man with a beard, a long shirt, and a glib tongue as their religious leader, alim, mufti, or guide. They would do that without bothering to find out whether or not this person was educated and trained formally in a reliable institution of higher religious learning, whether or not he has sat at the feet of experts in the field and culled the taste and temperament of the knowledge of din, whether or not he has made intellectual contributions during his career, whether or not he has benefited from the company of truly pious elders and men of Allah by imbibing from them the essential virtues of taqwa, fear of Allah, and tahara, physical and spiritual purity. The result of this carefree attitude is that a large section of people from among Muslims who do turn to religion unfortunately falls into the fishing nets of ignorant preachers and commercial purrs and becomes far removed from the correct path of religion. For people like that, their knowledge of religion stands reduced to tales which leave their desiring selves untouched, and which then gives them the delusion that they are following religion and doing a lot of worship. But its reality is what has been described in the Holy Quran in the following words. They are the people whose efforts and deeds have gone waste within the life of the world, while they are thinking that they have done something good. Concluding with a summary, we can say that the Holy Quran identifies an important principle by describing the hypocrites from among the Jews as the listeners of the lie. The principle is that following ulama is inevitable for people at large, but it is their responsibility that they should not follow anyone as their alim or guide in religion without prior investigation, as a result of which they may not become habituated to listening to what is false from ignorant people. Describing the other evil trait of these hypocrites, it was said, listeners for other people who did not come to you. It means that these people have obviously come to ask you about a religious matter. But the truth of the matter is that their objective is neither religion nor some ruling about it. In fact, they are the spies of the kind of Jewish people who did not come to you by themselves because of their arrogance. The deputationists, following the wishes of their senders, simply want to find out your view of the punishment of adultery and let their senders know about it, who will themselves decide whether or not they would accept the verdict. In this, there is warning for Muslims that whoever seeks a fatwa from an alim of din is bound by the condition that the intention of the seeker must be to find out the command of Allah and His Messenger and to follow it. Any effort to find out from one mufti, or more than one, the objective solution of a religious problem, then going about looking for a solution which suits one's desires, is an open demonstration of following one's own desiring self and shaitan. This should be avoided. Describing the third evil trait of these people, it has been said that they displace the words of Allah after their having been placed properly, which means that, by doing so, they give the word of Allah a meaning which is not intended and thus try to alter divine injunctions. Included here is the possibility of making some changes or alterations in the very words of the Torah, as well as the eventuality that they keep the words as they are but make interpretations and alterations which are absurd in meaning. The Jews are used to doing it both ways. In this, the warning given to Muslims is that Allah Almighty has Himself taken the responsibility of protecting the Holy Quran. As for an alteration in its words, nobody can dare to do that, because it is simply not a matter of what is written in the already countless copies of the Quran, but also that of what lies secured in the memory banks of millions of human beings. Anyone who makes the slightest mistake of mispronouncing even a short vowel is caught instantly. As for an alteration in meaning, it can obviously be done, and doers have done it too. But for its security, Almighty Allah has made the arrangement that there shall remain in this Ummah right through the last day of Qiyamah a group of people who would be armed with the correct meaning and message of the Quran and Sunnah, and they would be enough to unmask the alterers, corrupters, and distorters of their meanings. Bribery and its evil consequences. The second verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 42, mentions another evil trait of these people by calling them, translated here as eaters of the unlawful, making the unlawful to stand for the word suit in the text. The literal meaning of suit is to uproot or destroy something totally, which is the sense in what the Quran says in, that is, do not forge lies against Allah, lest He destroy you with a punishment. Surah Taha, Ayah 61. But at this place in the Quran, suit denotes bribe. Sayyidina Ibrahim Nakhi, Hassan al-Basri, Mujahid, Qatada, and Dahak, and other leading authorities in Tafsir have explained it as bribe. The reason for equating bribe with suit, total destruction, also unlawful earning, detestable enough to be shunned, is that it not only destroys its givers and takers alike, but also goes on to uproot the whole country and community and destroy public peace and tranquility by causing rise in illegal gratification and fall in avenues of honest earning. When bribery gains currency in a country or a department, law freezes and bribery stays hot. As for the law of a country, it is the only power which maintains peace and stability. When law and order stand suspended, nothing remains safe, life or property or honor, nothing. Therefore, by calling it suit, the Sharia has declared it to be gravely haram, forbidden and unlawful. Moreover, to block all possible doors of bribery, even the gifts given to officials or leaders or dignitaries of a country have also been classed as suit or bribe in an authentic hadith, and has been declared to be haram. Just as the Holy Prophet has said in a hadith, Almighty Allah causes His curse to fall on the giver and taker of bribe, and on him too who acts as a broker between them. Just as the Islamic legal definition of rishwa, meaning bribery, is the taking of compensation for something the taking of which would not be legally correct. For example, a person doing a job, the doing of which is included within his duty, and the fulfilling of which is mandatory on him, cannot take any compensation for it from any party. If taken, that is bribe. Functionaries of governments, officials or clerks, higher or lower, are all obligated to do their duties by virtue of being paid employees of the government. If they take something from the person whose case they are handling, that will be a bribe. The father and mother of a girl are responsible for the marriage of their daughter. They cannot take any compensation for doing that. If they take any compensation from the person who will have the hands of their daughter in marriage, that is a bribe. Psalm, fasting, salah, prayers, hajj, pilgrimage, and the tilawah, recitation, of the Quran are ibadah, acts of worship with which Muslims have been obligated. The taking of any compensation from anyone is a bribe. However, the duty of the teaching of Quran and the duty of leading salah as imam are exempt from this, as ruled by later Muslim jurists. Then, a person who takes bribe and does someone's job as it should rightfully be done, he commits the sin of taking bribe, and the money or material he has earned is suit, and unlawful for him. And should he do it as it should have not been done rightfully, then this becomes another grave crime, that of wastage of what was right, and that of changing an express command of Allah, in addition to the initial one. May Allah keep all Muslims safe from this curse.
But how is it that they come to you for judgment while they have the Torah, in which is the judgment of Allah? Then they turn away even after that, but those are not in fact believers.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 42 for the Tafsir.
Indeed, we sent down the Torah, in which was guidance and light. The prophets who submitted to Allah judged by it for the Jews, as did the rabbis and scholars by that which they were entrusted of the scripture of Allah, and they were witnesses thereto. So do not fear the people, but fear me, and do not exchange my verses for a small price. And whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then it is those who are the disbelievers.
Sequence of the verses. This is the third section of Surah Al-Ma'idah. Here, Allah Almighty has asked the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims to pay heed to a particular injunction of the creed they all share, as being the three communities attached to the prophetic tradition. Appearing in different contexts through verses which have gone earlier, this is the serious matter of acting against the pledges given to Almighty Allah, and that of changes, alterations, and false interpretations made in injunctions set to them, something which had become a chronic compulsion of habit with the Jews and Christians. In the first two verses, Surah Ad-Dukhan, Ayah 45 of this section, addressing the people of the Torah, Almighty Allah has warned them on this crookedness and about the sad end it will bring. With it, as a corollary, some congruent injunctions pertaining to qisas, even retaliation, have also been mentioned, for the Jewish conspiracy described in the previous verses was related to qisas which the people of the tribe of Banu Nadir did not like to be even, and because of which they had compelled their weaker rivals, the Banu Qurayza, to be content with lesser blood money as compared to themselves. Thus, in these two verses, the Jews have been given a stern warning against imposing their own law contrary to the law sent down by Almighty Allah, and those who do that have been classed as kafir, disbelievers, and zalim, unjust. After that, the third and the fourth verses are addressed to Christians. They too have been warned against enforcing a law of their own contrary to the law sent by Allah, and those who do that have been classed as contumacious and disobedient. Finally, in the fifth and sixth verses, Addressing the Holy Prophet, Muslims have been instructed that they should take precautions to stay immune from the disease which had afflicted the people of the book, lest they too, God forbid, were to start changing through misinterpretations the injunctions and laws given by Almighty Allah, goaded by greed for money and recognition, or stoop to the haughtier level of making and enforcing a self-made law of their own contrary to His law. Also stated here subsequently is an important matter of principle which posits that all prophets, may peace be upon them all, adhere to the same faith and way as far as believing in and obeying Allah is concerned. But every prophet was given, as wisdom demanded, a Shari'ah or way or code appropriate to the nature and need of his time, and in which many subsidiary injunctions differ. Thus, as pointed out here, the very Shari'ah given to a prophet was the wisest choice for that time of the prophet, and during which following it was obligatory. When abrogated and replaced by another Shari'ah, the later, and became what was wise and expedient at its time, the following of which also became equally obligatory. That there is a unique element of wisdom in the phenomena of alternation and variation in the systems of Shari'ah is a point which has also been made here. Commentary. In the first verse of the set of verses appearing above, by saying, "Surely we have sent down the Torah, having guidance and light therein," the hint given is that the abrogation of the Shari'ah of Torah at that point of time is not because of any shortcoming of the Torah itself, but it has been done rather because of the need to change injunctions with the change of time. Otherwise, the Torah too is a book revealed by the same revealer. It has rules of guidance for the Ban Israel, and it also has a special light which moves their hearts spiritually. After that it was said, that is, we have revealed the Torah so that, until its Shari'ah has not been abrogated, all incoming prophets and their deputies, the men of Allah and the ulama, shall all decide and rule in accordance with this Torah, making it the working law of their time. The deputies of the prophets, may peace be upon them all, have been mentioned in two categories, Rabbaniyin and Obar. The word Rabbani is attributed to Rab and means man of Allah. As for Obar, it is the plural form of Hibr, which, in the Jewish terminology, used to stand for alim, roughly, a scholar of religious sciences. It is obvious that for one to be the man of Allah, one has to have the knowledge of the necessary injunctions of Almighty Allah. Otherwise, deed sans knowledge is not possible, and no one can become a man of Allah without obeying divine injunctions and acting in accordance with them. Similarly, an alim is, in the sight of Allah, one whose deeds and life are a mirror of his knowledge. Otherwise, an alim who, despite his knowledge of divine injunctions, does not fulfill his binding religious obligations by doing what is required of him, nor shows any concern for his failure to do so, is worse than an ignorant person in the sight of Allah. The outcome is that every man of Allah is an alim, and every alim is a man of Allah, or should be, in principle. But at this place, by mentioning both separately, a notice of caution has been given. No doubt, knowledge is necessary for a man of Allah, indeed, for an alim, but one gets to be identified with his dominant activity or color of the rainbow he follows in his path of obedience to Allah, and that becomes the name he is called with. A person who mostly devotes himself to ibadat, acts of worship, amal, deeds, and the dhikr of Allah, remembrance, and acquires religious knowledge sufficient for his needs, he is called a Rabbani or man of Allah. This, in our contemporary usage, is given names like Sheikh, Murshid, Pir, and a good many others. As for the person who acquires the highest practical expertise available in religious sciences and devotes himself to the mission of teaching and training people in the rules of the Shari'ah, and fulfills the obligations of discharging what is fard, wajib, and sana al-makada, but is unable to spend any more time in performing nail ibadat, voluntary acts of worship, he is called Hibr or alim. To sum up, it can be said that the explanation given above also makes it clear that there is no dichotomy in Shari'ah and Tariqah, and no distance between ulama and mashayikh. They all converge into the basic unity. As far as the difference in their method of work and the predominant area of occupation is concerned, it becomes equally evident that the ulama, religious scholars, and Sufis, religious mystics, are not two sects or factions. Far from it, they are, rather, one in the sense that they both work for the same purpose in life, that of submission and obedience to Allah and His Messenger. But their comparative methods employed to achieve this purpose do seem to be formally divergent. After that, it was said, because they were entrusted with the protection of the Book of Allah, and they stood guard over it, it means that these prophets and their two kinds of deputies, the ulama and the mashayikh, men of knowledge and men of Allah, were responsible for enforcing the laws of the Torah because Almighty Allah had entrusted them with the protection of the Torah, and they had given the pledge that they would guard it. Up to this point, The text was referring to the Torah as divine scripture and guidance and light, which was enforced and guarded by prophets and their deputies among guides and scholars. Then the focus turns on to the contemporary Jews who have been censured for not having guarded the Torah as their elders did. They acted crookedly when they started changing its injunctions. For example, the glad tidings of the coming of the last among prophets, Muhammad al-Mustafa, may the peace and blessing of Allah be upon him, was mentioned clearly in the Torah, and the Jews were asked to believe in him. But rather than believe in him as required, they became hostile to him. Also given here is the reason as to what prompted them to do so. It was love for power and love for money. They knew that the Holy Prophet was a true prophet of Allah, but they balked at the thought of following him because they were taken as leaders among their people, common Jews who followed them. Now if they were to embrace Islam, they will turn into common Muslim individuals. Gone will be their pivotal position for power play. Other than this, they had almost made it a profession that they would bend and alter the provisions of the Torah to provide officially endorsed conveniences for influential people against payment of bribes. The contemporary Jews were warned about this practice in the following words: "So do not fear people, fear me, and do not take a paltry price for my verses." It means that they should not fear that their people will stop following them or will turn against them, and that they should not alter divine commands for the sake of insignificant worldly gains, for it would ruin them both materially and spiritually, because, and whoever does not judge by what Allah has sent down, then they are the disbelievers.
And we ordained for them therein a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a nose for a nose, an ear for an ear, a tooth for a tooth, and for wounds is legal retribution. But whoever gives up his right as charity, it is an expiation for him. And whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then it is those who are the wrongdoers.
In the second verse after that, there is a description of the injunctions of qisas, even retaliation, with a particular reference stressing that we had revealed these injunctions in the Torah. The words of the text are, "We had revealed in the Torah this injunction of qisas for the Jews, that there will be life for life, eye for eye, nose for nose, ear for ear, tooth for tooth, and for wounds and equal retaliation." It will be recalled that the case of Banu Qurayza and Banu Nadir was brought before the Holy Prophet. Counting on their power, Banu Nadir had compelled the weaker Banu Qurayza to agree to their oppressive conditions, which stipulated that should a man from Banu Qurayza kill a man from Banu Nadir, they will have to pay 2 penalties. The qisas of life for life will be taken, as well as the blood money will have to be paid. If the case was the reverse, that is, a man from Banu Nadir kills a man from Banu Qurayza, then there will be no qisas, only blood money will be paid, but that too will be half of what Banu Nadir were entitled to. In this verse, Allah Almighty has exposed the lie of these people by pointing out that the injunctions of equality in qisas, retaliation, and diyat, blood money, exist in the Torah too. What these people are doing is considered avoidance, and that they bring their case to the Holy Prophet for a decision, as alleged, is no more than a ruse to find an excuse. At the end of the verse it was said, "And whoever does not judge by what Allah has sent down, then they are the unjust." It means that people who do not take the injunctions of Allah binding and who do not decide matters in accordance with them are dissenters to the divine commandment, its rejectors and rebels. They are unjust. The third verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 46, begins with the mention of the coming of Sayyidina Isa, who was sent to confirm the previous scripture, that is, the Torah. Mentioned after that is the Injil, because that too, like the Torah, is guidance and light.
And we sent, following in their footsteps, Jesus, the son of Mary, confirming that which came before him in the Torah. And we gave him the gospel, in which was guidance and light, and confirming that which preceded it of the Torah as guidance and instruction for the righteous.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 45, for the Tafsir.
And let the people of the gospel judge by what Allah has revealed therein, and whoever does not judge by what Allah has revealed, then it is those who are the defiantly disobedient.
In the fourth verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 47, it was said that the people of the Injil should enforce injunctions in accordance with the law revealed by Almighty Allah in the Injil, and those who enforce what is against the injunctions sent down by Almighty Allah are disobedient sinners.
And we have revealed to you, O Muhammad, the book in truth, confirming that which preceded it of the scripture, and as a criterion over it. So judge between them by what Allah has revealed, and do not follow their inclinations away from what has come to you of the truth. To each of you we prescribed a law and a method. Had Allah willed, He would have made you one nation united in religion, but He intended to test you in what He has given you. So race to all that is good. To Allah is your return altogether, and He will then inform you concerning that over which you used to differ.
The Quran, custodian of Torah and Injil. In the 5th and the 6th verse, the address is to the Holy Prophet, saying that to him Allah has revealed the Quran, which confirms the Torah and Injil, books previous to it, and is their custodian as well. This is because after the people of the Torah altered the Torah, and the people of Injil made changes in the Injil, it was the Quran alone which turned out to be the kind of overseer and protector which exposed the alterations made by them, lit up truth and reality in their proper perspective. Even today, the true teachings of the Torah and Injil still survive through the Quran, while those who inherited them and those who claim to follow them have disfigured them to the extent that it has become impossible to distinguish truth from untruth. Towards the end of the verse, the Holy Prophet G has been given the same instruction as was given to the people of the Torah and the people of the Injil, that is, all orders and judgments given by him should be according to injunctions revealed by Allah, and that he should see through the ploy of these people who intend to have him decide matters according to their wishes and take his guard against their evil plans. There was a particular reason for saying what was said. Some Jewish religious scholars came to the Holy Prophet. They told him that they were religious leaders among the Jews. If they became Muslims, the rest of them would become Muslims too. But there was a condition to it. They said that they had a legal dispute with his people. They would bring that case to him. If in this case he were to decide in their favor, they would embrace Islam. Thereupon Almighty Allah gave him the word of caution, that he should never decide against considerations of equity and justice and the law revealed by Allah, because of the offer to become Muslims made by these people, a proposition which was not for him to worry about. The wisdom behind partial difference in shariahs of prophets. Besides other elements of guidance, this verse carries an answer to a basic question of principle. The question is, when all prophets have been sent by Allah, and all books and shari'ahs come from him, why do they differ, and why do a coming book and shari'ah abrogate the outgoing shari'ah and book? The answer has been given in this verse along with its wisdom. For each of you we have made a way and a method. And had Allah willed, He would have made a single community of people, but He did not, so that He may test you in what He has given to you. Strive then to excel each other in good deeds. To explain this in other words, it can be said that Allah has made for every section among human beings a particular shari'ah and particular method of doing things in which, despite common principles, there are expedient differences in subsidiary injunctions. Had Allah so willed, it would have not been at all difficult for Him to make all human beings one community with only one book and one shari'ah for everyone. But Allah Almighty did not prefer to do so, for He intended to test people. He wanted to see who gets to know the reality of ibadah, worship, and stays alert to receive and respond positively to whatever command comes for them. It may be a new book or a new shari'ah. They will be ready to accept and follow that, no matter how dear the previous shari'ah and book may be to them, and no matter how hard its abandoning may be on them because of its grip on them as their ancestral religion. But such people, with their awakened sense of belonging to their ultimate master, always stay tuned to the next divine call, and always ready to obey. At the other end of this trial shall obviously be those who fail to see this essential reality of obedience, who take to a particular shari'ah and book as closed objectives of life, giving it the uncompromising status of ancestral religion, as a result of which they choose not to pay any attention to any divine command. Great wisdom lies in this difference among shari'ahs. This is the channel through which every section of the human community at any time is taught the reality behind genuine ibadah, worship, and the reality behind human servitude to God. The message given is that the reality of ibadah, acts of worship, lies in being an abd, a servant, and in obeying and following which does not depend on salah, psalm, hajj, zakah, or the hikr or tilawah of the Quran, nor are these acts of worship end by themselves. Instead of that, they all have one single purpose behind them, obedience to the command of Allah. This is the reason why times during which salah is prohibited, offering salah at those times does not bring any reward. On the contrary, it becomes a source of sin. During the days of the two Eids, the Eid al-Fitr and the Eid al-Adha, when fasting is forbidden, it becomes a sin to fast at that time. Other than the ninth of the month of Dhul Hijjah, gathering in the plain of Arafat on any day or month to pray and worship is no reward were the act while on the night of Dhul Hijjah. This is the greatest ibadah on the plain of Arafat. The same rule applies to all other acts of worship. Done when asked to do, they are ibadah. But when they are stopped at a certain limit, they too become haram, unlawful, and impermissible. Ignorant people are usually not aware of this reality. Ibadat which become their habit, rather national customs which they get used to as if they were ibadat, then they would ignore even open commands from Allah and His Messenger. This is from where sprout the seeds of innovations and deviations, isolated letters and muwadafat, in established religion which, with the passage of time, become attached to it as if they were a part of it while they are not. This has been the major cause of alterations in past shariahs and books. By sending different books and shariahs to different prophets, Allah Jalla Shanu, who has taught human beings the lesson that they should not take one mode of action or one mode of worship as their primary objective. They should, instead, become obedient servants of Allah in its most desirable sense, on the strength of which they should be able to instantly leave what they were doing earlier, as in one has to do so. And conversely, they should immediately be ready to do whatever they are asked to do. Other than this, yet another wisdom behind this difference in shariahs is that since tempers and tastes of human beings from every period and section of the world are different, the variation in the time frame affects human disposition considerably. If subsidiary injunctions were to be made identical for everyone, human beings would be in deep trouble. Therefore, it was the dictate of divine wisdom that appropriate change be made in subsidiary injunctions with due consideration of the response patterns of the people of different tastes and times. Here, the religious terminology of abrogator, nasik, and abrogated, mansuk, does not mean that the lawgiver did not know conditions before and gave one law, and when new circumstances prevailed it was abrogated, or the earlier law was promulgated by mistake or lack of attention, but was changed on later recollection. This is not the way it is. The nasik and mansuk are just like the prescription of a doctor or physician, where change in medicines appears gradually since the doctor or physician knows in advance that a certain symptom will show up in the patient after he or she has used the initially prescribed medicine for 3 days, which then will be the time to prescribe a certain other medicine. So, when he cancels his earlier prescription and replaces it with a new one, it will not be correct to say that the previous prescription was wrong and for that reason it was cancelled. Instead, the truth of the matter is that this very prescription was correct and necessary for use during the initial days of sickness, and under later conditions, the same second prescription is correct and necessary. A summary of subsidiary injunctions. We know from the initial verses that the case brought to the Holy Prophet by the Jews was decided by him. The decision was in accord with the Sharia of the Torah. This proves that the religious injunctions in force in the previous Shari'ahs remain in force until abrogated by the Holy Quran or divine revelation, as it was in the cases of the Jews where the injunction concerning equality in cases of retaliation and stoning to death, rajam, in punishment of adultery, zina, was there in the Torah as well. Then the Quran too retained it as it was. Similarly, in the second verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 45, the injunction of cases about the retaliation for wounds which has been mentioned with reference to the Torah was enforced in Islam by the Holy Prophet. On this basis, the rule of procedure with the majority of the ulama of Islam is that injunctions of previous shari'ahs which have not been abrogated by the Quran are valid, enforceable and obedience-worthy in our sharia too. That is why, in the cited verses, the people of the Torah have been asked to decide, judge, and obey in accordance with the Torah, and the people of the Injil have been asked to decide, judge, and obey in accordance with the Injil. Though both these books and their shari'ahs stand abrogated after the appearance of the Holy Prophet, the outcome is that the injunctions of the Torah and Injil which were not abrogated by the Quran are obedience-worthy even today. The third injunction which stands proof from these verses is that ruling contrary to the injunctions revealed by Almighty Allah is kufr, disbelief in and rejection of faith, under some conditions, especially when it is combined with belief in its being not true. And under some conditions, it is zulm, injustice, and fisk, disobedience, sin. One belief-wise, one does accept them as true, but in practice does what is contrary to it. The fourth injunction which appears in these verses is that taking bribe is absolutely haram, unlawful, especially the taking of bribe in a judicial case, which is far too grave. The fifth injunction which emerges clearly from these verses is that all prophets, may peace be upon them, and their shariahs agree in principle, but there is that difference in minute and subsidiary injunctions with them, a difference which is based on considerations of great wisdom.
And judge, O Muhammad, between them by what Allah has revealed, and do not follow their inclinations, and beware of them, lest they tempt you away from some of what Allah has revealed to you. And if they turn away, then know that Allah only intends to afflict them with some of their own sins, and indeed many among the people are defiantly disobedient.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 48, for the Tafsir.
Then is it the judgment of the time of ignorance they desire? But who is better than Allah in judgment for a people who are certain in faith?
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 48, for the Tafsir.
O you who have believed, do not take the Jews and the Christians as allies. They are in fact allies of one another, and whoever is an ally to them among you, then indeed he is one of them. Indeed, Allah guides not the wrongdoing people.
Explanation in brief. The verses cited above take up three important subjects, which are the basic principles of unity among Muslims as a collectively organized community. Muslims can deal with non-Muslims in the spirit of tolerance, sympathy, goodwill, equity, justice, favor, and kindness, almost everything within that line of conduct. In fact, they should do that, for they have been taught to do that. But what is not permitted is the kind of fast friendship and indiscriminating intimacy which may garble the distinctive hallmarks of Islam. This is the issue known as the tak al-muwalat, to refrain from deep friendship in Islamic terminology. The second principle stressed upon is that should the Muslims at any time and place shift away from the first principle stated above and develop an intimacy of this nature with non-Muslims, then let them not be under the impression that their conduct could harm Islam in any manner whatsoever, because Allah Almighty has Himself taken the responsibility of seeing that Islam remains duly protected. It cannot be eliminated by anyone. However, if a set of people still go out of their minds, break the limits of Islamic modality of doing things, and, let us presume, decide to leave the very pale of Islam, then Allah Ta'ala will bring in another set of people who will uphold and establish the principles and laws of Islam. Once we know the positive and negative aspects in perspective, it becomes evident that the real friendship of a Muslim, deep, intense, profound, and reliance-worthy, can only be with Allah, the highest of the high, His Messenger, and with those who believe in them. After this brief introduction of the subject, we can now move to the detailed explanation of the verses. Commentary. In the first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 51, Muslims have been commanded not to enter into muwalat, deep friendship with Jews and Christians, as is the customary practice of non-Muslims in general, and of Jews and Christians in particular, who reserve deep friendship for their own people only. They do not deal with Muslims at the same wavelength. After this clear instruction, should a Muslim do otherwise and enter into an intimate friendship with a Jew or Christian, then, in the sight of Islam, he is fit to be counted as one of them, and not as a Muslim. The background of revelation. Reporting from Ikrimah, Ibn Jarir, may Allah be pleased with him, has said that this verse was revealed in the background of a particular event. After the Holy Prophet had settled in Medina, he had entered into a treaty with Jews and Christians living nearby, which required that they would neither fight against Muslims nor help any other tribe at war with them. Rather, they would join Muslims to fight against them. Similarly, Muslims will not fight them nor help anyone against them, rather, would defend them against the aggressors. For some time, both parties kept adhering to the treaty. But the Jews could not observe the terms of the treaty any longer because of their conspiratorial nature and anti-Islam temperament. They made a secret deal with the pagans of Mecca against Muslims and wrote them a letter inviting them to their fortress. When the Holy Prophet came to know about this conspiracy, he dispatched a posse of mujahideen to confront them. These Jews from Banu Qurayza were, on the one hand, conspiring with the disbelievers of Mecca, while on the other, having infiltrated among Muslims, they had succeeded in making pacts of friendship with many of them. This was their front of spying for the disbelievers of Mecca against Muslims. Revealed thereupon was this verse which stopped Muslims from indulging in deep friendship with Jews and Christians, so that they could be deprived of having access to sensitive information about Muslims. At that time, some noble companions, including Sayyidina Ubadah ibn Samit, may Allah be pleased with him, openly announced the cancellation of their treaty obligations as well as their support for abandonment of any close friendship in the future. As for the hypocrites who had their pragmatic relationship with Muslims, or people whose hearts had yet to taste the sweetness of genuine faith, They apprehended dangers in breaking relationships with Jews and Christians lest the conspiracy hatched by the disbelievers and the Jews succeed and Muslims were overpowered, in which case it would be necessary that they keep their relationships balanced both ways to avoid any problems toward them later on. It was on this basis that Abdullah ibn Ubay ibn Salul, may Allah be pleased with him, had said that he saw danger in cutting off relationship with these people, and therefore he cannot do that. Revealed thereupon was the second verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 52.
So you see those in whose hearts is disease, hastening into association with them, saying, "We are afraid a misfortune may strike us." But perhaps Allah will bring conquest or a decision from Him, and they will become, over what they have been concealing within themselves, regretful.
Now you see those who have disease in their hearts race towards them, saying, "We apprehend that some misfortune may overtake us." It means that after hearing the religiously binding injunction of the abandonment of close friendships, people who have the disease of hypocrisy in their hearts started racing towards their disbelieving friends, saying that cutting off relationships with these people is dangerous for them. Answering them, Almighty Allah said, "So it is likely that Allah may bring victory or a command from His own side, whereupon they become regretful over what they concealed in their hearts." It means that these people are under the impression that the disbelievers and that Jews will overcome Muslims. But Allah has decided that it will not happen. Rather, close is the conquest of Makkah. Or even before the conquest of Makkah, Allah may, by exposing the hypocrisy of the hypocrites, put them to disgrace. Then at that time these people will regret thus they had concealed.
And those who believe will say, "Are these the ones who swore by Allah their strongest oaths that indeed they were with you? Their deeds have become worthless, and they have become losers."
This has been clarified further in the third verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 53, where it was said that once the hypocrisy of the hypocrites has been exposed and the reality behind their claims and oaths of friendship comes out in the open, Muslims would wonder if those were the people who used to assure them with sworn claims of their friendship, and there they were all ruined, as everything they did just to pretend had gone to waste. That Allah Jalla Shanu, who has mentioned the conquest of Makkah and the disgrace of the hypocrites in these verses, was something which everyone saw only after a few days with their own eyes.
O you who have believed, whoever of you should revert from his religion, Allah will bring forth in place of them a people He will love and who will love Him, who are humble toward the believers, powerful against the disbelievers. They strive in the cause of Allah and do not fear the blame of a critic. That is the favor of Allah. He bestows it upon whom He wills. And Allah is all-encompassing and knowing.
The fourth verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 54, tells us that the prohibition of intimate friendship and intermingling with non-Muslims is for the good of Muslims themselves. Otherwise, Islam is the particular religion, the responsibility to protect which has been taken by Almighty Allah Himself. The crookedness or disobedience of an individual or group is self-destruct in its place. However, should some individual or group from among Muslims were to really abandon Islam itself, turn into an apostate, murtad totally, and become a part of non-Muslims, even that too could bring no harm to Islam, because Allah, who is absolutely powerful, is responsible for its protection, and He will immediately bring in some other nation into action which will carry out the duties of protecting and spreading the din of Allah. Things He must do depend neither on an individual nor on the largest of the large party or institution. When He so wishes, He can make straws work for beams and logs. Otherwise, beams and logs sit in forests turning into compost anyway. As referred to elsewhere in this commentary, how well this was put in an Arabic couplet: when divine decree helps, it can make the weak overtake the mighty. When it was said in this verse that should Muslims become apostates, it does not matter, for Allah will make another set of people rise to take their place, then right there, some virtues of the set of people have also been enumerated, saying clearly that they can be marked out by such and such distinguishable qualities. Those engaged in the service of their religion should keep these qualities foremost in their minds, because these verses tell us that people who have such quality and character are welcome and dear in the sight of Almighty Allah. Their first quality identified by the Holy Qur'an is that Allah will love them and they will love Allah. There are two parts to this quality. The first one is the love of these people for Almighty Allah. This could be taken in one or the other degree, within one's control, since one can, even if one does not love someone emotionally or naturally, at least make his intention and determination to work for him in loving intellectually, and even emotional or natural love is though not in one's control, yet its causes are, for instance, the meditation of the greatness and majesty of Almighty Allah, the conception of His most perfect power, and the recapitulative survey of His authorities and blessings over human beings. This would definitely generate even natural love for Almighty Allah in the heart of a man or woman. But as far as the other part is concerned, that is, the love of Allah will be with these people, it obviously seems to indicate that this is a matter where human choice and action play no role. So, what is beyond our control and choice hardly warrants a description, and is obviously fruitless. One may be tempted to wonder, but by pondering over some other verses of the Holy Qur'an, one will discover that the causes of this part of love too are within human control. If someone uses these means, the love of Allah will necessarily be with him or her. Those means of achieving this end have been mentioned in the verse of the Qur'an which appears in Surah Al-Imran. Say, O Prophet, if you do love Allah, follow me, Allah shall love you. Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 31. This verse tells us that one who wishes to have Allah love him or her should make the sunnah of the Holy Prophet the very pivot of life, and develop a committed habit of following sunnah in whatever one does in each and every department of one's life. If so, the promise of Allah is there, He will love that person. And this very verse also tells us that the only group of people which can stand up and meet the challenge of disbelief and apostasy, kufr and irtidat, shall be the group of people which follows the sunnah conscientiously and habitually, neither falling short in obedience to the injunctions of the Sharia, nor initiating and introducing on their own deeds contrary to the sunnah. The second quality of this group has been identified as soft on the believers, hard on the disbelievers. Here the word adhila could be, as explained in Kamus, the plural of both dalil or dawil. Dalil means low or despicable, while dalil means soft and tractable, that is, easily controlled, docile. According to the majority of commentators, this is the meaning of adhila at this place, that is, these people will be soft with Muslims. Even in matters of dispute, they can be controlled and mollified easily. They would set the dispute aside, even if they are right in it, as said by the Holy Prophet in an authentic hadith, that is, I am a guarantor of a home in the middle of paradise for one who abandons dispute despite being in the right. Thus, the essential meaning of this word comes to be that these people will have no dispute with Muslims in matters relating to their rights and dealings. The second word is izayin, hidayah, hard on the disbelievers. Here too, it is the plural of aziz, which means dominant, strong and hard. So, the sense is that these people are hard and strong against the enemies of Allah and His din, who would be unable to control or manipulate them. Now, by combining both sentences, we can arrive at the essence of the statement that this will be a set of people whose love and hate, friendship and enmity will be, not for their person or their rights and dealings, but only for Allah, His Messenger and His din. Therefore, when comes the time to fight, it will not be against the obedient servants of Allah and His Messenger. Instead of that, it would be against those who are hostile and disobedient to Allah and His Messenger. The same subject appears in a verse of Surah Al-Fath, where the words are, severe against disbelievers, merciful between themselves. Surah Al-Fath, Ayah 29. The essence of the first quality was the most perfect fulfillment of the rights of Allah, and the essence of the second quality was moderation in the fulfillment of the rights of the servants of Allah, by remaining accommodating in dealings. Now, the third quality of these people mentioned here is, that is, they shall keep carrying out jihad to spread and establish the true faith. In essence, it means that fighting against forces of disbelief and apostasy is no easy task. In this confrontation, traditionally known devotion to worship and seclusion or a simple softness or hardness attitude is not enough. Also necessary here is a feeling and fervor for the mission of establishing din. To ensure that this feeling and fervor achieves its desired perfection, the fourth quality of these people has been identified as, that is, they will not care for any blame, censure or derogatory criticism directed against them while they are engaged in their efforts to appraise the true word of Allah and establish His din. A little reflection will show that the leader of a movement usually faces two types of impediments in his efforts, which are the power of the adversary and the vilification of his own people. Experience bears out that people who lead a movement resolutely would stand firm against any adversary, even go through arrests, jail sentences, beatings and tortures. Yet, when it comes to facing blames and vilifications from their own people, even the most determined leaders tend to falter. Perhaps it is to stress the importance of this trying situation at this place that Allah Almighty has considered it sufficient to say that these people go on with their jihad without taking notice of any blames directed against them. Finally, towards the end of the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 54, it was added that these good qualities of character are nothing but rewards from Almighty Allah. It is He who gives them to whom He wills. A human being cannot acquire these by dint of his own effort and deed without divine grace. The fitna of apostasy. Through the explanation of the words of this verse, it has already been clarified that the incidents of some from among Muslims turning into apostates will not harm Islam as a religion, because Allah will raise a set of people with high morals and superior deeds who would defend and support it. However, the majority of commentators have dwelt further on the fitna, trial of apostasy. Erdadad. According to them, this verse is actually a prophecy of this trial, and at the same time a good news for the group of people who will fight against it and eliminate it successfully. This coming fitna of apostasy was a serious problem, the germs of which had already started spreading towards the lattermost period of prophethood. But after the departure of the Holy Prophet from this mortal world, this became an epidemic spreading all over the Arabian Peninsula. The group blessed with the good news was that of the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, who confronted this onslaught of apostasy under the command of the first Caliph of Islam, Sayyidina Abu Bakr, as Siddiq, may Allah be pleased with him. Chronologically, Musaylima al-Kadhab, the liar, was the first to claim prophethood along with the Holy Prophet, and was so audacious that he returned his emissaries back with the threat that he would have killed them had it not been for the protocol which prohibited killing no envoys and emissaries. Musaylima was a liar in his claim. The Holy Prophet did not get the time to wage jihad against him, and he left this mortal world. Similarly, Aswad al-Ansi, the chief of the tribe of Mud, had in Yemen announced his prophethood. The Holy Prophet ordered the governor of Yemen appointed by him to fight against him, but the very next day after the night he was killed, the Holy Prophet departed from this mortal world. The news about his being killed reached the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, at the end of Rabi al-Awwal. Another event like this was reported concerning the tribe of Banu Asad, whose chief, Tulayha ibn Khuwaylid, laid a claim to his own prophethood. Groups from these three tribes had turned apostates during the last sickness of the Holy Prophet. The news of his passing away took the lid out of this storm of apostasy. 7 tribes of Arabia from different places turned against Islam and its legal authority. They refused to pay zakah as required by Islamic law to the Caliph of the time, Sayyidina Abu Bakr as Siddiq, may Allah be pleased with him. After the passing away of the Holy Prophet, the responsibility of the country and the community fell on the shoulders of Sayyidina Abu Bakr as Siddiq, may Allah be pleased with him. There was the great shock on the one hand, and the flood of trials and rebellions on the other. Sayyidah Aisha, may Allah be pleased with him, says that the shock faced by her father, Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, after the passing away of the Holy Prophet was so great that had it fallen on high mountains, they would have been reduced to powder. But Almighty Allah had blessed him with the high station of patience and fortitude, by virtue of which he fought against all odds with full determination and courage, and did succeed finally. Rebellion, as obvious, can be quashed by use of force only. But conditions had reached a point of danger, and Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, went into consultation with the noble companions. None of them approved of a hard line against rebellions. The danger was, if the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, were to be committed to internal warfare, foreign powers would run over their new Islamic country. But Allah Almighty made the heart of his true one strong and settled for jihad. He gave an eloquent khutbah before the companions, may Allah be pleased with him, of the Holy Prophet, which opened up their hearts too in favor of jihad. The power and perfection of his determination and fortitude is reflected through his words. People who, after they have become Muslims, turn back and reject the injunctions given by the Holy Prophet and the law of Islam, then it is my duty that I should wage a jihad against them. If against me they decide to bring along the combined force of all jinns and human beings and all trees and rocks of the world altogether, and I have no comrade in arms to support me, even then I would, all by myself, put my neck on the stake and carry out this jihad. After having said this, he mounted his horse and started moving ahead. Then the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with them all, came forward and made say, Idna Siddiq al-Akbar, may Allah be pleased with him, sit at his place. In no time, a battle plan was drawn with fronts assigned to different people, and the time of their departure set for action. Therefore, Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, Hassan al-Basri, Dak, Qatada, and other imams of Tafsir have said that this verse has been revealed about Sayyidina Abu Bakr as Siddiq, may Allah be pleased with him. He was the first one of the promised people about whom it was said in this verse that they will appear to defend Islam at the command of Allah. But not contrary to this is the possibility that some other group could also be included in the sense of this verse. Therefore, respected elders who have pointed out to Sayyidina Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, may Allah be pleased with him, or other noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, as being included in the sense of this verse cannot be really taken as contrary to this suggestion. In fact, the most sound and safe position is to believe that all these blessed people, rather every single Muslim due to come right up till the last day of Qiyamah, who will keep confronting disbelief and apostasy in accordance with the commands of the Qur'an, they all shall be considered as included under the purview of this verse. Let us now resume our description of how the moving exhortation of Sayyidina Siddiq al-Akbar made a group of Sahaba rise to the occasion and meet the challenge of this trial of apostasy under the leadership of the first Caliph of Islam. Assigning an army of fighting men, he sent Sayyidina Khalid ibn Walid, may Allah be pleased with him, to Yamama to fight against Musaylima, the liar, who had become very powerful in his area. The encounters were tough, but Musaylima, the liar, was ultimately killed at the hands of Sayyidina Waishi. May Allah be pleased with him. His group repented and returned to the fold of Islam. Again, it was Sayyidina Khalid, may Allah be pleased with him, who went to fight against Tulayh ibn Khuwaylid. He escaped and went out to some other area. Then Allah gave him the ability to repent and return to Islam once again. He came back as a Muslim. The news that Aswad al-Ansi had been killed and his group had surrendered had reached Medina toward the end of the month of Rabi' al-Awwal, the first month of the Siddiqui Caliphate. This was the very first news of victory which reached Sayyidina Siddiq al-Akbar, may Allah be pleased with him, under such trying circumstances. So, from this point onwards, the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with him, of the Prophet were also blessed with more clear victories on every front against other tribes which had refused to pay zakah. Thus, the practical demonstration of the truth of the word of Allah mentioned towards the end of the 5th verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 56, then, the people of Allah are the ones who prevail, was seen by the whole world. Speaking historically and objectively, it is a proven fact that the problem of apostasy did affect some tribes of the Arabian Peninsula after the passing away of the Holy Prophet. Then, the group that Allah made to rise and fight against the challenge was that of Sayyidina Siddiq al-Akbar, may Allah be pleased with him, and his colleagues among the Sahaba, may Allah be pleased with him. So, it also stands proof from this very verse that the qualities of the promised set of people given in the Qur'an were all present in Sayyidina Siddiq al-Akbar and the Sahaba with him. To restate these, we can say Allah loves them. They love Allah. They are soft with Muslims and hard against disbelievers. Their jihad was in the way of Allah, in which they were not afraid of any blame. Pointing out to the reality of realities, it was clearly stressed that all these high qualities of character, their timely use and the ultimate success in the Islamic expedition through them, were things which are not achieved by simple reliance on planning or power or numbers. This is nothing but the grace of Allah. It is He who bestows this blessing upon whom He wills.
Your ally is none but Allah, and therefore His Messenger and those who have believed, those who establish prayer and give zakah, and they bow in worship.
Marks of true Muslims. In the previous 4 verses discussed so far, Muslims have been forbidden to maintain intimate friendship with disbelievers. A positive approach has been taken in the 5th verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 55, where those with whom Muslims can have intimate friendship and special camaraderie have been identified. Mentioned first is Allah and then His blessed Prophet, for Allah is and He alone can be the real friend, guardian and guide of a true Muslim all the time and under all conditions. Other than the relationship with Him, every relationship and every friendship is perishable. As for the bond of fidelity to the Holy Prophet is concerned, that too is in reality connected with Allah and not separated. In the last sentence of the verse, the sincere most friends and fellows of Muslims have been identified as those who are true Muslims, not simply Muslims in name. They have 3 qualities which mark them out. These are those who establish salah and pay zakah and bow before Allah. It means that they fulfill the obligation of salah, punctually observing all etiquettes, adab, and conditions, sharat, which must be observed in it, pay zakah out of their wealth, and they are humble and modest and never become proud and arrogant over their good deeds. The word ruku in the concluding statement of this verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 55, translated as those who bow before Allah, could be taken in more than one sense. Therefore, some of the leading commentators have said that ruku refers to the functional ruku, bowing position at this place, which is a basic element, rukn, pillar, of salah. And the sentence, and those who bow before Allah, has been placed after those who establish salah, because the purpose is to distinguish the salah of Muslims from the prayer offered by others. As for the essential prayer, which Muslims call salat, is something the Jews and Christians also do, but it has no ruku in it. Ruku is a distinctive element of the Islamic prayer known as Surah. Mashari, but the majority of commentators says that isolated letters this place does not mean the technical ruku of salah. Rather, it means to bow, to be modest and humble in the lexical sense. Abu Hayyan in Tafsir al-Bar al-Muhit and al-Zamak Shari in Tafsir al-Kash have gone by this meaning. The same view has been adopted in Tafsir Mashari and Tafsir Bay and Al-Quran. Thus, the meaning of this sentence comes to be that these people do not feel proud of their good deeds. Their natural disposition is, rather, modesty and humility. It appears in some narrations that this sentence has been revealed about Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, in the background of a particular event. It is said that Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, was busy making salah on a certain day. When he bowed in ruku, someone needy turned up and asked for something. He, within that state of ruku, took out a ring from one of his fingers and tossed it towards him. He could have taken care of the need of this person after having finished his salah, but he did not wish to make even that much of a delay in removing the need of a poor fakir. This act of racing towards good deeds was pleasing in the sight of Almighty Allah, and it was through this sentence that it was appreciated. The sound or authority of this narration is a debated issue among Varna and Muhaddithin, but should this narration be taken as correct or sound, it would essentially mean that deserving of the close friendship of Muslims are common Muslims who fulfill the obligations of Salah and Zakah particularly and regularly, and among them Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, is especially more deserving of this friendship, as has been said by the Holy Prophet in another authentic hadith, "To whomever I am a friend, then Ali too is a friend of his," narrated by Ahmad, as in Mashari. In yet another hadith, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, "Allah befriend whoever befriends him, and take his enemy whoever shows enmity to him." Perhaps Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him, has been blessed with this honor because the fitna to appear in the future was unveiled before him, and he knew that there will be people who will nurse enmity with him and will not hesitate in even rising in rebellion against him, as it did happen during the uprising of the Khawrij. Anyway, the revelation of the present verse, even if it is related to this event, is worded in a general sense which includes all companions, may Allah be pleased with him, of the Prophet and all Muslims. This is not particular to any one individual under a specific command. Therefore, when someone asks Sayyidina Imam Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, do the words, "Those who believe," in this verse mean Sayyidina Ali, may Allah be pleased with him. He said, he too, as included under believers, is within the purview of this verse. People of Allah shall prevail ultimately. The next verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 56, gives the good news that such people will overcome. The world has come forward in obedience to the Quranic injunctions given in this verse, and stay away from forging close friendship with others by limiting themselves to taking Allah, His Messenger, and those who have faith in them as their genuine friends. The words of the verse are,
"And whoever is an ally of Allah and His Messenger, and those who have believed, indeed the party of Allah, they will be the predominant."
In other words, it is said here that those who obey the commands of Allah are the people of Allah. Given to them is the good news that they will be the ones to finally overcome. The events which unfolded later on confirmed the veracity of this statement, when everyone saw that the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with them all, overcame all powers which threatened them. When internal rebellions challenged Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, Allah Almighty helped him prevail over all of them. When the towering powers of Caesar and Cyrus marshaled their menacing might against Sayyidina Umar al-Faruq, may Allah be pleased with him, Allah Almighty effaced them from the face of the earth. Then, as long as these injunctions were dutifully observed by the Khilafah and Muslims at large, who came after them by abstaining from establishing close bonds of friendship with non-Muslims, they had always remained winners in the struggle of life.
O you who have believed, take not those who have taken your religion in ridicule and amusement among the ones who were given the scriptures before you, nor the disbelievers as allies, and fear Allah if you should truly be believers.
The prohibition of friendship with those who make fun of Islam. In the 6th verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 57, Allah Almighty has again stressed upon the injunction mentioned in verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 51 at the beginning of this section, the sense of which is that the Muslims should not seek close friendship with people who make fun of their religion. They can be divided in two groups, the people of the book, that is, the Jews and the Christians, and the disbelievers and non-Muslims in general. In Al-Bar al-Muhit, Imam Abu Hayyan, may Allah have mercy on him, says that the people of the book were already included under the word kafar or disbelievers. Still, the people of the book have been mentioned here particularly perhaps because the people of the book were, though closer to Islam as compared with other disbelievers, yet experience bears that very few from among them embraced Islam. This is the reason why a look into the statistics of those who embraced Islam after the age of prophethood and during the period later to it will reveal that the majority of them were from among the common disbelievers. The number of those who became Muslims from among the people of the book will be much lower. Why would that be so? The reason is simple. The people of the book take pride in being adherents to divine faith and divine scripture. This proud partisanship made them opt for not accepting the truth. The attitude of mockery against Muslims was something that they displayed most. When mockery becomes wickedness, things much lower can happen, as would be illustrated by an episode mentioned in the 8th verse in the following words. And when you call for Salah, they take it in jest and fun. Tafsir Majari, with reference to Ibn Abi Haytham, reports the event itself by saying that there was a Christian in Madin al-Tayba. When he heard the words, I testify that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah in the Adhan, call for prayer, he used to say, may Allah burn the liar at last. This very remark made by him became the cause of his entire family burned to ashes. How this happened was commonplace. When he was sleeping, his servant entered the house with a little fire for some purpose. A speck from it flew out and fell down on some piece of cloth. When everybody was fast asleep, the speck had turned into a blaze and everybody was burnt to death. The tragedy of people who do not understand. At the end of the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 58, it was said that is because they are a people who do not understand. It means that the reason for their jest and fun being directed against what is true faith could be no other, but that they do not understand. Qadi Thanal of Panipa has said in Tafsir Majari that Allah Almighty calls them devoid of understanding, although their reason and intelligence in worldly matters is well known. From here we learn that it is possible that one could be very smart and quick-wit in certain kinds of jobs, but when it comes to doing some other things, he either does not use his mind or his mind does not work in that direction. Therefore, he turns out to be dumb in it, like one who does not understand. The Holy Qur'an has referred to this subject in another verse as follows, these people do know outward matters of the present life, while they are heedless to the hereafter. Surah Ar-Rahman 7.
And when you call to prayer, they take it in ridicule and amusement. That is because they are people who do not use reason.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 57, for the tafsir.
Say, O people of the scripture, do you resent us except for the fact that we have believed in Allah and what was revealed to us and what was revealed before, and because most of you are defiantly disobedient?
Commentary. Referring to the Jews and Christians in most of you are sinners, at the end of the first verse, most not all of them have been declared to be outside the fold of faith. The reason for this is that they did have people among them who remained believers under all conditions. Before the coming of the Holy Prophet, all they followed the injunctions of the Torah and Injil and believed in them. When the Holy Prophet came and the Quran was revealed, they believed in him too and started following the injunctions of the Quran.
Say, shall I inform you of what is worse than that as a penalty from Allah? It is that of those whom Allah has cursed, and with whom He became angry, and made of them apes and pigs and slaves of Taghut. Those are worse in position and further astray from the sound way.
Consideration of the addressee, a principle of dawah. The condition of a people who were under the curse and wrath of Allah has been introduced through a similitude in the next verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 60, which begins with, should I not tell you? In fact, this condition applied to these very addressees. The occasion demanded that they should have been the ones to be directly charged with the blame. But the Quran has changed the mode of direct address into the form of a similitude to show consideration. This shows us a distinctive method of dawah, call as used by prophets, that is, never say things in a manner which makes the addressees angry.
And when they come to you, they say, we believe. But they have entered with disbelief in their hearts, and they have certainly left with it. And Allah is most knowing of what they were concealing.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 60, for the tafsir.
And you see many of them hastening into sin and aggression and the devouring of what is unlawful. How wretched is what they have been doing.
Commentary. The moral loss of Jews. In the first verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 62 cited above, mentioned there is the moral deprivation and self-destructive attitude of many Jews, so that people who know that may take a lesson and stay away from such deeds, as well as from causes that lead to them. Though this was generally the condition of Jews, but they also had some good people among them. It is to exclude them that the Quran has used the word kathiran, many, as for aggression and eating of the unlawful. These are though included under the sense of sin, yet they have been particularly mentioned distinctly, in order to lay emphasis on the ruin these two kinds of sins bring on one and all. Al-Bar al-Mu'it, according to Al-Lani, by using the expression racing towards sin about these people, the Holy Quran has given the hint that they are chronic subjects of these evil traits, and the evil deeds they do have become fixed habits with them, so ingrained that they, automatically, move in that direction, even without intention. This tells us that a good or bad deed, when done many times repeatedly, becomes a part and parcel of the inmost being of a person, almost a skill or drive or a fixed habit, after which there remains no exertion or hesitation in doing what one does. This was the limit reached by Jews in pursuing their evil traits. To highlight it, it was said, they race towards sin. The same thing applies to prophets and men of Allah in the case of their good traits. About them too, the Holy Quran has used the same expression when it says, they race towards good deeds. Surah Al-Imran, ayah 114.
Why do the rabbis and religious scholars not forbid them from saying what is sinful and devouring what is unlawful? How wretched is what they have been practicing.
The correction of deeds. Of those who have laid the greatest emphasis on the correction of deeds, foremost are the respected Sufis, spiritual masters, and the men of Allah. These blessed souls have deduced from these very sayings of the Quran the significant principle that all human deeds, good or bad, really come from ingrained habits and morals which ultimately become man's second nature. Therefore, when they wish to check, modify or dilute the recurrence of evil deeds, they keep these ingrained habits in sight. Thus, when they correct these, all deeds that issue forth start coming out right. Let us take the example of a person whose heart is overwhelmingly filled with greed for worldly acquisitions. As a result of this greed, he takes bribes and devours income from interest, and if given the opportunity, things could also reach the limits of theft and robbery. Instead of correcting these crimes separately, the spiritual masters use one masterly prescription which could cause the very foundation of these crimes razed to the ground, and that is the realization of the mortality of the world and the poisoned nature of its luxuries. Similarly, if someone suffers from overweening pride or arrogance or anger, and he belittles or insults others or quarrels with friends and neighbors, these blessed souls will use the same prescription, the prescription with ingredients of the concern for the life to come and the fear of ultimate accountability before Almighty Allah. Once these start remaining in sight actively, such evil behavior patterns die out automatically. In short, this Quranic indicator tells us that man has some ingrained traits which become his second nature. If these ingrained traits tilt towards good, good deeds issue forth on their own. Similarly, if the ingrained traits are evil, man starts running towards evil deeds automatically. To achieve a total correction of behavior, the correction of these ingrained traits is necessary. Are religious leaders responsible for the deeds of common people? In the second verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 63, the sheikhs and alims among the Jews have been sternly warned as to why would they not stop such people from evil deeds. At this place in the Quran, two words have been used. The first word is Rabbaniyun, which means men of Allah, that is, those who are intensely devoted to acts of worship and abstain from worldly temptations, commonly known as derwish, pur or sheikh. The second word used is obar. Religious scholars among Jews are called obar. This tells us that the real responsibility of the Quranic injunction al-amr bil ma'ruf, bidding the fair, and nahi anil munkar, forbidding the unfair, falls on these two groups, that is, on the sheikhs and alims. However, some commentators have said that Rabbaniyun refers to ulama who have been appointed by government and are fully authorized, while obar means the ulama in general. Taken in that sense, the responsibility of stopping people from committing crimes comes to fall on government officials and ulama both. Incidentally, this has been further clarified in some other verses as well. For ulama and mashayikh, a note of warning. Towards the end of the verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 63, it was said, evil is what they have been doing, which means that it is bad habit on the part of such religious leaders known as mashayikh and ulama that they have abandoned their cardinal duty of bidding the fair and forbidding the unfair. They see people ruining themselves, and they do not stand up and stop them. Commentators with knowledge and insight have pointed out that at the end of the first verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 62, which mentioned the errors made by common people, what was said is, evil is what they have been doing. But in the second verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 63, where the Mashayikh and Ulama have been admonished for their failing, the concluding sentence used is, evil is what they have been doing by design. The reason is that, according to the Arabic usage, the word fi'l, that which is done, includes everything done, whether with intention or without. But the word amal, that which is acted upon, is applied to what is done particularly with intention and volition. As for the words sama and sanat, that which is done by design, are concerned, they are applied when something is done with intention and volition or choice, and that it is done repeatedly as a matter of habit and considered purpose both. Therefore, as a result of the evil done by common people, the word chosen was amal, that is, evil is what they have been doing. But as a result of the wrong done by Mashayikh and Ulama particularly, the word selected was sana, as in, evil is what they have been doing by design. In this arrangement here, there may be a hint that the attitude of such religious leaders was false because they knew that if they were to stop their people, they would listen to them, and it was likely that they would abstain from evil deeds. Yet such is their greed for whatever offerings they may get from them, or such is their fear of losing the faith of their clients, that their hearts are not moved enough to stand up to defend and uphold the truth. This failing of theirs is far too grave than the evil doings of those evildoers. The outcome is, if the people of a country get involved in sins and crimes, and their religious leaders know that they will listen and abstain if asked to stop, then, under such a condition, if they do not try to stop the flood of sins and crimes because of temptation, fear or apathy, their crime is more grave than the crime of real criminals and sinners. Therefore, Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas, may Allah be pleased with him, had said that a stronger warning from Mashayikh and Ulama does not appear anywhere in the entire Quran other than the one in this verse. The recognized authority in Tafsir, Dahak, has said, in my view, this is the most frightening ayah for Mashayikh and Ulama. Ibn Jarir ibn Kathir, the reason is that in the light of this verse, the failing of religious leaders gets to be rated as far more serious than the actual crime committed by thieves and robbers and sinners. Refuge with Allah, however, it should be borne in mind that the stern warning stands operative in the situation when the Mashayikh and Ulama are reasonably certain that their appeal will be heard and accepted. But under other conditions, when prevailing trends or corresponding experience create a stronger likelihood that nobody is going to listen to them, rather, they may even have to face harm or hurt in doing so, the command is that their responsibility, no doubt, stands dropped. But the conduct which still remains better and higher is that they should, whether heard or negated, go on doing their duty without bothering about any blame thrown or pain caused. This approach was identified earlier as well in verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 54, which highlighted one of the qualities of the mujahideen in the way of Allah by saying, that is, they are not afraid of any blame thrown at them by those who would blame anyone who speaks the truth. It is useful to sum up the main elements of our discussion before we part with it by saying that Mashayikh and Ulama, rather, all Muslims, once they know something to be sinful or against law, are duty-bound to check, stop, or prohibit sin and crime to the best of their ability with their own hands or word of mouth, or, at the least, with distaste of the heart or dislike of the attitude, of course, subject to the condition that the occasion lends to the possibility and stronger probability that they will be heard and their call will be entertained. But should there be an occasion where stronger probability exists that they will not be heard or they will be subjected to hostility against them, then that will be a different condition in which it will no more be obligatory on them that they must prohibit and stop people, but it shall still remain the better and the higher form of conduct. All these details about the well-known Quranic maxim of bidding the fair and forbidding the unfair have been deduced from Sahih Hadith. We can say that by placing the responsibility of personally doing what is right and good, avoiding what is not, and inviting others to do good and shun evil, on Muslims at large, and on Mashayikh and Ulama in particular, Islam has given to the world a priceless principle of peace which, if practiced, could help nations after nations become easily cleansed of all sorts of evils which afflict them. The method of community correction. As long as Muslims adhered to this principle right through the early and later centuries of Islam, they held a position of universal distinction in terms of knowledge, deed, morals, and character. Once Muslims ignored this duty, started taking the prevention of crime as the sole responsibility of the government, and its law enforcing agencies and withdrew from their role in it. The result that came out was no secret. It is there for everyone to see. Here you have a father, a mother, the whole family, all religiously observing and fully adhering to the Sharia. But their children and their family circle are different, almost their reverse. They think and feel otherwise. They do things differently. It is for this reason that the mission of bidding the fair and forbidding the unfair has been particularly stressed upon in the Quran and Hadith as the surest method of any collective reform in the Muslim Ummah. The Holy Quran has identified this mission as a unique distinction of the Ummah of the Prophet of Islam, and it has also declared that any contravention of this rule shall be a grave sin and a certain cause of punishment. In Hadith, the Holy Prophet has said, when sins are committed among a people in their lives, someone who does not stop them, then not far is the likelihood that Allah sends a punishment to fall on all of them. Ibar al-Mubit, warning against not hating sins. Malik ibn Dinar says, Allah asked his angels to destroy a certain town. The angels said that there lived in that town a devoted servant of his busy praying to him. Came the command, let him too taste the punishment, because he never showed his anger against people disobeying us and committing sins openly, not even with a sign of it on his face. To Sayyidina Yusha ibn Nun, Joshua, the Israelite prophet, Allah Almighty revealed that 100,000 of his people will be destroyed by a punishment. Of them 40,000 were righteous and 60,000 evil. Sayyidina Yusha said, O Lord, the ruin of the evil is obvious, but why the good ones? It was said, the good ones have friendly relations with the bad ones. Together they ate and drank and enjoyed life and never frowned on people sinning and disobeying their Creator. Details of all these narrations can be seen in Al-Bar al-Muhit.
And the Jews say, the hand of Allah is chained. Chained are their hands, and cursed are they for what they say. Rather, both his hands are extended. He spends however he wills. And that which has been revealed to you from your Lord will surely increase many of them in transgression and disbelief. And we have cast among them animosity and hatred until the day of resurrection. Every time they kindled the fire of war against you, Allah extinguished it. And they strive throughout the land, causing corruption. And Allah does not like corruptors.
Sequence. Some conditions of the Jews were mentioned in the previous verses. More particular ones appear in the verses cited above, especially the ones identified with Nabash, son of Qais and Fen-hez, the chief of the Jewish tribe of Qainuqa, who uttered words of affront with reference to Almighty Allah, the description of which follows. Thereupon the opening verse was revealed. As in Al-Lubab, from Sayyidina ibn Abs, may Allah be pleased with him, narrated by Al-Tabarani and Abu al-Shaykh, commentary. The first verse begins with the words the Jews said. It mentions what was a grave offense, and an utterly undignified remark for any human being to make. They were wretched enough to, God forbid, say that Allah's hand is tied up. The background in which this was set was that Allah Almighty had given to the Jews of Medina extended means and money. But when the Holy Prophet came to Medina, they heard the call of Islam, yet they remained unmoved because they were more interested in holding on to their communal hegemony and the money they received through offerings based on their self-perpetuating customs. So they turned against what was the call of truth and took a hostile stand against the Holy Prophet himself. Then, as a punishment of this behavior of theirs, Almighty Allah turned their affluent material circumstances into what was materially straitened for them, and they faced poverty. Thereupon, all frustrated and off guard, they started uttering words to the effect that, God forbid, the divine treasure seems to be running short, or perhaps Allah has chosen to become miserly. It was in answer to them that it was said in this verse that the hands to be tied up will be their own hands who are saying what they're saying, and cursed they shall be when punishment visits them in the hereafter, and in the present world as well, when it comes to them in the form of disgrace. As for the hands of Allah, they are always open and well extended, and His generosity has been there since ever and shall remain forever. But He Himself is independent, free of need, yet the master of all means. Then, along with this, He is wise too. He gives and gives in His wisdom. Means are extended for whom He wills in His wisdom, and means are straitened for whom He wills in His wisdom. After that, it was said that the people the Prophet of Islam is dealing with are contumacious people, as they refuse to benefit from the open and clear words of the Quran revealed to him, instead of which their disbelief in and denial of the truth keeps getting more hardened. So, it is to keep Muslims safe from their evil designs that Allah has caused differences to crop up within their own sects, because of which they would neither dare fight in open war nor would any conspiracy by them succeed. The failure to wage an open war has been mentioned in whenever they lit the flames of war, Allah puts it out, while the failure to hatch sinister conspiracies has been pointed out in, and they run about on the earth spreading mischief. Full obedience to the divine commands brings blessings in this world too. In verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 65, the Jews have been admonished that the people of the Torah and Injil have not derived any benefit from the guidance given therein, nor from the teachings of the blessed prophets. Once involved in worldly greed, they ignored what was not to be ignored. As a result, they ran into straitened circumstances right here in this world as well. But if they were to take to the ways of faith and godliness even now, Allah could forgive them their past sins and admit them to gardens full of bliss.
And if only the people of the scripture had believed and feared Allah, we would have removed from them their misdeeds and admitted them to gardens of pleasure.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 64 for the Tafsir.
And if only they had upheld the Torah, the Gospel, and what had been revealed to them from their Lord, they would have consumed provision from above them and from beneath their feet. Among them are a moderate community, but many of them, evil is that which they do.
How are divine commands carried out in full? Mentioned in verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 66, which begins with the words, "And if they had upheld the Torah," are some details of the same faith and godliness for which worldly blessings have been promised in the previous verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 65. The detail is that they should uphold the Torah, the Injil, and the Holy Qur'an revealed after them. The word used here does not refer to acting in accordance with these books. Instead of that, the word placed here is ikama, which means to establish and to make something stand upright and straight. It signifies that their teachings can be carried out fully and correctly only when there is no increase or decrease or shortcoming in them. What is meant to stand straight must stand perfectly straight, established, not tilting. The essence of the verse is that if the Jews were to believe in the guidance of the Torah, the Injil and the Qur'an, even today, and carry out their instructions fully, without failing to act properly, nor opting for excess and transgression by equating self-innovated things with established religion, then they shall deserve the promised blessings of the hereafter, and the doors of sustenance will be thrown open for them in the present world as well. It will come from above, and it will come from beneath. Above and beneath, as obvious, mean sustenance which will be available easily and constantly. Tafsir Kabir, it will be noticed that the earlier verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 65 promised blessings only in the hereafter. The present verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 66 extends the promise to cover worldly comforts as well. The reason for this may perhaps be that the Jews had taken to malpractices, particularly the practice of altering and distorting scriptures because of their taste for the temporal and their insatiable greed for money. This became their main hurdle which had stopped them from obeying the Qur'an and the Prophet of Islam, despite that they had seen very clear signs of their veracity. They were scared at the idea that by becoming Muslims, their leadership role in the community will be all over. Also gone will be the offerings and gifts which they received as religious high priests. It was to remove this kind of doubt or apprehension that Almighty Allah promised to them that if they take to believing truly and acting righteously, nothing will be decreased from their worldly wealth and comfort, which would rather be increased. Answer to a doubt. Details given above also show that this particular promise was made to Jews who were present during the time of the Holy Prophet and were his direct addressees. If they had obeyed the command given to them, they would have had all sorts of blessings in the mortal world as well. So those who took to the message of faith and good deed, they had these blessings in full, like Najashi, Negus, the king of Ethiopia, and Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Salam, may Allah be pleased with him. However, it is not necessary that for one who abides by faith and good deed, sustenance will be extended as a rule, and vice versa. For one who does not, sustenance will be straitened as a rule. The reason is that, at this place, the purpose is not to describe a general rule. This is a promise made to a particular group under particular conditions. However, as far as the standard or general rule regarding faith and good deeds is concerned, the promise of the blessing of good and pure life is universal, but it could either take the form of extended means of sustenance, or means which are outwardly constricted, as it has been with the blessed prophets and men of Allah, not all of whom had extended sustenance all the time, but they all did have the purest of the pure life. Justice was served when in the last verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 67, it was also added that the evil doings of Jews mentioned in the text do not apply to all Jews. Among them there were moderate people who were on the right path. But the majority was evil doing. People on the right path denotes people who were first Jews and Christians, then believed in the Quran and the Holy Prophet and entered the fold of Islam.
O Messenger, announce that which has been revealed to you from your Lord, and if you do not, then you have not conveyed His message. And Allah will protect you from the people. Indeed, Allah does not guide the disbelieving people.
Emphasis on tabligh and comfort for the Prophet. In the present verses, as well as throughout the previous two sections, there has been a continued description of the crookedness, waywardness, obstinacy, and anti-Islam mechanizations of Jews and Christians. One natural effect it could have on the Holy Prophet was that he, being human, could feel disappointed or compelled by circumstances, and as a result of which, the process of tabligh or the very mission of prophethood might slow down or left lacking somewhere. The second effect could be that in the event he elected to devote single-mindedly to his call and mission as a prophet without caring for any hostility, enmity, harm, or hurt, there was every likelihood that it could result in the worst of hardships at the hands of his adversaries. Therefore, in the last verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 67, the Holy Prophet was, on the one hand, emphatically commanded to convey everything revealed to him by Allah, all of it, without any hesitation, to the people. That someone likes or dislikes it, takes or rejects it, should not worry him in his mission. Then, on the other hand, by giving the Holy Prophet the good news that all those disbelievers will be unable to bring any harm to him in his mission as a prophet, for Allah will Himself protect him. The sentence, "and if you do not, then you have not conveyed His message at all," in this verse is worth pondering. This address to the Holy Prophet here means that if he failed to convey even one divine command to the Muslim Ummah, he would not find himself absolved of the responsibility of prophethood. This was the reason why the Holy Prophet strived with his full courage and strength all his life to fulfill this heavy obligation placed on his shoulders. Muslims are familiar with the renowned khutbah of the Holy Prophet during his last Hajj, the great address which was not only the constitution of Islam, but also the last will and testament of an elementally lenient and merciful prophet who was far more affectionate and caring than a father and mother could ever be. The parting will of the Holy Prophet on the occasion of the last Hajj. In this khutbah before a huge gathering of his noble Sahaba, after he had given important instructions to them, he asked the audience, "Listen, have I conveyed your religion to you?" The Sahaba confirmed that he certainly had. Thereupon he said, "You be a witness on this." And along with it, he also said, that is, those present in this gathering should convey my message to those who are not here. Included among the absent are those who were present in the world at that time, but were not present in the gathering itself, and also included are those who were yet to be born. The method of conveying the message to them was the spreading of the knowledge of the din of Allah, a duty which was fulfilled by great efforts made by the Sahaba and the Tabi'in. It was under the direct influence of this parting advice that the noble companions, may Allah be pleased with them all, took the words and deeds of the Holy Prophet as a weighty trust of Allah and did their best to ensure that not a single sentence uttered by his blessed tongue should remain unconveyed to his Ummah. This holds true under all normal conditions. However, if someone did not narrate a particular hadith before people for a special reason or compulsion, he made it a point to do that before his death by reciting it to at least some people around so that they could be relieved of the burden of trust they have been carrying on their shoulders. A similar event about a hadith from Sayyid ibn Ahmad, may Allah be pleased with him, has been reported in the Sahih of Al-Bukhari. That is, Sayyid ibn Mu'ad recited this hadith at the time of his death so that he would not become a sinner because of his failure to convey this trust with him to others. The protection of Allah. In the second sentence of the last verse, "And Allah shall protect you from the people," good news has been given to him that his enemies would remain unable to do anything harmful against him despite their myriad demonstrations of animosity. It appears in hadith that, before the revelation of this verse, some companions, may Allah be pleased with him, generally used to stay around him in order to protect him. They guarded him wherever he was, in the city or in travel. After the revelation of this verse, he relieved them all as no security arrangements were needed anymore. Allah had Himself taken the responsibility. In a hadith narrated by Sayyidina Hassan, the Holy Prophet has been reported to have said, "When I was charged with the duty of conveying the message of Allah as His Prophet, the charge appeared to be very frightening, because people around me were bound to falsify and oppose me. Then as this verse was revealed, I was at peace. Tafsir Kabir. Thus, after the revelation of this verse, no one dared to harm the Holy Prophet during his efforts to spread the message of Islam as a prophet of Allah. Any casual injury received in jihad battles is not contrary to this.
Say, O people of the scripture, you are standing on nothing until you uphold the law of the Torah, the Gospel, and what has been revealed to you from your Lord. And that which has been revealed to you from your Lord will surely increase many of them in transgression and disbelief. So do not grieve over the disbelieving people.
Sequence. Earlier, the people of the book were persuaded to embrace Islam. Mentioned now is the futility of their current approach, which they claimed to be the God's truth, while it was unworkable in the sight of Allah, insufficient for salvation, and dependent on Islam as the only source of salvation. Then, as an antidote to their insistence on remaining disbelievers after being warned, there are words of comfort for the Holy Prophet. The mention of tabligh of din had appeared in between as based on particular need and congruity. Commentary. Follow the divine Sharia instruction for the people of the book. In the first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 68, the people of the book, that is, the Jews and Christians, were instructed to follow the divine Sharia by making it clear that they would be reduced to nothing if they chose not to abide by the injunctions of the Sharia. In other words, if they do not adhere to the Sharia of Islam, all their achievements shall stand wasted. To them Allah had given the privilege of being the progeny of prophets. Then they had the intellectual excellence of the Torah and the Injil as well. Added to this was the presence of many men of Allah among them who went through strenuous spiritual exertions in their search for truth. But for all this to be valid and weighty, the one binding condition was that they should follow the divine Sharia. Without it, no genealogical superiority will work, nor would their intellectual excellence or their spiritual strivings become the means of their salvation. This statement provides for Muslims too the crucial guidance that there is no way of dervishes or path of spiritual realization, sulat tarikat, or repeated strivings to achieve spiritual goals. Mujahadat and riyadat, or extrasensory spiritual illumination, kashf, or having visitations of inspiration, ilm, which can become the source of spiritual achievement or salvation in the sight of Allah unless there is full adherence to the Sharia. To prove one's obedience to the divine Sharia, the instruction given in this verse is to follow three things. These are the Torah and Injil, which had been revealed earlier for the Jews and Christians, while the third one is, that is, what has been revealed to you from your Lord. According to the consensus of the majority of commentators, the Sahaba and the Tabi'in, it means the Holy Qur'an, which was sent for the universal community of inviters to faith, including the Jews and Christians, through the midmost medium of the Holy Prophet. Therefore, the verse comes to mean, unless you act in accordance with the injunctions brought by the Torah, the Injil, and the Qur'an correctly, fully and totally no lineal or intellectual excellence of yours shall be valid or acceptable with Allah. At this point, one may wonder why, in this verse, rather than mentioning Qur'an by its brief name, as was done with the Torah and the Injil, a long sentence, and what has been revealed to you from your Lord, has been used. What is the wisdom behind it? It is possible that it may be carrying a hint to what was said by the Holy Prophet, in which he disclosed that the way he was given the Qur'an, which is a treasure of knowledge and wisdom, also given to him were other sources of knowledge and insight, which could be called, in a certain aspect, the explication of the Holy Qur'an as well. The words of the Hadith are, remember, I have been given the Qur'an, and with it many fields of knowledge, like it lest, in times to come, some sated man reclining on his couch were to say, for you this Qur'an is sufficient, what you find halal in it, take that as halal, and what you find harm in it, take that as haram, although what the Messenger of Allah has declared to be harm is like what Allah has declared to be harm. Abu Dawud, Ibn Majah, Darimi others, 3 kinds of okam. The Qur'an itself is a testimony of this subject. It says, which means that the Holy Prophet does not say anything on his own. Whatever he says is all revealed to him from Almighty Allah, and under conditions when he says something based on his ijtihad, fully deliberated judgment, and qiyas, and a logical deduction, following which he receives no guidance contrary to it. Then, consequently, at qiyas and ijtihad to hold the same legal force as that of an injunction revealed through wahi. In a nutshell, we can say that out of the injunctions given to the Ummah by the Holy Prophet, first come those which have been mentioned clearly in the Holy Qur'an. Then there are those which have not been mentioned in the Qur'an clearly, instead of which they were revealed to the Holy Prophet through a separate wahi, wahi gair matlu, revelation not recited, Thirdly, the command which he gave is based on his Adihan and Qiyas following, which no command was revealed by Almighty Allah then that too takes the legal force of a revealed injunction. It is obligatory to follow all these three kinds of injunctions. They are included within the purview of what has been revealed to you from your Lord. It is also possible that the use of the longer sentence, and what has been revealed to you from your Lord, in place of the likely brief name of Quran in this verse may have been preferred so as to indicate that the following of all injunctions given in the Quran or given by the Holy Prophet is equally mandatory. Another point worth noting in this verse is that the Jews and Christians have been asked to follow the injunctions of all three books, that is, the Torah, the Injil, and the Quran, although some of them abrogate others. The Injil abrogates some injunctions of the Torah, and the Quran abrogates many injunctions of the Torah and the Injil. How then could the sum of three be followed in action? The answer is clear. Since every incoming book changed some injunctions of the outgoing book, it becomes obvious that following the replaced modality in itself amounts to acting in accordance with both books. Following and acting in accordance with abrogated injunctions is against the requirement of both books. Allah consoles His Prophet. To console the Holy Prophet, it was said at the end that there will be many among the people of the book who would fail to benefit by the divine magnanimity shown to them. They may even react adversely by increasing the tempo of their disbelief and hostility. Let this be no cause of grief to him, nor should he have any sympathetic concern for them.
Indeed, those who have believed in Prophet Muhammad, and those before him who were Jews or Sabians or Christians, those among them who believed in Allah and the Last Day and did righteousness, no fear will there be concerning them, nor will they grieve.
Salvation promised for four communities having faith and good deeds. In the second verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 69, Allah Almighty addresses four traditional religious communities, persuades them to have faith and act righteously, whereupon He promises salvation for them. The first of those are those who believe, that is, the Muslims. Secondly, and those who are Jews. Thirdly, the Sabians. And fourthly, the Christians. Three of these communities, Muslims, Jews, and Christians, are well known and found in most parts of the world. Any community having the name Sabian does not exist today. Therefore, scholarly opinion varies as to their exact identity. Quoting Qatada, the Tafsir authority, Ibn Kathir has reported that Sabians were people who worshipped angels, offered prayers contrariented to the Qibla, and recited the scripture Zabur, revealed to Sayyidina Dawud. The context of the Quran seems to support it, as the four scriptures mentioned in the Quran are Torah, Zabur, Injil, and Quran. Thus, named here are the believers in these four books. Another verse on the same subject, almost in the same words, has appeared in the 7th section of Surah Al-Baqarah. Surely, those who believed, and those who are Jews, and Christians, and the Sabians, whoever believes in Allah and in the Last Day, and does good deeds, they have their reward with their Lord. And there is no fear for them, nor shall they grieve. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 62. Other than the place-oriented transposition of some words, there is no difference between them. With Allah, distinction depends on righteous deeds. The gist of both these verses is that distinctions of lineage, homeland, and nationality do not matter in the sight of Allah. Anyone who takes to total obedience, faith, and good deeds as a way of life, no matter what he has been before, shall find himself acceptable with Allah, and his devotion will bring the best of appreciation from his Creator. And it is obvious that total obedience after the revelation of the Quran depends on being a Muslim, because there are instructions to this effect in the past scriptures of the Torah and the Injil as well, while the Quran itself was revealed for this particular purpose. Therefore, after the revelation of the Quran and the appearance of the last among prophets, it cannot be correct without believing in the Quran and having faith in the Holy Prophet to follow either the Torah or the Injil or the Zabur. Thus, these verses would mean that whoever from among these communities becomes Muslim shall become deserving of salvation and reward in the hereafter. Hereafter, provided right here is the answer to the doubt as to what would happen to all their dark doings of sin and disobedience and disbelief and anti-Islam and anti-Muslim mechanizations once they have become Muslims. The disarming answer is, all past sins and shortcomings will stand forgiven, and in the life to come, they shall have no fear or grief. A surface view of the subject may suggest to someone that this should not be the place to mention Muslims because they are in their faith and through their obedience at the stage desired in the verse. In other words, the occasion here calls for the mention of only those who are supposed to be persuaded to enter the fold of Islam. But what we have here is a special mode of eloquence employed by the Quran. It is like the law promulgated by the highest imaginable authority, saying that it is for everyone, in favor or in opposition, bringing reward for the law abiding and punishment for the law breaking. It is obvious that those in favor are already obedient. The purpose is to make those in the opposing camp hear it. The particular element of wisdom behind mentioning those already in favor is that they are being told here that they are being appreciated not because of any personal or group excellence of theirs, but simply because of their quality of obedience to their Creator. If the dissenter in the opposing camp were to take to the path of obedience to his Creator, he too will deserve the same grace and reward. There is no salvation, najat, without belief in prophethood, Iman Barizalat. The set of instructions given in the address to these four traditional religious communities is divided in three parts. A. Iman billah, belief in Allah. B. Iman bil Yawm al-Akhir, belief in the last day. C. And al-amalis, Sally, good deeds. It is obvious that the intention in this verse is not to give the entire details of Islam's articles of faith, nor is there any occasion for it. By mentioning some basic beliefs of Islam here, the aim is to point out to all Islamic beliefs, and to invite people to them, nor is it something so necessary that whenever a man or faith is mentioned in a verse, all details about it should also be mentioned right there. Therefore, the absence of the clearly emphasized mention of the faith in the messenger or prophet at this place should have not given anyone having the least common sense and justice the room to entertain any doubt, especially when the whole Quran and hundreds of its verses are brimming with clear statements about belief in the Risala. Present there are loud and clear assertions that there is no najat, salvation, without believing in the Rasul, messenger of Allah, and the sayings of the Rasul fully and completely, and that no belief and action is acceptable or valid without it. But a group of deviators, which insists on thrusting its repugnant ideas in the Quran somehow, has come up with a new theory based on the absence of an explicit mention of prophethood in this verse, which is absolutely contrary to so many open assertions of the Quran and Sunnah. They theorize that every person, despite his religion, a Jew or Christian, even an idol-worshipping Hindu, could deserve salvation in the hereafter if he believes only in Allah and the last day and does good deeds. For final salvation, as they would prefer, entry in Islam is not necessary. Na'ud hu billah, refuge with Allah. People whom Allah has blessed with the tawfiq of reciting the Quran and having true faith in it would not need some major knowledge or insight to help them remove this doubt, which even they could do through these very clear statements. Even readers of the Quran, with the help of authentic translations, could understand the falsity of this kind of theorizing. Some verses are being given here as an example. The place where the Holy Quran has described the articles of faith, Iman, in details appears at the end of Surah Al-Baqarah as follows: all have believed in Allah, and His angels, and His books, and His messengers, in a way that we make no difference between any of His messengers, and they have said. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 285. Within the details of Iman, faith described clearly in this verse, it has also been clarified that believing in any one or some messengers is absolutely insufficient for salvation. Instead of that, believing in all messengers is a binding condition. If anyone does not believe even in one single messenger, his or her man shall not be valid and acceptable in the sight of Allah. At another place it is said, surely those who disbelieve in Allah and His messengers, and wish to make division between Allah and His messengers, and say, we believe in some, and disbelieve in some, and wish to take away in between that, those are the disbelievers in reality. Surah Nisa, Ayah 150 to 151. The Holy Prophet has said, had Musa been alive, he would have had no choice but to follow me. Now, if someone were to say, let the followers of every religion keep acting according to their respective religions, thus they can find paradise and achieve salvation in the hereafter without having to believe in the Holy Prophet and without having to become Muslims. This would, then, be a flagrant disregard of the verses cited above. In addition to that, if every religion or community is something acting according to which in every age is sufficient for ultimate success and salvation, then the coming of the last among prophets and the revelation of the Quran itself becomes meaningless. The sending of one shari'ah after the other also becomes redundant. The first messenger would have brought one shari'ah and one book. That would have been sufficient, that need was there to send other messengers, shari'ahs and books. At the most, sufficient would have been the presence of people who would have preserved the shari'ah and the book, practiced it themselves, and persuaded ethers to do the same, as has been the duty of the ulama of every community. This, then, would be a situation in which the words of the Quran, for each of you we have made a way, and a method Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 48, will lose their meaning. Is it not that the Holy Prophet carried out the mission of jihad against Jews and Christians and others, those who did not believe in him and in the book of Allah revealed to him, even fought against them on battlefields? What justification would remain for that? And if for a human being to be a true believer acceptable with Allah, having faith only in Allah and the last day should be taken as sufficient, why then would Iblis, Satan, be cursed? Did he not believe in Allah? Or was he a denier of the last day? Was he not the one who, even in his fit of anger, by saying, "Till the day the dead are raised," confirmed his faith in the last day? The truth of the matter is that this error is the product of the notion that religion can be given as a gift on a silver plate as done in marriages. Seen in modern and international context, religion can be used to develop bonds of relationship with other nations, although the Holy Quran has said very openly and clearly that we should have our relations with non-Muslims based on tolerance, sympathy, favor, charity, mercy, and things like that. But this should be done by ensuring that the limits of religion are not crossed and that its frontiers remain fully guarded. If in the verse under reference, let us suppose, there was no mention of faith in prophethood, then other verses quoted above which commanded emphatically would have been sufficient. But a closer look at this verse itself will show a distinct hint towards belief in prophethood, because in the terminology of the Quran, only the Mandela belief in Allah is valid, in which there is belief in everything told by Allah. The Quran has made its terminology very clear in the following words: so, if they, the companions, believe in the like of what you, the prophets, believe in, they have certainly found the right path. Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 137. It means that the kind of iman the noble Sahaba had is the only iman which deserves to be called iman billah. And it is obvious that iman ber Rasul was a great pillar of the edifice of their iman. Therefore the words, whoever believes in Allah, are inclusive of the belief in the Messenger of Allah.
We had already taken the covenant of the children of Israel and had sent to them messengers. Whenever there came to them a messenger with what their souls did not desire, a party of messengers they denied, and another party they killed.
Commentary. This is an account of how the Bani Israel kept breaking the pledge taken from them. As said in verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 70, whenever their messenger brought a command which did not suit their fancy, they would break their pledge and go about betraying Allah to the limit that they would falsify his messengers, even till some of them. They were commanded to believe in Allah and act righteously, but this was what they did in response. As for the other part of the command, belief in the last day, their behavior was equally reckless. After having committed acts so oppressive, they became totally carefree, as if they would not have to pay for what they had done, and as if the consequences of their injustice and rebellion will never come out in the open. Under this false impression, they became totally blind and deaf to divine signs and words. They went on doing what should have not been done, so much so that they killed some prophets and put some others behind bars. Finally, Almighty Allah imposed on them the mastery of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylonia, 605-562 B.C., who took them as slaves to Babylon. Old Testament, Book of Daniel, when, after a long time, they were sent back to Jerusalem from Babylon through help from some Persian kings who secured their release from disgrace under Nebuchadnezzar. They repented and turned to making amends. Allah relented and accepted their repentance. But with the passage of some time, they went back to their old practices, which made them so blind and deaf once again that they dared killing Sayyidina Zachariah, Zechariah, and Sayyidina Yahya, John, and were all set to kill Sayyidina Isa, Jesus. Tafsir Asmani notes.
And they thought there would be no resulting punishment, so they became blind and deaf. Then Allah turned to them in forgiveness. Then again many of them became blind and deaf. And Allah is seeing of what they do.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 70, for the Tafsir.
They have certainly disbelieved who say, Allah is the Messiah, the son of Mary, while the Messiah has said, O children of Israel, worship Allah, my Lord and your Lord. Indeed, he who associates others with Allah, Allah has forbidden him paradise, and his refuge is the fire, and there are not for the wrongdoers any helpers.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 70, for the Tafsir.
They have certainly disbelieved who say, Allah is a third of three, and there is no God except one God. And if they do not desist from what they are saying, there will surely afflict the disbelievers among them a painful punishment.
Commentary. The words in verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 72, translated here literally as Allah is the third of the three, refers to Sayyidina Masih, Jesus Christ, Ruh al-Quds, the Holy Spirit, and Allah, or to Masih, Maryam, Mary, and Allah with all three taken as God, refuge with Allah. Thus, Allah becomes a one-third partner with them, then all three of them become one, and that one is three. This unity in Trinity, with three persons in one Godhead, is the common belief of Christians. They explain this belief, which is supported by neither reason nor revelation, with a language that is kept circuitous and ambiguous. When not understood, they declare it to be reality beyond comprehension. Shabir al-Asmani notes, in verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 75, by saying, "There have been messengers before him, the assigning of godhood to say, Ibn Masih has been refuted. Prophets came to this world. They completed their mission. Then they were gone. They were not eternal, which is the mark of godhood. Similarly, Sayyidina Masih, may peace be upon him, being human like them, was not eternal. So he cannot be what God is." A little reflection will show that everyone who needs to eat and drink almost depends on everything in the world. We cannot say that the earth, the air, the water, the sun, and the animals are what we do not need. Look into your own self. There is that grain of food outside you, and begins its journey from the entry into the stomach to the next destination of its digestion. Think of all those factors involved and things required directly and indirectly in this complex procedure. Then there will be a chain of effects generated through eating, and no one can tell precisely how far will they go. So, by pointing out that, say, Ibn Masih and his pious mother used to eat, the Holy Qur'an has referred to the endless chain of needs it entails. The argument thus runs that Masih and Maryam, may peace be upon them both, were not free of the need for eating and drinking, which is proved by observation in authentic narrations, not denied by even Christians, and anyone who is not free from the need of eating and drinking cannot be free from anything in this world. How then a human person, who like all human beings is not free of the need to depend on the chain of custodian for survival, could become God? This is a strong and clear proof which can be understood by the educated and the uneducated alike, that is, eating and drinking is contrary to godhood, though not eating too is not a proof in favor of godhood, otherwise all angels would become gods. Refuge with Allah, Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an, was Sayyida Maryam a prophet or saint? This is a debated issue. In the present verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 75, the complementary use of the word siddiqa, truthful, obviously seems to indicate that she was a godly person, not a nabi, prophet, because on a complementary occasion, what is mentioned is the higher rank. If she had the station of prophethood, the word used for her at this place would have been Nabiya, but the word used here is Siddiqa, which is the station of sainthood or godliness, abridged from Ra al-Ma'ani. According to the majority of Muslim scholars, the station of Nubuwah, prophethood, has never appeared among women. This mission has been particular with men, and we have not sent any one before you but men to whom we revealed from among the peoples of the towns. Surah Yusuf, Ayah 109, Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an.
So will they not repent to Allah and seek His forgiveness? And Allah is forgiving and merciful.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 73, for the Tafsir.
The Messiah, son of Mary, was not but a messenger. Other messengers have passed on before him, and his mother was a supporter of truth. They both used to eat food. Look how we make clear to them the signs, then look how they are deluded.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 73, for the Tafsir.
Say, do you worship besides Allah that which holds for you no power of harm or benefit, while it is Allah who is the hearing, the knowing?
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 73, for the Tafsir.
Say, O people of the Scripture, do not exceed limits in your religion beyond the truth, and do not follow the inclinations of a people who have gone astray before, and misled many, and have strayed from the soundness of the way.
Commentary. The crookedness of Bani Israel, yet another aspect. It will be recalled that, in previous verses, mentioned there was the contumacy of Bani Israel along with their tyranny and injustice with reference to what they did to their benefactors, the prophets sent by Allah, who had come to show them the way to succeed in this life and in the life to come. but they mistreated them by falsifying some and killing others. The present verses expose another aspect of the crooked ways of Bani Israel. So astray were they that they, not content with one extreme mentioned above, reached for another when they committed excess in showing reverence for messengers of Allah by making them nothing short of God. It means that the section of people from the Bani Israel who said that Allah is exactly Jesus the son of Mary had become disbelievers. Mentioned this far is the saying of the Christians only. Elsewhere, the Jews too have been censured for the same kind of excess and error, and the Jews said, Uzair Ezra is the son of Allah, and the Christians said, Masih the Christ is the son of Allah. The word Gulawi used at the beginning of verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 77, say, O people of the book, be not excessive in your faith, means to cross limits. Gulawi or excess in religion refers to the crossing of limits drawn by religion in matters of belief and deed. For example, there is a limit to paying homage to prophets. The farthest one can go is to take them as the best among God's creation. That is the limit. Going over and beyond this limit, calling those very prophets God or Son of God is excess in matters of belief. Bani Israel, their cycle of excess and deficiency. The behavior of the people of the Bani Israel towards prophets and messengers of Allah had been a mixture of opposites. They could become as neglectful and irreverent as to falsify or even kill them, while it would be they themselves who would stretch the limits of their exaggerated reverence for them by calling them God or Son of God. This syndrome of excess and deficiency in group behavior is a sign of ingrained brutality. There is a well-known saying among Arabs, which means that an ignorant person never stays on moderation. He will either go for ifrat, excess, or for tafrit, deficiency. Ifrat means to cross the limit, while tafrit means to fall short in doing one's duty. These actions on two extremes may have come from two different groups of the Bani Israel, or it is also possible that one single group acted in two different ways with different prophets, whereby some were subjected to their falsification, even killing, while some others were acquitted with God. Addressing the people of the book in this verse, the guidance given to them and their generations to come right through the last day has the status of a basic principle to be kept in sight, while following a religion for the slightest deviation from it makes one be lost forever. Therefore, let us first explain a few basic things about it. The method of knowing and reaching Allah. The most significant truth of our life is that Allah Jalla Shanuhu is the creator and master of all universes of existence and whatever they contain. He is one. To him belongs all there is, and for him is to command. It is he alone man must obey. But man, the lump of clay come alive, is still wrapped up in layers and layers of materialism. How can he reach out to the one so pure and pristine? Or how could he get an access to sources of his will and guidance? For this, Allah Jalla Shanuhu has, in his grace, appointed two sources of knowledge through which man can get to know what is liked and disliked by Allah Almighty, and what it is that man must do, and what is it that man must avoid. The first source is that of the books of Allah, which have the status of law and guidance for all human beings. Then, as the second source, there are those special and welcome servants of Allah, whom Allah Almighty has chosen from among human beings, and he has sent them to people as the practical models of his likes and dislikes and the practical keys to his books. In religious terminology, they are called Rasul, messenger, or Nabi, prophet. This is because a book, no matter how exhaustive, can never be sufficient for the complete grooming of man. The fact is that it takes a man to be the natural groomer and nurturer of another man. Therefore, it has been the practice of Allah that he has allowed two orders to flourish in the mission of reforming and training men in the art of living. These are A, the Book of Allah, and B, the men of Allah included, wherein are the blessed prophets, then their deputies, the ulama and the mashayikh. About this order of Rijal Allah, men of Allah, people have been victims of excess and deficiency since ancient times. Particularly, the different sects that mushroomed in religions were all products of this error of approach, through which somewhere they were inflated beyond the required limit, hitting the outer frontiers of the worship of such men. At other places, they were totally ignored and bypassed by saying, for us, the Book of Allah is enough, apparently a true declaration, but by misinterpreting it to negate the importance of prophets, they made it as their motto. At one extreme, a messenger of Allah, a Rasul, even Purs and Fakirs were taken to be the knowers of the unknown and seers of the unseen, as if they were, God forbid, the very possessors of God's own attributes. People started with worshipping live Purs and landed into the worship of their graves as well. Then there was the other extreme, when even a Rasul of Allah was given the status of what would be a mere courier or postman. Thus, the essential message of the verses under reference is that the offenders against the honor of prophets are no less in their disbelief then are those who raise them far above the limits set for honoring them, and go about saying that they were equal to Allah. Verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 77, which says, "Do not be excessive in your faith," is a preface to this very subject. It makes it very clear that din is, in reality, the name of a few limits and restrictions. The way it is a crime to remain deficient or negligent within those limits, so it is a crime to cross and exceed them. The way it is a grave sin to reject and insult the messengers of Allah and their deputies, in the same way, it is a much graver sin to take them to be the owners of Allah's own attributes, or their equal shares with Him. Justify intellectual research is no excess. In verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 77, the word unjustly appears along with the statement, "Do not be excessive in your faith." According to investigative scholars of Tafsir, this word has been used here for emphasis because an excess in religion is always unjust. The probability of its being just does not simply exist. Allama al-Zamakhshari and others have identified two kinds of guluwa or excess at this particular place: the unjust and false, which has been prohibited here, the just and permissible, as an example of which he has named deep intellectual research, whereas it has been the way of the scholastic theologians, Multilingual of Islam in matters relating to articles of faith, or that of Muslim jurists in matters relating to juristic rulings. According to him, even this is, though guluwa excess, but an excess which is just and permissible, while the considered position of the majority of scholars is that it simply does not fall within the definition of guluwa, excess. Finally, we can say that deep insight and detailed investigation in questions relating to the Quran and Sunnah should remain within the limits as proved from the Holy Prophet and from the Sahaba and Tabi'in. If so, that is not guluwa, excess, and what reaches the limits of guluwa is blameworthy here too. Bani Israel asked to follow the path of moderation. Addressing the Bani Israel at the end of the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 77, it was said, that is, they should not follow the desires and whims of a people who had themselves gone astray before them, and had made others go astray as well. The reason why they fell into the error was given immediately after by saying, that is, these people, by moving away from the right path, had lost it. The straight path was the path of moderation between the two extremes of excess and deficiency. Thus, two things have been accomplished in this verse. It points out to the fatal error made by crossing over the norm, or lagging far behind it, and stresses upon the need to stay firm on the straight path, the ideal path of moderation.
Cursed were those who disbelieved among the children of Israel by the tongue of David and of Jesus the son of Mary. That was because they disobeyed and habitually transgressed.
The sad end of Bani Israel, mentioned in the second verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 78, is the sad end of those from the Bani Israel who were involved in this error of excess and deficiency. On them fell the curse of Allah Almighty. Firstly, it came through the tongue of Say ibn Dawud, as a result of which they were transformed into swines. Then this curse fell upon them through the tongue of Say ibn Isa, the temporal effect of which was that they were transformed into monkeys. Some commentators have pointed out that the reference to the curse mentioned here as coming through only two prophets is because the context so requires. But the fact is that the casting of curse on them began with Sayyidina Musa and ended at the last among prophets. Thus, the curse which overtook those who were hostile to prophets or were guilty of acting excessively by making prophets shares in divine attributes, was wished verbally by four prophets, one after the other. In the last two verses Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 80-81, the cultivation of deep friendship with disbelievers has been prohibited, as its outcome is disastrous. It may also be indicative of the possibility that the deviation of Bani Israel was a result of their close friendly collaboration with disbelievers, which may have affected their ways adversely and finally became the cause of their fall into the abyss.
They used not to prevent one another from wrongdoing that they did. How wretched was that which they were doing.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 78, for the Tafsir.
You see many of them becoming allies of those who disbelieved. How wretched is that which they have put forth for themselves, in that Allah has become angry with them, and in the punishment they will abide eternally.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 78, for the Tafsir.
And if they had believed in Allah and the Prophet and in what was revealed to him, they would not have taken them as allies, but many of them are defiantly disobedient.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 78, for the Tafsir.
You will surely find the most intense of the people in animosity toward the believers to be the Jews and those who associate others with Allah. And you will find the nearest of them in affection to the believers those who say, "We are Christians." That is because among them are priests and monks, and because they are not arrogant.
Sequence of verses. Mentioned earlier was the friendliness of Jews with disbelievers. Mentioned now is their hostility towards Muslims in tandem with the disbelievers, which was the real cause of that friendship. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And since the Qur'an upholds justice universally, it has not counted everyone, even among Jews and Christians, as being in the same lot. Whoever among them had some good quality that was acknowledged openly, for example, the presence of a particular group among the Christians which did not have the kind of prejudice the Jews were known for, and the statement about the Christians who had responded heartily to the call of truth and for which they were considered worthy of the best of praise and reward. This particular group was that of the Christians of Ethiopia, who did nothing which could cause problems for Muslims who had migrated to Ethiopia from their home in Makkah, before the Hijra to Medina. Any Christian other than them, who is like them, shall also be legally counted as one of them. As for those who had accepted the truth, they are the king of Ethiopia, Najashi, Negus, and his courtiers who wept on hearing the Quran in their own country and embraced Islam. After that, a deputation of 30 men from there came to the Holy Prophet, who recited the Quran to them, which they heard in tears, and took their shahada as Muslims. This is the cause or background of the revelation of this verse. Commentary. Some votaries of the truth among the people of the book. Mentioned in these verses are those among the people of the book who had no feelings of malice or enmity for Muslims because of their godliness and tilt towards truth. But people of such quality like Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Salam were very rare, rather almost non-existent among the Jews. Speaking comparatively, there were more such people among the Christians. Especially so, during the blessed period of the Holy Prophet, there was a large number of such people in Ethiopia, which included King Najashi and his civil servants. For this reason, when the Muslims of Makkah al-Mukarramah were fed up with being continually oppressed by the Quraysh, the Holy Prophet advised them to migrate to Ethiopia, saying that he had heard that the king of Ethiopia himself was no oppressor of people, nor did he allow anyone to oppress others. Therefore, Muslims should go there for some time. Following this advice, the first group of 11 persons started their journey towards Ethiopia. Included in the group were Sayyidina Uthman ibn Affan and Sayyidah Ruqayyah, his respected wife and the daughter of the Holy Prophet. After that, a large caravan of Muslims comprising of 82 men in addition to women, led by Sayyidina Ja'far ibn Abi Talib, may Allah be pleased with him, reached Ethiopia. Received there nicely and gently by the king and his people, they started living there in peace. But the wrath of the Quraysh of Makkah knew no bounds. They could not bear by the idea that Muslims persecuted by them could live in peace in some other country. This they did not wish to allow. They sent a deputation of their men, with gifts as customary, to the king of Ethiopia with the request that he should expel Muslims from his country. But the king of Ethiopia decided to first investigate into the matter. He talked to Sayyidina Ja'far ibn Abi Talib and his companions about Islam and its prophet. When he heard about the life of the Holy Prophet and the teachings of Islam, he found these true to the prophecy of Sayyidina Isa and Injil, which contained the glad tidings of the coming of the last of the prophets, Sayyidina Muhammad al-Mustafa, a brief outline of his teachings, and his physical features as well as those of his companions. For ready identification, impressed with and convinced by what he found out, he returned the gifts brought by the Quraysh deputation, telling them plainly that he could never order such people to leave his country. The effect of Sayyidina Ja'far's presentation on Najashi. Sayyidina Ja'far, may Allah be pleased with him, had succeeded in presenting a brief, but very comprehensive portrayal of Islam and its teachings in the court of Najashi, the king of Ethiopia. Then there was their very stay, as Muslim role models, in Ethiopia, which had generated not only in his heart, but in the hearts of his officials and common people genuine feelings for Islam and its prophet. Consequently, when the Holy Prophet migrated to Medina al-Pay, and the news that they were comfortable and at peace there reached Ethiopia, the immigrating guests of the country decided to go to Medina. Then, Najashi, the king of Ethiopia, sent with them a deputation of leading scholars and missionaries from among his co-religionists to present his compliments before the Holy Prophet. This group was comprised of 70 persons, out of which there were 60 from Ethiopia itself and 8 from Syria. The visit of Ethiopian delegation. Attired in the coarse robes of monks, this deputation presented itself before the Holy Prophet. He recited Surah Yasin before them. As they heard it, tears kept flowing from their eyes. They all said how similar that was to what was revealed to Sayyidina Isa. All of them embraced Islam. After their return to Ethiopia, King Nabashi also embraced Islam. He sent his son as the leader of another deputation to the Holy Prophet with a letter from him. Unfortunately, the boat carrying them was drowned in the sea. In short, the king of Ethiopia, its officials and citizens did not only treat Islam and Muslims gently, fairly and justly, but they themselves embraced Islam finally. According to the majority of commentators, the verses cited above were revealed about these blessed souls, and you will certainly find that the closest of them in friendship with the believers are those who say, "We are Christians." And about the verses which follow, and in which their weeping in fear of Allah and their acceptance of the truth has been described, the majority of commentators also agree that though these verses have been revealed about Najashi and the deputation sent by him, yet its words are general. Therefore, its legal force covers and includes all such Christians who are devoted to truth and justice similar to the people of Ethiopia. That is, they were followers of the Injil before Islam, and after the coming of Islam, they became followers of Islam. Though there were some people of this class even among Jews who adhered to the Torah since the period of Sayyidina Musa, but when came Islam, they entered the fold of Islam. However, the number of such people was so small that it cannot be considered significant in the context of communities and nations. As for the rest of the Jews, they were the foremost in their hostility towards Muslims. Therefore, their attitude was identified at the very beginning of the verse by saying, "You will certainly find that the most hostile people against the believers are the Jews." Limits of interpretation. To recapitulate, it can be said that a particular group of the Christians has been praised in this verse, a group which was God-fearing and upright in matters of truth. It includes King Najashi, his officials and citizens, as well as other Christians who had these qualities, or would have in times to come. But it does not mean neither based on what the text says, nor could it possibly be that the Christians have to be taken as friends of Muslims, no matter how astray they go and how aggressive in their anti-Islam hostility they become, and yet Muslims will have to extend their hand of friendship towards them. This interpretation, as obvious, is false and is absolutely against facts. Therefore, Imam Abu Bakr al-Jassas, may Allah have mercy on him, has said in his Ahkam al-Qur'an that the thinking of some people who take the praise of Christians in this verse in an absolute sense and consider them better than the Jews, again in an absolute sense, is open ignorance, because a comparison of the religious beliefs of the two groups will show that the Christians are more pronounced in being mushriks, as ascribers of partners in the divinity of Allah. And as for their dealings with Muslims are concerned, common modern-day Christians have not been any less than Jews in their anti-Islam activities. However, it is correct that there have been a good many God-fearing and truth-loving people among them. That is why they had the tawfiq to accept Islam and become Muslims. It must be kept in mind that these verses were revealed to show this particular difference between the two groups. The Quran has itself pointed out to this fact at the end of this very verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 82, in the following words, "That is because among them there are priests and monks, and because they are not arrogant," which could make them unwilling to listen and think. Comparison makes it clear that this was not the condition of Jews. They were not God-fearing and truth-loving. Their scholars and rabbis were far removed from renouncing the material pleasures of mortal life for the sake of knowledge and religion, instead of which they had harnessed their knowledge and learning as a source of accumulating material benefits. This lust for the mundane had gripped them to the extent that they did not care to make a distinction between the true and the false, or the lawful and the unlawful. Those who side with truth were the moving spirit of a community. The statement given in the verse also tells us something crucial about the life of a community or nation of true believers, that its ulama and mashaykh are its real movers and makers, the very spirit of the system, until such time that there are present in the society genuine ulama and mashaykh who would not follow their worldly desires in matters of din and public good of believers, motivated by nothing but the fear of Allah and answerability before Him, then the community or nation in which there shall never be deprived of real good and real blessing.
And when they hear what has been revealed to the Messenger, you see their eyes overflowing with tears because of what they have recognized of the truth. They say, "Our Lord, we have believed, so register us among the witnesses."
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, ayah 82 for the Tafsir.
And why should we not believe in Allah and what has come to us of the truth? And we aspire that our Lord will admit us to paradise with the righteous people.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 82, for the Tafsir.
So Allah rewarded them for what they said, with gardens in paradise beneath which rivers flow, wherein they abide eternally. And that is the reward of doers of good.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 82, for the Tafsir.
But those who disbelieved and denied our signs, they are the companions of hellfire.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 82, for the Tafsir.
O you who have believed, do not prohibit the good things which Allah has made lawful to you, and do not transgress. Indeed, Allah does not like transgressors.
Sequence of verses. Up to this point, the subject revolved around the people of the book. Onwards, there is a return to subsidiary injunctions, some of which were taken up early in the surah, and some others also in between. Also reported is a particular link as relevant to the occasion that monasticism has been mentioned in a complementary sense a little earlier, though it is there in terms of a particular feature in it, which is the abandonment of worldly desires. But since there was a probability that someone may take the whole concept of monasticism as praiseworthy, it was considered appropriate at this point that the making unlawful of what Allah has made lawful be forbidden. As a bridge from Bayan al-Qur'an by Maulana Ashraf Ali Thanvi commentary, leaving the worldly pleasures when permissible. The verses appearing above tell us that the renunciation of worldly life and the abstinence from appetites and passions is favorable within a certain limit, but any transgression of the divinely ordained limit in this matter too shall be blameworthy and haram, unlawful, forbidden. Details are being given below. How halal is turned into haram, the three forms. There are three forms in which something may halal, lawful and good, by Allah could be declared as haram, unlawful and evil belief-wise, that is, something is taken to be haram by believing it to be so. Verbally, that is, something is taken to be haram for oneself by saying so. For instance, someone swears that he will not drink cold water, or would not eat such and such halal food, or would not do something which is permissible. Practically, that is, someone who neither believes nor says anything, yet decides in practice that he or she would abandon something halal forever. Under the first situation, if that thing being halal stands confirmed by absolute proofs, then the person who takes it to be haram shall become a disbeliever, kafir, because of that open contravention of the divinely ordained law. And under the second situation, if someone has made something haram for oneself by declaring it with words of oath, the oath will become effective. There are many words of oath, details of which appear in fiqh books. For example, someone clearly says, I swear by Allah, I will never eat that, or by Allah, I will not do that, or one might say, I make taking this or doing that haram for me. The rule which governs such actions is that taking such oaths unnecessarily is a sin. If taken, one must break the oath and make amends by paying the kafara, expiation of that oath, the detail about which will appear later. The third will be a situation in which no halal has been made haram either by belief or word of mouth, but practically what one does is similar to what is done with something haram, that is, takes it as obligatory to abandon it forever. The rule in this case is, if one takes the abandonment of the halal to be an act of thawab, merit, reward, then it is bid'ah, innovation in established religion, and rabbaniyah, monasticism, which is a grave sin as categorically laid down, mansus, in the Quran and Sunnah, and acting against it is wajib, necessary as an obligation, and adhering to such a restriction is an act of sin. Of course, if such a restriction is not there with the intention of thawab, instead, it is there for some other reason, such as some physical or spiritual sickness, because of which one abandons something permanently, then there will be no sin in doing so. Reports about some noble Sufis and other pious elders that they had abandoned some halal things are all included under this third kind, as they had found them to be harmful for their desiring self, or were advised by a pious elder to abstain from it as harmful in their case, which they abandoned as a treatment and remedy. If so, it does not matter the correct attitude towards halal things. At the end of the first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 87, it was said, that is, and do not transgress the limits set by Allah, because Allah does not like such transgressors. Here, transgressing means that one abandons something halal without any valid excuse as an act of thawab. This is something an ignorant person takes to be taqwa, fear of Allah, while, in the sight of Allah, that is transgression, which is impermissible. Therefore, it was said in the next verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 88, that is, eat from the good and pure sustenance Allah has blessed you with, and keep fearing Allah whose believers you are. Stated clearly in this verse is that leaving off good and pure things as a source of thawab, reward, is no taqwa. Rather, quite contrary to that, taqwa lies in using them as the blessings of Allah and showing one's gratitude for them. However, if something is abandoned as a curative measure against a physical or spiritual disease, that does not count here.
And eat of what Allah has provided for you, which is lawful and good, and fear Allah, in whom you are believers.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 87, for the Tafsir.
Allah will not impose blame upon you for what is meaningless in your oaths, but He will impose blame upon you for breaking what you intended of oaths. So its expiation is the feeding of 10 needy people from the average of that which you feed your own families, or clothe them, or the freeing of a slave. But whoever cannot find or afford it, then a fast of 3 days is required. That is the expiation for oaths when you have sworn. But guard your oaths. Thus does Allah make clear to you His verses, that you might be grateful.
Sequence of verses. Mentioned earlier was the taking of halal things as unlawful. Since statements to this effect are sometimes sworn, therefore, the injunction about taking of oaths follows in the present verse. Commentary. 3 forms of oaths and their injunctions. Some forms in which oaths are taken have been described in this verse. Some have appeared in Surah Al-Baqarah as well, Maarif-ul-Qur'an, Volume I, verse Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 225 pages. The gist of all these is that false swearing about a past event knowingly is, in the terminology of Muslim jurists, yamin gamas disastrous oath. For instance, if a person has done something and he knows that he has done it, and then he knowingly swears that he has not done it. This is false swearing, a grave major sin, the curse of which falls in the present life and in the life to come. But there is no kafarat expiation necessary for it. Tawbah, repentance, and istighfar, seeking forgiveness from Allah, are however necessary. That is the reason why the Muslim jurists call it the disastrous oath. Hamas literally means that which drowns. This kind of oath drowns man into sin and its curse, a disaster for one's present and future life. The second form is that someone declares on oath that a past event was true, as based on his knowledge, while it was actually false. For example, he learned from someone that a certain person has come, and trusting him, he declared on oath that the person has come. Then he came to know that this was contrary to what had actually happened. This is called yamin lagwa, an effectual oath, that which is not counted. Similarly, if a word denoting oath, such as by or I swear, comes to be said unintentionally, that too is known to be what is ineffectual oath. It brings neither kafara, expiation, nor sin. The third form of oath is that one declares on oath that he would or would not do something in the future. This is known as al-yamin al-manakida, binding oath. The rule which governs it is that, in the event the oath is broken, kafara, expiation, becomes necessary, and under some situations it brings sin as well, while in some others it does not. At this place in the present verse of the Quran, lagwa, ineffectual, not counted, obviously means the oath which brings no kafara, expiation, whether a sin or not, because it has been mentioned in contrast with the oaths you have bound yourselves with. This tells us that the accountability, makadha, mentioned here is only the accountability in the present world, which comes in the form of kafara, expiation. Then, in Surah Al-Baqarah, it is said, "And Allah does not hold you accountable for what is not countable from among your oaths, but holds you accountable for what your hearts have designed." Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 225. Here lagwa, what is not countable, means an oath which slips out from one's tongue without intention or volition, or an oath one takes about something assuming it to be true while it turns out to be false actually. Then, mentioned in contrast, is the other oath in which an intentional lie has been told. This is known as yamin gamas, explained earlier. Therefore, as for yamin lagwa, it brings no sin, according to this verse instead. What brings sin is yamin gamas, where the lie is intentional. Thus the sin mentioned in the verse from Surah Al-Baqarah refers to the sin one shall incur in the hereafter for disobeying the divine injunction. And in the present verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah, the injunction concerns present life of the world, where kafara, expiation, is required. The outcome is that Allah does not hold you accountable for what is not countable in your oaths, that is, does not make it obligatory for you to make amends for them by paying kafara, expiation. Instead, kafara is made necessary against the particular oath which has been accomplished about doing or not doing something in the future, and then it has been broken. After that, the details of how kafara has to be given is described in the following words. 3 options have been given here which one may choose at one's discretion. A. Feed 10 poor persons 2 average meals, or B. Clothe 10 poor persons, sufficient to give them proper cover, such as a garment for the lower body, and another for the upper, or C. Free a slave, if in possession, said immediately after is, and whoever finds none shall fast for 3 days. It means, if some breaker of such an oath does not have the ability to bear the cost of this financial expiation, kafara, that is, one who does not have the means to feed 10 poor persons, or clothe them, or free a slave, then his or her kafara is to fast for 3 days. In some narrations, for the fast mentioned at this place in the text, the command is said to be that of 3 consecutive days. Therefore, according to Imam Abu Hanifa and some other imams, it is necessary that the 3 fasts against the kafara expiation of oath should be consecutive. In this verse, the first word used in connection with the kafara of oath is idam, which, according to Arabic usage, could either mean feed or give food to someone. Therefore, as determined by the fuqaha, Muslim jurists, may the mercy of Allah be upon them, the sense of the verse is that the person giving kafara can choose either of the 2 options. He can invite 10 poor persons and feed them, or he can give the food in their possession, literally in milkiyat or ownership. But in the first situation, it is necessary that he should feed 10 poor persons 2 meals of the day to their fill and satisfaction from the average food he usually eats with his family at home. And in the second situation, he should give to each of the 10 poor persons at the rate of 1 fitr per person, that is kilograms of wheat, or its cost in cash. He can go by any one of the 3 he likes. But fasting can be sufficient only when one does not have the ability to take any of the 3 options. Paying kafara before oath is broken is not valid. Towards the end of the verse, the need to observe caution has been commanded about 2 things. The first one appears in, that is, expiation for your oaths when you have sworn, according to Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, and other imams. It means when you give a sworn statement about doing or not doing something in the future following which occurs its violation, then its kafara is what has been mentioned above. The essence of the statement is that the kafara should be given after the oath has broken. A kafara given before the breaking of the oath will not be valid. The reason is that the cause which makes kafara necessary lies in the breaking of the oath. As long as the oath does not break, kafara just does not become necessary. As there is no salah before its time, and there is no Ramadan fast before the month of Ramadan, so it is with the kafara of oath which cannot be given before the oath breaks. After that comes the second note of caution, and take care of your oaths. In the sense of guarding an oath, it would mean, if you have sworn to something, then do not break your oath without a legal or physical necessity. Some other respected scholars have said that it means that one should not hasten to give a sworn statement. One should guard and protect one's oath, as if kept in reserve. Unless it be under severe compulsion, one should not take oaths casually. Mashari.
O you who have believed, indeed, intoxicants, gambling, sacrificing on stone altars to other than Allah, and divining arrows are but defilement from the work of Satan, so avoid it that you may be successful.
Linkage of verses. Earlier, considered abandonment of halal things was prohibited. Prohibited now is the use of some harm things. Commentary. Creation of the universe is for the benefit of human beings. Through these verses, the purpose is to tell that the Master of the universe has created it to serve human beings. Everything in it has been appointed to take care of their wishes. They are the served ones in this universe. There is only one restriction placed on them. Do not transgress the limits set by Allah when you benefit from what He has created. Abstaining from good and lawful things made halal for you is mannerlessness and ingratitude, and the contravention of what has been prohibited in a certain form is disobedience and rebellion. A servant of Allah must make use of what has been created for him or her following the instructions of the Creator and Master. This is the abdiyah, the state of being a slave of Allah, which requires total submission to is related to Allah, which is the highest possible achievement human beings can look forward to. The first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 90 describes the prohibition of 4 things: drinking, gambling, idols, and divining arrows. Another verse on this subject in almost similar words has appeared in Surah Al-Baqarah as well, Maarif-ul-Qur'an, Volume I, verse Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 219 pages. There too, as here, these 4 things have been called rijs, filth in the Arabic language. The word rijs refers to something foul, which is disgusting for human taste. All 4 things mentioned here are for anyone with common sense and good taste, repulsive and disgusting. An explanation of al-Aslam. One of the four things is aslam, which is the plural of zalam. Aslam is the name of the arrows which were used to draw lots in gambling, an Arab practice at that time. The custom was that 10 people would get together as partners and slaughter a camel. Then, rather than distribute 10 equal shares from the meat to each participant, they had a way of gambling with the exercise. They had 10 arrows, out of which they would pick out 7 and mark them out with signs indicating the number of some shares on each. Some arrow would have 1, others would have 2 or 3. The 3 remaining arrows were kept blank. They would put all these arrows in the quiver and give it a good shake. Then, for every participant, they would draw out 1 arrow from the quiver. If the arrow so drawn had a certain number of shares marked on it, the recipient of the arrow became deserving of that many shares. Whoever drew a blank arrow in his name would remain deprived of a share. This is similar to many kinds of lottery-based games and enterprises common today. Drawing lots in this manner is qimar, or gambling, which is haram, according to the Quran. The permissible way of drawing lots. However, there is one way of drawing lots which is permissible, and proved from the Holy Prophet according to this method. When the rights everyone has are equal, and the shares too have been distributed equally, then the shares can be determined by drawing lots. Let us take an example. A house has to be divided among 4 shares, so we come up with 4 equal shares in terms of the price. Now we have to determine as to who keeps which share. If it cannot be done by mutual compromise and consent, it is also possible that we can settle this by drawing lots, whereby whoever gets a certain portion of the house as a share may have it. Or the number of people eager to have something is 1,000, and the rights everyone has are equal, but the number of what has to be distributed is only 100. In this condition, the matter can be decided by drawing lots. As for the prohibition of the pagan custom of distributing meat by drawing of lots through divining arrows, it has already appeared in a verse of Surah Al-Ma'idah itself, that is, and that you determine shares through the arrows. Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 3. In short, 2 out of the 4 things declared harm in this verse, that is, maisir, gambling, and aslam, divining arrows, in terms of the outcome, are just the same. As for ansab, altar stones, the word al-ans, that is the plural of nusab. It refers to what has been made to stand as an object of worship, whether an idol, a stone or tree. Physical and spiritual disorders caused by drinking and gambling. The main objective in this verse, as evident from the background of its revelation and the verse which follows it, is to indicate that drinking and gambling, being agencies of corruption, have been made haram. The addition of altar stones or idols to this list is there for listeners to understand that this matter of drinking and gambling is as serious a crime as the worship of idols. In a hadith from Ibn Majah, the Holy Prophet is reported to have said, that is, one who drinks is a criminal like the one who worships idols. In some narrations, the words appear as, that is, one who drinks is like the one who worships the idols, Allah and Al-Azza. In brief, by saying that these things are filth, a work of Satan, taken up first were their spiritual ills. The sense is that indulgence in these activities is disgusting. This is a trap of Satan. Whoever walks in never walks out, only to become a victim of many more vices. Then the command given was therefore refrain from it, since the nature of these indulgences requires it. In the end it was said, so that you may be successful. It means that one's chances of succeeding and prospering in the present world and in the hereafter depend on doing just that, abstain.
Satan only wants to cause between you animosity and hatred through intoxicants and gambling, and to avert you from the remembrance of Allah and from prayer. So will you not desist?
The second verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 91, describes the physical and outwardly visible defects of drinking and gambling, that is, the Satan wants nothing but to plant enmity and malice between you through drinking and gambling. In fact, these verses were revealed in the background of events when actions taken under the influence of hard drinks became the cause of mutual anger and aggression. Things like this do not simply happen by chance. When drunk, man loses reason and would compulsively act in that manner. So it is with gambling. No doubt, the loser takes the loss on the gambling counter, but malice and anger against the adversary continue influencing his behavior. Explaining this verse, Sayyid ibn Qada, may Allah have mercy on him, says it was the habit of some Arabs that they would bet all their belongings, even family, and lose them, after which they would live a sorry life. Towards the end of the verse, yet another drawback of this addiction has been pointed out in the words, and to prevent you from the remembrance of Allah, and from Salah, obviously. This is a spiritual harm brought by drinking and gambling, which has been mentioned again after mentioning their worldly bad effects. It may be a hint to the fact that the real harm is the spiritual harm, because the real life is the eternal life of the hereafter, for which one should be more careful and concerned. A wise person should take the betterment of that life as the real betterment, and the suffering of that life as the real suffering. As for this worldly life, its time span is very limited. Within these limitations, neither good nor bad stand out as something to be proud of or pine about, because both conditions will vanish in a very short time. It can also be said that negligence towards the dhikr of Allah, or the salah, is harmful both in this world and in the hereafter, and for the body and soul too. That it is harmful for the hereafter and the soul of a person is all too obvious. One who skips salah, forgetting all about Allah, ruins his life to come and causes his soul to become dead. A little reflection will show that the person heedless to Allah makes his own life a curse for himself. When one turns away from Allah and makes the acquisition of wealth and recognition his ultimate objective in life, they bring so many involvements with them which result in sorrows and concerns. Once in them, one becomes deprived of his chosen objective of peace and comfort through worldly possessions. Thus men of the material are never at peace with or without what they work for in their lives. In contrast to them is one whose heart is lit with the thought of his Creator and the bliss of his salah. Wealth and power and office come to him with all peace and comfort they can bring. But if they go away, nothing happens to their hearts. They are not affected by the change, for things are no happiness and losses are no sorrow, as they are visiting guests of the doers of the right. In short, if we were to think about the neglect of the dhikr of Allah and the salah, we shall come to the conclusion that its effects are equally bad for our life in the present world as well as in that of the hereafter. Therefore, it is possible that by saying filth, a work of Satan, the purpose could be to state the otherworldly and spiritual harmfulness exclusively, and by saying Satan wants nothing but to plant enmity and malice between you, the aim could be to point out to worldly and physical evils exclusively, and by saying to prevent you from the remembrance of Allah and the salah, the objective could be to mention the total destruction of the life in this world and in the hereafter both. It will be noticed here that salah has been mentioned separately, though salah is a part of the dhikr of Allah. What is the wisdom behind mentioning salah distinctly? The answer is that salah has been mentioned separately because the text aims to indicate that salah is important in its own place, and certainly the superior most among all kinds of dhikr, the remembrance of Allah. After having described the physical and spiritual drawbacks of drinking and gambling, the way in which people have been asked to stay away from these indulgences is certainly disarming and heart-winning. It is said, "Would you then abstain?" Described in the first two verses Surah Al-Balad, Ayah 91, was the unlawfulness of drinking and gambling, and its strict prohibition an article of divine law, so to say, to make the word of law easy to act upon.
And obey Allah and obey the Messenger and beware. And if you turn away, then know that upon our Messenger is only the responsibility for clear notification.
It is in the third verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 92, that the Holy Qur'an, in its characteristic way with words, has this to say, and obey Allah and obey the Messenger and be careful. If you turn back, be sure that the duty of our Messenger is only to convey the message clearly. The lesson to be learned is that the command to obey Allah and His Messenger is in one's own interest and benefit. If one does not listen to the good counsel, their action brings no loss to Allah Jalla Shanuhu or to His Messenger. That Allah is far above any gain or loss was quite obvious, but in the case of the Messenger, someone might have thought their refusal to listen to him might affect or lessen the degree of his reward or station. To remove this doubt, it was said, it means, even if none of you were to listen to and obey our Messenger, it would still not make any difference to his integrity and station, because he has completed the mission entrusted with him. His mission was to convey the commands of Allah Ta'ala openly and clearly. This he has accomplished. Now, after that, whoever chooses not to obey him will bring loss on his or her person. Our Messenger has nothing to lose in this case.
There is not upon those who believe and do righteousness any blame concerning what they have eaten in the past, if they now fear Allah and believe and do righteous deeds, and then fear Allah and believe, and then fear Allah and do good, and Allah loves the doers of good.
Sequence of verses. A report from Sayyidina Abu Hurairah, may Allah be pleased with him, appearing in the Musnad of Ahmad, quoted in Al-Lubab, says, when the verse forbidding drinking and gambling had been revealed, some people asked the Holy Prophet that there were many people who drank wine and lived off earnings from gambling and then died before these were forbidden. What would happen to them, now that we know about these being haram? Thereupon, the verse on those who believe and do good deeds, there is no sin, was revealed. In a verse appearing earlier, O those who believe, do not make unlawful good things. The making of good things unlawful was prohibited. Now in the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 94, those who believe, Allah shall certainly test you with some. It is said that it is Allah who has that absolute power to declare particular things unlawful in particular circumstances. Bayan al-Quran commentary. Scholars have said that there are several degrees of taqwa, abstaining from what is likely to harm the purity of one's faith. Similarly, the degrees of faith and belief are also different in terms of personal strength and weakness. The touchstone of experience and the inviolable authority of the Sharia both prove that the more one progresses in the remembrance of Allah, dhikr, concern for life here and hereafter, fikr, good deeds, al-amalis, sally, and jihad in the way of Allah, al-jihad fi sabilillah, the more filled his heart is with the fear of Allah and the awe of his greatness and majesty, with his faith and belief becoming firm and fortified more than ever. Thus, there are degrees of one's ascent onto the pathways of Allah, referred to as Saralala by spiritual masters. The considered repetition in verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 93 of the basis of taqwa, fear of Allah, and iman, faith, is a pointer in this direction. Finally, at the end of the verse, what stands identified is the seeker's last station ihsan, righteousness at its best, and the reward for it too, which is the love of Allah. Tafsir of Maarif-ul-Qur'an rulings. The game, sayd, which is haram, unlawful, in the haram, the precincts of the sacred mosque, and in Iram, the state of consecration for Hajj or Umrah, is general in sense. It may be eatable, that is, a halal, lawful, animal, or one uneatable, that is, a haram, unlawful, animal, as generalized in the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 2 sayd, that is, game is the name of animals which are wild, and who habitually do not live close to human beings. Thus, as for those which are naturally domesticated, such as sheep, goats, cows, and camels, slaughtering and eating them in Iram is correct. However, animals that have been exempted by a specific rule can be trapped and killed. It is halal, for example, the hunting of sea or water. Game is permitted by Allah Ta'ala, lawful for you is the game of the sea. This applies to some land animals, crawlers, and birds as well, such as the wolf, the biting dog, the crow, the kite, the snake, and the scorpion. Similarly, permissible is the killing of an attacking beast. Their exemption has been mentioned in Hadith. This tells us that the letter Alif Lam Mim, Al-Sayd Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayat 95, is that of odd. The lam of odd indicates that the word is used in a restricted sense and not in a general sense. Here it means that all types of games are not prohibited, but the prohibition is restricted to some of them. Muhammad Taqi Usmani, it is permissible for a Muhrim person in Iram to eat from halal game which has been hunted in a state other than that of Al-Tram and in a place other than that of the sacred precincts of the haram, subject to the condition that this person in Iram has not been an assistant or advisor or guide in the hunting and killing of that game. This is exactly what the hadith says. In addition to that, there is an indication towards this rule in the words la taqtulu, do not kill, in this verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 95, because what is said here is la taqtulu, do not kill, and not la taqulu, do not eat. The way it is obligatory, wajib, to pay compensation, jaza, against killing land game in the sacred precincts of the haram, sacred mosque, intentionally. Similarly, it is also obligatory, wajib, if done by mistake or forgetfulness. As deduced in Al-Maini, the compensation, jaza, which becomes obligatory, wajib, the first time shall remain equally obligatory, wajib, in such killing a second or a third time as well. The substance of the compensation, jaza, is that after having determined the facts of time and place of the killing of this animal, one should get an estimate of the cost of this animal from two just person, which is better, but it is also permissible that he can have only one just person do it. Then there are other details. If the killed animal is inedible, that is, haram, then this obligatory cost will not be more than the cost of a she-goat. And if the animal is edible, that is, halal, then whatever the estimate of cost, the whole of it will be obligatory, wajib. Now beyond these two situations, he has three options: whether he buys an animal at this price, keeping in view the standard conditions which govern a sacrificial animal, and after slaughtering it properly within the sacred precincts of the haram, The sacred mosque and its environs distributes it to persons poor and needy, or gives grains equivalent to the price of the animal, in accordance with the conditions of Sadakat al-Fitr, at the rate of 12 sa per poor and needy person, or keeps as many fasts as would be the number of poor and needy persons to whom the amount of grains could reach at the rate of 12 sa per person. As for the distribution of the grains and the keeping of fasts, there is no restriction that these be done within the sacred precincts of the harem. And in case the obligatory, wajib, amount is a price less than 12 sa, then one has the choice of either giving it to a poor and needy person, or keep a fast. Similarly, if one is left with less than 12 sw, even after giving at the rate of 12 sa per poor and needy person, still then, one has the choice of either giving the remainder to one poor and needy person, or keep a fast. The weight of 12 sa is the equivalent of seers or key approximately, usually rounded as a matter of precaution. If in lieu of giving the share of the number of poor and needy persons arrived at in the said estimate, one were to feed them 2 meals of the day, to their fill and satisfaction, that 2 will be permissible. If an animal matching the cost arrived at in the estimate was selected for slaughter, but some amount was left over, then, in this remainder, one has the choice of either buying another animal, or giving grain against it, or fasting in terms of the distributability of the grains. As compensation, jaza is obligatory in killing. Similarly, in the case of such an animal becoming wounded, an estimate would have to be taken to determine how low the price of the animal has become as a result of its being wounded. Once again, in this amount of the cost, the same 3 options will be permissible. The animal the hunting of which is haram, unlawful for a murim, one in the consecrated state of Irim, its slaughtering is haram too. If the murim were to slaughter, its legal status will be that of carrion, dead animal. In La Takshalu, do not kill, there is a hint towards slaughter being like killing. If the place where the animal was killed was a forest, then the estimate will be made in terms of the habitation close to it. Pointing to, guiding along or assisting in hunting is haram, unlawful as hunting itself.
O you who have believed, Allah will surely test you through something of the game that your hands and spears can reach, that Allah may make evident those who fear Him unseen. And whoever transgresses after that, for him is a painful punishment.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 93, for the Tafsir.
O you who have believed, do not kill game while you are in the state of ihram. And whoever of you kills it intentionally, the penalty is an equivalent from sacrificial animals to what he killed, as judged by 2 just men among you as an offering to Allah, delivered to the Kaaba, or an expiation, the feeding of needy people, or the equivalent of that in fasting, that he may taste the consequence of his deed. Allah has pardoned what is past, but whoever returns to violation, then Allah will take retribution from him, and Allah is exalted in might and owner of retribution.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 93, for the Tafsir.
Lawful to you is game from the sea, and its food as provision for you and the travelers. But forbidden to you is game from the land, as long as you are in the state of ihram. And fear Allah, to whom you will be gathered.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 93, for the Tafsir.
Allah has made the Kaaba, the sacred house, standing for the people, and has sanctified the sacred months, and the sacrificial animals, and the garlands by which they are identified. That is so you may know that Allah knows what is in the heavens and what is in the earth, and that Allah is knowing of all things.
Commentary. 4 sources of tranquility. The first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 97, mentions 4 things as the cause of constancy, survival, and tranquility for people. The first is the Kaaba. In Arabic, Kaaba is the name of a place which is square. Another house made by the Arab tribe of Kuvim carried the same name, that is, Al-Kaaba al-Yamaniya to be exact. Therefore, to distinguish the Baytullah, house of Allah, from this place, the words Al-Bayt al-Haram, the sacred house, were added to the name of the Kaaba. The word Qiyam and Qiwam are verbal nouns. They refer to that on which the stability and survival of something depends. Therefore, in the text comes to mean that the Kaaba and its adjuncts are the cause and source of the stability and survival of people. Lexically, the word Anas is used for people in general, At this place, because of the topical context, they could mean the people of Makkah proper, or the people of Arabia and the peoples of the world as well. Obviously, it includes human beings of the whole world. However, the people of Makkah and the people of Arabia do have a unique status. Therefore, the sense of the verse would be that Allah Ta'ala has made Kabatullah, the Kaaba of Allah, and what is mentioned later, the source of stability, survival, and tranquility for people. As long as people of the world from each country, each region and each direction keep turning their orientation towards Baytullah to say their Salah, and the Hajj of Baytullah continues to be performed by those on whom its performance has become obligatory, until then, this whole world will keep going and stay safe. And if there ever comes that fatal year when no one makes Hajj, or no one turns towards Baytullah to offer Salah, then the whole world will be overtaken by mass punishment. Baytullah is the mainstay of the universe. The respected master of Tafsir Ma'idah has stated the subject in the words which follow, Al-Bard al-Mubit. This tells us that, significance-wise, Baytullah is the pillar of this whole world. As long as people keep turning towards it and Hajj keeps being performed, the world will stay. And if this reverence of Baytullah were to terminate at some time, the world will also be terminated. However, there remains the question, what is the connection and linkage between the universal system and Baytullah? But then, knowing its reality is not necessary. Who knows the reality behind the mutual connection of magnet and iron, and lightning and straw? But it is a reality proved through observation. It cannot be rejected. The comprehension of the reality of the mutual linkage between Baytullah and the universal system is also not within the reach and control of mortal man. That can be known only when the Creator of the universe tells us about it. That Baytullah is the cause of the survival of the whole universe is a thing of the spirit. Physical insight or formal research cannot reach it. But its being the cause of peace and tranquility for Arabia and the people of Mecca stands proved by long experiences and observations. Baytullah, symbol and substance of peace. Peace is generally maintained in the world through government laws and its implementation. That is why robbers, thieves, killers, and plunderers do not dare. But during the Arab Jahiliyyah, there was no formal government, nor was there some general law to maintain public peace. Whatever political system there was, it was based on tribal considerations. One tribe could attack the life, property, and honor of another tribe any time at its choice. Therefore, no tribe had the occasion to enjoy peace and tranquility any time. Allah Almighty, with His perfect power, made the Baytullah in Makkah al-Mukarramah stand as a regular government ushering peace and tranquility. As anyone in his right frame of mind would not dare breaking the law of a strong government in our day, so it was, even during those days of ignorance, that Allah Almighty had impinged the reverence of the Baytullah on the hearts of common people in a manner that they would throw all their personal desires and emotions behind their backs when it came to upholding its honor and station. So this was Arab Jahiliyyah, the so-called age of ignorance, proverbial for tribal prejudices and long-drawn wars. But such was the reverence for Baytullah and its adjuncts which Allah had placed in their hearts, they would say just nothing to even their sworn enemy despite their anger and chagrin if the enemy had entered the harem. A son who met the killer of his father in the harem would lower his gaze and walk away from him. Similarly, as much respect was also given to a person who had embarked on his Hajj and Umrah or who had been carrying animals for sacrifice in the harem. The result was that even the worst person around would not hurt him in any way, to the limit that they would say nothing to even a sworn enemy if he was in a condition when the signs of his being on Hajj and Umrah, such as the garments of ihram or garlands, were all too visible. Take an example. The year was Hira. The Holy Prophet, accompanied by a group of his Sahaba, entered into the ihram of Umrah and started for his journey towards Baytullah. He stopped at Hudaybiyah close to the haram limits and sent Sayyidina Uthman al-Ghani, may Allah be pleased with him, to Makkah along with some colleagues, so that they can tell the chiefs of Makkah that Muslims have come at this time not for fighting but for performing Umrah. Therefore, they should not be obstructed. It was after a good deal of debate that they sent a representative of theirs to the Holy Prophet. When he saw him, he said, "This person is an upholder of the sanctities of Baytullah, therefore the sacrificial animals marked for sacrifice should be brought before him." When the representative saw these sacrificial animals, he conceded that such people should never be stopped from going to Baytullah. So, as said earlier, Allah Almighty had placed such awe of the venerated harem even during the days of Jahiliyyah, that it became the very cause and source of peace and tranquility. As a direct result of this reverence, only those who either went in and out of harem, or those who came for their Hajj and Umrah with some sign of the intended pilgrimage on them, were the ones who remained protected. Outsiders did not benefit from this peace and tranquility. But in Arabia itself, the way they honored the site of Baytullah and its environs universally, they would also give equal respect to the month of Hajj. They called these the sacred months. Some had included the month of Rajab along with them. During these months, fighting and killing even outside the harem was considered by the whole Arabia as prohibited, from which they would abstain. Therefore, the Holy Quran has included 3 more things as being stability for people along with the Kaaba. The first is that it is the sacred month. Since the word shahr, month, has been placed here in its singular form, most commentators say that it means the month of Dhul-Hijjah at this place, the month during which the rites of Hajj are performed. Some commentators have said that, though the word used is singular, but it signifies category whereby all sacred months are included here. Mentioned secondly is al-Hadi, which refers to an animal sacrificed in haram. It was common Arab practice not to check and obstruct anyone carrying such sacrificial animals, who could travel on in peace and be able to do what he intended to do. Thus sacrificial animals also became a cause of the establishment of peace. The third thing is al-Khalid. The word is the plural form of kilada. It means a garland. There was a custom in the age of Arab Jahiliyyah that a person who went out for Hajj would put a garland round his sacrificial animal neck as a sign so that people may know that here was someone going for Hajj and that he should not be molested. Similarly, they would put garlands round the necks of their sacrificial animals too. These were also known as the Khalid. So, the Khalid also became a source of peace and tranquility. A little thought will show that the sacred month, the sacrificial animal, and the Khalid are all adjuncts or auxiliaries of the Baytullah. Reverence for them is part of the reverence of Baytullah. Allah Ta'ala has made the combination of these a source of stability, even constancy and resilience, in all matters relating to the worldly and otherworldly life of the people of Arabia, and that of the people of Makkah particularly, as well as for all humanity in general. While explaining the expression, stability for people, some commentators have said that it means that the Baytullah and the sacred harem around it has been made a place of peace for everyone. Others have said that it refers to the extended means of sustenance for the people of Makkah, for what is not grown or made there indigenously keeps reaching them from all over the world by the grace of Allah Ta'ala. Still, some others have said that people of Makkah, known as the custodians of Baytullah, were held in great esteem as special people serving the house of Allah. Therefore, it is the particular distinction of these people which has been identified in the Quranic expression translated as stability for people. Imam al-Razi has said that there is no contradiction in all these sayings which are included within the sense of stability for people, since Allah Ta'ala has made Baytullah the source of betterment, prosperity and success, both materially and spiritually, for the stay, survival, stability, sustenance in return to it, as well as through it to the final destination of the hereafter, for all peoples. And as for the people of Arabia, particularly those of Makkah, they have been blessed by Allah with its outward and inward blessings. At the end of the verse, it was said, "All this so that you may learn that Allah knows what is in the heavens and what is in the earth, and that Allah is all knowing in respect of everything." It means that Allah has made Baytullah and its adjuncts the source of stability, survival, peace, and tranquility for people, something the people of Arabia keep witnessing particularly. This has been said so that everyone should know that Allah Ta'ala knows everything in the earth and the heavens, and He alone is capable of managing and administering it.
Know that Allah is severe in penalty, and that Allah is forgiving and merciful.
In the second verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 98, it was said, "Be sure that Allah is severe in punishment, and that Allah is most forgiving, very merciful." This is telling us that the prescribed injunctions of halal lawful and haram unlawful are based on ideal wisdom and consideration. As long as they are obeyed and followed, they would bring nothing but good for the person who does just that. However, electing to do what is contrary to them is nothing but embracing the worst of curse and punishment. Along with the warning, it was also said that, should someone commit a sin forgetfully or heedlessly, then Allah Ta'ala does not punish instantly, instead of which, the doors of Allah's forgiveness stay open for those who repent and feel ashamed of what they have done.
Not upon the messenger is responsibility except for notification, and Allah knows whatever you reveal and whatever you conceal.
In the third verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 99, it was said, "That is, the duty of our messenger is only to convey our ahkam injunctions to people created by us. After that, whether they accept and believe, or reject and disbelieve, its profit and loss reaches only them. That they disbelieve brings no loss to our messenger. And let this be understood that Allah cannot be deceived, for He knows everything done by anybody, openly or secretly.
Say, not equal are the evil and the good, although the abundance of evil might impress you. So fear Allah, O you of understanding, that you may be successful.
In the 4th verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 100, it was said, Say, the bad and the good are not equal. In Arabic, the words tay, ib and khabith are antonyms. Tay, ib refers to what is the best and purest in everything, and khabith to what is the most condemned and evil. In this verse, as held by the majority of commentators, khabith means haram or impure, while tay, ib means halal and pure. Thus, the verse would come to mean that with Allah Ta'ala, rather with everyone having sound reason and good taste, pure and impure or halal and haram cannot be equal. In view of the general sense of khabith and tayyib at this place, it is inclusive of wealth and property which is halal or haram, and human beings who are good or bad, and deeds and morals which are virtuous or vicious, all of the three. The sense of the verse is clear from the truth that good and bad are not equal. According to this natural law, halal and haram and pure and impure things are not equal in the sight of Allah Ta'ala. Similar to which, also not equal are good and bad deeds and morals. Similarly again, also not equal are virtuous and vicious human beings. Following immediately in this verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 100, it was said, Even though you are attracted by the profusion of the bad, it means that, though onlookers are sometimes awed by the abundance of things evil and impure, they would even go on to take these very things to be good just because they have spread out all over and because they seem to be winning the day. But this is only a disease of human knowledge and consciousness, and certainly a shortcoming of the inherent feeling for the right. The background of the revelation of the verse. Reporting the background of the revelation of this verse, some narrations say that when liquor, and its buying and selling too, was prohibited in Islam, a dealer in liquor who had some cash savings from that business asked the Holy Prophet, Ya Rasul Allah, I have with me the saving from my liquor business. If I were to spend this in some good and pious cause, would it be beneficial for me? The Holy Prophet said, If you will spend it in jihad or hajj or something similar, it would not even be worth the weight of the tiny feather of a mosquito. For Allah Ta'ala does not accept anything other than what is pure and halal, lawful. This devaluation and depreciation of wealth is in terms of the hereafter. If we look a little deeper and keep the ultimate end of things in sight, we shall discover that halal and haram, wealth or property, are not equal even in the businesses of this mortal world. The kind of benefits, favorable consequences, real comfort and bliss which come through halal, never do and never can come from haram. Citing Ibn Abi Haytham, Tafsir Al-Ma'idah reports that when Sayyidina Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz, the rightly guided Khalifa of the age of the Tabi'in, stopped the permissible taxes imposed by the oligarchy before him, returned moneys and properties taken illegally to the rightful owners, the government treasury became empty and the graph of usual income came very low. Then, the governor of a province wrote a letter to him in which he complained about the low income of the public treasury and asked him as to how would the affairs of the government run under such circumstances. Sayyidina Umar ibn Abd al-Aziz answered him by quoting this very verse, The bad and the good are not equal, even though you are attracted by the profusion of the bad. He also wrote, People before you had used injustice and oppression to fill the treasury. Now you match it by establishing equity and justice, and let the holding of your treasury stand reduced. And do not care. The expenditures of our government shall be met within this reduced income. Though the cause of the revelation of this verse is a particular event, the basic message of the verse is that numbers being low or high do not mean much. Matters cannot be measured by majority and minority in a human hand. Count of 51 against 49 cannot go on to become the touchstone of that which is right and true. In fact, if we were to even casually look into the state of affairs prevailing around every section of society in the world, then we shall see less of good and more of evil. Compare belief with disbelief, godliness, purity, honesty and trust with sinfulness and debauchery, justice and equity with injustice and oppression, knowledge with ignorance, reason with unreason. One is bound to find more of the latter in all these comparisons. This leads us to become certain that the numerical abundance of something, group or party, cannot be an absolute proof of its being good or true. Instead of that, the good in that thing or group or party depends on relevant particulars and states. If they are good, they are good, and if they are bad, they are bad. This is the reality the Holy Qur'an has stated clearly by saying, Even though you are attracted by the profusion of the bad, of course, Islam too has declared numerical majority to be decisive on some occasions, and that too where there be no ruling authority competent enough to decide by the power of argument and the assessment of intrinsic qualities. On occasions like this, in order to resolve the disputes among masses of people, majority vote is resorted to. Take the example of the problem of appointing an imam or leader in a situation when there is no imam or emir or leader present to give a decision. Therefore, on some occasions, majority opinion has been preferred to ward off possible dispute and resolve matters peacefully. It never means that what has been adopted by a majority of people should become halal and permissible and true. At the end of the verse it was said, "So fear Allah, O men of understanding." By addressing the men of understanding, this verse indicates that it is not the attitude of the men of wisdom to be attracted to something because of its numerical or quantitative abundance, or to take the majority as the touchstone of what is true and correct. Intelligent people would not do something like that. Therefore, it is to caution all people of understanding against these attitudes that they have been commanded with fear Allah.
O you who have believed, do not ask about things which, if they are shown to you, will distress you. But if you ask about them while the Quran is being revealed, they will be shown to you. Allah has pardoned that which is past, and Allah is forgiving and forbearing.
Commentary. The prohibition of asking unnecessary questions. These verses warn people who keep investigating unnecessarily into divine injunctions. So fond and bent are they in this exercise that they would go to the outer limit of asking questions, even about injunctions which have not been prescribed at all and for which there is really no genuine need that they be asked. In this verse, such people have been instructed not to ask questions lest they are subjected to some trial, or they have to face disgrace as a result of the disclosure of their secrets. The background of the revelation. As narrated in Sahih Muslim, the background or the cause of the revelation of these verses is as follows. When the verse concerning the obligation of Hajj was revealed, say, Ibn al-Aqra ibn Habis, may Allah be pleased with him, asked, "Have we been obligated with Hajj every year?" The Holy Prophet did not answer that question. He asked again. The Holy Prophet still remained silent. When he asked a third time, the Holy Prophet reprimanded him by saying, "If in answer to your question I had said, yes, the Hajj is obligatory every year, so it would have become, and you would have been unable to do it. After that," he added, "things about which I give you no command, leave them as they are. Do not ask questions by digging and prying into them. Communities before you have been damned eternally through this very proliferation of questioning, because they, questions after questions, about what Allah and His Messenger did not make obligatory on them, and in consequence of their unnecessary inquiry, these optional things were made obligatory, and then they got involved in the unfortunate practice of disobeying these. Your established routine should be, do what I order you to do, with the best of your ability, and leave what I order you not to do, that is, do not dig and pry into things about which no injunctions are given. There is no nubuwah, prophethood, and wahi, revelation, after the Holy Prophet. It has also been tacitly said in this verse, and if you ask about them while the Quran is being revealed, they will be disclosed to you. Through revelation, here, by restricting it with the time duration of the revelation of the Quran, the indication given is that it will be after the completion of the revelation of the Quran, that the process of prophethood, nubuwah, and revelation, wahi, will be discontinued. Though after the discontinuation of this process of prophethood and revelation, the consequences that new injunctions may come, things not obligatory may become obligatory, or someone's secret may be disclosed through revelation, are not likely to take effect. But minting unnecessary questions, falling for investigations into them, or asking about things for which there is no need, shall still remain prohibited, even after the discontinuation of the process of prophethood. The reason is simple. This is a waste of time, your own and that of others. The Holy Prophet has said, one of the qualities making someone a good Muslim is that one leaves what is unnecessary. This tells us that many of our brother Muslims who keep investigating into unnecessary subjects, such as the name of the mother of Say, Ibn Musa, or the precise length and breadth of the ark of Say, Ibn Nu, indulge in what has no effect on one's conduct in life. Therefore, asking such questions is blameworthy, especially when it is already known that people who tend to ask such questions are mostly unaware of the basics of their religion. The problem is that falling for what is wasteful invariably results in making one stay deprived of doing what is necessary. As for the large body of work left by Muslim jurists in which they had answered assumed religious problems and questions, it was not something unnecessary. Later events proved that they were needed by future generations. Therefore, they do not fall under the purview of wasteful or meaningless questions. It is also a part of Islamic teachings that one should not indulge in any activity, whether intellectual or practical, a task or a conversation, and waste precious time through it, unless there is some gain to be made from it in terms of the worldly or otherworldly life.
A people asked such questions before you, then they became thereby disbelievers.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 101 for the Tafsir.
Allah has not appointed such innovations as Bahira or Sa'iba or Wasila or Ham. But those who disbelieve invent falsehood about Allah, and most of them do not reason.
The definition of Bahira and Saba. The names Bahira, Saba, Wasihaya, and Hami are connected with customs prevailing during the days of Jahiliyyah. Commentators differ in their exegesis. It is possible that all these words will apply each to a different situation. We limit ourselves to the explanation given by Sayyidina Sid ibn al-Musayyib, may Allah be pleased with him, as it appears in Sahih al-Bukhari. Bahra, an animal the milk from which was dedicated in the name of idols, and was not used by anyone personally. Saiba, an animal which was released in the name of idols, like a bull in some rural areas of our time. Hami, a male camel having copulated with a particular number, which was also released in the name of idols. Wasila, a she-camel giving birth to female offspring continuously, uninterrupted by the birth of a male, was also released in the name of idols. In addition to doing what was shirk, these people were challenging the right of benefiting from the meat of an animal, or its milk, or riding it, declared permissible by Almighty Allah, and placing their own restrictions on their being lawful or unlawful, as if the office of making divine laws belonged to them. And the cruel joke was that they took these polytheistic customs of theirs to be the source of attaining the pleasure and nearness of Almighty Allah. The answer to this was, Almighty Allah had never appointed these customs. If their elders did it, they fabricated lies against him, and the ignorant masses accepted them. In short, a two-pronged warning has been given here by saying that the way it is a crime to invite hardships in divine injunctions by asking purposeless questions. Similarly, it is much more serious a crime that one goes about proposing things as halal or haram based on one's personal opinions and desires without the will and command of the lawgiver. Tafsir Asmani.
And when it is said to them, "Come to what Allah has revealed and to the Messenger," they say, "Sufficient for us is that upon which we found our fathers, even though their fathers knew nothing, nor were they guided."
Sequence of verses. Mentioned earlier was one ignorant habit of the disbelievers who were very rigid in their customs. There were many more of such habits which made Muslims grieve. Therefore, the text now addresses Muslims, asking them not to worry about others. They have been asked to correct themselves first and then try to reform others within the limit of what they can do. Onward from there, that their efforts bear fruit is something beyond their control. Therefore, for them the best course is, do your own job and not the job of others. Commentary. The background of the revelation of the verses. Following forefathers was one of the many customs of Jahiliyyah, which had involved them in all sorts of evils, and equally deprived them of all kinds of virtues too. As reported in the Tafsir al-Maarif-ul-Qur'an from Ibn Abi Hayda, if a lucky person listened to the truth and embraced Islam, he was put to shame on the plea that he had proved his forefathers to be no good, since he took to another way at the cost of the way of his forefathers. It was this compounded error of theirs whereupon the following verse was revealed, and when it is said to them, "Come to what Allah has sent down," and to the Messenger, they say, "Sufficient for us is what we have found our forefathers on." In other words, when they were asked to turn to the truth, and to the injunctions revealed by Allah Ta'ala, and to the Messenger who is, in all possible respects, the guarantor of good for them, then they have no answer to give but that the customs on which we found our forefathers are sufficient for us. This is the master argument of Shaitan, which made millions of people fall into error despite having at least average sense, knowledge, and skills. Answering it, the Quran said, "Is it so, even if their forefathers knew nothing?" For those who would care to ponder, this one sentence of the Quran has provided a correct principle to uphold when following a person or group or party, a principle which brings sight to the unsighted and reality to the ignorant and the heedless. It makes sense if those who do not know follow those who do, the uninitiated follow the experienced, and the ignorant follow the learned. But what does not make sense is that one elects to move away from the standards of knowledge, reason, and guidance and ends up making the following of forefathers as preferred practice, without realizing as to where this leader of theirs is and to where would he take them, yet having the compulsion to tag along behind him. This is how some people take a mob of people as the yardstick of right and wrong. Wherever they see a lot of people going, they will start moving in that direction. This too is absurd, because the majority of people in this world is always that of those who are not the wisest or the smartest or the most virtuous in deeds. Therefore, following a mob of people cannot become the criterion of distinction between truth and untruth or good and bad. Following an undeserving leader is asking for trouble. This sentence of the Quran gives everyone a clear lesson in wisdom that none of these criterions are at all sufficient to help in choosing someone as a leader to be followed. The correct attitude is that everyone should first determine the aim of his life and the direction of his journey in it. Then, in order to achieve that purpose, he has to look for a person who has the knowledge of that direction and is himself proceeding to it. When one finds a person like that, then tagging along behind him can certainly take one all the way to his destination. This is the reality underlying what we know as the taqlid, following of the mujtahid imams. They know Deen Den and they follow it too. Therefore, those who do not know can, by following them, achieve the main purpose of religion, that is, the obedience to Allah and His Messenger, and the following of their commands. As for one who is already astray, who does not himself know the destination, or is knowingly going in a direction opposite to the destination, then following him shall be, in the sight of every wise person, a waste of one's efforts and deeds, rather the signing of one's own warrant of destruction. It is a pity that in the present age of so-called knowledge and enlightenment, even the people of education and foresight are ignoring the fact that the greatest cause of world upheaval is the locked following of leaders who are incompetent, undeserving, and false.
O you who have believed, upon you is responsibility for yourselves. Those who have gone astray will not harm you when you have been guided. To Allah is your return altogether, then He will inform you of what you used to do.
The criterion of leadership. This sentence of the Quran gives two clear criterions of choosing a leader. These are having knowledge, ilm, and guidance. Ihtida, knowledge means the knowing of the desired purpose or destination, and the knowing of the methods to reach it, while having guidance means moving towards the chosen objective. Combined together, it would mean constant effort based on sound knowledge. To explain, it can be said that it is necessary to first find out before making the choice of a leader if he is fully conversant with the objectives and methods chosen to be followed. Then, it has to be seen whether he himself is traveling on the same path and in the same direction. And then, it has to be determined whether or not his conduct is in accordance with his knowledge. So, in order to take someone as a leader to be followed, it is necessary to test him on the anvil of sound knowledge and steady conduct. None of the other options based on ancestry and lineage, or being in the lead followed by masses of people, or being wealthy through money or property, or being in power and authority, not one of them is worthy of being considered as the criterion of leadership in the real sense. An effective method of criticism. At this place, the Quran has pointed out to the error of people who are used to following their ancestral customs blindly. However, right along with it, it has told us about an effective method which can be used when needed to identify the error of the other person, so that the addressee is not hurt or provoked. It will be noticed that the comment made in the text is not direct. It does not say that their forefathers were ignorant or astray. Instead of that, it employs a subtle interrogative style in asking if the practice of following one's forefathers could be reasonable in a situation when they did not have either knowledge or guidance. Comfort for the reformers of people. In the second verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 105, Muslims who sacrificed a great deal in their concern for reforming people have been comforted by saying that they had done their best to spread the call of truth, and they had done their duty of conveying to people what was good for them. Now, if there were people who chose to stick by their error, that was not for them to worry about, for their going astray will bring no loss to them. It was said, O those who believe, take care of your own selves. Those who have gone astray cannot harm you, if you are on the right path. These words of the verse, if looked at outwardly, sometimes are taken in the sense that it is enough for one to only take care of one's own conduct and just correct it when necessary. This would leave out the others who may keep doing what they do. There was no need to think about that. Such thinking is contrary to a great many very clear statements of the Quran forbidding the fair, al-amr bil ma'ruf, and forbidding the unfair, al-nahi and al-munkar, has been declared to be an important duty in Islam and a singular distinction of the Muslim community. When this verse was revealed, some people faced doubts. The Holy Prophet clarified by saying that the verse was not contradictory to the injunctions regarding the bidding of the fair. If they were to leave the mission of bidding the fair, they will be answerable for that. Therefore, Sayyid ibn Jubair, may Allah be pleased with him, has, in his tafsir of the verse as reported in Al-Bar al-Muhit, said, "Keep doing what your religion obligates you with, which includes jihad and al-amr bil ma'ruf, bidding the fair. If, even after doing all this, those who remain astray could bring no loss on you." A little deliberation in the words, "if you are on the right path," of the Quran itself makes this explanation all the more clear, as the converse of it shows that one who has abandoned the duty of bidding the fair is obviously not on the right path. Reported in Tafsir al-Ma'idah is an event relating to Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him. Someone mentioned before him a serious dispute between certain people he named who were calling each other mushriks, polytheists. Sayyidina ibn Umar, may Allah be pleased with him, said, "Do you think I am going to tell you to go and fight them? Never. Go talk to them softly. If they listen, fine. If not, stop worrying about them. Get busy taking care of your own selves." After having said that, it was this very verse that he recited as the confirmation of his answer to their statement. Sayyidina Abu Bakr, on checking of sins, sensing the doubt generated by a surface view of the words of the verse, Sayyidina Abu Bakr, may Allah be pleased with him, said in a khutbah address, "You people recite this verse and use it out of context that al-amr bil ma'ruf, bidding the fair, is not required. Understand it very clearly that I have myself heard the Holy Prophet say that people who see a sin being committed and do not try to stop it, to the best of their ability, then it is likely that they too are seized by the divine punishment along with the actual sinners." This narration is there intermediate in Ibn Majah. However, the words in Abu Dawud appear as follows: "Those who see an oppressor oppressing and do not stop him from his oppression, to the best of their ability, then Allah Ta'ala will seize everyone in punishment." The meaning of ma'ruf and munkar. From the details given earlier, we know that it is the duty of a Muslim that he should do what he can to check what is not permissible, or at the least, show his dislike for it. Let us now find out what is ma'ruf and munkar. The word ma'ruf is from ma'rifa, and the word munkar is from inkar. Ma'rifa means to know, and to understand and recognize something after deliberation. In contrast, there is inkar, which means not to know, and not to understand and recognize something. These words are taken to be antonyms. The Holy Quran says, Surah An-Nahl, Ayah 83, it means that they recognize the blessings of Allah by seeing the manifestations of His perfect power, but thereafter they deny them as if they do not know them. This tells us that, lexically, ma'ruf signifies something well recognized, while munkar refers to something unrecognized. Keeping this congruity in view, Imam al-Raghib al-Isfahan has, in his Mufradat al-Quran, given the meaning of ma'ruf and munkar as used in the terminology of the Sharia. According to him, ma'ruf refers to what is known to be good in the light of reason, aql, and revelation, shar, and munkar means what is strange and unrecognized, that is, what is taken as bad. Therefore, al-amr bil ma'ruf comes to mean bidding toward the fair, while nahyan al-munkar signifies forbidding from the unfair. There is nothing legally unfair in the sayings of the mujtahid imams, but here the use of the words ma'ruf and munkar in place of sin and reward, or obedience and disobedience, may perhaps be indicating towards the possibility that there can be two opinions in matters which are deep and in problems which require ijtihad due to brevity or ambiguity left in the Quran and Sunnah, the basis on which sayings of Muslim jurists, fuqaha, differ. Therefore, they are excluded from this scope. The brilliance of ijtihad done by the great mujtahid imams is an accepted fact among the scholars and jurists of Muslim ummah. If two views are different about a religious problem, none of them can be considered to be censurable in Sharia al-Munkar ash-Shar'i. In fact, both the sides are included under ma'ruf. In such problems, a person who considers one opinion weightier does not have the right to reject and censure the other in the manner it is done in the case of sin. This is the reason why, despite many differences in matters of ijtihad and opposing opinions, it has not been reported anywhere that the noble Sahaba and Tabi'in ever called each other sinners. Debates, dialogues, and polemics, they had all that. They presented their point of view, explained the reasons for their preference, and did not hesitate in questioning what others had to say. But nobody took anyone to be a sinner just because of this difference of opinion. It must be noted here that the author is referring to the views expressed by the competent mujtahids who are equipped with deep knowledge of the Holy Qur'an and Sunnah, and have expressed their bona fide view after doing their best to reach the truth. Conversely, if an incompetent person, lacking the standard of knowledge required for ijtihad, declares a view based on his whims and conjectures, his view cannot be taken as a view based on ijtihad. Therefore, he cannot claim immunity from nahy and munkar. Muhammad Taqi Usmani, to put it briefly, it can be said that on occasions where ijtihadi difference exists, every knowledgeable person, having the optimum subject knowledge, has the choice to take a side which is weightier in his sight. This much he can do, but no one has the right to reject and censure what someone else has done by taking it as munkar, evil and sinful. From here we learn that although his writings which spread mutual hatred and hostility in ijtihadi problems and issues are not included under the purview of al-amr bil ma'ruf or nahy anil munkar, bidding the fair and forbidding the unfair, opening a war front on the basis of such religious issues can only be because of unawareness or ignorance.
O you who have believed, testimony should be taken among you when death approaches one of you at the time of bequest, that of 2 just men from among you, or 2 others from outside if you are traveling through the land and the disaster of death should strike you. Detain them after the prayer and let them both swear by Allah if you doubt their testimony, saying, "We will not exchange our oath for a price, even if you should be a near relative, and we will not withhold the testimony of Allah. Indeed, we would then be of the sinful."
Sequence of verses. Prior to this, there were injunctions relevant to religious considerations. Now some injunctions relevant to worldly considerations have been mentioned. The hint given is that the way Allah Ta'ala, in His mercy, helps His servants with better life in the hereafter, He also takes care of better sustenance for them in the present world. Bayan al-Quran, the background of revelation. The event in the background of the revelation of the cited verses is that Budayl, a Muslim accompanied by Tanim and Adhi, who were Christians at that time, traveled to Syria on a business visit. After reaching Syria, Budayl became sick. He made out a list of his things in writing and put it in his baggage. He did not inform his companions of the trip about it. When his sickness became serious, he called his Christian trip companions and made a will before them that they should deliver everything to his heirs. When they returned, they delivered everything to them, but they took out a silver bowl which was polished with gold or had gold inlay work on it from the belongings. When the heirs found the list of things in the baggage left for them by the deceased, they asked the caretakers of the will if the deceased had sold something from the property, or was he very sick, which may have compelled him to make unusual expenses. They answered their inquiry in the negative. Finally, the case came up for hearing before the Holy Prophet. Since the heirs had no witnesses, the 2 Christians were put under oath. They declared that they had neither committed any breach of trust in what belonged to the deceased, nor had they hidden any of his things. In the end, based on the oath, the verdict was given in their favor. After the passage of some time, it was found that the 2 of them had sold the bowl to a goldsmith in Makkah. When asked, they said that they had bought it from the deceased. Since they had no witnesses at the time of purchase, they pleaded they did not mention it earlier lest they be falsified. The heirs of the deceased appealed in the court of the Holy Prophet now. Contrary to the earlier situation, the executors of the will were claiming to have purchased the missing item while the heirs were denying it. In view of the absence of evidence, 2 persons closest to the deceased gave a sworn statement that the bull was owned by the deceased, and that the 2 Christians were liars in their oath. So the amount of money for which they had sold at 1,000 dirhams was made to be handed over to the heirs. Commentary. These verses are meant to give general instructions to the Muslims with regard to making will before death. The advice given is that the will should be evidenced by witnesses, so that they may prove the will in case of a dispute after the death of the testator. It has also been advised that 2 pious Muslims are chosen for witnessing the will. However, if the Muslim witnesses are not available, non-Muslim witnesses may also serve the purpose. The words 2 witnesses from you signify the preference of Muslim witnesses, but the following words or if 2 others, not from you, point out to the permissibility of non-Muslim witnesses. Then, the words "if you have some doubt" refers to a situation where the legal heirs of the deceased have a claim against the executors of the will, as in the case of Budayl. The heirs claimed that a bowl of silver was delivered by the deceased to the executors. Since, in this case, the heirs are the plaintiffs, they should produce witnesses to prove their claim, but on their failure to do so, The defendants, i.e. the trustees, are required to declare on oath that they did not commit any breach of trust. For that purpose, the Holy Qur'an advises the judge by saying, "You shall detain them after the prayer, and they shall swear." Although it is not legally compulsory to take this oath in the mosque after a prayer, yet the Holy Qur'an has advised to take oath after a prayer, so that the sanctity of time and place may further persuade the people to give a truthful statement. In the next verse the Holy Qur'an says, "Then, if it is discovered that the two had rendered themselves liable to a sin," it means that they had given a false evidence, as in the case of Budel, they themselves admitted that the bowl was purchased by them, which implied that the property of Budel contained a bowl, and their earlier testimony was false. At this stage they claimed that they had purchased the bowl from Budel. They should have substantiated this claim by witnesses, but they failed to do so. Therefore, the oath was given to the legal heirs of Budel that no such sale took place to the best of their knowledge. It is this oath of the heirs which has been mentioned in the verse by saying, "Then, in their place, shall stand two others closest of those whose right has been taken away, and they shall swear by Allah." Some rulings. The person with whom the deceased leaves his or her property in trust with the request that it be given to someone is called wasi, authorized guardian, executor, trustee, caretaker, plural, awsiya. A wasi can be one individual or more. That a wasi should be Muslim and just is better, but not necessary, no matter whether the will is being made in journey or at home. In a dispute, the complainant is called the madai, plaintiff, while the other party is ala, respondent. Witnesses from the plaintiff are taken first. If he presents them as recognized under the legal norms set by the Sharia of Islam, the case is decided in his favor. If he cannot do that, the respondent is put on oath, and the case is decided in his favor. However, if he denies it, the plaintiff wins the case. Taking oath at a particular time or place in order to make it more emphatic, as done in the cited verse, depends on the opinion of the judge. It is not required compulsorily. Its compulsory nature is not proved from this verse too, while the converse is proved from other verses and hadith reports. The witness of a kafir is acceptable in the case of another kafir. In the opening words of the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 106, translated as "when death draws near one of you," that is, at the time of making a will, the evidence recognized between you shall be of two just witnesses from among you, or of two others not from you. Muslims have been commanded that at the time death draws near one of them, they should appoint two good and just men from among them as their wasi, executor of the will. And if they do not have such people from their own, then they can have two others, that is, from disbelievers. It is from here that Imam Abu Hanifa has deduced the ruling that the witness given by disbelievers for each other is permissible, since the witness of the disbelievers has been declared permissible in the case of Muslims in this verse, as obvious from, or of two others not from you, so the witness of disbelievers for each other is permissible as more suited. But later on, the witness of the disbelievers for Muslims was abrogated under the authority of the verse, and have two witnesses from among your men, Surah Al-Baqarah, Ayah 282, but the evidence of disbelievers for each other remains valid as it was. Quote by Al-Akam al-Quran by Jassis, the support for the position of Imam Abu Hanifa, may Allah have mercy on him, also comes from what a hadith says about a Jew who had committed zina, adultery. His people smeared his face with black soot and produced him before the Holy Prophet. Looking at his condition, he asked for the reason. They told him that the man had committed adultery, zina. After hearing the testimony of the witnesses, he gave orders that he be stoned to death. Rajam, Jassis, 2 words, 2 rules. The word, "you shall detain them," in the context of this verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 106 tells us that a person who genuinely owes something to someone, having the right of return, the later can have him detained for the retrieval of his right, if and when needed. Quote by the word Salah in after the prayer means the Salah or prayer asr. That this time has been chosen is because the people of the book held it in esteem. Telling the lie at this time was particularly prohibited among them. This tells us that the placing of the restriction of special time or place for taking a solemn and sacred oath, tagliz, is permissible. Quote by.
But if it is found that those two were guilty of perjury, let two others stand in their place who are foremost in claim from those who have a lawful right. And let them swear by Allah, our testimony is truer than their testimony, and we have not transgressed. Indeed, we would then be of the wrongdoers.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 106 for the Tafsir.
That is more likely that they will give testimony according to its true objective, or at least they would fear that other oaths might be taken after their oaths. And fear Allah and listen, and Allah does not guide the defiantly disobedient people.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 106 for the Tafsir.
Be warned of the day when Allah will assemble the messengers and say, "What was the response you received?" They will say, "We have no knowledge. Indeed, it is you who is the knower of the unseen."
The linkage of verses. Earlier, mention was made of various injunctions. In between came inducements to put these in practice along with warnings against opposing them. Now it is to re-emphasize the approach that people are reminded of the frightening happenings of the day of Qiyamah, so that obedience is promoted and antagonism is checked. This is the prevailing style of the Holy Qur'an. Then, towards the closing stages of the surah, there is that dialogue with the people of the book which has also appeared earlier through several verses, where the purpose is to acquaint the people of the book with facts about Sayyidina Isa, facts which affirm his being a servant of Allah and negate the erroneous ascribing of godhood to him, though the actual locale of this address will be the last day of Qiyamah. Commentary. The first question asked of prophets on the last day. Verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 109 opens with the statement, "Remember the day Allah will assemble the messengers," which is ominous. Though the day of Qiyamah will be the day of doom, when all human beings born from the beginning to the end shall be standing on open grounds. Human beings, no matter what their region, country or time, shall all be present on those grounds, and there will come the hour of ultimate reckoning for a whole lifetime of deeds. But in the statement quoted above, mentioned particularly are the blessed prophets whom Allah will assemble on that day of reckoning. The sense is that, as for assembling, the whole world will be assembled, but the first question asked will be from the prophets, may peace be upon them all, so that the whole creation of Allah may see that on that day no one is exempted from reckoning. Then the question asked of the prophets will be, how were you responded to? It means when you invited your communities toward Allah and His true religion, how did they react to your call? Did they act as they were commanded to? Or did they say no to the call and opposed it? Though the question will be addressed to the prophets, but it would really be beamed at their communities. In other words, the prophets will be the first ones to testify about the good or bad deeds done by their communities, and for them this would be a trying time, where on their part, they would be hoping for the intercession of their prophets to rescue them from this nerve-shattering experience, while, on the other hand, there would come this question addressed to their prophets themselves, requiring them to explain the conduct of their communities. Under such circumstances, it is obvious that prophets would never say anything but the truth, so the criminals and sinners will have apprehensions that the prophets themselves will become witnesses to their wrongdoings. Who then, they would wonder, was now left to intercede on their behalf? The answer that the prophets will give will be, "We have no knowledge." Surely you have the full knowledge of all that is unseen, the removal of a doubt. As for the people of every community who were born after passing away of their prophets from this world, this answer given by the prophets, correct and clear in that they are unaware of the actual state of their faith and deeds, because no one has the knowledge of the unseen except Allah. But the question arises with regard to the great majority of people within the community, who profess belief at the hands of their prophet as a result of his work among them, and prove that they kept following before their eyes what they were asked to follow. Similarly, there were disbelievers who did not listen to the prophets, even treated them with hostility. How would it be correct to say about them that we have no knowledge of their faith and deeds? It appears in Tafsir al-Maarif-ul-Qur'an that Imam Razi has answered this doubt by saying, there are two separate things here. One is ilm, which means perfect certitude, while the other is zan, which means conjecture or weighty likelihood. And it is obvious that if a person can, despite his being sitting next to the other person, testify about his faith and deed, then it will be on no other basis but that of zan or conjecture or likelihood. Otherwise, real faith, iman, is a secret of the heart which no one can find out with any certitude without a divine revelation. Every religious community had their groups of hypocrites who obviously did profess faith and did follow what they were commanded to follow, but their hearts had no faith in them, nor they had the real feeling and drive for carrying out those commands. All they had was hypocrisy. But like all laws, religious laws too were applied on what was visible from the outside. Anyone who called himself a believer followed divinely ordained laws, and no word or deed from him or her stood proved against faith and belief, was a good believer in the sight of the prophets and their believing communities. Whether someone was a true believer at heart or simply a hypocrite, it did not count, for they had no choice in the matter. Therefore it was said by the Holy Prophet, "We judge on the basis of outward deeds, while Allah is Himself the custodian of the secrets of the hearts." Under this rule, the noble prophets, their deputies, and the learned could confirm, at least in the mortal world, that someone was a true believer is based on their favorable opinion deduced from his outward deeds. But that mortal world where everything revolved round opinions and conjectures is all gone. This is the Yawm al-Hashir, the fateful day of resurrection, when the dead shall rise and where things will be sorted out and realities will be unfolded. Criminals will stand on trial. People will witness against them. If they do not confess, other witnesses will be brought in, very special and very official witnesses. With mouths and tongues silenced, the wrongdoers' hands and legs and the skin will be asked to testify. They will tell everything. That day we shall set a seal on their mouths, while their hands will speak to us, and their feet bear witness to all that they did. Surah Yasin, Ayah 65. Human beings will then surely find out that parts of their own body could also act as Secret Service agents when summoned to do so by the Lord of the Universes. After such disarming testimony, no denial will remain possible. In short, that would be a state of being in which no judgment will be based on opinion, estimate, and conjecture. Instead, certitude will be the order of the day. And as we have just seen that no one has the real knowledge about anyone's faith and belief except Allah, therefore, when the prophets will be asked on the day of resurrection, "How were you responded to?" they would recognize the reality behind the question, that the question is not being asked in the world of our experience where it could be answered by conjecture. Instead, that question was being asked in the horrendous scenario of the day of resurrection, where nothing other than certitude was going to work. Therefore, their answer, "We have no knowledge about it," that is, they do not have that certain knowledge needed to answer the question, is right and correct. The answer shows the affection prophets have for people. We now know that the prophets did have some opinion about the acceptance or rejection of their call by their communities, and new facts about their obedience or disobedience. On that basis, they could have at least mentioned their apparent attitude as part of their answer to the question, and could have referred the certainty and knowledge to the sole domain of Almighty Allah. But what we see here is that the prophets said nothing about what they knew, nor did they mention any events which had passed before them. They simply assigned these to the divine knowledge and chose to remain silent. This was a great demonstration of consideration. Prophets are very affectionate to their people and to the creation of Allah in general. They would not elect to say something as an adverse comment against their community on their own, lest their people are in trouble. If they had to say so, they would. But here they had the excuse of not having certain knowledge. Using this legitimate excuse to their advantage, they could have avoided saying anything against their communities, and so they did. 5 questions on the day of resurrection. Open through this verse is a window to Qiyamah, the fateful day of doom. Stationed there on the grandstands of reckoning are the highest and the dearest of Allah, His noble messengers and prophets, all in awe and reverence. Think of them and think of what would be happening to others. Therefore, we should start worrying about that day right from this day. This little time of our life is a blessing in our hands and should be devoted to getting ready for the ultimate accounting. In a hadith of Tirmidhi, the Holy Prophet is reported to have said, "No son of Adam will move a step on the day of Qiyamah until he is asked 5 questions about his age, in what did he use it up, and about his youth, in what did he spend it, and about his wealth, from where did he earn it, and where did he spend it, and what was it that he did following that which he knew. Great is the mercy and affection of Allah Ta'ala. He puts us to a test, and He Himself tells His people about the questions asked during the test. The task was done by the Holy Prophet, who told his Ummah how to appear in this test. Now for them, there is nothing left to do but to resolve these questions, find their answers and solutions, and keep that preserved for the day of trial. So if someone still fails, even after being told what will be in the test fairly in advance, who else could be more deprived than him?
The day when Allah will say, "O Jesus, son of Mary, remember my favor upon you and upon your mother when I supported you with the pure spirit, and you spoke to the people in the cradle and in maturity. And remember when I taught you writing and wisdom and the Torah and the Gospel, and when you designed from clay what was like the form of a bird with my permission. Then you breathed into it, and it became a bird with my permission. And you healed the blind and the leper with my permission. And when you brought forth the dead with my permission. And when I restrained the children of Israel from killing you when you came to them with clear proofs, and those who disbelieved among them said, "This is not but obvious magic."
A particular question asked from Sayyidina Isa. The first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 109, referred to prophets in general where a question was asked and its reply was given. In the second verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 100, and after that, in all the 9 verses appearing through the end of the surah, the text talks about Sayyidina Isa, the last prophet of the Bani Israel, and mentions some blessings of Allah on him. A particular question asked from him on the day of resurrection, Al-Mahshar, along with its answer, has also been mentioned, which follows in verses coming next. The purpose of the question asked and the answer given is to show this disturbing sight to Bani Israel and to the entire creation. When on the plains of the Hashr, the one who is called the Spirit of Allah, Ruhullah, and the Word of Allah, Kalamatullah, is asked the question as to why did his people make him a partner of God, he would be upset despite his being a great prophet, and would hasten to plead his being free from what his followers did, not in one way, but in more than one. First he said, "Here are you, it does not behove me to say what is not right for me." Then he pleads his innocence from another angle when he makes Almighty Allah his witness and says, "Had I said it, you would have known it. You know what is in my heart, and I do not know what is in yours. You alone have the full knowledge of what is unseen." After this overture, he answers the main question. The answer given by Sayyidina Isa before his Lord. His answer was that he had taught his people precisely what he was commanded to teach, that is, worship Allah, my Lord and your Lord. Then after this teaching, as long as he lived among those people, he was a witness to what they said and did. Up to that time, none of them said things like that about him. Then, after he was raised by his Lord towards him, these people remained under his watch, and it is he who knew their words and deeds fully and truly. The mention of special blessings on Sayyidina Isa. Before these verses were questions asked, and their answers given by Sayyidina Isa have been mentioned. Special blessings which were bestowed upon him as his miracles have also been described. Thus, by bringing the bestowal of blessings and the scenario of answerability in juxtaposition, both groups of Bani Israel have been admonished, one of which insulted, accused, and harassed him, while the other took him as God or Son of God. By describing the blessings, the first group has been admonished, while, by mentioning the questions and answers, it is the second group which has been warned. The detailed description of blessings which appears in many verses has one sentence which is worth special consideration, the sentence where it is said, "You spoke to the people when in the cradle and while middle-aged." In other words, a special miracle given to Sayyidina Isa was that he talked to people in a state when he is a child, and he also does that in a state when he is middle-aged. As for the first spectacle, it is obvious that it is a miracle and certainly a special blessing of Allah. In the early post-birth stage, children cannot talk meaningfully. If a child were to start talking in the cradle or on the laps of the mother, that would be a particular distinction of the child. As for talking while middle age, it does not seem to be worth mentioning, for everyone talks at this age. But for a moment, think of the conditions surrounding Sayyidina Isa, and you will realize that this too was a miracle, because Sayyidina Isa was raised from the earth before reaching middle age. Now that he would talk to people on the earth after reaching his middle age can become possible only when he returns to this world, as is the collective belief of Muslims, which stands proved on the basis of clear statements of the Quran and Sunnah. It is from here that we find out that in the manner it was a miracle of Sayyidina Isa that he talked when a child, so in the same manner, talking while middle-aged because of his return to this world is nothing but a miracle.
And remember when I inspired to the disciples, "Believe in me and in my messenger Jesus." They said, "We have believed, so bear witness that indeed we are Muslims in submission to Allah."
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 110 for the Tafsir.
And remember when the disciples said, "O Jesus, son of Mary, can your Lord send down to us a table spread with food from the heaven?" Jesus said, "Fear Allah, if you should be believers."
Commentary. A true believer should not demand miracles. When the disciples of Sayyidina Isa asked him to make Ma'idah, food spread, come down from the heavens, he replied by saying, "Fear Allah if you are believers." This tells us that it does not behove a faith-bearing servant of Allah that he should test him by making such requests. Rather than demand what is supernatural, he should seek things like sustenance through sources naturally appointed for him. The better the blessing, the worse the curse of ingratitude. From the words of the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 115, I shall give him a punishment I shall not give to anyone in the worlds. We learn that in situations when the blessing of Allah is extraordinary and unique, the emphasis on the gratitude for it should be far above the ordinary. As for the punishment of ingratitude, that too will be extraordinary and unique. Whether or not the Ma'idah, food spread, came down from the heaven is something commentators differ in. The majority of them hold that it did. Accordingly, it has been reported from Sayyid Amr ibn Yasir, may Allah be pleased with him, as in a hadith of Tirmidhi, that Ma'idah did come from the heavens, which included bread and meat. It also appears in this hadith that some of those people committed a breach of trust, and put it off for the next day as well. As a result, they were transformed into monkeys and swines. May Allah keep us protected from His wrath. This very hadith also tells us that they ate from it as they wanted to do, as mentioned in the word nakulu. We eat, however, storing it for future use was prohibited. Mayan al-Quran.
They said, we wish to eat from it and let our hearts be reassured and know that you have been truthful to us and be among its witnesses.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 112 for the Tafsir.
Said Jesus, the son of Mary, O Allah, our Lord, send down to us a table spread with food from the heaven, to be for us a festival for the first of us and the last of us, and a sign from you. And provide for us, and you are the best of providers.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 112 for the Tafsir.
Allah said, indeed, I will send it down to you, but whoever disbelieves afterwards from among you, then indeed will I punish him with a punishment by which I have not punished anyone among the worlds.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 112 for the Tafsir.
And beware the day when Allah will say, O Jesus, son of Mary, did you say to the people, take me and my mother as deities besides Allah? He will say, exalted are you. It was not for me to say that to which I have no right. If I had said it, you would have known it. You know what is within myself, and I do not know what is within yourself. Indeed, it is you who is knower of the unseen.
Commentary. Important notes. In the first verse, Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 116, the question asked and the answer given by Sayyidina Isa establishes that Allah alone has the full knowledge of everything. Therefore, He is not asking Sayyidina Isa because He does not know. In fact, the purpose is to admonish His people, who call them Christians, that the one they are taking to be God is Himself confessing to His servitude quite contrary to the belief they hold, and that He is free of all their accusations. Ibn Kathir, about the sentence, and when you picked me up you were the one watching over them, in verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 117, a detailed discussion of the subject of the death or having been raised toward Allah has appeared in the commentary on Surah Al-Imran under verse Surah Al-Imran, Ayah 55. I am to take you in full and lift you towards me. It may be seen there. Maarif-ul-Qur'an, English translation, volume Roman 2, pages. As for using the verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 117 Falam to reject his ascension to heavens and to establish his natural death is not a sound inference, because the time of this conversation shall be the day of Qiyamah, and at that time, after he has descended down from the heaven, he would have had his natural and real death. Therefore, as reported by Ibn Kathir on the authority of a narration from Sayyidina Abu Musa al-Ash'ari, may Allah be pleased with him, the Holy Prophet said, on the day of Qiyamah the prophets and their communities will be summoned. Then say, Inna Isa will be called. Then Allah Ta'ala will remind him of his blessings and drawing him closer, he will say, O Isa son of Maryam, remember my blessing upon you and upon your mother. Then, in the end, he would say, O Isa son of Maryam, did you say to the people, take me and my mother as gods beside Allah? Say, Inna Isa will deny it, saying that he did not. Then the question will be asked from the Christians. They will say, yes, this is what he had ordered us to do. After that, they will be driven towards hell.
I said not to them except what you commanded me, to worship Allah, my Lord and your Lord, and I was a witness over them as long as I was among them. But when you took me up, you were the observer over them, and you are, over all things, witness.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 116 for the Tafsir.
If you should punish them, indeed they are your servants. But if you forgive them, indeed it is you who is the exalted in might. the wise.
As for the statement beginning with the words, if you punish them, they are your slaves, appearing in the last verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 118, it means that Allah does not bring undue hardship on His servants. Therefore, if punishment does come to them, it will only be just, right, and wise. And should He forgive them, then this forgiveness too will not be a matter of not being able to do otherwise, because He is mighty, fully capable, and overpowering, from whose reach and control no wrong-doer can escape. And since He is wise too, therefore, it is also not possible that He would let a wrong-doer walk away just for no reason. Thus, the divine verdict in the case of wrong-doers will be absolutely wise and masterly. Since this saying of Sayyidina Isa will take place in the Moshar, the day of resurrection, where no intercession on behalf of the disbelievers or appeal of mercy for them will be entertained, therefore, Sayyidina Isa has not referred to the divine attributes of Ghafir Rahim, the most forgiving, the very merciful, in place of Al-Aziz Al-Hakim, the mighty, the wise of the text. This stands in contrast with what Sayyidina Ibrahim had said to his Lord during his life in this world, that is, O my Lord, these idols have made many of the people go astray. Henceforth, whoever has followed me is one of mine, and whoever has disobeyed me, so then, you are the most forgiving, the very merciful Surah Ibrahim, Ayah 36. It means that the likelihood still exists that Allah may, in His mercy, give them the tawfiq later on to repent and return to the path of truth, and thereby forgive their sins. Shabir Omad Asmani notes, Ibn Kathir reports a narration from Sayyidina Abu Dihar, may Allah be pleased with him, that once the Holy Prophet spent a whole night reciting one single verse. And that verse was, if you punish them then, they are your slaves. When morning came, I said, Ya Rasulallah, you kept reciting just this verse. You made your ruku with it, and you made your sujud with it, right up till this break of dawn. He said, I prayed to my Rabb to bless me with the station of intercession, Shafa'ah, which He granted. Inshallah, it is going to be for one who has never associated anyone with Allah Ta'ala. According to another narration, after reciting the verse cited above, he raised his hands facing the heaven and said, Allahumma amadi, that is, O Allah, mercy, mercy on my people. And then he wept. Thereupon, Allah Ta'ala sent Angel Jibreel to ask why would he weep. He told the angel what he had said. Then Allah Ta'ala asked Angel Jibreel to go back and tell Muhammad that he will please him soon in his concern for his people and will not let him be unhappy.
Allah will say, this is the day when the truthful will benefit from their truthfulness. For them are gardens in paradise beneath which rivers flow, wherein they will abide forever, Allah being pleased with them and they with Him. That is the great attainment.
The linkage verses. The first two sections, Ruku, appearing earlier, described some of the happenings on the day of Qiyamah, such as the reckoning, the questions and their answers. Mentioned now is the outcome of the probe and reckoning of that fateful day. Commentary. Notes. Verse Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 119 opens with the words, Allah said, This is a day the truth of the truthful shall bring benefit to them. Generally, what is according to what has happened is called truth, while that which is not according to what has happened is referred to as false or lie. But according to the Quran and Sunnah, sidq, truth, and kid, lie, are general, that is, they refer to both words and deeds. As such, given here is a hadith in which counterfactual deed has been called kid, that is, whoever adorns himself or herself with what has not been given to him or her, that is, claims a quality or deed not in him or her, then it is as if he has put on two garbs of a lie, miscat. There is another hadith in which one who makes salah with care and concern, whether in public or in private, has been called a true servant of Allah. A person who performs salah openly then does it well, and when performs in private then does it well. Then Allah Ta'ala says, This is my servant in truth. Miscat. About the statement, Allah is pleased with them, and they are pleased with Him. It appears in hadith that after having blessed true believers with Jannah paradise, Allah Ta'ala will say, The real blessing is that I am pleased with you, and now I shall never be displeased with you. The words appearing after that are, That is the great achievement. Indeed, so it is. When Allah Jalla Shanuhu, the Master, the Creator, is pleased with you, what else could it be? All praises are for Allah from the beginning to the end.
To Allah belongs the dominion of the heavens and the earth and whatever is within them, and He is over all things competent.
See Surah Al-Ma'idah, Ayah 119, for the Tafsir